Red Dragon, the foremost among the five-colored evil dragons, the leader of the malevolent faction, the one whom all detest and seek to vanquish. Joss, not wishing to face persecution, chooses to embrace the humble agrarian talents of his lineage, cultivating the land in obscurity. His aspiration is to amass sufficient strength before revealing himself to fulfill his modest desires, to construct a mansion spanning 1,000,000 square meters to shield him from the elements, and to employ billions of servants to rally around him. Such simple desires. Is that too much to ask? In essence, this is a tale of a red dragon stealthily developing in a foreign realm, acquiring a plethora of wondrous abilities such as the heart of the phoenix and the mind control aura, ultimately bringing the entire world to heel beneath his throne. Li Hao's consciousness awakens from darkness, feeling as though his bones are dislocated, engulfed in unbearable pain. He cannot suppress a groan. Ah yes, a girl in his neighborhood had jumped from a building, and he rushed to assist, holding a cloth to save her, gazing upward in anticipation, only to be met with an alluring posterior descending from above. Recalling the voluptuous curves encased in denim, he shivers, filled with regret. Could this excruciating pain possibly leave him paralyzed? He opens his eyes and surveys his surroundings, only to find himself in a setting far removed from the modern hospital he envisioned an artificially hewn, rudimentary cave. In this hemispherical chamber, the dark red rock walls are rough and scarred, the ground uneven yet warm, and he lies upon the gently heated surface. A golden beam of light filters through a small vent, illuminating the dust motes that dance within its glow. More alarming than awakening in a cave is the realization that he is not its sole inhabitant. Sprawled around him are about 20 enormous lizards, their heads adorned with horns, bat-like wings sprouting from their backs, and scales cloaking their bodies. At first glance, they resemble the dragons of cinematic lore. Upon closer inspection, they are indeed dragons. What is happening? Am I dreaming? He contemplates his existence, raising his hand to touch one of the dragons for confirmation, only to be horrified to discover that what he extends is no longer a hand, but a claw, densely covered in crimson scales and bearing sharp talons. Memories flood back like a tidal wave, surging into Li Hao's mind and playing out at an accelerated pace, akin to a video on fast-forward. I have traversed worlds. As the memories unfold, he realizes he has indeed crossed into a fantastical realm, becoming a young red dragon named Joss. An evil dragon, truly befitting of the title. Li Hao reflects. Bereft of parental protection, Joss and his siblings, hatched from the same clutch of eggs, band together to survive in the wilderness, preying upon the weak while evading the strong, until one fateful day, they too become the hunted. Having witnessed his sister devoured alive, the surviving young dragon brother, in a moment of resolve, forges a pact of protection with a powerful kin, the formidable matriarch of the Red Nest. Observing the matriarch's formidable conquests, Li Hao is perplexed. With such a formidable ally, why do I still suffer injury? He strives to assimilate the memories, discovering that 1 year after aligning with the matriarch of the Red Nest, a war against dragons erupted, as a coalition of nations led by humans launched a massive offensive. The situation on the battlefield was dire, and even the young dragons, who could not immediately transform their latent potential into combat power, were thrust onto the front lines. The last scene etched in the young dragon's memory was that of a blazing meteor plummeting from the sky. I suppose this could be considered dying under the peony, sighed Li Haosheng, utterly despondent. Engaging in self-pity and lamenting his plight bore no fruit, he endeavored to recalibrate his mindset, striving to suppress thoughts of his grieving parents, hypnotizing himself into accepting and adapting to his new identity. I am Jose, I must survive. With renewed resolve, Jose confronted reality and assessed his injuries. Fragments ejected by the meteor's explosion had struck his side, leaving a charred mark the size of a basin, with his dragon scales cracked and several ribs fractured. I require medical attention, he mused. In his previous life, injuries of such severity would necessitate a month of recuperation, even with scientific intervention. However, in this fantastical realm, a high-ranking priest's advanced healing spell could restore him to full functionality almost instantly. After a moment's contemplation, Jose dismissed the notion of seeking help from a high-ranking priest, as the healing resources within the red nest were limited, and he lacked the power and connections to merit assistance. With all avenues closed, the only feasible solution lay in copious consumption of food to replenish his strength and expedite healing. Thank God, food is not a problem. Attempting to rise, Jose discovered that his fractured shin bones could not support his substantial weight. Any forced movement would exacerbate his injuries. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he surveyed the other dragons nearby. Perhaps he could enlist the help of his roommates to bring him sustenance, though this group seemed decidedly unreliable. But I have an elder brother. He turned his neck, scanning the throng of dragons in search of his sibling. There he was, Baron. Not far off, the red dragon Baron rested his head on the ground, glancing sideways at his brother without lifting his gaze, then promptly closing his eyes once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jose deduced the reason behind Baron's indifferent demeanor. The nature of the evil faction's chromatic dragons was one of coldness, where strength reigned supreme. Severely injured, he had become a target of scorn among his peers, for the weak were deemed deserving of nothing but oppression. Realization sent a chill through Jose's heart, and he shuddered, understanding that seeking assistance from the other dragons would only lead to humiliation. What to do? The thought of perishing in agony from pain and hunger, his body discarded like refuse by the other dragons, filled him with an overwhelming dread. No, I cannot simply fade away. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind as he recalled the gold coins hidden away by his predecessor during the battlefield cleanup, and an idea began to take shape. Baron. Startled, Baron abruptly rose and approached with an imposing presence, his massive head looming closer, revealing his serrated fangs, red flesh still clinging between them. Twice. You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I wish to hire you. The payment will be 32 gold coins. Do you take me for a fool? You think a mere handful of coins can sway me? Wait, did you just say gold coins? Not long after, a skinned cow, its crimson flesh and stark white bones exposed, was presented before Joss. In a desperate bid for survival, he cast aside his psychological aversion to raw meat, closing his eyes and burying his face in the carcass. With a wide-open mouth, he tore into the flesh and bones with his sharp teeth, swallowing them whole and grinding them down. To his surprise, upon consuming the first mouthful of the bone meat mixture, Joss discovered that while it was far from delectable, it was surprisingly palatable. This must be a result of the transformation his body was undergoing. Overjoyed, he devoured the meat voraciously. In a whirlwind of consumption, an entire cow was consumed, and under the influence of the dragon's potent gastric juices, both flesh and bone were reduced in nutrients, which were then distributed throughout his body via the circulatory system. He felt a slight itch at his wounds, a sign that his body was slowly healing, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Subsequently, he honored his agreement and revealed the location of the buried treasure to Baron. The dietary habits of dragons are akin to those of snakes. An adult dragon can sustain itself for months after a single feast, while a growing young dragon, though requiring slightly more energy, can also go 10 days without food after a hearty meal. By then, he should be able to fend for himself. There's no need to worry about the worsening of my injuries. With his hunger satiated and a sense of security enveloping him, Joss was reminded that this was a time of war. Given the circumstances prior to his unconsciousness, their sides still seemed to be at a disadvantage, causing the otherworldly visitor to feel a sense of trepidation about his future. Chapter 2. The heart of the immortal phoenix. Despite his concerns, Jose found himself powerless to instigate any change. The only course of action available to him was to gather intelligence on the current battlefield situation, ensuring that when the crisis struck, he would not be left bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he sought out potential sources of information. The Blue Dragon? No. That idea was ill-fated. The Blue Dragon was notoriously temperamental, and failing to extract useful information could result in a violent backlash. The White Dragon? That was also out of the question. The feeble-minded White Dragon likely couldn't even recall what it had eaten for its last meal. The Gold Dragon? How curious it was to find a gold dragon present in this place. Typically aligned with the forces of good, gold dragons were adversaries of the evil factions represented by the chromatic dragons. Its presence here was quite incongruous. Upon reflection, Jose recalled that this particular gold dragon had been captured by the Red Nest matriarch and bound by a contract, forced into servitude as a soldier. and largely overlooked by the other chromatic younglings due to their collective disdain. Contemplating the feasibility of extracting information from the gold dragon, Jose reasoned that, despite their opposing allegiances, the inherently benevolent nature of gold dragons would mitigate the risk of conflict. It was worth a try, especially since the gold dragon lay directly before him. "Hey there, friend. Don't mind the others. I'm calling out to you." The gold dragon regarded him with suspicion. "I do not recall knowing you." Jose was taken aback. The voice was surprisingly high-pitched. "No. Upon considering the age classification of dragons, a young female gold dragon would indeed sound like a child. I am the remarkable Francisco Trinidad Jose. Do you now recognize me? What is your name?" "Yalages." The gold dragon's voice was hardly welcoming, laced with overt defensiveness. Yet Jose recognized that he had successfully made a connection. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the inquiry for information proceeded smoothly. Through the young gold dragon, Jose learned that the battlefield had advanced considerably towards the Red Nest. A sense of dread washed over him. Damn it! Could the Red Nest be on the brink of annihilation? In the midst of the collapse, how could any eggs remain unscathed? If the matriarch were to falter, and I remained gravely injured, my fate would be sealed. I would either be slaughtered and dismembered, my body parts sold like common meat in the markets, or captured and forced into servitude as a steed or pet. A man of honor cannot endure such humiliation. What if a beautiful elven lady proposed to turn on the saddle? 2 days later, "Get up, all of you." A thunderous roar echoed at the entrance of the cave, accompanied by the sharp crack of a whip striking the walls. "You lazy worms. Rise and fight for our matriarch's victory." Jose lifted his gaze to see a formidable work, cloaked in a cloud of dust. This word was a far cry from its wild counterparts. Towering at twice their size, its fur was brown with silver-gray spots, standing erect like steel needles. Its armor was not of the ordinary wild creature variety. In each hand, it wielded a long whip and a serrated greatsword. And it was clad in a suit of shaggy iron-scaled armor, stained with the dark red of dried blood. The dragonborn were commander. During wartime, commanders held the authority to execute soldiers who shirked their duties, and the young dragons reluctantly rose, one by one, from their slumber, leaving only Jose huddled in the corner. Joss endeavored to constrict his form, striving to diminish his presence. The wolf-like general possessed the authority to execute soldiers who avoided battle, as well as those deemed useless. The decision to kill or spare rested solely upon his whims. However, contrary to his intentions, the wolf general's gaze fell upon the young dragon cowering in the corner. "Why do you not engage in combat?" he bellowed, the crack of his whip echoing through the desolate cave as he stepped into the sunlight's domain. Casting a shadow over the injured red dragon, realizing escape was futile, Joss lifted his head, maintaining his dignity as he spoke in a steady tone. "I bear wounds incurred in battle for my lady queen. Moreover, be mindful of your station. Servant of the great dragon, this is the Red Lair." He reminded the wolf general of his identity as a red dragon, asserting that the supreme leader of the Red Lair was none other than the red dragon itself. The wolf general's savage crimson eyes swept over Joss's charred scales, flickering with indecision, yet he instinctively lowered his whip. While the matron of the Red Lair may not have cared for the fate of a young dragon, the thought of his kin being slaughtered indiscriminately evoked a sense of sorrow. Thus, he turned and departed. With a sigh of relief, Joss exclaimed, "Wait. Have someone bring me copious amounts of meat. I demand an entire cow." The victorious red dragon, emboldened, pressed further. The wolf general paused at the cave's entrance before hastening away. Shortly thereafter, a small cadre of goblin servants arrived, bearing a bounty of meat and presenting it before Joss. He indulged in a lavish feast until he could consume no more, closing his eyes and surrendering to slumber, a means to conserve energy for healing his wounds. Time passed in a blur, and when Joss regained consciousness, he found himself no longer within the cave. Beneath him lay a pristine white marble plaza, suspended in a void, with the expanse of the cosmos above him, adorned with a dazzling river of stars, while the abyss loomed below. "Where am I? Have I traversed realms once more?" He pondered, raising his hand to discover a red dragon's claw, sharp and formidable. He had not crossed realms, but rather healed. This was not reality, but rather a realm of consciousness, or something beyond his comprehension. He recognized that this peculiar space was anything but ordinary, in accordance with the conventions of literature. It could very well be his golden finger. Yet, what purpose did it serve? How was it to be utilized? This enigmatic domain offered no user manual, no beginner's guide, nor any system sprites. Everything remained to be discovered. As Joss flapped his wings in an attempt to soar, he found flight impossible in this realm. Approaching the plaza's edge, He peered down into the profound darkness, which seemed poised to consume his very soul. His instincts warned him that leaping into the void would lead to dire consequences. Naturally, he had never entertained the idea of jumping. Pondering with his chin in hand, he scrutinized the marble plaza beneath him. Each opulent tile mirrored the next, with even the spaces between them appearing meticulously measured. With no anomalies beneath, he turned his gaze skyward. The resplendent river of stars was surrounded by a radiant blue-violet hue, an unparalleled beauty that eclipsed even the most enhanced images from his past life. Unconsciously, Joss's gaze was drawn to a particularly remarkable star, and he sensed a peculiar connection between himself and this celestial body. Suddenly, the star indeed fell, a meteor streaking across the galaxy, trailing a long tail as it hurtled toward the square. The brilliance was blinding. Joss could hardly keep his eyes open, his mind in a daze. Could this golden finger of fate be plotting the demise of its own? Contrary to expectations of a cataclysmic explosion, not even a speck of dust was stirred. In a flash of blinding light, a resplendent statue appeared at the center of the white marble square. With such grandeur, I half expected you to eliminate me, Joss quipped as he approached the statue. This radiant sculpture stood at his height, its square pedestal intricately carved with a phoenix, rising from flames and letting out a fierce cry. The craftsmanship of the phoenix was exquisite, especially its eyes, which conveyed a sense of defiance and an indomitable spirit. Circling the statue, he noticed inscriptions on the front of the pedestal. Heart of the Phoenix, reborn, a life renewed from the flames. Good luck, traveler. Well, is this a form of benefit for crossing over? Yet, how does one claim such a boon? He recalled novels he had perused at some point. Honestly, the golden fingers of fate have become increasingly lackluster. Even the planners can't be bothered to provide a product description. I must lodge a complaint. With this thought, Joss reached out with claw-like fingers to touch the statue. Without any warning, at the moment his fingertips made contact, wisps of orange flames surged forth from the phoenix sculpture, enveloping him and pouring into his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, ultimately converging into his throbbing heart. In reality, the slumbering Joss abruptly opened his eyes, a look of agony crossing his face as he clutched his chest. His heart felt as if it were being seared by fire. Fortunately, the pain was fleeting. After the torment subsided, Joss gasped for breath, feeling the vigor of his heartbeat pulsating with newfound strength. Chapter 30, Commander. In the aftermath of his excitement, he suddenly recognized a grave dilemma. Although he had acquired the boon of transmigration, he remained utterly oblivious to its practical applications. Given the absence of any elucidation, he resolved to embark on a journey of self-discovery. Closing his eyes, he sought to calm his mind and reflect. Venturing into the unknown is invariably the most arduous task, as there are no precedents to guide one, leaving everything shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, it wasn't entirely devoid of clues. He recalled the inscription upon the pedestal of the phoenix statue, which provided an obscure hint. The heart of the phoenix, the locus of energy convergence, was indeed the heart. Thus, the heart of the phoenix must refer to the name of the reward. As for the letter S, he was reminded of a card game he had played in his former life. If all went as expected, S indicated the item's grade. Reborn denoted the very essence of his transmigration. To be reborn from the flames, to live once more. Jose murmured to himself. Could it be that I have acquired the ability to rise from the ashes like the phoenix? The fire should pose no threat to me. He resolved to put this theory to the test. Dragon breath is one of the most formidable weapons of the dragon clan, and what he was about to do was to use this ultimate weapon against himself. Naturally, dragons possess a certain resistance to their own breath. He opened his mouth, yet hesitated to carry through, akin to pointing a firearm at oneself. It was undeniably unsettling. Fortunately, the potency of dragon breath is within his control. It results from a synergy of physiological and magical forces. On either side of a dragon's oral cavity are two conduits connecting to the abdomen, which lead to sacs that store a special secretion. The liquid within these sacs functions similarly to a combustible agent, and when mixed with magical energy, it forms the immensely powerful dragon breath. Jose could modulate the quantity of the combustible agent to diminish the power of the breath. He directed his mouth towards the barren ground and gently squeezed the muscles surrounding the sac. Whoosh! A 1-meter-long stream of dragon breath vanished in an instant. He extended his dragon claw to touch the ground, discovering that the temperature of the scorched rocks soared above 100 degrees. Merely a fleeting contact was sufficient to heat the stone to such an extent, underscoring the ferocity of dragon breath. He could further lessen the intensity. Through repeated practice, he managed to reduce the breath's power to an acceptable threshold. Extending a claw, he unleashed a small gust of dragon breath. In In the moment the claw was enveloped in dragon flames, Jose was astonished to find that there was no pain, not even a sensation. He prodded the burned area with another claw and confirmed that the temperature was merely a few degrees above normal. This was peculiar. He would not doubt the potency of dragon breath, and the source of the anomaly lay within himself, or rather, with the heart of the phoenix. Gradually, he increased the intensity of the dragon breath, and his body remained unscathed. Furthermore, a tingling sensation emerged from the wound, indicative of accelerated healing. Whether he could truly rise from the flames remained uncertain, but it had at least been demonstrated that the fire could expedite the healing of wounds. Jose was elated, his joy evident. Since his transmigration, he had been plagued by anxiety, fretting over the wounds inflicted during the fall of the red nest, fearing they would render him vulnerable to his enemies. The ability of flames to hasten healing was nothing short of a divine blessing for him. No longer hesitating, he turned and unleashed a torrent of draconic flames upon his wounds. Amidst the crackling inferno, the granulation tissue visibly proliferated as the charred, necrotic scales flicked away, making way for new scales that gradually emerged. Within 10 minutes, Joss's scales had fully regenerated. He felt an exhilarating sense of relief, akin to emerging from a sauna. And when he attempted to tense his body, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. This invigorated him immensely. He stood up and stretched luxuriously, his bones cracking in a symphony of sound. What a delight! After the initial excitement, he gradually regained his composure. The restoration of his body merely provided him with a modicum of self-preservation, yet the paramount concern remained how to survive this grand conflict. Turning to observe the newly formed scales on his body, a sudden realization struck Joss, causing him to furrow his brow. There was no longer any reason to avoid the battlefield. In truth, he did not lack the courage to fight to the death for that which he held dear. But for the red nest, it was not worth the sacrifice. His gaze fell upon the discarded scales on the ground, plunging him into deep contemplation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, 2 more battles had erupted. Joss had narrowly escaped peril by masquerading as an injured creature, thanks to the fact that the word commander had not ventured into the cave for a thorough inspection. Otherwise, it would have been enraged. For the charred scales of this severely wounded young dragon were affixed with a mixture of saliva and mud. It was rather reminiscent of feigning illness to skip school under a parent's watchful eye. Quite the thrill. The young dragons participating in the battle were equally exhilarating. Their numbers reduced by nearly a third since the onset. He was certain that had it not been for the constraints of the contract and the fear of the red nest matriarch, the dragons would have fled without a trace. At noon, while the dragons were blissfully slumbering in the cave, the ground suddenly trembled violently, debris cascading from the cave's apex as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck. How could the enemy have breached the red nest? A thunderous roar erupted overhead, drowning out the startled cries of the dragons. As the overwhelming might of the dragon race pressed down upon them like a tsunami, even fellow dragons felt the immense pressure. This was the aura of an ancient dragon. The disheveled young dragons scrambled to their feet, and simultaneously, the furious roars intermingled with the explosive sounds of magic. The surging waves of chaotic energy caused Joss's heart to momentarily halt, his thoughts racing like lightning. There was no doubt that the red nest was under siege, with the matriarch engaged in a fierce battle against formidable foes. The current situation left him no room for further contemplation. The destructive potential of such a clash was immense, and the cave's structure was at risk of collapse. Together with the other dragons, Joss surged towards the exit. Upon emerging into the open air, he gazed skyward. The battle had momentarily paused, with both sides locked in a standoff high above. One faction was led by the legendary 5-colored dragon team, headed by the red nest matriarch, comprising 12 dragons of red, blue, green, black, and white hues. The opposing side, under the command of an elderly man in white robes, boasted a greater number, 30 to 40 individuals, but the 5-colored dragons exhibited no trepidation, even poised to unleash their draconic flames. Old Moreland, have you succumbed to senility? Who granted you the audacity? Through the exchange between both parties, Jose surmised that this attack was both a test and an ultimatum. Although the human coalition held the advantage, they were not prepared to suffer significant losses in the pursuit of victory. In an effort to avert mutual destruction, this encounter was initiated, yet it ultimately collapsed. Following the breakdown of negotiations, the enemy retreated. Suddenly, someone beside him prodded his body. Jose turned to see the golden dragon girl, and then noticed the scales that had shed from his body due to the crowding of the dragons. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Red brat, a voice, laced with suppressed fury, echoed from behind. Jose's body stiffened. He mechanically turned to face the enraged werewolf, trembling with indignation. "Ah, Commander." Chapter 4. Provocation. "How dare you deceive me?" roared the ward commander, his fury palpable. As astute as he was, his mind conjured a vivid spectacle, the young dragon feigning injury to elude combat, tricking the benevolent commander. If he did not deal with this detestable red whelp, how could he ever lead his troops effectively? With this thought, the ward commander tightened his grip on the sharp blade in his hand. "Commander, do not act rashly. Look above. Look above." Jose quickly retreated, creating distance. According to the classification of human strength, novice, intermediate, advanced, master, and legendary, the ward commander had intended to strike decisively to establish his authority, but upon hearing Jose's warning and recalling the multitude of dragons above, his expression shifted. Weighing the pros and cons, he turned away in indignation. As soon as the ward commander departed, the dragons erupted in a cacophony of voices. "Ah, so this fellow has been feigning injury to avoid battle all along. Bah, a coward. The disgrace of the red dragons." The idle chatter from the insignificant did not affect Jose. He paid no heed to the young dragon's taunts. Jose remained outside, gazing down at the scenery of the red nest in the mountain breeze. The red nest, situated in the northern region of the Tidarnor continent, at the heart of the Jorgeir mountain range, stood as a towering dormant volcano. Its caldera resembled a nest, and with an ancient dragon of formidable might residing there. It was aptly named the Red Nest. From the peak to the base, the vegetation had been stripped bare, revealing the mountain's crimson hue, altered by the prolonged habitation of the red dragon. The mountain was riddled with countless caverns, each serving as a dwelling for the subordinates of the nest's matriarch. The entire structure resembled a pyramid, with inhabitants arranged by strength from top to bottom. At the pinnacle resided the matriarch, while the young dragons occupied the mid-level, followed by the main forces of the matriarch, and at the bottom lay the hovel district for lesser creatures, extending from the base of the mountain for miles until it reached the mountain passes. Straining his vision, Jose gazed beyond the mountains into the primordial jungle. From the very beginning of his journey, he had longed to escape this place of turmoil, and now his resolve to flee grew ever stronger. 2 days later, as Jose rested within the cavern, the ward commander suddenly entered, a whip cracking against the wall, sending dust motes into the air. You, and you. Step forward." As expected, Jose found himself among those summoned. He glanced at his 2 companions, a golden dragon girl and a white dragon, who rose to join him. Slaves, fools. The ostracized, what fortune awaits us?" The trio followed the ward commander in silence, winding their way around to the rear of the mountain, arriving at a cavern bustling with activity. "Enter," commanded the ward commander, a cold smirk gracing his lips, his crimson eyes fixated on Jose, searching for any sign of fear or regret on his face. Unfortunately for him, Jose revealed no emotion, simply obeying the instruction and stepping into the cave. "Humph. May you remain as composed as you are now." Within the cavern, the 3 dragons beheld a female elf adorned with a circular crown of willow branches, seated behind a stone table. Jose caught a whiff of a sweet, metallic scent. It was the unmistakable aroma of a green dragon. As the myriad dragons observed the green dragon, she too scrutinized them. While she could comprehend the presence of the slaves and the simpletons, the red dragon perplexed her. The inherently lethargic chromatic dragon did not delve deeply into these thoughts. News from the front lines indicated a need for a contingent possessing substantial magical knowledge to serve as expendable pawns. The identity of these pawns was of no concern to her. The Greystone Fortress reported disturbances within the forests of its jurisdiction, as their detection magic was hindered, rendering them unable to probe the depths of the woods. Your mission is to travel to Greystone Fortress and assist the commander in uncovering the cause of this anomaly. This is your mission credential. As she spoke, a scroll of parchment was lifted by an unseen force and floated before Jose. He accepted the scroll with a slight bow, expressing respect and understanding. "Esteemed elder, we take our leave." The green dragon, in her elven form, felt a twinge of surprise as she gazed at the retreating red dragon, finding him increasingly appealing. "Oh, such a courteous and handsome young dragon is a rarity. It would be a pity for him to meet an untimely end." Yet her laziness deterred her from seeking complications. "Little one, the commander of Greystone Fortress is the black dragon O'Neill. He has a penchant for ice and sweets." A sweet, languid voice trailed from behind, causing Jose's heart to leap with joy. Indeed, courteous individuals are seldom to be blamed, and the affection of mature women for youthful charm is not misplaced. After expressing their gratitude to the green dragon, the 3 dragons sought a secluded corner outside the cave. You heard it as well. There are irregularities in the forests under Greystone Fortress's jurisdiction, and the detection magic has failed. It is almost certain that this is a scheme of the human alliance. Although we are tasked with aiding in the investigation, in reality, we are merely pawns to probe for traps. Jose felt a surge of indignation, acknowledging the cunning maneuver of the Wolfen Overseer. Regardless of the perils ahead, unity among us can only yield benefits. I propose we forge a temporary alliance. Who is in favor? The Golden Dragon nodded. I support the alliance. I concur, stammered the White Dragon. Due to the presence of the Golden Dragon, they could not swear an oath to Tiamat, the evil dragon deity. Thus, the three dragons pledged their allegiance in the name of the deity of justice, establishing themselves as temporary allies of mutual vigilance and support. With this alliance, the bonds among the three dragons became significantly closer. I'm Jose. Allegis. Kakashi. Jose was taken aback to find that the White Dragon shared a name with a certain Flagwood character. Under different circumstances, he would have found it amusing, but the weight of their mission dampened his spirits. You witnessed the earlier situation. Cultivating a good relationship with our superior is undoubtedly advantageous. That black dragon named O'Neill enjoys sweets and ice. We must not squander this information. Ice is manageable, especially with Kakashi on our side. The White Dragon timidly raised her hand. It's Kashi. Very well, Kakashi and Allegis. We must procure some sweets. Do you have any suggestions? Allegis tilted her head thoughtfully. We could check the kitchen. There should be fruits there. All right, wait here. I shall take a look. Jose spread his wings and soared toward the cafeteria, relishing the novel sensation of air flowing beneath his wings as he contemplated how to cultivate a favorable rapport with his black dragon superior. Were it an ordinary dragon, perhaps it would have approached bearing ice and sweets, but Joss is a traverser. He seeks to concoct something extraordinary to delight his black dragon superior, thus ensuring his own safety. After a moment of contemplation, a notion took shape in his mind. Joss was so engrossed in his thoughts that he failed to notice the patrolling ward commander below. Why is that cunning red dragonling flying in this direction? The ward commander immediately decided to follow suit. Chapter 5. Joss's supervisor strategy. Upon entering the kitchen, Joss made his way directly to the back, his identity as a true dragon granting him unchallenged passage, particularly as the kitchen was staffed by feeble lower-tier creatures. Before long, he amassed a bountiful harvest of large watermelons. Picking up one that was larger than a football, he bit into it and chewed a few times before swallowing, finding the flavor rather delightful. Deciding this was the one, he hoisted the basket and seized a large basin, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a wolf-like overseer brandishing a blade emerged, blocking the exit. You little brat, aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Have you come here to shirk your responsibilities? Startled at first, Joss quickly regained his composure. At this juncture, he had little to lose and replied with a calm assertiveness. I have been tasked with bringing fruit to Lord O'Neill. Kindly step aside. Is it truly that simple to evade me? Joss eyed the wolf-like overseer with suspicion, cautiously maneuvering around him to an open space, where he spread his wings and took to the skies. You little brat. In battle, strength prevails. Words will not save you. The wind roared beneath his wings as the three dragons soared through the clouds. The red dragon spotted the layered fortifications nestled within the distant valleys. To ensure the safety of their stronghold, Matron Savannah of the Red Nest had constructed nearly 100 fortresses among the surrounding mountains and stationed troops to guard them, with Greystone Fortress being one of many. Despite its unassuming name, Greystone Fortress was hardly remarkable among the fortifications, its guarded pass not a significant thoroughfare. However, following the outbreak of war, it gained notoriety due to its location in the northern reaches of the Red Nest, one of the furthest points from the front lines. While labeled a fortress, Joss perceived it more as an outpost, a gray wall spanning the narrowest part of a mountain pass, behind which lay squalid shanties reminiscent of a slum, with goblins, wolfmen, kobolds, and lizardfolk scurrying along the muddy paths like ants. This was Greystone Fortress. As his gaze shifted away from Greystone, he beheld vast expanses of pristine forest, where, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the objective of their mission likely lay concealed. The three dragons descended, landing near the jungle. Approximately 300 to 400 meters from the fortress, beside a mountain spring, the water they required. Joss presented the large basin and watermelons, instructing, come, Aligers, slice the watermelon, removing the seeds to retain the flesh. He then filled the basin with a small portion of water, saying to Cassie, use your dragon breath to freeze the water into ice, then crush it until it resembles a slush. After a brief period of activity, The watermelon and crushed ice were prepared, and Joss combined them, creating a delightful natural watermelon snow cone. He sampled a bit of his creation, feeling the refreshing, sweet liquid glide down his throat, quite palatable indeed. Cassie, mimicking Joss, eagerly scooped up some of the snow cone, her eyes lighting up with delight. The once hesitant golden dragon girl also tasted a bit, exclaiming, delicious. The commander will surely adore this. Shaved ice is intended for the black dragon, while the three dragons merely sample it. They allow Cassie to carry the shaved ice atop his head as they proceed towards the Greystone Fortress. The sheer size of the dragons results in substantial strides, and it does not take long for them to arrive at the fortress, where an overwhelming stench of excrement combined with sweat assaults their senses. Fortunately, they had not harbored any expectations regarding the sanitation of the lower-tier monsters and were mentally prepared for the unpleasantness. Joss glanced around and noticed that the dog-headed men, goblins, and wolf-men regarded him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. He singled out a relatively agreeable dog-headed man. "You, come here." The chosen creature scurried over, eager to please. "Woof. Esteemed true dragon, dog-headed Doug is at your service." It is worth noting that the dog-headed men do not resemble dogs, rather, they appear as upright lizards, earning their name from their bark-like yelps. Furthermore, they are draconic descendants, albeit with a dragon lineage so faint it is nearly negligible. Yet it undeniably exists. These lesser draconic descendants are born with an innate reverence for the great dragons and take pride in serving them, which is precisely why Joss chose one to guide them. Take us to see Lord O'Neill, the Black Dragon. Upon hearing the name O'Neill, the dog-headed man trembled visibly, clearly filled with fear. "Our respected true dragon, just take us to the entrance." The dog-headed man exhaled in relief, but Joss's heart sank. The mere mention of a name had so terrified the creature, suggesting that O'Neill was no ordinary being. After a moment of contemplation, he found solace in this revelation. Chromatic dragons are known to be a band of rogues. Before reaching maturity, they exhibit a semblance of restraint, but once they possess power, their true nature is laid bare. It is said that one cannot declare themselves an evil dragon without hundreds of lives to their name. "Esteemed true dragon, please follow me," the dog-headed man beckoned, leading the way. To Joss's surprise, the creature did not guide them into the fortress's interior but instead circled around its perimeter toward a nearby mountainside. Turning a corner, the three dragons beheld a rather unremarkable cave within the mountain. The dog-headed man pointed at the cave. "Esteemed true dragon, this is the place." As Joss began to express his gratitude, he suddenly recalled that thanking a lowly dog-headed man did not align with the conduct expected of a red dragon. And he quickly amended his words. "Tay? What does that mean?" The dog-headed man inquired, perplexed. "It means you can leave." Yes. I shall depart now." Saying this, the dog-headed man bent over and rolled onto the ground, truly rolling away. Joss felt a tumult of emotions. It was astonishing that a sentient being could be so easily dismissed with mere words. Once again, he was acutely aware of the peculiar power that came with being a chromatic dragon. Beside him, the golden dragon girl observed him, deep in thought, with a complex heart. Joss and his companions approached the cave entrance. "Lord O'Neill, we have come to report as commanded." "Enter." The three dragons filed into the cave, and it was only then that Joss discovered a hidden realm within. The cave was expansive, roughly the size of a standard football field, equipped with tables, training equipment, and even monsters practicing against training dummies. Outside the cave, the sounds from within were utterly inaudible, suggesting the presence of a magical barrier. Indeed, as he passed by a half-open door, he glimpsed a hooded creature of a sorcerer, swiftly darting past with a short staff in hand. Such military prowess was concealed within this modest outpost. One could only imagine the astonishing scene that lay within the true stronghold formed by those surrounding rocks. With this realization, Joss gained a deeper understanding of the power wielded by the mother of the Red Nest. Simultaneously, the young dragon made a silent vow. "One day, I too shall possess such strength." 1. This book unfolds gradually. Patience will be required in the latter parts. 2. The review section has opened a character thread. Contributions are welcomed. Chapter 6. Black Dragon O'Neill. Under the curious gaze of the monsters, the three dragons traversed the cavern until they reached a slightly ajar door, from which emanated the unmistakable stench of decay that belonged solely to the Black Dragon. Joss pushed the door open and stepped inside, where he beheld the Black Dragon O'Neill seated behind a stone table. In this moment, the Black Dragon had assumed a half-draconic form, possessing the head of a dragon and a humanoid body adorned with fine, black scales, sharp claws, and a shortened dragon tail protruding from behind, reminiscent of the Sovereign from Jackie Chan Adventures. albeit slightly more slender. Lord O'Neill, we have come as commanded to report in. Here is our mission credential, Joss announced, presenting a parchment scroll. Since the three dragons entered, O'Neill's gaze had not wavered from the shaved ice in Cassie's grasp, merely glancing at the parchment Joss offered. Joss then placed the scroll upon the table, saying, "The esteemed lord informed us of your fondness for sweets and ice, so we have prepared a small gift for you." Yalages gave Cassie a nudge, prompting Cassie to realize and step forward to place the watermelon shaved ice on the stone table before O'Neill. Quite delightful. You seem to be quite considerate, O'Neill remarked, sniffing the watermelon shaved ice, just as the door was unexpectedly thrust open from the outside. A goblin entered, carrying a tray. "Lord O'Neill, your desired dessert has arrived." Wow. The goblin, oblivious to the presence of the dragons within, collided with the white dragon, sending the desserts scattering across the floor. His face turned pale with fright as he fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground. "Please spare me, Lord O'Neill. On account of Old Cole's years of loyal service to you." O'Neill waved a claw tipped with sharp nails dismissively. "No matter, Old Cole, my faithful servant. Just be more careful in your next life." Old Cole's complexion drained of color completely, and he attempted to flee, but as he lifted his foot, his body froze in place. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three dragons, Old Cole transformed into a pool of indescribable black, soft substance, filling the room with a putrid stench of decay. Joss noticed the dark aura spreading beneath the black dragon's feet. The corrosive halo. The corrosive halo was a unique ability of the black dragon. Within its range, O'Neill could instantaneously eliminate other beings far weaker than himself, reducing their corpses to mere remnants of sludge. Humph. Clumsy, useless wretch. O'Neill waved his hand, and what could no longer be called a corpse, along with the tray and scattered desserts, was flung into a corner of the room, joining the refuse. Even by dragon standards, O'Neill could be deemed brutal. Joss lowered his head. The golden dragon girl dared not breathe, and the white dragon quivered in fear. O'Neill, however, appeared to regard the incident as trivial, savoring a taste of the watermelon shaved ice. Seeing the glimmer in O'Neill's eyes, Joss sensed his satisfaction with the gift and felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Excellent. Excellent. Truly remarkable. What is this called? Who invented it?" "Lord O'Neill, I am glad you enjoy it. It is called shaved ice, and this is my first attempt at making it." He did not dwell on the details overly much. "How is it made?" "It is quite simple. One must remove the seeds from the watermelon, discard the rind, and blend it with frozen purified water until a smooth mixture is attained." "It does sound straightforward, and I am quite pleased with your gift." However, O'Neill's tone suddenly deepened, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded Jose. The task must be approached with due diligence. Jose felt a pang of discomfort, but dared not voice his dissent. "Of course, all for Her Majesty." "All for Her Majesty," O'Neill nodded, continuing. "Your mission is to investigate the anomalies within the forest, uncover the reasons behind the failure of the detection magic, and resolve it." As he spoke, he retrieved a crystal ball from beneath the stone table. "This is your task apparatus, the Magic Resonance Crystal Ball. It can detect subtle magical fluctuations and will assist you in accomplishing your mission, while also recording the locations you visit. So do not attempt to find a hiding place to shirk your duties." "Yes." Jose accepted the crystal ball, its icy surface feeling akin to a searing hot potato in his grasp. "By the way, do not claim I have taken your gift in vain. Take this map." Jose took the map that was offered, glancing at it to discover it was a map of the northern region of Tadanor, including the Jogger Mountains, the shadowy forest adjacent to the east, the expansive grasslands to the north, and finally, the 5 northern human kingdoms to the south. In a sense, exchanging a watermelon ice for a map of the northern territories was a considerable bargain. It is essential to recognize that this world lacks satellites. Each map is a product of immense resources, labor, and effort, with members of powerful factions traversing the land to gather data, which is then meticulously compiled into a usable map, endowing it with immense strategic value. However, the true intention behind the 3 dragons offering a watermelon ice was to secure tangible support and mitigate the dangers of the task. What use is a map of the northern territories provided by the Black Dragon? They have no need to survey the entirety of the north. From the perspective of reducing task hazards, the map offered by the Black Dragon is utterly worthless. Holding the crystal ball and the map, Jose departed the cave with his 2 companions, making their way to a safe distance from the cavern. "Is that how easily we are dismissed? It makes no sense." Allegis sighed. "Have you not yet realized? The aura surrounding Wolf is identical to that of O'Neill." "Wolf? Who is Wolf?" Jose was taken aback. The mocking grin of the Wargen commander flashing through his mind. Quite ruthless. Most mid-tier positions within the Red Nest are held by dragon kin. But not solely by the Red Nest matriarch's kin. The kin of other dragons can also occupy key positions. Given O'Neill's role as the fortress commander, placing a formidable kin as a commander within the Red Nest is more than sufficient. So, be content. You have offended his trusted officer. And O'Neill's leniency towards us is already a boon, thanks to the watermelon ice. Jose turned his gaze towards the snow-laden pine forests atop the distant peaks. It appears we are not of enough consequence for him to trouble us. The dangers of the forest are already considerable. Allegis, with a furrowed brow, remains silent, her heart laden with worry. Cassie remained silent. Yet his silence was fundamentally distinct from that of the other two dragons. He was simply bewildered by the circumstances and hesitant to speak out. After a prolonged pause, Joss inquired, "Do you have any thoughts before we embark on our mission?" He directed his gaze towards the golden dragon girl. When it comes to communication with others, his identity as the Red Dragon provided a natural advantage within the Red Nest. However, concerning combat and specific actions, the golden dragon girl, having received systematic education from her parents, possessed insights of considerable value. Consequently, the three dragons agreed that Joss would engage in dialogue with others, while the red and gold dragons would deliberate and decide on matters of action. Allegras picked up a map of the northern lands and examined it. This map is excessively large. It only holds reference value on a small scale. We require a guide well-versed in the terrain. Joss glanced towards the nearby expendable camp and spotted a familiar figure. He will do. Chapter 7. An encounter in the cave. Dog-headed Doug was on the verge of tears today. He had the fortune of encountering 3 genuine dragons and was honored to guide them. Had the story concluded here, it would have been a day of immense luck. Serving the dragons could have been the crowning jewel of his bragging rights, and, with a stroke of good fortune, perhaps even attract a lovely dog-headed maiden, thus ending his solitary existence. However, the dilemma arose when one of the dragons sought his assistance again, presenting a request that nearly caused him to soil himself, to lead them in reconnaissance of the forest beyond the fortress. What lay in that forest? Frankly, he yearned to refuse, yet the cunning dragon had already pried out the fact that he was familiar with the terrain. To decline would be to provoke the dragon's notorious wrath, which could very well result in him being mercilessly impaled into the ground, sparing him even the cost of a coffin. Faced with the choice between certain death and a slim chance of survival, any prudent individual would know which path to choose. Thus, Doug escorted the 3 dragons out of the fortress gates. With a mournful expression, he implored the esteemed trio, upon encountering adversaries in the forest, "Do take care of me. I have yet to even touch a lady dog. Enough already. How many times must you repeat that?" Jose waved his claw in exasperation. Instead of indulging in such futile lamentations, it would be far more beneficial to reflect on what we've observed in recent days. Perhaps something might jog your memory that could aid our mission. The dog-headed creature gesticulated dramatically, provoking a sense of helplessness and concern in Jose. Though Doug's words were laced with exaggeration, they did, to some extent, reflect the truth. The golden dragon girl exclaimed in indignation. "Isn't this akin to sending us to our doom?" "Let us not be too pessimistic," O'Neill interjected. "Even if we are to meet our end, he would ensure we perish with some semblance of value. Otherwise, he stands to gain nothing." Jose surveyed the surrounding woods. It was evident that some disturbance had occurred within the forest. The trio of dragons and their dog-headed companion traversed the strategic buffer zone before the fortress and paused at the edge of the verdant woodland. The Jorgal Mountains were situated in a frigid climate, with most flora being cold-resistant species such as pines and cypresses. Due to the absence of human interference and the high magical density, the trees grew tall and straight. Towering trees reaching 40 meters were quite commonplace. Though 40 meters may seem an abstract measure, it could be visualized as the height of a 13-story apartment building. The advantage of such towering trees was that the immense size of the dragons would not feel constricted within the woods. However, the disadvantage was that, in such a vast expanse, concealing something would be remarkably easy. "Let us search systematically," Jose said, squeezing the crystal ball in his hand. The crystal required an infusion of magical energy to operate, with an optimal detection range of 300 meters. For archers in this magical realm, a dragon in mid-flight at 300 meters would be an easy target. Thus, the 3 dragons dared not take to the skies, and instead proceeded on foot into the forest. After several hours of searching, they had encountered not a single foe. Not even a rabbit was in sight. The trio of dragons and their dog-headed companion found a flat area to sit down and deliberate. Jose turned to the only one among them with whom he could confer, the golden dragon girl. Yerigis, what are your thoughts? Yerigis lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before responding. Throughout our journey, I've noticed numerous camping signs. These traces are at least from last night. Clearly, the enemy has either retreated or concealed themselves. Joss nodded, expressing his agreement. I share your thoughts. The larger enemy forces have likely retreated, while the smaller factions have concealed themselves. Even if they have fully withdrawn, they must have left behind something, an artifact capable of disrupting detection magic. This is our objective. He could not help but frown, murmuring softly to himself, I hope we do not encounter it. Meanwhile, Joss understood why the young dragon was chosen for the mine-clearing mission. The use of a crystal ball necessitated magical energy, which was in short supply at the Red Nest, lacking spellcasters. As a magical creature, even an unawakened young dragon possessed innate magic, meeting the criteria for utilizing the crystal ball. Furthermore, given the young dragon's feeble combat ability, it was a logical choice from the perspective of the higher-ups to sacrifice a temporarily useless young dragon while preserving the scarce spellcaster. This decision, however, left the sacrificed feeling far less than pleased. Damn it! Joss felt a surge of indignation at the thought that once they, the dragons, identified the source of the problem, O'Neill would arrive to claim the fruits of their labor, leaving him powerless to object. Just as the dog-headed Doug dared not refuse the true dragon, they too could not decline the mission. To do so would be to challenge the established order set by the matron of the Red Nest, punishable under military law. Faced with certain death or a slim chance of survival, any wise individual would know which path to choose. Kasai, it is your turn to provide magical energy for the crystal ball, Joss instructed, handing the crystal ball to the white dragon. The number of participants was meticulously calculated. The 3 dragons would take turns supplying magic, ensuring an uninterrupted flow of energy to the crystal ball. They set off once more. Meanwhile, in a vast cavern, a dozen individuals gathered in the innermost corner, surrounding a circular altar adorned with a golden diamond at its center. A warrior surveyed the cavern's surroundings. Its entrance was wide and conical, narrowing as one ventured deeper, lacking any corners, allowing a clear view of the interior upon passing through the entrance. Captain Oleg, your brilliance is unparalleled. Those monsters would never suspect we are hiding in such an obvious cavern. The red-haired mage, Captain Oleg, heard the flattery from his subordinate, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, though his tone remained calm and unruffled. Do not let your guard down. While this concealed magical array was set up by a legendary sorcerer, we cannot discount the possibility of the matron of the Red Nest dispatching powerful foes. Everyone must remain prepared for battle. A sharp-featured rogue rubbed his hands together and grinned. Captain, what shall we do for fun? Whatever you wish, came the jovial reply. Hooray! Long live the captain. Fortunately, the concealed magical array muffled their voices. Otherwise, the 3 dragons searching nearby would have overheard them. After a while, the 3 dragons arrived at the cavern's entrance, gazing into its expansive interior. How about we rest inside the cave and allow our guide to have a bite to eat? Suggested Alagigia. Very well, we shall take a half-hour break, Joss replied, casting a glance at the panting dog-headed creature. After such a prolonged search, the 3 dragons have yet to reach their limits, yet the goblin guide, Dog, is utterly breathless and fatigued. Chapter 8. The invisible observer. The 3 dragons and a dog entered the cave and settled upon the ground. Yalages produced a small cloth pouch, as if by magic. Upon seeing the silken bag in the golden dragon's grasp, Jose felt a surge of envy. This pouch was a dimensional bag, a piece of spatial equipment. From their communication, it was revealed that the dimensional bag was an item belonging to the golden dragon prior to its capture, and the Red Nest matron had deemed the belongings of a young dragon unworthy, thus fortuitously preserving it. Yalages extracted the carcass of a spotted deer from the dimensional bag. Its blood still fresh, a testament to the prey the 3 dragons had hunted en route. Give it to me, Jose said, taking the game, draining the blood, skinning it, and removing the entrails without needing to kindle a fire. He unleashed his dragon breath to roast the meat, turning it as he cooked to ensure even heat distribution. A minute earlier, the hidden altar guardians had observed the 3 young dragons entering the cave, their tension palpable as they rested their hands upon their weapons. However, they soon discerned that the dragons had no intention of delving deeper into the cave, instead choosing to sit not far from the entrance. Captain Oleg, seeing this, couldn't help but exhale in relief. Gentlemen, do not be alarmed. They are merely pausing to rest. With the protection of the concealed magical array, as long as we remain inside, they will not perceive our presence. The collective tension among the group eased slightly, and a curious thief scrutinized the golden dragon. How peculiar. What brings a metallic dragon into a troop of chromatic ones? A companion interjected. Perhaps it was unfortunate enough to be captured. But did not all metallic dragon whelps possess the protection of their elders? As the group pondered this mystery, the red-haired Captain Oleg spoke up. I have heard whispers that the legendary golden dragon, the Lord of Gilded Edge, and his mate fell victim to a surprise attack by the Red Nest matron, with even their young taken captive. Initially, I thought it mere rumor, but it seems there may be truth to it. The Gilded Edge. Is that not the fabled golden dragon lord of unparalleled wealth? Indeed, it is he, came the reply. The thieves' imaginations ignited. Captain, I have heard that this golden dragon lord is immensely rich. What do you suppose his gratitude would be should we rescue his daughter? This rare golden diamond contained a potent and mysterious power. To describe it as a treasure of unparalleled rarity would be no exaggeration. Moreover, the golden diamond was merely one among the myriad of precious materials constituting the altar. Given the substantial investment involved, it was evident that the alliance was orchestrating some significant endeavor. Should one's selfish desires jeopardize the coalition's grand designs, leading to the ultimate triumph of the Red Nest matron, then one and their family would become pariahs among humanity. Realizing the dire consequences that could ensue, his mind cleared. The mission must take precedence. After all, the Red Nest matron would not release her unless she had a backup plan. And look at that white dragon holding the crystal orb. That orb detects magical reactions and can sense even the faintest fluctuations in magical energy. The moment we engage in battle, the Red Nest will be immediately alerted. Everyone must refrain from reckless actions. The thief sheepishly rubbed his nose, and at that moment, he noticed Jose beginning to skin and roast the meat, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Look, this red dragon, how could it be like this? The group gasped in surprise. Marion, I dare say this red dragon's culinary skills may surpass your own. If you find my cooking unsatisfactory, why don't you try making it yourself? In contrast to the light-hearted banter of others, Captain Oleg's expression was predominantly one of astonishment and gravity. Each spellcaster, having acquired their abilities through diligent study, is a scholar well-versed in the diverse knowledge of the various races of Teldanor. The Dragonkin, as a premier race of the extraordinary, remain a perennial subject of fascination and research. According to his knowledge, the breath of a young red dragon can reach temperatures exceeding 1500 degrees. Roasting meat at such a temperature without charring it demonstrates an extraordinary level of control over its own breath. Unbeknownst to Jose, he had captured the attention of a spellcaster as he inhaled the aroma of the golden brown venison. It was exquisite. He tore off a leg and presented it to the golden dragon, another to the white dragon Cassie, keeping one for himself, and then offered the remainder to the kobold guide. For the three dragons, the venison was merely a snack, inconsequential whether consumed or not, yet for the kobold duck, a hearty meal would invigorate him for the entire day, thus he was in greater need of sustenance. The true dragon, great one, do I also have a share? Doug exclaimed with disbelief. Enough chatter. Eat quickly. Only then will you have the strength to guide us. Yes, yes, yes. Doug accepted the food, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he devoured it hungrily, overwhelmed with emotion. It is important to note that creatures like kobolds, being lesser dragonkin, are regarded as inferior even to pigs and dogs in the eyes of true dragons, and O'Neill was known for his ruthless behavior. Understanding this context elucidates Doug's astonishment and gratitude. Meanwhile, hidden observers were in a frenzy. Am I seeing things? This red dragon is actually giving food to a kobold. What a jest! Is this truly the infamous red dragon known for its brutality? Such a peculiar red dragon, Captain Oleg murmured to himself. Suddenly, he heard the sound of saliva being swallowed around him. Although the concealed magical array could muffle light and sound, it could not impede the flow of air, as everyone requires oxygen. At that moment, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, stirring appetites. The adventurers, seasoned by trials, were not typically so undignified. But having subsisted on rations and fresh water for days to avoid revealing their location, their taste buds had grown weary. As they envisioned a delightful future, their restless hearts gradually calmed. On the other side, the three dragons finished their meal and awaited the kobold guide to do the same. Bored with waiting, the golden dragon casually initiated a conversation. Where do you suppose these humans are hiding? Wherever they may be, let us hope we do not encounter them, replied Cassie, whose limited intellect misconstrued Jose's words. Yes, yes, if we do encounter them, we shall dismember them. Cassie continued to curse, his invectives growing increasingly harsh. Jose and the golden dragon exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual exasperation, while the hidden adventurers ground their teeth in frustration. Upon receiving the warm greetings from the white dragon towards his kin, the wizard glared furiously, wishing to silence the foolish dragon's insolent tongue. Before long, Doug had finished his meal, and after a brief respite, the three dragons resolved to resume their search. "Please, wait a moment," said Jose as he ventured into the cave. "What is the matter?" inquired the golden dragon, bewildered. "Oh, it means that a dragon has pressing needs." Chapter 9. The backstory. A chill swept over Jose. How strange it was. Despite having transformed into a crimson dragon, he still felt cold. He dismissed the thought, attributing it to the dampness of the cave. After taking a few steps, he paused to leave a meal for Laoba. The three dragons searched throughout the night, unsurprisingly yielding no results. Jose let out a sigh of relief. What splendid fortune! Nothing had crossed their path. Yalages appeared equally at ease, glancing at the crystal orb in her hand. Even O'Neill could not find fault with their efforts, as they had thoroughly scoured the assigned area. The trio grasped the goblin guide and soared towards the Greystone Fortress. Mindful that it was wartime and direct passage over the walls was not permitted, they landed on the strategic buffer zone before the fortress, successfully passing through the inspection to enter the city. "Doug, this is a reward for you," Jose said as he produced a fragment of a crimson scale. It was a piece that had fallen off during his injury. According to dragon lore, once he awakened his magical abilities, dragon scales could be used to transform followers. So he had retained the shed scale. Doug, filled with excitement, accepted the scale. The goblin and other lower-tier draconic beings could use the scale and dragon blood to enhance their own draconic essence through a magical ritual, potentially fortifying their bodies and, with luck, awakening as dragon-blooded sorcerers. "Praise you, merciful true dragon. Doug is ever willing to serve you." "Excellent. Keep your ears open for any news. I may seek you out at any time." "Understood." Doug departed, gradually fading into the distance. Jose turned to his companions and remarked, "Having an extra set of eyes is always beneficial." He then glanced toward the entrance of the black dragon's lair, which loomed like the gaping maw of a dragon. "Let us proceed. I have a feeling our mission will not conclude so easily this time." Upon entering the cave, the trio immediately sensed something amiss. In just a day, the number of formidable creatures had doubled since their last visit. This was quite abnormal. With frontline forces stretched thin, the garrison at Greystone Fortress had mostly been dispatched to the front, yet the presence of so many elite monsters suggested that something significant was afoot. The trio continued towards the Black Dragon's office. As they approached, the door swung open, revealing an unexpected dragon, Jose's elder brother in the draconic sense. "Baron, what brings you here?" Seeing his younger brother approach, Baron smirked disdainfully. "Oh, my foolish brother. Your reactions are perpetually so sluggish." Jose, lacking the inclination to inquire further, hastily entered the Black Dragon's office alongside his companions. Inside, O'Neill was no longer the relaxed figure he had been while savoring sweets. His head was buried in a chaotic pile of parchment on the table. He lifted his gaze, revealing his crimson eyes, which gleamed with inquiry. "Lord O'Neill, we have completed our search of the mission area and found no anomalies," Jose reported, presenting the crystal orb. O'Neill draped his dragon claws over the crystal ball, concentrating intently with his eyes closed. Moments later, he opened them, a veil of disappointment shadowing his gaze. The search conducted by the three dragons was impeccable, and he was too preoccupied to chastise the young dragons. "Your mission is not yet concluded. Assemble in the hall at noon." "Yes." The three dragons sighed in relief as they exited the Black Dragon's office. Joss noticed that Barin had vanished without a trace. He casually addressed a werewolf with its back turned to him. "Whose subordinate are you? Where do you hail from? How long have you been here? Did anything significant happen yesterday? You still do not know? Do you comprehend why I am inquiring? Stop dawdling and speak." "Well, yesterday, the mage guilds from various strongholds employed magic to probe the forest within their jurisdictions. They discovered that an increasing number of regions were shrouded in mysterious barriers, rendering their detection spells ineffective. That is all I know." "Very well." Joss thought of the Black Dragon's crimson and weary eyes, surmising the immense pressure from above. He sought information from others but received similar reports, given that his inquiries were directed at mere foot soldiers, whose knowledge was severely limited. O'Neill undoubtedly possessed more detailed intelligence. Yet their relationship was strained, making further inquiries futile. The three dragons exited the cave and found a serene spot in the woods near Greystone Fortress, where they lay down to rest. The human alliance has stirred quite a commotion this time. A great battle is surely on the horizon. We must prepare ourselves mentally. After a pause, Joss continued, "We ought to express our gratitude to Wolf. After all, Greystone Fortress serves as a substantial rear base, considerably safer than the front lines. Yalajas nodded in agreement. With vast mysterious areas emerging elsewhere, Greystone Fortress was rendered less conspicuous. In fact, its more reclusive geographical position afforded it greater security. The trio rested in the woodland for the entire morning, before hastening toward the Black Dragon's cave at noon. Upon their arrival, the cavern was teeming with individuals. Apart from lower-tier creatures such as werewolves, kobolds, and goblins, there were formidable ogres, trolls, earth elementals, and a handful of draconic beings. Yet, the most prominent figures in the hall were Joss and the other great dragons, particularly the two adolescent dragons, one blue and one green. The three dragons found an unassuming corner to stand, awaiting the arrival of the Black Dragon commander. Creatures, by nature, are free-spirited and uphold a hierarchy of power. Thus, it was indeed remarkable that hundreds of monsters could maintain silence in one gathering. Just as Joss began to draw a parallel between the creatures and ducks in a pen, a formidable aura descended upon them. The might of a dragon. Moreover, it was the formidable presence of an adult dragon. In an instant, the bustling hall transformed from a marketplace atmosphere to one marked by palpable tension as Black Dragon O'Neill emerged from his chamber. He first cast a sweeping gaze over the hall, observing that all present bowed their heads in respect or submission, which prompted him to stride contentedly to the center of the hall. O'Neill produced a map, casting its image into the air with magic, enlarging it for all to see the markings clearly. Joss scrutinized the map, recognizing it as the layout of the Greystone Fortress defense area. With each peak numbered and regions delineated, Her Majesty has issued a command, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. I am determined to unearth those hidden individuals. I have resolved that each true dragon shall lead a team to conduct a thorough search. Chapter 10. The Black Dragon's Trials. Without any superfluous words, O'Neill directly commenced the assignment. Jakra, you shall lead Squad 1, responsible for Area 1. Luda, you will command Squad 2. Jose, you are in charge of Area 13 with the slaves. Jose doubted his hearing. Area 13 was no less significant than the others. While the other squads boasted at least 50 members, his consisted of merely 2. Not to mention the daunting workload. The prospect of encountering enemies was a grave concern. My Lord O'Neill, are there only the 2 of us? What? Do you have objections? O'Neill shot a disdainful glance at Jose, his gaze menacing. It is your honor to serve as my punching bag, and you dare to voice dissent? Fuming inwardly, Jose realized that due to immense pressure and Wolf's influence, the Black Dragon had chosen him as a scapegoat. Bearing the weight of the dragon's fury, he pressed on. But what if the enemy lies concealed in Area 13, and our lack of manpower prevents us from detecting them in time? The Black Dragon furrowed his brow, reluctantly acknowledging the merit in Jose's words. Should such a scenario arise, he could not bear the wrath of the mistress. Realizing that it was unwise to risk so much merely for venting his frustrations. You make a valid point. Everything for Her Majesty, the mistress. How about this? Allow anyone willing to join you to do so. The crowd scattered like the plague from the 2 dragons. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that the Black Dragon was deliberately making things difficult for Jose. Naturally, no one wished to incur such misfortune. Only one dragon remained oblivious to the situation, the dim-witted white dragon, Cassie, who was still trying to comprehend why everyone kept their distance from him. O'Neill, unwilling to engage with a fool, sneered, "Oh dear, only one individual willing to join your ranks? This simply won't do. How about this? To avoid hindering the mission, you may select from the elite outside. What say you?" Jose's face remained impassive. The elite outside, untrained, emaciated wretches, do you deem this elite? My Lord O'Neill, your generosity is unparalleled, your selflessness unmatched, your wisdom profound. My foolish brother, do express your gratitude for Lord O'Neill's grace. Upon hearing Baron's mocking remarks, Jose could not help but smile. Indeed, you are correct. My Lord O'Neill is exceedingly generous, selfless, and wise. My dear brother, your brilliance is only marginally inferior to that of our esteemed lord. I am heartened that you can recognize this, O'Neill retorted, visibly irritated. Enough, since there are no objections. Hasten to fulfill your tasks. As the assembly concluded, Jose soared from the cave into the sky, descending upon the lair to survey the creatures below. The inhabitants of the lair appeared gaunt due to malnutrition. The werewolf's fur was matted with mud and sweat. The dog-headed being's scales were so filthy their original hue was unrecognizable. And the goblins looked as if they had rolled in the mire. They were the denizens of Greystone Fortress, mere cannon fodder under the command of the Black Dragon. Do not be deceived by the disheveled appearance of the cannon fodder, for once they gather in numbers, they wield considerable combat strength. Many ants can indeed fell an elephant, especially when driven by the ferocity of a monster that has ruthlessly ingrained itself into their very bones. Joss inhaled deeply and proclaimed to the gazing monsters below, "You wretched servants, by the command of Lord O'Neill, you are summoned. Each household must provide one able-bodied male. Gather at the city gates with your weapons." Within the Greystone Fortress, O'Neill's fearsome reputation could silence the cries of children at night. His intimidation akin to a cow standing on its head. Gradually, nearly 1,000 monsters emerged from their shelters, armed with clubs, pitchforks, and various weapons. Inside the cavern, O'Neill, through his monitoring magic, witnessed this grand spectacle and felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. In frustration, he struck the table, causing the parchment upon it to leap half a meter into the air. Wolf was right. This little brat was indeed infuriating. Thus, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of other teams, the 3 dragons marched forth, heads held high, accompanied by their throng of nearly 1,000. After more than 2 hours of marching, the company arrived at Zone 13, where they spotted the cave where they had previously roasted meat. "Everyone, let us turn over these hills." The multitude of monsters dispersed, while the 3 dragons remained in place. The white dragon suggested, "With such a large number of us, perhaps we should rest in the cave." However, they ultimately decided against it, not wanting to provide O'Neill with any incriminating evidence. Within the cave, the guardian of the altar noticed the passing red dragon. "Stay calm, my friend. Perhaps this time we shall have our chance for vengeance," the rogue said darkly, glancing at a nearby heap that emitted a noxious stench. Upon hearing this, the brawny warrior caressed the cold blade of his double-edged axe and gritted his teeth. "When the time comes, I shall dismember that accursed dragon to vent my wrath. No, 8 pieces are not enough. At least 16. No, it must start at 32. No, no one is to kill him." Captain Oleg, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and declared, "Capture him alive." The crowd snapped to attention. Yes, yes, capture him alive. A juvenile red dragon could exchange for a title of a viscount. They resolved to torment him thoroughly before selling him. Hang him up and beat him. Immerse him in a cesspool, let him experience such a taste. The female warrior's face gleamed with satisfaction, as if envisioning the scene of her enemy, overwhelmed by the stench. Kneeling in supplication. As the group deliberated on how to torment their foe, the red-haired wizard Oleg remained silent. He was neither a dim-witted muscle-bound brute nor a priest brainwashed by doctrine. He was a spellcaster, a learned sorcerer of noble lineage. Initially, when he witnessed the red dragon roasting meat with its fiery breath, he sensed something amiss. Later, upon observing the dragon distributing the meat to the lowly goblins, his suspicions deepened. Dragons represent one of the most successful races within the multiverse, possessing the legacy of their kind and an innate understanding of their existence. Each dragon species adheres to a distinct behavioral paradigm, and should any dragon deviate significantly from this intrinsic pattern, it warrants attention. There are numerous reasons for such deviations, 2 of which necessitate particular vigilance. The first involves a malevolent entity usurping a dragon's body through arcane means. However, such an invasion, lacking a true name, cannot truly inherit the dragon's legacy. The second scenario, rarer still, pertains to naturally occurring aberrant dragons. These aberrant creatures often possess unique abilities, diverse and varied. Yet they share a common trait: their growth rate and power far surpass those of ordinary dragons. Typically, as long as these aberrant dragons do not meet an untimely demise, they tend to evolve into formidable beings within the multiverse. The emergence of aberrant dragons is entirely unpredictable, with instances documented across various dragon species, though the chromatic dragons are the most frequently observed. According to information relayed by an anonymous dragon elder, nearly half of the chromatic dragon rebels, who have drawn the ire of the malevolent dragon god Tiamat over the past 10 millennia, are aberrant dragons. Aberrant dragons, muttered Olukfa. He resolved to capture a red dragon for himself, recognizing that although the likelihood of encountering an aberrant specimen is slim, the possibility still exists. Even in the absence of such a rarity, an impressive mount would be a worthy addition. With proper training, it could also become a guardian for his lineage, potentially living for 2 millennia. Chapter 11. A sudden stillness in the air. Time trickled by, and before long, it was the morning of the following day. Over the course of these 2 days, the monstrous army had scoured the entire area thrice, yet yielded no discoveries. The 3 dragons, convinced that the enemy was absent from their territory, relaxed considerably and conferred about retreating to the cave for a brief respite. Upon entering the cave, the white dragon, Kasi, immediately collapsed onto the ground. Allergies furrowed her brow. Let the flames purify all. To the guardians of the sanctum, The actions of the red dragon appeared rather perplexing. What was this red dragon up to? Moments later, their confusion was dispelled. A torrent of dragon fire erupted from the red dragon's maw, surging toward the depths of the cave. Startled, the guardians leapt to their feet, but the cave's confines offered no refuge. Fortunately, Captain Oleg, the red-haired mage, reacted swiftly, conjuring a transparent energy barrier that stood firm against the raging flames, providing a sanctuary amidst the inferno. As a mass turned ash, the concealed magical array became ineffective, causing the magical detection crystal held by the golden dragoness to flicker ominously. The golden and white dragons abruptly raised their heads, but their line of sight was obstructed by the dragon fire. Meanwhile, Jose noticed the sudden emergence of an energy barrier amidst the flames, and his mind raced with disbelief. The enemy was hiding right before him. He dared not halt, continuing to unleash dragon fire. With gritted teeth, the mage maintained the energy barrier while retrieving a scroll from his belt, unfurling it with a flick. Dragon binding spell. A flash of white light swept through, and Jose felt as though his body were no longer his own, immobilized and ceasing to breathe fire. The dragon binding spell, devised by mages to counter juvenile dragons, proved effective even against young dragons. Captain Oleg's heart ached. The dragon binding spell was a master-level incantation, its scrolls intricately crafted and exorbitantly priced. Following the outbreak of the war against the Red Mother, the demand for these scrolls had surged, driving prices skyward. He had gone to great lengths to procure one for his safety, only to find it squandered on a mere whelp. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to lament. As the dragon fire subsided, Algies and Kasi beheld the scene at the farthest recess of the cave, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. Before the motionless red dragon stood a throng of adventurers, humans cloaked in battle attire, sheltering behind a staff-wielding mage, accompanied by an imposing altar of indeterminate significance. A sudden hush enveloped the cave. The two dragons found their thoughts blank, yet the altar guardians were unfazed, charging at them with weapons drawn. Realizing the futility of resistance, Algi swiftly retreated toward the cave's entrance, while the white dragon, Kasi, inexplicably roared and charged deeper into the cave. This was akin to a futile endeavor, akin to striking an egg against a stone, as the throng descended upon Kasi, subduing him. A glimmer of magical light flashed from the ring on Captain Oleg's finger, and his figure vanished from sight. Miss Golden Dragon, if I were you, I would refrain from acting impulsively. A sound resonated nearby, causing Algis, who was in flight, to freeze in place. Turning her head, she beheld the red-haired mage beside her, who was aiming his staff directly at her. The staff, crowned with a ruby resembling a smooth pebble, hinted at its considerable worth. In the multiverse, there exists a principle that correlates a mage's power with their wealth. I surrender. A wise choice. Rest assured, you are unlike them. As long as you cooperate, we mean you no harm. The magic within the staff surged with potential, and Oleg gestured for Algis to proceed into the cave. Reluctantly, she complied, her gaze falling upon the captured two dragons. Cassie was pinned to the ground, a gleaming double-bladed axe resting menacingly against her neck, while Jose remained motionless, ensnared by magic, his mouth agape in a breathless gasp. If possible, please do not harm them. They are my friends. Fear not, they are quite valuable. I would not dream of injuring them. Nearby, Jose struggled fiercely, yet to no avail. Anxiety consumed him. According to the lore of dragonkind, young dragons captured by humans seldom met a favorable fate. The prospect of being forced into an unequal pact, treated as mere pets or mounts, was the least of his worries. If he fell into the hands of a mage with a penchant for experimentation, he could face skinning, bloodletting, bodily modifications, or the injection of various colorful chemical additives. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Oleg cornered the golden dragon, handing it over to his companion for guarding, before hastening toward the frantic priest. The bishop had advised that the altar could be activated early, but only in dire circumstances. The priest grasped the mage's sleeve as if it were a lifeline. Captain, do you have a way to endure this final hour? I have no options left. The concealed magic array has been compromised. The nearby dragon commander has surely detected the magical fluctuations and will arrive shortly. Activate it. With determination, the priest approached the altar, kneeling before it, crossing his hands over his chest, his head bowed as he fervently recited a prayer. Everyone, bring the golden and white dragons to the red one. Once the altar is activated, we will teleport away immediately. As he spoke, the red-haired mage retrieved a massive scroll from his dimensional bag. It was a group teleportation scroll issued by the Coalition. Before long, a golden beam of light shot up from the altar, piercing through the layers of rock and into the sky. Hurry. Assemble and prepare. Captain Oleg unfurled the scroll in his hands, and a soft blue arcane energy poured forth, tracing an intricate deep blue 3D magical array upon the ground and in the air. Simultaneously, an enraged dragon's roar echoed from the distance. It was Commander O'Neill of the Greystone Fortress, but judging by the sound, he was still quite far away. By the time he arrived, it would be too late. The priest dashed into the confines of the group teleportation array, which would activate within seconds, rescuing the altar's guardians while dragging Jose and the other dragons into the abyss of human hell. Chapter 12. The three dragons combat. Jose was unwilling to be slaughtered, straining every last ounce of strength in a desperate struggle. Move. Unfortunately, the power of magic does not waver in response to a resilient will to survive. He failed. Just as despair enveloped him, a surge of warmth erupted from his heart, swiftly radiating throughout his body, causing the sense of confinement to vanish entirely. At that moment, as the magical array took shape, the atmosphere among the crowd relaxed. They envisioned the moment of selling the two vibrant young dragons and dividing the spoils among themselves. Suddenly, Jose struck back. A searing dragon flame surged forth from his mouth, aimed directly at the mightiest of the enemy ranks, Oleg. No, Oleg, confident in his mastery over dragon-binding spells, focused his attention on the gold and white dragons, completely unprepared for the red dragon's unexpected escape. In a sudden turn of events, the impending group teleportation was interrupted, causing chaotic bursts of magical energy to scatter wildly, culminating in a violent energy reaction. Boom! With a thunderous roar. Amidst the azure flames of magic, the altar guardian and the three dragons were violently propelled by the shockwave of chaotic magic energy. Jose tumbled across the ground, quickly rising to assess the situation. Humans lacked the formidable physique and potent magical resistance of dragons. The fiery breath incinerated three individuals, while the explosive shockwave hurled the remaining ones against the stone wall, where they lay, some motionless, others struggling to rise. Only one person remained unscathed, the red-haired wizard, Oleg, whose protective magic had automatically activated, leaving him merely disheveled and dusted with debris. Reality is not a game. There is no need to consider occupational balance. Given sufficient initial distance, a high-level wizard could easily overpower a cadre of equally ranked warriors, especially when their own side consisted solely of three spell-deficient young dragons. There was no prospect of victory. Jose turned to flee. The roars of dragons outside grew ever closer. If he could reach O'Neill, he would survive. He had never anticipated a day when he would so desperately wish to see O'Neill. Oleg raised his staff, conjuring a fireball the size of a wagon wheel, the surrounding air shimmering and distorting under the intense heat. The fireball, trailing a lengthy tail of flame, shot forth. The target of the explosive incantation was not the fleeing red dragon but rather the rocky ceiling above the cave's entrance. Boom! The deafening sound rivaled that of an artillery shell, as the rock face crumbled in a dazzling blaze, debris tumbling down to seal the entrance tightly. It was over. Now, no one could save them. The low, guttural incantation transformed into a death knell. As the three dragons sensed the gathering magical energy, their scalps prickling with anxiety. What to do? Hearing Cassie's frantic cries and feeling the wizard's palpable hatred, Jose forced himself to calm down and think strategically. He glanced at the sealed cave entrance. A fleeting idea crossed his mind, only to be promptly dismissed. A distant remedy could not quench an immediate thirst. Suddenly, he noticed a nearby unconscious adventurer, and an idea sparked within him. Grabbing the nearest adventurer, he declared, "Stop. If you utter another incantation, I shall slay him." Regrettably, Oleg merely hesitated for a fleeting moment before the incantation continued. "Do you not care for the lives of your comrades?" With remarkable swiftness, Jose hurled the adventurer he held, resulting in a catastrophic collision with the oncoming fireball, which detonated in a blinding explosion. He felt a liquid cascade upon his face, some of it landing upon his lips, a metallic taste, blood. The mid-tier rogue, struggling to rise, beheld the horrifying sight of his comrade being obliterated, exclaiming in disbelief, "Captain?" Silence. The mage's face flushed with fury as he bellowed, "Can they still escape? Let the enemy accompany them to the grave." At those words, the rogue's expression shifted dramatically. Glancing at his teammates, he realized that aside from himself and the captain, the others had succumbed to incapacitation. In his own perilous state, he could hardly concern himself with his injured companions. Hearing the increasingly near roars of dragons, he resolved to unsheathe the dagger strapped to his thigh and slipped into the shadows. "Cassie, use dragon's breath against the rogue. Hold on. Victory belongs to us." The icy breath of the frost dragon surged forth as Cassie engaged the mid-tier rogue in combat, one side possessing immense strength, while the other exhibited agile swiftness, rendering it impossible to discern a victor. Meanwhile, Jose and Allegis exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively separating to flank the mage. Their robust physiques as dragons provided an advantage, as they hoped to engage in close-quarters combat, preventing the spellcaster from completing his incantation. Allegis, being closer, acted swiftly, leaping into the air just as the mage began to chant, her dragon wings striking downwards, only to collide with an invisible force field, causing her wings to tingle with numbness. The mage's armor. Upon hearing his companion's warning and realizing the mage's incantation was nearing completion, Jose unleashed a torrent of roaring flames, engulfing the enemy in a searing blaze. Protected by the invisible force field, Captain Oleg stood firm like a rock amidst the surging tides, seemingly in peril, yet steadfast as a mountain. Jose had never anticipated that the dragon's breath would vanquish the enemy. His intent was to obscure the mage's line of sight with the fiery torrent, thus enhancing their chances of evading magical attacks, while maintaining his breath attack. He also continuously darted from side to side, complicating the enemy's targeting efforts. Moments later, his cautious maneuvers saved his life. Sharp stone spikes surged against the conical dragon's breath, their tips glowing red-hot. Jose felt a chilling sensation piercing his brow and promptly turned his head to evade, narrowly escaping a gash across his forehead, where his scales were singed but no blood flowed, the flesh seared by the burning stone spikes, like dancers upon a knife's edge. The two dragons fought valiantly to disrupt Oleg's spell casting, though their efforts bore little fruit. In truth, their tactics were not flawed, they were simply too weak, too feeble to breach the mage's formidable invisible force field, or rather, they had not yet managed to shatter one before the mage summoned a new barrier. However, their endeavors were not in vain. They successfully bought time for reinforcements to arrive, as the two dragons sensed the overwhelming draconic might emanating from O'Neill, whose presence drew ever closer. Boom! A heavy object struck the ground, causing the entire cavern to tremble. The three dragons rejoiced internally as they heard the sounds of stone being excavated from outside. O'Neill had finally arrived. The red-haired sorcerer and the thief displayed expressions of despair, despite his imposing presence before the young dragon. He would merely be a breath of fire in the face of an adult dragon, with a thunderous roar that eclipsed even the sound of the black dragon's landing. The inhabitants of the cavern heard the furious bellow of the black dragon, followed by the explosive energy of magic dispersing in all directions, causing the entire cave to tremble. Had O'Neill encountered a formidable foe? A sudden jolt ran through the hearts of the three dragons. The tides of fortune had shifted, and Captain Oleg's face lit up with unrestrained joy. The coalition. It is indeed a coalition. The fluctuations of energy became increasingly frequent and potent. Both sides within the cavern realized that a grand battle was about to commence. However, the monumental clash between the human coalition and the Red Nest would not yet affect the sealed cavern, as the three dragons and the sorcerer glared at one another with fury. In this moment, only the victor would have the chance to escape this subterranean prison. Damnable wretch of a dragon! No one will come to your aid. Chapter 13. Victory. Without a moment's respite, the flames of battle ignited once more. The thief, crouching low, propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, his sharp gaze glimmering like the cold light of the dagger in his hand. Alas! Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he fell flat on the ground. Apart from Joss, both dragons and the mage were adorned with question marks above their heads, pondering whether the thief was merely a jester. But was it truly an accident? Certainly not, Joss observed as the thief supported himself on the ground, swaying his head as if in a daze, a victorious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It finally worked. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of dragon fire upon the fallen thief. Seize the moment. Unsurprisingly, the flames of the dragon had diminished significantly from their initial intensity. The mage flung forth a magical cord, ensnaring the thief's waist, and, in a critical moment, yanked his companion out of the dragon's breath's reach. What is wrong with you? Suddenly, the thief felt his limbs weaken and his vision blur, shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity. In that brief moment, the mage discovered he was experiencing similar symptoms, panic rising within him. He cast various enhancement spells upon himself, but to no avail. The enhancement spells were utterly ineffective, for the cause of their dizziness was the lack of oxygen. As for why they were deprived of oxygen, it was due to Joss's dragon breath. He had keenly sensed that the cave's entrance had collapsed, cutting off the influx of fresh air. Thus, he continuously exhaled dragon fire, both to obscure the mage's vision and to deplete the remaining oxygen within the cavern. What are these two humans up to? Be cautious. They are quite cunning. No, it is true. There was no time for explanation as Joss continued to expel dragon breath. The already scarce oxygen dwindled further, and the thief succumbed to unconsciousness. Captain Oleg, too, found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion due to the lack of oxygen, despair gripping his heart. In a sense, mages are akin to scientists from another realm. Their studies encompass a myriad of aspects. Captain Oleg understood that the air contained a vital substance necessary for human survival, and that flames could consume this very substance. This substance is essential for the vast majority of living beings, yet tragically, dragons are not among that majority. Dragons possess an extraordinary ability to adapt to their environment, thriving in the cold, lightless depths of the ocean, the scorching molten landscapes, or even the vacuous void of space. I shall perish, but you shall not escape unscathed. Come, let us die together. Ha ha. In despair, Captain Oleg laughed maniacally, enduring the negative effects of oxygen deprivation as he activated the last resort within his staff. Suddenly, the cave was engulfed in a fiery crimson glow. Radiant like a burning cloud, suffused with an aura of destruction, Yalages raised her head to behold the multitude of fireballs suspended above the cave, her heart racing with fear. High-level magic. Meteor shower. The meteor shower could summon countless fireballs, unleashing a carpet bombing over a specified area. Favored by many mages for its tremendous power and extensive range, truly a battlefield marvel. At this moment, the three dragons found themselves confronting this divine technique. Trapped within a cavern with no refuge. It was over. Yalages glanced at her companion, Jose, and mused that perhaps only the formidable red dragon, with its strong resistance to fire magic, could survive. As the fireball hovered in the sky, ready to descend, Jose spread his wings and urged, "Quick, come here." Before the golden dragon could react, Jose swiftly pulled her close, enveloping both her and the white dragon, Cassie, with his expansive wings, accompanied by an aura of destruction. Fireballs cascaded down like rain, trailing flames as they struck Jose, erupting in explosive bursts. The cacophony of explosions echoed like firecrackers during a festival, causing Jose to grimace in pain. Although he was renowned for his immunity to fire, this only extended to elemental damage, excluding the force of the explosions. Each fireball that impacted him felt akin to being pummeled by heavy fists. Fortunately, the meteor shower of flames subsided after a brief duration. When the chaos settled, Jose retracted his wings, revealing his two companions, who remained unscathed. As he stretched his sore body, he cast a resentful glance at the charred remains a few meters away. What vile creatures! They refused to let others find peace in death. Despite his frustration, Jose could not deny that this sorcerer was a worthy adversary. Beside him, Yalages was astonished to see that Jose bore no scars from the flames. This would be expected for an adult red dragon. But the scales of a young dragon were far from mature, and their magical resistance was significantly weaker. How did you manage that? Jose paused momentarily, realizing this touched upon his greatest secret, and he could not reveal the truth. Did I not mention before? I am the extraordinary Jose. Seeing Jose's reluctance to elaborate, Yalages chose not to press further. Regardless, thank you for saving my life. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Jose shrugged off the compliment, leading the way forward. Let us see what spoils await us. The three dragons approached the remains of the sorcerer. Oleg's body, ravaged by the meteor shower, was unrecognizable. His robe was in tatters. And the most grievous loss for the dragons was the destruction of his dimensional pouch, which had scattered its contents across the ground, also ruined by the flames. Wealth slips away before my very eyes. Jose lamented, his heart aching. Yalages rolled her eyes. Extraordinary Jose, you certainly exhibit a rather avaricious nature. Quite reminiscent of a red dragon. Money is indeed a fine treasure. If you do not desire it, I would be more than willing to alleviate your burdens. Your shamelessness mirrors that of a red dragon. Is that truly your belief? Jose pondered the virtues of his kind. Well, it appears to be an accurate assessment. As they conversed, the three dragons thoroughly scavenged the sorcerer's remains. Fortunately, the staff had survived, along with a teleportation ring and a protective necklace that activated automatically. Just 3 items, the three dragons decided that each would take one. The white dragon, Cassie, gazed at the treasures, swallowing hard. You go first. Well, you contributed the most, so you should choose first. Jose, without hesitation, selected the staff, having discerned during battle that its enchantments were manifold, making it undoubtedly the most valuable of the 3 items. Subsequently, Cassie, oblivious, took the necklace, presumably attracted by the larger gem compared to the ring. Lastly, Eulogius was naturally delighted to accept the more precious teleportation ring. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. The residual force from a distant clash of powerful beings reverberated into the cave where the three dragons resided, causing the ground to tremble and a few small stones to fall from the cave ceiling. This served as a reminder that they were still buried underground. "You all search for loot. I shall excavate an exit," Eulogius declared, turning to depart. Jose glanced back at the altar enveloped in the golden beam of light. Though he was unaware of the altar's purpose, it was evidently a significant facility, likely one of the enemies. Destroying it could never be a mistake. "I will dismantle the altar. Cassie, you continue gathering the spoils." "All right, okay." As he approached, Jose discovered a formidable energy field surrounding the altar within a 10-meter radius, safeguarding it and rendering him unable to draw near. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the altar, only for it to be thwarted. The dragon's breath proved equally ineffective. Indeed, it was not so simple. Chapter 14 Farewell. After a moment of contemplation, Joss began to dig downwards, attempting to dismantle the altar by destroying its foundation. However, if a young dragon could conceive such an idea, how could the elite humans who designed the altar not anticipate it? After digging over 10 meters, he discovered that there was a protective barrier beneath the altar, and its depth remained unknown. Faced with such meticulous defenses, he found himself at an impasse. Among the remnants, he uncovered a warrior's double-bladed axe, a rogue's dagger, a priest's cross necklace, an unidentified ring, leather armor, and a handful of scattered coins. Each of these items radiated a faint magical aura. Though it was far from the potency of a mage's possessions, they were merely commonplace goods. He witnessed Cassie pick up a stone, then deftly extract a deformed gold coin from beneath it, marveling at the innate treasure-hunting talent of dragons. With such a treasure-seeking radar among them, he felt no concern about missing out on any spoils. "Hey, friends, I see light. Time is of the essence. Do not waste your efforts. The altar serves as a crucial nexus for communication between the deities and the material plane, protected by a divine barrier. And given the intensity of this divine energy, it is likely that only a legendary dragon possesses the strength to breach this protection." No sooner had he spoken than the altar blazed with radiance, and a powerful, sacred will descended upon them, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. The three dragons were immediately pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. Joss felt as though a colossal mountain had settled upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Fear gripped his heart. This was a suppression of life-level hierarchy, even more terrifying than the ancient dragon might of the Red Queen. God, divine might. Suddenly, the three dragons heard the Red Queen's furious voice, and a terrifying wave of energy swept across the land, causing the very earth to tremble and stones to fall from the cave's ceiling. Once battle commenced, the three dragons found themselves able to move again. Joss's thoughts raced with concern. Although the Red Queen did not regard them as significant, he knew all too well that should she fail, they would face a massacre at the hands of the other chromatic dragons. Suddenly, he noticed the dimming altar, which, after the divine descent, had nearly exhausted its stored divine power, the golden beam of light fading. Yet far to the south on a distant continent, the deity's followers were gathering en masse to pray, replenishing the divine power within the altar. Joss was oblivious to these distant events. All he understood was that the altar's divine energy was depleted, presenting an opportune moment for attack. Destroying the altar would aid the Red Queen, and aiding her was tantamount to aiding himself. Time was fleeting. Braving the cascading rain of falling stones, he charged forward, his dragon claws piercing through the weakened divine barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the altar with great force. Its material was not particularly resilient, and it cracked instantly. Crack! The altar shattered into countless fragments, and he noticed a golden diamond among the debris, seizing it eagerly. At that moment, the stones above grew larger and larger, and the golden dragon finally breached the cave. Joss. The cave is about to collapse. Joss hurriedly raced toward the exit, passing the white dragon who was busy gathering the spoils. Forget about those. Run. Upon hearing this, Cassie hastily grabbed a portion of the loot and followed suit. Boom. In the fleeting moment when the three dragons escaped the cavern, the cave behind them collapsed entirely. However, their peril was far from over. Above them, the sky was a tumultuous battleground where formidable foes clashed, painting the heavens in a striking dichotomy of fiery red and resplendent gold, the boundary between the two vividly defined. Occasionally, meteors and other powerful spells cascaded down, unleashing cataclysmic explosions upon the earth, evoking a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Amidst this chaos, golden beams of light ascended prominently into the sky. Jose surveyed his surroundings and noticed that numerous other golden pillars of light surged upwards in the distance, forming a loose circle that encircled the red nest. Around the towering red nest, knights and mages mounted on griffins and giant eagles engaged in fierce combat with bipedal dragons and colossal beasts. Their magical assaults stirring the winds and illuminating the skies with a symphony of colors. Massive boulders shattered in the explosions, tumbling down the slopes like a torrent of debris. Not far from the three dragons, a monstrous army led by the black dragon, Honor, was locked in battle with a contingent of human forces. Seemingly a coalition striving to form a defensive line against the encroaching monsters. Regrettably, the sacred altar they guarded had already been desecrated by Jose. At this moment, both factions realized the gravity of the situation. The morale of the monstrous army surged, while the coalition split its ranks and surged towards the direction of the three dragons. Jose hesitated, contemplating whether to join the fray. A year prior, his former self had entered into a stringent protection pact with the matriarch of the Red Nest. A binding contract that curtailed his freedom and rendered him unable to flee. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave of energy reverberated through the sky, fortunately originating from a considerable distance. By the time it reached the ground, it had lost its destructive force, merely stirring the air into a tempest that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Alongside the energy wave came a thunderous roar of a dragon, filled with anguish. The matriarch of the Red Nest was wounded. Moments later, she came into view, visibly injured and fleeing in disarray, her scorching blood trailing behind her as a number of adversaries pursued, including figures of the metallic dragon clan. In a fleeting glimpse, the pursuers transformed into streaks of light, darting past overhead and vanishing from sight in an instant. The matriarch had escaped. Jose was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Her flight signified her inability to continue providing sanctuary for the young dragons, thus nullifying the protection pact. Hurry. Flee. Without hesitation, Jose turned to run, urging his two companions to follow. The golden dragon gazed towards the distant sky, where silhouettes of the metallic dragon clan could be seen. You all must escape. I shall not flee. Good luck, my friend, and good fortune to you, the extraordinary Jose. The matriarch's retreat had fractured the backbone of the monstrous army. Even the adult dragons were now fleeing, while the human coalition pressed forward to capitalize on their advantage. Thus began a fantastical escape of epic proportions. What are you doing? No flying. In the thicket, Jose grasped the hind leg of the white dragon, Cassie, just as she was about to take flight. Run with me. WY? If you wish to die, then fly. That is indeed a valid point. The pursuit of the human alliance is driven by the desire to amplify their conquests, or, to put it more plainly, to acquire greater spoils of war. The young dragon is undoubtedly a target of immense value, whether alive or deceased. Capturing one would suffice to allow an ordinary individual to live a life of ease and luxury. Moreover, the ranks of the human alliance are replete with knights mounted on flying steeds and high-level mages capable of flight. For the feeble young dragon to survive, it must endeavor to evade the attention of these formidable adversaries, and utilizing the dense forest as a refuge is currently the optimal choice for escape. As anticipated, the duo witnessed a juvenile red dragon soaring conspicuously, ensnared by a magical net shot by a griffin knight, plummeting from the sky into the thicket. The griffin knight, having captured the young dragon, ascended once more into the air. Numerous such aerial knights exist, tasked specifically with apprehending high-value targets. The magical nets are ingeniously crafted for the capture of young dragons, and one would be foolish to think of unraveling them without special knowledge. Jose, save me. A panicked voice called out, revealing that the unfortunate creature was none other than Baron, Jose's brother in the dragon lineage. However, Jose had no inclination to intervene, finding even the act of casting him a glance to be a burdensome endeavor. Truth be told, had Baron offered assistance during Jose's own time of peril, he might have approached to assess the situation and determine his capability to aid him. But now, farewell. Chapter 15. The Great Escape. With powerful limbs alternating their strides upon the littered forest floor, the howling winds roared in his ears. Jose sprinted at full speed, daring not to pause for even a moment. Entering the forest did not guarantee absolute safety. He needed to distance himself from the battleground, the farther the better. After running for a considerable duration, the sounds of combat faded into silence, and no enemy aircraft soared above. He exhaled deeply. All right, Cassie, we are temporarily safe now. I wish you luck. With that, he strode purposefully into the distance, contemplating his next destination. Why do you still follow me? The spoils, Cassie stammered, releasing the treasures that had been trapped between his wings and back. which clattered to the ground. Jose did not cast a glance at the spoils. Instead, his focus remained on Cassie, the white dragon, often ridiculed as the shame of the five-colored dragons for its foolishness, still possessed the intrinsic traits of its kind: greed, cruelty, and a penchant for collecting. Cassie's behavior was a deviation from this nature. Through their days together, Jose had come to understand Cassie better. Although his temporary ally spoke with a stutter and lacked situational awareness, he exhibited a beast-like instinct for battle and survival. "Speak up, what is it? Can I continue to follow you? Why do you still insist on following me?" Jose's brow arched. "The red nest is gone. The mission is over, and Aligus has departed. Our pact has concluded. You are clever. With you, I can survive." Jose's brow furrowed, Cassie's words igniting his concerns about the stark reality of survival. He began to ponder the feasibility of teaming up with Cassie for survival. The white dragon was weak. Although Cassie was 2 or 3 years his senior, he was only 2/3 of Jose's length, a comparison akin to that of Yao Ming and Pan Changjiang. Nonetheless, Cassie was a true dragon with heritage. Having an additional companion for mutual support was preferable to solitary struggle. "Very well, in principle, I agree to extend our pact. Thank you. From now on, I will listen to you." Jose nodded in satisfaction. Although Cassie's intellect was limited, he was obedient and did not vie for power, which was a significant reason for Jose's decision to keep him by his side. Moreover, the primary justification lay in Cassie's demonstration of reliability during the prior conflict. Subsequently, the two dragons conferred on the specific terms of their alliance and swore an oath in the name of Tiamat, the god of evil dragons. After taking their oath and dividing the spoils, the two dragons hurriedly set off once more. Carrying the burden," Jose murmured, echoing Cassie's sentiment as he clamped the treasures tightly between his wings and back, humming a tune as he continued his flight to freedom. Having escaped the perilous red nest, he felt unencumbered. He resolved to flee from the domain of the red nest's matriarch. After all, the likelihood of encountering formidable foes in this region was too great. Former enemies remained adversaries, and past companions were no longer guaranteed allies. In addition to intelligent beings, the continent of Titanor is home to numerous extraordinary beasts that wield magical powers. These creatures, surpassing the realm of common knowledge, are collectively referred to as transcendent beasts, and they pose the greatest threat in the wilderness. Due to the instinctual drive of living beings to seek safety and avoid danger, wild transcendent beasts are nearly absent within the territory of the Red Nest matriarch. After a day of relentless fleeing, the two dragons found themselves at the outskirts of the matriarch's domain. They dared not continue their frantic pace and opted for quieter footsteps, carefully observing their surroundings as they walked. Jose glanced up at the sun, noting it was around 4 in the afternoon, with only 2 or 3 hours remaining before dusk. "Cassie, if we do not find shelter before nightfall, we shall have to dig a hole in a low-lying area. If time permits, we might also hunt to satiate our hunger." Indeed, in Jose's mind, the priority of seeking refuge outweighed that of filling their bellies. One could survive a night of hunger, but wandering in the darkness could lead to dire consequences, as powerful predators often preferred to hunt at night. Due to the conspicuousness of their crimson scales, the red dragon found it exceedingly difficult to conceal itself in any environment, particularly during the dark nights of the jungle, where a striking flash of red would undoubtedly signal their presence to other predators. Thus, they must strive to avoid spending the night directly in the jungle. These survival strategies were recorded in the lineage of dragons, invaluable lessons derived from the lived experiences of their ancestors, and Jose had no intention of acting recklessly. The two dragons cautiously explored the jungle, leaving no trace unexamined. Suddenly, Cassie noticed something unusual in a tree several dozen meters away. "Look, over there." Following his companion's gaze, Jose spotted a tall, straight pine tree with rough bark. While such trees were common, the markings on this particular tree were noteworthy. As they approached for a closer inspection, they observed claw marks running down the trunk, interwoven in a pattern between 2 to 2.5 meters above the ground. These were territorial markings, and they appeared quite fresh. Upon seeing these marks, Jose was reminded of a scratching post. If they were to scale the size of a domestic cat, this large feline would stand at least 1.5 meters tall and exceed 4 meters in length. After sharing his assessment, he turned to his companion. "Cats tend to shed fur. Check the area for any fallen hair, paw prints, or droppings. And remember, do not stray from my sight to avoid any mishaps." "Understood," came the reply. The two dragons began their search and soon discovered some tufts of fur belonging to the large feline. Jose examined the collected hairs closely. They were a mix of yellow and black, indicative of a tiger. He let out a sigh of relief. A tiger of such size was not unusual. But if it had been a lynx or a similarly sized feline, they would have needed to be on high alert, as unusually large creatures were often transcendent beasts. Let us split up and search for the tiger's lair. If fortune smiles upon us, we may secure both shelter and sustenance for the night. The two dragons were indeed fortunate, for after a short while, they heard the sound of snoring emanating from the depths of a cave, leading them to the lair of the slumbering tiger. The tiger, a formidable beast with no natural enemies on Blue Star, finds itself far from the apex of the food chain in this enchanted realm. Both Jose and Cassie possessed the confidence to vanquish it. With its formidable scales, razor-sharp claws, robust musculature, and the potent breath of a dragon, these attributes serve as their assurance. To ensure success, Jose resolves to engage with an even more powerful version of himself. He tempers his dragon's might and approaches the cave entrance with utmost stealth, the soft humus underfoot absorbing the sound of his advance. It is only when he is a mere 10 meters from the cave's mouth that the tiger becomes aware of an anomaly. At the instant the rumbling ceased, the predator ceased to conceal its presence, leaping forth as a torrent of dragon fire surged into the cave. A pained roar erupted, the volume diminishing gradually until it culminated in a feeble wail, which soon faded into silence. With the flames extinguished, Jose stepped into the subterranean lair. Not far from the entrance he beheld his evening repast, a tiger, charred beyond recognition. This tiger, ever vigilant and quick to react, charged toward the cave's mouth upon sensing a disturbance, but alas, its adversary was far too formidable. The dragon's sharp claws tore through the charred exterior, revealing translucent fat intermingled with vibrant red muscle beneath, the glistening fat proving irresistibly tantalizing, igniting the dragon's appetite. Thank you for the hospitality. I shall commence my feast. Chapter 16. New rewards. After sharing dinner with his companions, Joss meticulously erased the tracks left by the two dragons, then procured a stone to seal the cave entrance. He knelt before the cave's mouth and removed the spoils from his back. The distribution of the treasures had been rather hurried, but now, with ample time at hand, he was able to count them with care. Among the spoils, a particularly striking staff caught his attention, not due to its length or other outward appearances, but because of the intense concentration of magical energy it exuded. As a magical creature, Joss could sense the emanating power from the staff, which glimmered like fireflies in the dark of night. He caressed the staff's exquisitely smooth shaft. Recalling the gemology knowledge passed down through the dragon lineage, the main body was crafted from fire-patterned wood, intricately engraved with delicate designs, and infused with mithril to minimize magical energy loss, a technique indicative of elven craftsmanship. As his fingers glided along the sleek surface, they encountered a ruby at the top of the staff, which was as large as an egg, even without considering the intricate array inscribed within. The material alone was of considerable value. In the darkness, the red dragon's eyes widened with astonishment as he discerned that the staff contained not one or two, but 5 magical arrays, 2 large and 3 small. The 3 smaller arrays formed an equilateral triangle as the foundation, while the 2 larger ones overlapped above. The 3 relatively simple arrays were mid-level spells of fireball, with a cooldown of 1 day. The 2 more complex arrays represented high-level magic, namely explosive flame and meteor fire rain, each with a cooldown of 3 days. What a remarkable find! This staff was undoubtedly worthy of an auction. Suddenly, he noticed a line of tiny script at the junction of the staff and the gemstone, inscribed in Elvish. This staff is gifted to my dear friend, Vankel Lurinch Arenas. While Joss was unfamiliar with Vankel Lurinch, the name Arenas resonated profoundly with him. He was renowned as a half-elf alchemical master in Titanor over the past 3 centuries, with an extensive portfolio that was even documented in the dragon lineage. Of course, having one S creations coveted by the chromatic dragons was not a favorable circumstance. It was unclear how the mage had come into possession of this staff, but that was no longer his concern. It was his now. He decided to name it. Since the first owner bore the surname Lurinch, he would call it the Staff of Lurinch. He chuckled softly to himself. After bestowing a rather irreverent name upon the staff, he stowed it away and continued to tally the remaining treasures. The rest of the spoils were considerably less impressive: a beast-hide armor for protection arrows, gold earrings engraved with cleanliness spells, a crossed necklace for minor healing, and finally, a handful of coins. For magical items, a mysterious diamond, and a small pouch of gold coins. This constituted Joss's entire wealth. Reclining against his amassed fortune, he pondered his future. Above all, he was determined never to experience that sense of helplessness he felt in the presence of the mage again. He must grow strong and seize control of his own destiny. As for the tranquility that follows safety, a blissful existence is the eternal aspiration of sentient beings. And Joss is no exception. However, having transformed into a colossal dragon, he finds that leading a mundane life is utterly unattainable. It might be wiser to establish his own dominion, akin to the matriarch of the Red Nest, gathering followers and claiming territory as a sovereign. In time, he could choose whether to wreak havoc or to bring salvation to the masses. Shaking his head, he dispels these unrealistic fantasies from his mind. Before reaching adulthood, the notion of ruling is merely a daydream. Adulthood merely grants him a ticket to partake in the continent's turmoil. In the land of Titanor, although an adult dragon occupies the apex of the food chain, it is far from invincible. Not to mention that even the ancient dragons can be vanquished by human coalitions. There are also numerous formidable races among the extraordinary beasts capable of contending with adult dragons in combat, deep within the mysterious and obscure regions. In the uncharted depths of the ocean, there exist even more bizarre races that surpass dragons. Therefore, he resolves to live modestly, seeking sustenance in a low-profile manner, and to refrain from reckless pursuits. This single principle establishes the tone for his future endeavors, prompting Joss to strategize his imminent actions. The forest is utterly unsuitable for his survival. The red dragon's size far exceeds that of his contemporaries from other races, and the dense canopy obstructs his ascent. He also fears being cornered, much like a tiger trapped in its den. Consequently, seeking a new habitat becomes imperative. According to the dragon's heritage, the optimal environments for a juvenile red dragon are desolate, abandoned mines or steep cliffs. The former provides seclusion due to its remoteness, while the latter maximizes the red dragon's aerial advantage, effectively isolating most foes who cannot fly. Of course, the current Jorgal Mountains are teeming with plundering adventurers, so any migration must wait until the situation calms. As night falls, the cavern is enveloped in silence, save for the synchronized breaths of two dragons. In a daze, Joss finds himself once again at the Starry River Square. It appears unchanged since his departure, the phoenix statue still majestically standing. He strides towards the statue. For since acquiring the heart of the phoenix, he has longed to return to this enigmatic space to conduct a more thorough study of the phoenix sculpture. And now that wish is finally fulfilled. Circling the statue, he notes that it remains largely the same, although it has lost the dazzling starlight that accompanied their first encounter. After some contemplation, he discovers little of significance. It seems this phoenix, reborn from flames, merely serves as a milestone of his journey, a silent witness. Gazing up at the starry sky, he soon spots a distinct star, realizing that he can only visit the Starry River Square when new rewards are bestowed upon him. He wonders if the descent of all these stars might bestow upon him unparalleled power. Staring into the vast expanse of twinkling stars, Joss's thoughts drift. And he softly whispers, "Come forth." A brilliant meteor streaks down, and moments later, a new statue materializes beside the phoenix. It too rests upon a square base. Yet the sculpture exhibits an extraordinary sense of abstract artistry. Viewed from the front, it resembles a rectangular prism. From the side, it narrows at both ends while bulging at the center, shimmering in a pale golden hue, reminiscent of the radiant treasures described in Journey to the West. Joss gazed intently at the abstract sculpture, overwhelmed by an aura of opulence. It exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. Yet, what could it possibly signify? With a sense of curiosity, he glanced at the inscription on the pedestal, only to stifle a laugh. What on earth is this golden fertilizer? Golden fertilizer. Survivor. What does not kill me will ultimately make me stronger. Look, darling, God is pressing the dog. Joss felt utterly exasperated. However, thanks to the straightforwardness of the name, he quickly grasped the purpose of the reward. It likely served to enhance potential or accelerate the pace of growth, albeit not instantaneously, but rather gradually over time. Through a comparative analysis of the two statues' descriptions, he confirmed his earlier assumption. Both Heart of the Phoenix and Golden Fertilizer were indeed reward titles. The treasure rankings were ordered as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, though it remained uncertain whether there existed tiers above, such as SS or SSS. As he touched the statue, glimmers of golden light cascaded from within, permeating his entire being. In the real world, in the dimly lit cavern, the resting red dragon felt an intense itch, as if swarms of ants were crawling over its scales. Before long, the discomfort dissipated, replaced by a soothing warmth. The red dragon exhaled deeply and resumed its slumber. Chapter 17. A new home. After lurking in the territory of the tigers for a span of 10 days, Joss contemplated that the human coalition had nearly departed. Thus he embarked on a journey with his companion, the white dragon, in search of a new abode. During this interval, He meticulously consulted the map provided by the Black Dragon and devised a detailed plan for the future. Abandoned mines are rare treasures, yet sheer cliffs can be actively pursued. To the north lies a grand river known as the Volga, which originates from the Jogul Mountains, winding through dark, dense forests toward the sea. The canyons along the river present an ideal location where he could carve out a dwelling within the cliff face, while Cassie could reside in the waters flowing alongside. Naturally, Joss would avoid the river's main thoroughfare, as the competition there is fierce, with intelligent beings engaging in activities. Instead, he sought the steep canyons along the tributaries, preferably closer to the Jogul Mountains. The ancient dragon-level matriarch of the Red Nest possesses a strong territorial awareness. Formidable carnivorous creatures within her domain are either vanquished or conscripted. For a young dragon, nothing is more invaluable than a secure period of growth. His journey was devoid of peril, and fortune favored him as he discovered a satisfying new home. It was a canyon flanked by mountains, with a natural cave nestled within one side of the cliff. The entrance to this cave was discreet and narrow, and its interior was of just the right size to accommodate his living needs. Safety was assured. As the cliff rose perpendicularly towards the sky, rendering the cave entrance nearly invisible from below, the surrounding terrain was steep and desolate, devoid of any signs of powerful biological activity for countless miles. Beneath the cliff, the river flowed with crystal-clear waters, frequented by animals quenching their thirst. Among the species observed were wild goats, wild boars, cicada, and leopards, making hunting exceedingly convenient. This place was indeed promising. Let us settle here, Cassie. You should also find a place to reside, but do not stray too far from me. All right, I will, Cassie replied as she soared toward the river. For as a true dragon of the water element, she relished living in proximity to water. Joss began to arrange his new home, first leveling the cave floor, then breaking off the stalactites overhead to avoid any unfortunate bumps to the head. He also crafted a platform at the cave's entrance to facilitate takeoffs and landings. With these adjustments, the cave was equipped with the basic functions of human habitation. Yet, the otherworldly visitor was not content with mere basics. If all went according to plan, he intended to reside in this cliff for an extended period, thus considerations for defense, escape, and comfort were paramount. He flew out of the cave to survey the terrain surrounding the canyon, and a new blueprint for the cave began to take shape in his mind. Subsequently, his sharp claws penetrated the rock face, gripping tightly, and with a series of cracking sounds, a boulder the size of a grinding stone was dislodged. The difficulty of excavating stone with dragon claws is somewhat exaggerated when compared to slicing through tofu, yet it demanded little effort. He raised his hand to inspect his claws, which showed no signs of wear. Dragons are among the apex extraordinary races. Their horns, scales, and claws surpass even the strongest metals. Coupled with their formidable strength and exquisite control over their own physiques, their efficiency in stone excavation exceeds that of professional machinery. Ha! Ha! Joss exclaimed, as he grew increasingly enthusiastic about his task. After spending the better part of a day, the new lair was finally excavated. If the previous dwelling resembled a makeshift tent, the current one could be likened to a modestly furnished cottage. Entering from the cliffside entrance, one would find the original lair, which he had transformed into a living room. At the far end of this space lay a sloping passage that, after a turn, led to the new bedroom. To guard against intruders, Joss meticulously devised a trap. He had deliberately polished a smooth boulder, which he placed in a recess at the end of the sloping passage. Should he detect any outsiders breaching his sanctuary, he could swiftly release the boulder, allowing it to roll down the passage and crush the intruders, ultimately blocking the narrow entrance. This would afford him a means of escape through a secondary passage. Cunning rabbits have their burrows, and Joss had prepared 3 emergency exits. 2 were situated on the cliffside, concealed by rocks and camouflaged with foliage, while the third extended through the entire cliff, emerging in the forest on the opposite side. If he possessed magical abilities and materials, he could have added enchanted traps, but alas, his current capabilities were limited, and he had to make do. The red dragon lay resting on the ground of his new home, beside a pyramid of red stones, remnants of iron or unearthed during the excavation. Within this rocky cliff, there was a small iron mine. Though the vein was modest and the iron content low, it sufficed for a leisurely snack. Occasionally, Joss would pick up a piece of ore and toss it into his mouth, the hard rock shattering between the dragon's formidable jaws with a crunch reminiscent of chewing beans. The iron ore ground into powder and swallowed. The taste was utterly horrendous. Indeed, ugh, consuming raw meat no longer had any adverse effects on Joss. Yet the iron ore reminded him of the very notion of nausea. the pulverized dust clinging to his throat, neither easily expelled nor swallowed, leaving his mouth parched and uncomfortable. After a while, he finally rid himself of the dryness. It was a form of self-torture. Let us hope those unreliable ancestors did not lead me astray. Irritated, Joss continued eating the iron ore because the dragon's legacy indicated that the scales, bones, and other body parts of dragons contained significant metal elements. Consuming gold, silver, copper, and iron could effectively enhance the defensive qualities of his scales. Thus, even knowing the iron ore was unpalatable, he was willing to consume some. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant hues of red, Joss lay on the platform before the cave, extending his head over the cliff to gaze down at the flowing river below. After a day filled with migration and labor, he felt a gnawing hunger and decided to randomly select a fortunate creature drinking from the river to merge with himself. He spotted a tawny wild rabbit darting out from the thicket. Too little meat, a poor choice. After waiting a moment longer, a robust adult black goat emerged from the grove across the river. The goat cautiously peered out from the underbrush, alert and vigilant, before stepping onto the smooth stones towards the babbling water. A worthy target for the hunt, Joss rose to his feet and leapt from the precipice, his dragon wings folding elegantly alongside his body. He surrendered himself to the exhilarating embrace of freefall, the rushing air whistling past his ears as the landscape blurred and receded behind him. At a height of 20 meters above the ground, he suddenly unfurled his wings, the momentum of his descent abruptly slowing, gliding gracefully towards a black goat that was drinking below. The setting sun elongated the dragon-shaped shadow upon the earth, enveloping the startled goat in darkness. As it turned to flee, it was ensnared by the descending claws of the dragon, inescapably lifted into the sky. Chapter 18. Developing discreetly upon awakening from his slumber, Jose stretched languidly. Ever since settling down, he had increasingly succumbed to the life of a couch potato, often indulging in a meal only to sleep for 10 days thereafter. However, the young dragon's slumber was not a conventional sleep. It existed in a state between wakefulness and unconsciousness. In this peculiar state, the sixth sense and primal instincts of beasts were fully unleashed, allowing the young dragon to awaken instantaneously upon external stimuli, thereby maximizing its safety. This remarkable physiological mechanism was a product of long-term biological evolution. On one hand, the young dragon's combat capabilities were limited, and sleep reduced energy expenditure, allowing more energy for physical development. On the other hand, slumber was an essential, even predominant, aspect of the young dragon's growth, rooted in the legacy of dragons. The legacy of dragons, in simple terms, encompassed the memories bequeathed by their formidable ancestors' knowledge of magic, combat techniques, life experiences, perspectives on dragonhood, and values. The conundrum lay in the sheer volume of memories passed down through generations. If they were to flood into the young dragon's tender mind all at once, it could overwhelm and render it a mindless fool. To address this issue, the solution devised by the dragons was to fragment the legacy into manageable pieces, stored separately, given the overwhelming information processed while awake. Slumber became the optimal time for the young dragon to digest its heritage. It was akin to a real-world scenario of learning and dreams. Jose couldn't help but marvel. He had never imagined that his ultimate dream from a past life would manifest after his transmigration. Yet, the infamous red dragons, known for their wanton destruction and pillaging, hardly seemed reliable as mentors. It was akin to reading a novel, perusing the dragon's legacy. One could never predict what would unfold next. For instance, an ancestor named Klaus might be elucidating his grand ideas on activating a wand with the small hooks on his wings one moment, only to abruptly boast about his conquests with various beauties of different races the next. With a lofty scientific curiosity for observing the birth of new species, Jose perused the operational records of this ancestor, who was undeniably remarkable in many respects, only to have his worldview shattered, leaving him questioning his existence. From a human perspective, Klaus might be deemed an eccentric ancestor, but through the lens of dragonkind, such behavior was entirely commonplace. Were one to title the knowledge contained within the dragon legacy, it might be aptly named How Villains Are Forged, Efficient Robbery Techniques, The Art of Intimidation, Training Manuals, Your Suffering, My Joy, and so forth. It was no wonder the red dragons bore a notorious reputation. There were reasons behind it, Jose murmured, as he tossed a piece of iron ore into his mouth. Fortunately, he had possessed a sound character prior to his transmigration. Otherwise, he too might have been brainwashed by the dragon legacy, becoming like other red dragons, looking down upon all races. including other dragon species, and assuming that the entire world should yield to their will. For Joss, who possesses the essence of human thought, arrogance serves as a guise to conceal his true nature, thereby diminishing his adversary's vigilance. He looks down upon others with contempt, referring to another sentient being as a mere reptile, which is rather exhilarating to ponder. Ah, the magnificent true dragon, Hiao Yin, has been born. Gurgle, gurgle. With his stomach grumbling, Joss must temporarily shed the mantle of Ao Yin and confront reality. It is time to hunt. His angular nostrils exhale sulphurous breaths as he rises from the ground, the bones in his body cracking and popping. He traverses the downward-sloping passageway to the launch pad, where the juvenile red dragon gazes down upon the entire canyon. At this moment, the crimson sun rises upon the horizon, shrouding the canyon in mist and obscuring visibility. Yet, it matters not, for he is well acquainted with this terrain. The red dragon leaps from the cliff, plunging into the mist, joyfully flapping his wings and dispersing the clouds, a novel experience for Joss, who once lacked wings. After a brief frolic, he begins to soar through the canyon in search of prey, not aimlessly drifting in hopes of fortune, but following a meticulously plotted flight path. Firstly, he ensures his altitude does not exceed the mountain peaks, thereby preventing any distant observers from spotting him within the canyon, minimizing the risk of exposure. Secondly, the hunting area is confined to a 10-mile radius around their lair, a territory that the two dragons have patrolled numerous times, discovering no threats to their dominion. This is their exclusive hunting ground. With his profound knowledge of the territory, Joss swiftly locates his quarry, a burrow nestled within the forest, home to a family of wild boars. The red dragon descends from the sky, tearing through the earth above the den, unearthing the unsuspecting boar family and devouring the defenseless father and mother. He refrains from the folly of overexploitation, sparing the trembling young boar. Joss harbors no concerns for the survival of the little boar. Over the past 2 months, the carnivorous inhabitants of the territory have either been consumed by the two dragons or fled, and he has no intention of allowing competitors to vie for his food resources. Having satiated his hunger, the red dragon embarks on his return journey, but before succumbing once more to slumber and the sage teachings of his ancestors, he resolves to visit his younger brother, the white dragon. Cassie's lair is in close proximity to Joss's abode, located by the river at the foot of the cliff. A half-submerged cave carved at the intersection of the water and the rock face. Joss lands on the riverbank, his hindquarters touching the smooth pebbles polished by the flowing water. The pebbles, crushed under his weight, emit a hissing sound as they rub against one another, and he folds his wings. Cassie, he bellows, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerges from the crystalline surface, Cassie poking his head out of the water, droplets cascading down his body like a shimmering chain. What's up, Joss? He stutters. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Why, yes, I have. Now, every time before I sleep, I practice speaking. Joss nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that Cassius's stuttering was a consequence of his tender age and the incomplete development of his cognitive faculties. He believed that, with the passage of time, this issue would inevitably improve. However, Joss yearned to expedite this process, not for any ulterior motive, but to facilitate better communication with Cassius. After all, the halting manner of speech was rather discomforting to endure. As for remedies for stuttering, he possessed no effective solutions, and could only encourage Cassius to practice speaking more frequently. For practice makes perfect. Chapter 19. Awakening of Magic. On a certain day, 2 years after settling down, Jose awoke languidly in his home, immediately sensing an extraordinary change in the world around him. As he focused intently on the air, which once seemed devoid of substance, he now perceived it teeming with vibrant particles of energy: red, blue, yellow, green, black, white, and gold. The fiery red particles were most abundant in his vicinity, representing the elemental essence of the air. Indeed, the perception of elements had transformed. Danu, a flicker of flame ignited from his dragon claw, though the intensity was modest. It was born of his own burgeoning abilities. Magic, while merely a rudimentary conjuration of the fire-starting technique, it filled Jose with exhilaration. Since his arrival in this realm, the formidable power of magic had etched itself deeply in his mind, the fiery meteors descending from the heavens, the icy blasts emanating from his hands, the fierce flames, and the fierce battles between mighty beings in the skies that stirred the winds and silenced even the youngest dragons from taking flight. The battlefield dominance exhibited by magic filled him with anticipation for his own awakening, yet he had never imagined this day would arrive so swiftly. Undoubtedly, this was the result of the mystical fertilizer, Gene Kila. He glanced at his body, There had been no significant change since his slumber, his form still fitting within the realm of a young dragon. For dragons, the awakening of magical abilities signifies a mental fortitude strong enough to command the elements. It seemed that Gene Keela's enhancement of his mental faculties outweighed its benefits to his physical form. Or perhaps it was the consequence of his transmigration, his mental strength superior to that of his peers, or both factors at play. Regardless of the specific reasons, the early awakening of his magical capabilities was an undeniable fact, and Jose was immensely pleased. This premature awakening of magical ability resembled the early opening of a floodgate, promising a continuous influx of more powerful spells from the dragon lineage in the future, granting him a distinct advantage in competition with his contemporaries. It can be said that once a being signs a contract of allegiance with a dragon, they become an extension of that dragon's will, sharing visions, connecting minds, and accessing memories at the mere thought of the Dragon Master. Of course, a contract remains just that, a contract. It cannot alter the personal will of the subordinate, who retains an independent personality and thoughts, possibly even the inclination to betray. However, such betrayal would incur the backlash of the contract. Jose regarded this minor flaw with indifference. If a subordinate were to betray their master at the cost of their own life, it would indicate a profound failure on the part of the master. But what exactly am I now? A young dragon or merely a hatchling? From ages 0 to 3, one belongs to the hatchling stage. Newborn hatchlings, barring unforeseen circumstances, live under the protection of their dragon mother, following the directives of the malevolent dragon deity Tiamat. The mother nurtures her hatchlings until they possess a certain level of survival capability, after which she expels them from the nest. From ages 3 to 10, one enters the young dragon stage. Nearly all chromatic dragons are expelled by their mothers during this phase. Deprived of maternal protection, young dragons are exceedingly vulnerable to predation in the wilderness, rendering this stage the most perilous for chromatic dragons. Young dragons emerging from the same nest often band together for survival. The age of 10 to 25 marks the stage of the juvenile dragon. While young dragons may not possess formidable strength, they have developed a certain degree of self-preservation. The arduous experiences of their early years render them cautious and vigilant. They thrive in the shadows, quietly maturing. A significant event occurs during this phase, the initial manifestation of their magical abilities. From 25 to 50 years, the stage of the adolescent dragon unfolds. At this juncture, dragons exhibit greater maturity in both magical prowess and physical form, their courage escalating as they begin to expand their territories. At this stage, the chromatic dragons may choose to part ways, while the noble metallic dragons embark on journeys away from their parents. The period from 50 to 100 years represents the young adult dragon stage. Here, the chromatic dragons often experience a surge of confidence, consciously gathering followers and claiming territories. However, their ambitious strides may attract the attention of those with ill intentions, occasionally leading to their demise. Between the ages of 100 and 700, dragons enter adulthood. Adult dragons undoubtedly reign at the apex of the food chain, establishing fixed dwellings or territories and confidently manifesting before the world. Generally, as long as they do not engage in excessively reckless behavior, few dare to provoke an adult dragon, for the consequences of allowing their escape can be dire. From 700 to 1,300 years, the mature dragon stage is reached. Mature dragons attain the pinnacle of their physical prowess, with powerful breeds such as the red and gold dragons often stepping into the realm of legends, standing at the zenith of existence. The adage "avoid trouble, and you shall avoid death" aptly describes the mature dragon. Aging from 1,300 to 1,800 years, the elderly dragon stage unfolds. During this period, while their physical strength may wane, their magical expertise deepens considerably. They strive to mate prolifically, leaving behind offspring. Most dragons transition into the legendary realm during this stage, and if they do not, they may never cross that threshold in their lifetime. Dragons exceeding 1,800 years are classified as ancient. These venerable beings approach the twilight of their existence, having lost their reproductive capabilities while achieving peak magical mastery. The lifespan of an ancient dragon is contingent upon its breed. The longest lived red and gold dragons may endure up to 3,500 years, whereas the shortest lived white dragons have a limit of approximately 2,300 years. Similar to canines, dragons possess an instinctive awareness of impending death, prompting ancient dragons to seek burial sites and transfer their amassed wealth to these resting places, sealing the entrance to lie eternally alongside their cherished treasures. Ancient dragons represent the pinnacle of strength in the world of Titanor, classified within the semi-divine tier of power from a human perspective. As for the primordial dragons, those surpassing the ancient, records in the dragon legacy are scarce. All that Joss knows is that they rival true deities. The young red dragon, lost in boundless reverie, wonders if he might ever attain such heights. Reflecting on his growth, he recalls sparring with his peers, Baron and his sister, and concludes that his innate talents are merely average. He reminisces about the enigmatic Starry River Plaza, feeling a renewed sense of confidence. Regardless of his innate shortcomings, he muses, fortune may yet favor him. Chapter 20 Departure a year after the awakening of magical abilities. By the riverside, Jose stood beside the water, gazing at his reflection. It revealed a youthful red dragon, as lengthy as a truck, boasting a pair of symmetrically swept back spiral horns atop his head. Between these grand horns, 3 rows of smaller spikes extended, culminating in a regal crown-like formation. The tips of these horns were connected to a fin-like, swept-back frill, a translucent deep crimson that began at his head and trailed down his spine to the tail. Along with his well-defined, muscular physique, he appeared both majestic and imposing. I have grown more handsome again, he mused to himself. Over 3 years. His body had elongated by 3 meters. According to the natural growth patterns of red dragons, the developmental enhancement from the golden fertilizer was approximately 10%, which he deemed satisfactory. Reflecting on the past 3 years, he felt a swell of emotions. Everything had unfolded as he had envisioned. The residual intimidation from the Red Nest matron had deterred formidable extraordinary beast from entering the Jogul Mountains, granting the 2 young dragons 2 years of stability. However, from the 3rd year onward, extraordinary creatures began to migrate, drawn by the relatively safe hunting grounds of the Jogul Mountains. Fortunately, these newcomers were not particularly powerful species, and Jose had awakened his magical abilities ahead of schedule, allowing the 2 young dragons to manage. Yet, as he pondered this, a wave of melancholy washed over him as he observed the river, where broken wooden fragments floated, remnants of a small boat. Human adventurers had dared to intrude upon their territory. Yet, these adventurers did not come with the intent to slay dragons. In fact, it seemed they had never anticipated encountering one. Unprepared, the adventurers met the submerged young white dragon, and the outcome was inevitable. Cassie overturned the small vessel, shattering it into splinters, leaving the adventurers, now submerged in the water, utterly outmatched. Splash! The 5-meter-long young white dragon emerged from the river, clutching 2 drenched human adventurers in his claws. After 3 years of growth, Cassie had made notable progress and no longer stuttered while speaking. "Boss, as you instructed." "I left 2 alive," he declared, tossing the individuals before Jose. As they landed, the 2 adventurers collapsed on the riverbank, gagging violently. Since fleeing the Red Nest, this was the first encounter Jose had with humans. He scrutinized them, one with golden hair, the other with red, dressed similarly to the medieval folk of his past life. He felt no sense of belonging to the humans of this world. Instead, he harbored wariness and a slight animosity, for he was a dragon, a 5-colored dragon. To be precise, and most of those who hunted juvenile 5-colored dragons were human. He patiently awaited their retching to cease. "Gentlemen, have you finished? Once you are done, we can discuss matters of importance." Trembling, the 2 looked up at the amiable, yet fearsome red dragon before them. "Do not be afraid. I am not like ordinary dragons. I am reasonable and merely wish to ask you a few questions. Of course, I cannot. Survival may be deemed impossible, however, should you choose to cooperate, your journey will be considerably more tranquil." This statement, delivered in a calm tone, conveyed an exceedingly harsh reality for the 2 individuals. The red-haired youth, his face flushed, questioned vehemently, "Did you not proclaim the importance of reason? What sort of reasoning is this? Strength is truth. My power justifies my stance." Joss unfurled his dragon wings, casting their ominous shadow over the pair, while simultaneously unleashing a wave of dragon might. Instantly, the 2 drenched individuals felt as though their hearts were gripped tightly. Collapsing to the ground in despair, Joss detected an unpleasant odor and observed a pale yellow liquid spreading beneath them, raising an eyebrow in response. Such a situation called for direct intimidation. "I will pose the questions. You shall provide the answers. First query, why have you come here?" It was evident that adventurers who could be frightened into submission by a youthful dragon were hardly resolute. Under the pressure of intense interrogation, they divulged everything. It transpired that they were not adventurers at all, but rather mercenaries affiliated with the family of Viscount Taguil. Their master sought to establish a smuggling route through the Jorgeia Mountains, connecting the northern plains with the human kingdoms, and they had been dispatched to investigate the canyon waterways. Joss's realization dawned upon him. due to the formidable barriers presented by the Jorgeir Mountains and the Dark Forest. There were only two paths between the human kingdom and the northern plains, one located at the western edge of the Jorgeir Mountains, characterized by a narrow pass, and the other a maritime route circumventing the Dark Forest to reach the eastern edge of the plains. The horses, gold, and specialties from the northern plains flowed incessantly into the human realm via these two trade routes, while humans transported provisions and textiles back, resulting in substantial profits for all parties involved. Yet, with one route to the west and the other to the east, the kingdom found itself in an awkward position. Unable to partake in the bounty that lay before it, a frustration that was all too palpable, greedy nobles from the kingdom transformed their desires into action, attempting for centuries to breach the Jorgeir Mountains. However, the towering heights and dense forests, teeming with extraordinary beasts, thwarted their efforts time and again. During the era when the matron of the Red Nest exerted her dominance over the north, the Jorgeir Mountains were a veritable den of peril. Now, the avaricious human nobility glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Contemplating this, Joss posed a second question. In recent years, have you heard any news regarding the matron of the Red Nest? We have heard nothing. We only know that since the great battle 3 years ago, Savannah has not been seen again. Joss lowered his head in thought, concluding that Savannah had likely escaped. Had she been slain, the human kingdoms would have proudly displayed her head as a trophy. The third question emerged. What significant events have transpired recently? No need to rush. Take your time to reflect. Through the narratives of the captives, the two dragons gleaned insights into recent momentous occurrences across the continent. To exist within the world is to be inextricably linked to it. An excessive retreat from society only serves to narrow one's perspective, leading to a disconnection from the world and a missed opportunity to embrace the advancements of the era. After posing several inquiries, Jose felt it was sufficient. Without warning, he unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, reducing the two individuals to charred skeletons before discarding the remains into the water. Cassie, we must relocate. Cassie remained silent, for he too was a true dragon with a complete lineage, aware of his ancestors' past. All 5-colored dragons capable of procreation share a common trait. During their youth, they distanced themselves from sentient beings, seeking refuge as far away as possible. Boss, where shall we go next? Jose had long devised a plan for his draconic existence. He produced a map of the northern territories provided by the Black Dragon and pointed to the intersection of the Jorgeir Mountain Range, the shadowy forest, and the vast northern prairie. We shall venture here. 2 trade routes lay before them, one to the east and the other to the west, leading to a sparsely populated central region of the prairie, where monstrous natives roamed freely. Chapter 21. The northern lands under the cover of ominous clouds. The 2 dragons soared from dawn until dusk, finally arriving at their destination, the Jorgeir Mountain Range, where the dark forests meet the vast northern plains. This transitional area is not characterized by towering mountains adjacent to dense woodlands, but rather by a sprawling expanse of low hills, which, in comparison to the Jorgeir Mountains, are not particularly low, with altitudes ranging from 400 to 1,000 meters. At last, they reached the Moto Forest. Jose flew above, surveying the Moto Forest below, then gazed into the distance, spotting a white ribbon snaking across the land. Straining his vision, he still could not discern the end of this white ribbon, which was the Volga River, the lifeline of the northern continent. The Volga originates from the melting snow of the Jorgeir Mountains, with streams converging along its path, flowing through the dark forest toward the sea, nourished by countless tributaries that traverse much of the northern lands, sustaining all life therein. The northern lands encompass a vast geographical concept, which can broadly be divided into 4 parts: the southern territories inhabited by northern human kingdoms, the Jorgeir Mountain Range and dark forests in the middle, and finally, the expansive northern plains. The northern plains, a renowned wilderness of the continent, cover an area larger than the combined expanse of the Jorgeir Mountains and dark forests, nearly constituting half of the total area of the northern lands. Corresponding to its vastness is the multitude of races inhabiting the plains, including barbarians, orcs, centaurs, boarfolk, centaurs, wirgins, and goblins, all vying for survival and dominance on this land. Throughout history, the flames of conflict have never extinguished upon the plains. Now, with the intervention of human forces represented by merchant guilds, the situation on the plains has become increasingly complex and enigmatic. The depths of the northern plains are profound, and Jose harbored neither the desire nor the capacity to engage in its tumult. To avoid unwitting encounters with other extraordinary beings, the 2 dragons sought refuge on a towering peak within the Moto Forest, resting back to back. The following day, Jose was awakened by commotion. He peered from behind the rocky outcrop, gazing toward the vast plains where a chase was unfolding. The pursuers were a dozen centaurs, while the one being hunted was a solitary goblin. As their name suggests, centaurs possess the upper bodies of humans and the lower bodies of horses, making them a common indigenous race of the plains, adept in agility and archery. Their remarkable mobility and archery skills render centaurs akin to cavalry, swift and elusive. Capitalizing on their racial advantages, centaurs have resorted to marauding across the plains, becoming a nightmare for various races. Jose found himself perplexed. How could centaurs be pursuing a goblin? While it is true that centaurs are swift bandits, goblins are burrowing creatures, their specialty lying in mining, residing in the twisted confines of narrow tunnels. It stands to reason that the two races should maintain a mutual non-aggression. Despite his confusion, the reality before him was undeniable, and he chose to observe the unfolding conflict without further deliberation. The centaurs relentlessly pursued the goblin, who was making a desperate sprint toward the Moto forest. This was undoubtedly a wise decision, as the obstacles within the forest would hinder the centaur's agility. Regrettably, when it comes to running speed, the two-legged dog-headed creature cannot possibly compete with the four-legged centaur. It will not be long before he is overtaken by the numerous centaurs, and the consequences are self-evident. Joss resolved to rescue the dog-headed being. Dog-headed creatures are adept miners, likely possessing knowledge of the mines, which are ideal habitats for red dragons. Moreover, these lesser dragonkin, with their genes inscribed with reverence for true dragons, are inherently weak and easily manageable, making them suitable servants for juvenile dragons. Although he decided to intervene, he refrained from immediate action. A moment later, the centaurs had caught up with the dog-headed creature, and the encirclement was imminent. Joss emerged from his hiding place, unleashing a resounding roar. "Cassie, let us go," he exclaimed, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky, gliding towards the battlefield. His wings cleaved through the air, the fierce wind howling past his ears as he fixated on the panicked centaurs in the distance, his draconic breath building in his throat. "Dragon!" The centaurs screamed as they scattered in terror, raising clouds of dust across the plain. Dragons are prevalent in the legends of various intelligent races. Regardless of color or alignment, be it benevolent or malevolent, they share one defining characteristic: immense power, unmatched by ordinary beings. The centaur's panic was palpable upon witnessing two dragons approaching them. They could only lament their parents for not having granted them 2 additional legs as they fled at full speed. However, if fleeing in disarray were effective, dragons would never be deemed malevolent. In mere moments, Josh traversed the distance of thousands of meters, catching up to the fleeing centaurs. A conical torrent of fiery breath rained down from above, effortlessly transforming the marauding centaurs into charred remains. Like a mischievous child using a magnifying glass to incinerate ants, the frail and exposed centaurs fell one after another. Under the onslaught of the 2 dragons, it was not long before only one centaur remained in sight. Joss ceased his fiery assault and pursued the fleeing centaur with a powerful flap of his wings. However, the centaur's proud archery was rendered a mere just before the might of the dragon. Arrows merely bounced off the hardened dragon scales without leaving a mark. And upon witnessing their shattered arrows, the centaur nearly lost the will to run. The descending dragon claws seized the pallid centaur and lifted it skyward. Joss returned with his prey, dropping it from a height equivalent to 6 stories before the astonished dog-headed creature. With a thud, the centaur crashed to the ground, blood spilling forth as its body convulsed slightly. Joss folded his wings from 10 meters above, allowing gravity to claim him. With a resounding crash, his immense 9-meter frame struck the earth, his steel-like claws landing upon the twitching centaur, mercifully ending its wretched existence. Crimson blood flowed from beneath his claws, seeping into the soil and pooling in the low spots. However, it appeared that the plan had encountered a minor setback. The dog-headed creature showed no reaction whatsoever. It did not bow in submission. Was my entrance not appropriate? He gazed down at the dog-headed being, exhaling 2 puffs of white smoke from his nostrils, which settled upon the creature's head. Stimulated by external forces, the dog-headed creature slowly lifted its gaze, tracing a path from the intricately scaled belly of the dragon to its elongated neck, ultimately resting upon the majestic and imposing head of the dragon. The crown-like horns deeply resonated with his soul. Observing the dog's gaping mouth and astonished eyes, Jose realized that it was not his entrance that was amiss, but rather that the dog-headed being was momentarily paralyzed by fear, unable to respond. Thud! As realization dawned, the dog-headed creature's knees buckled, and it knelt upon the ground. Chapter 22 The First Vassal Grey Dragon. I express my deepest gratitude for saving my humble life. Please, allow me to prostrate myself in reverence." It is noteworthy that the kobold spoke in the tongue of dragons, albeit with such a pronounced accent that even Jose, the true dragon of noble lineage, could only comprehend with great difficulty. Jose held his head high, accepting the kobold's adoration. For lesser dragonkin and certain malevolent races, the chromatic dragons are akin to notorious crime lords, objects of their veneration. When opportunities arise, they seek to attach themselves, taking pride in serving the true dragons. However, their worship is directed towards the might of the dragonkin rather than the dragons themselves. Should they encounter a more powerful true dragon, these ungrateful souls would not hesitate to turn against their benefactor. History has recorded instances of dragons clashing in combat, as the weaker dragon discovers that its subordinates have defected to the opposing side. Therefore, one must exercise caution when dealing with these lesser dragonkin, maintaining an absolute superiority in power. After a while, he sensed it was time to inquire further. "Arise, to which tribe do you belong? Why are you being pursued by centaurs?" "Great dragon, I am a member of the blood-toothed kobold tribe. As for why I am being hunted by the grey-tail centaurs, I initially sought their assistance." Through the kobold's clumsy dragon tongue, Jose pieced together the narrative. The blood-toothed tribe and the grey-tail centaur clan had once shared a cordial relationship. The kobolds excelled in mining but lacked agricultural skills, while the centaurs required metal arrowheads yet possessed no ore. Thus, the kobolds exchanged their mined resources for the centaurs' food, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, the situation turned dire when the kobolds, caught off guard, could only carry a meager supply of food. Desperate and facing starvation, the kobolds sent an envoy to their old friends, the grey-tail centaurs, seeking assistance, only for the envoy to nearly be enslaved. Jose detected a flaw in the kobold's account. The centaurs were not foolish. They would not allow a captured slave to escape under the cover of night. He probed further. "How did you manage to escape from the slave pen? Share your tale with me." The kobold's eyes sparkled with excitement. "During the rebellion against the centaurs, I awakened my magical powers. At that moment, I was still unfamiliar with my newfound abilities, feigning weakness to be captured. When night fell, I took advantage of a guard's drowsiness and used my magic to eliminate him. Then, I incited the other slaves to set fire to the centaurs' dwellings. And amidst the chaos, we made our escape, ultimately leading us to you." Upon hearing the kobold's tale of escape, Jose couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. A remarkable individual. In a moment of peril, he awakened as a dragon blood sorcerer, yet found himself ensnared in a trap. With overwhelming adversaries, the kobold cleverly feigned vulnerability to be captured, biding his time to incite a rebellion and ignite a diversion for their escape, a display of both courage and cunning. Not only did he possess bravery and intellect, but also fortune. The awakening of his sorcery was indeed a stroke of luck, and encountering one such as himself in dire straits was an additional serendipity. Luck, though intangible and elusive, undeniably exists, cannot be grasped nor demanded. Generally, those who seek to impose their will upon fortune must align themselves with the fortunate, hoping to ride the coattails of their success. As a dragon, Jose had superior options at his disposal. He resolved to take this kobold as his vassal. Jose unfurled his dragon wings, standing tall to accentuate his majestic stature. "Your courage and wisdom shall receive my commendation. The great true dragon, Francisco Trinidad Jose, bestows upon you the honor of becoming a servant of the colossal dragon." The kobold was initially taken aback, but soon overwhelmed with joy. He knelt with a thud, proclaiming, "It is my honor, my master." Jose nodded, thoroughly pleased with the kobold's reaction. He retrieved a dragon scale that had shed during his growth, and, after a moment's contemplation, squeezed out a drop of blood. Upon witnessing this, the kobold's expression brimmed with elation. As an innate dragon blood sorcerer, he had glimpsed some fundamental knowledge of dragons through his lineage. There were 3 tiers of dragon servitude. The highest tier, the essence blood contract, involved the dragon forcibly extracting a drop of its precious blood to transform its servant's lineage fundamentally into that of a dragonborn, granting the servant the ability to grow alongside their master. However, the essence blood contract imposed a significant toll on the dragon itself, making it a rare occurrence. The middle tier consisted of dragon blood and scales, where scales served as parchment and blood as ink, establishing a magical contract and spiritual connection with the servant. The servant would be transformed into a dragonkin, benefiting from their master's growth, albeit to a lesser extent than with the essence blood contract. The lowest tier merely involved the servant being imbued with the dragon's aura, receiving dragon blood and scales. or even lingering in the dragon's presence long enough to absorb some essence, resulting in a faint dragon lineage. Such servants, however, would not gain any benefits from their master's growth, thus enjoying greater freedom. Jose intoned an incantation, causing the dragon scale and blood to ascend slowly, merging into one. The crimson scale shimmering with a faint light. As the spell progressed, lines of tiny, intricate characters appeared on the scale, inscribed in the ancient dragon script. This contract was not drafted by the dragon itself, but inherited from the primordial ancestor dragon, refined over countless years, and deemed one of the most perfect contracts in the multiverse. Once the contract was completed, the scale gently descended upon the kobold's forehead, merging into his skin and vanishing. The dragon lineage within the scale dispersed throughout his body, nurturing his flesh and bones, fundamentally enhancing the kobold's physique. The kobold gritted his teeth, enduring the pain brought forth by the transformation of his bloodline. After this ordeal, he would emerge anew. After about 10 minutes, the bloodline transformation concluded, and the tension in the kobold's face gradually eased. He opened his eyes, his bright yellow vertical pupils tinged with a hint of red, a manifestation of the red dragon's bloodline at work. Jose sensed a subtle spiritual connection forming between himself and the kobold before him. Realizing that his first servant had come into being, "My servant, reveal your name to me." Ergo? Erguzi. As a kobold, the name was indeed fitting. "Very well, Erguzi, lead me to your encampment." Erguzi felt a flicker of doubt in his heart, but dared not voice any objections. "As you wish." Though referred to as a garrison, it is, in truth, an open-air encampment nestled amidst the woodlands. Stones form a circular perimeter, and a wooden frame, propped up by sticks, supports a suspended cooking pot. This constitutes the sole structure within the camp. Under the gaze of the many goblins, Josh strides to the center of the tribe, swishing his tail to send a stone the size of a grinding wheel soaring, resulting in a thunderous crash as it strikes a tree, thick as an adult's waist, cleaving it in two with a spine-chilling crack. Henceforth, against the backdrop of the slowly tilting tree, Joss unfurls his grand dragon wings and proclaims loudly, "You belong to me." Chapter 23. Reclaiming the minds in response to Joss's declaration of enslaving his own tribe. Not a single goblin voiced dissent. Rather, they reveled in ecstatic delight. To be enslaved by a true dragon was, in a certain sense, tantamount to being under the dragon's protection, with the safeguarding of a true dragon. The catastrophic events reminiscent of the 3 petrified lizards that nearly drove the tribe to ruin would never transpire again. What? No freedom? Better to die. Such a declaration, brimming with the spirit of resistance, was merely a lavish byproduct of a species thriving in an era of abundant material resources. The mighty dragon, perched at the pinnacle of extraordinary beings, was inherently unequal to the lesser goblins. Gazing down at the multitude of kneeling goblins, Joss felt a surge of satisfaction. Who is the leader? Step forward. In truth, he had already noticed the robust goblin exchanging glances with Urgu, a goblin who stood a head taller than his peers, with muscles bulging beneath his scales like a tightly fitted garment. As expected, the muscular goblin rose to his feet, bowing his head in deference to the true dragon's toes. "Great master, I am Sorda, the current chief of the Bloodfang tribe. My servant, inform me of the current population of the Bloodfang tribe. How many warriors do we possess?" Joss cast a glance at the still kneeling goblins, observing that all the adult goblins were in their prime. As for the absence of elder goblins, it was customary for goblins to expel their aged kin, a practice devoid of moral consideration. Due to prolonged food scarcity, the obsolete elder goblins must yield their space for survival to the newborns. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that in the narrow confines of the mine, having too many individuals would be of little utility, especially with himself and Cassie present. The goblins erupted in cheers, and Sorda could hardly conceal his joy, while Urgu, who had anticipated this, maintained his composure, though his clenched fist betrayed his excitement. Shortly thereafter, the selection process was completed, and Urgu whispered a few words to Sorda, who promptly ordered the meager rations to be distributed among the chosen warriors. Their discreet exchange did not escape Joss's notice. He grew increasingly impressed by this subordinate, whose meticulous planning ensured the warriors were well fed to replenish their strength, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities and minimizing unnecessary casualties. It is also noteworthy that Urga referred to Sorda as brother. In no time, 20 goblins had devoured their portions. "Let us depart." At Joss's command, the group set forth on their journey. Half an hour later, they arrived at a small hill, cloaked in verdant foliage, standing approximately 500 meters tall, with a concealed mine entrance nestled in its corner. "Master, this is it." Urgu pointed to the pitch-black opening, which was barely the size of a half-door. Such a diminutive entrance was naturally too small for Joss's colossal form. However, he possessed the legacy of dragons. Within this legacy lay a spell specifically designed for such situations, a size reduction spell. This enchantment could diminish the size of a large creature to as small as a cat. Depending on the strength of the dragon in question, he swiftly recited the incantation, and his form shrank at a visible pace, ultimately reducing to roughly the size of a tiger. Joss twisted his neck in mild discomfort. The shrinking spell felt akin to donning a tight-fitting garment in a smaller size, leaving him somewhat uneasy. "Jose, my friend." Cassie pointed towards the narrow entrance, the meaning clear without words. "Very well. Soda, lead the way inside and locate the petrified lizards." "Aye." Cassie departed, and Soda guided the warriors into the cave. Jose, at the cave's entrance, engaged in some physical activity. It was his first time employing the technique of size reduction, and he needed to adapt to the transformation. With a powerful thud of his tail against the ground, he assessed the depth of the indentations left behind. His strength was merely at 70% of its peak, yet his agility had notably increased. He exhaled a breath of dragon fire, only to find that the range of his fiery assault had diminished by 40%, yet he nodded in satisfaction. It is essential to understand that the range of dragon fire is largely contingent upon the dragon's length and physical robustness. With Jose's body having shrunk to one-third of its original size, a reduction of nearly 40% in the range of his fire breath was commendable. According to the magical records inscribed in the Legacy of Dragons, a reduction of 3 times in body length would typically result in a halving of fire breath range, clearly indicating that his physical prowess surpassed that of his contemporaries. "Ergo, lead the way. As you command." Jose followed his kin, stepping into the dark, sloping mine. The ground was strewn with gravel, and each step produced a soft crunching sound as stones scraped against one another. The further they traversed, the more expansive the cavern became, eventually large enough to accommodate the full form of a red dragon. This layout exemplified the unique survival wisdom of the goblins. The narrow entrance facilitated defense and secrecy, while the ample interior space catered to their living needs. "Master, we are still on the outskirts of the Bloodfang mine. The innermost chambers are even more spacious, with 8 specially hewn living areas. Even if you were to reside there, you would not feel cramped." Noticing the genuine dragon's astonishment, Ergo spoke with pride. "Our Bloodfang tribe has a lineage extending over a century, with our peak population reaching 3,000, making us the largest goblin tribe in the vicinity. Merchants from distant lands would travel great distances to procure our ores. Then why has it declined? Well, 8 years ago, the mine was completely depleted, leaving only remnants of inferior ore, leading to the tribe's fragmentation, with most of the kin migrating away." "I see," Jose thought, increasingly satisfied with the mine, a vast and unobtrusive exhausted cavern. Could there be a more ideal dwelling? At that moment, a goblin warrior rushed towards them. "Master, we have located the petrified lizards. They reside in the first living area ahead." "Led on." "Certainly." Following the goblin warrior, Jose arrived at the so-called first living area, which indeed conformed to Ergo's description. He would not find it cramped at all. This was a colossal circular space, measuring 500 meters in diameter and standing 30 to 40 meters high. The uneven ceiling appeared as if gnawed upon by some beast, and remnants of or still clung to the dark, slate-like rock. The entire area seemed to have been excavated from a rich mineral zone and subsequently transformed. The ground had been leveled and furnished with a multitude of tents, constructed from wood, hemp rope, tattered cloth, and animal hides, all appearing quite aged and besmirched with grime. The petrified lizards, the focus of their quest, had made their home towards the inner side of the first living area. At this moment, 3 petrified lizards had also discerned the intruders. They arranged themselves in a triangular formation, confronting the gnolls from a distance, their forked tongues occasionally flicking from their mouths, and their tails restlessly swaying, having sensed an aura of danger. It was evident that this ominous presence did not emanate from the gnolls. While the petrified lizards scrutinized Joss, he too was observing them. Their massive forms, stretching 6 meters in length, were robust and powerful, their gray skin wrinkled like the aged hide of an old cow. But most striking were the lizards' eyes. Those pale gray orbs emitted a paralyzing glare, which was the source of their name. The trio of petrified lizards consisted of 1 male and 2 females, a common familial arrangement, Joss mused, narrowing his eyes as he focused on his adversaries. The petrified lizard, an extraordinary species that was formidable yet not quite on par with a fully grown dragon, seemed as harmless as a mere kitten in the presence of such a majestic creature. However, Joss was not a fully grown dragon. He estimated that he could contend with 2 of the petrified lizards simultaneously, but 3 would result in a stalemate. He resolved to exercise caution to avoid a potential downfall, glancing at the 22 subordinates, including the Knoll brothers at his side. In accordance with the typical tactics of a wicked dragon, one would dispatch minions to take the forefront while the dragon awaited an opportune moment. Yet, such a strategy would likely lead to substantial casualties among his subordinates. Joss had no desire to witness such losses. He did not consider himself a benevolent dragon, yet he adhered to a code of principles. If you choose to stand by my side, I am duty-bound to safeguard the well-being of my brethren, he contemplated. Soda. Ergo. Each of you lead 10 warriors against 1 petrified lizard. Victory is not the objective, simply delay them, and I shall swiftly dispatch my opponent to come to your aid. Yes, he commanded. You shall handle the 2 females. Now, go. With that, Joss dispelled his shrinking spell, his form rapidly expanding. Chapter 24. Fierce battle with the petrified lizard. Upon regaining his full stature, Jose's elevated perspective allowed him to notice the lair of the petrified lizards. They had constructed a nest using the hides and filthy rags sourced from the goblin tents. While the nest itself was not particularly astonishing, what captured Jose's attention were the pure white lizard eggs nestled within. At that moment, the goblins began their charge, and the battle was about to ignite, prompting a flurry of thoughts in his mind. Capturing 3 petrified lizards? That would be unwise. Our forces lack the strength to overpower them. Attempting to capture the adversary poses unpredictable risks. Perhaps it would be better to nurture the lizard eggs directly. Keeping a safe distance from the nest during the battle is crucial, as the petrified lizards had just laid their eggs, Jose fervently called out, ensuring not to damage the precious eggs while reciting a spell. An imperceptible magical force field enveloped him. Protect against malicious energy. He also cast a protective spell on his melee companion, Sorta, before charging forward. The ground trembled beneath his massive form, echoing with a thunderous sound as he swiftly caught up to his departing minions. Once alongside them, Jose pressed on, steadily diminishing the distance between them and the petrified lizards. In battles where the forces are evenly matched or the disparity in strength is minimal, a reckless charge would only render oneself a target for concentrated fire, leading to a swift demise. Fighting alongside his comrades was the key to survival. The 3 petrified lizards' eyes glimmered faintly, a clear indication that they were charging their petrifying rays. In truth, it would be more appropriate to refer to the petrified lizards' petrifying rays as rigidity rays. Their purpose was merely to immobilize their prey, facilitating the hunt. True petrification is a formidable power, akin to the gaze of Medusa, a talent feared even by adult dragons. From the pupils of the petrified lizards, 6 rigidity rays erupted forth with astonishing speed, catching the dragon off guard. What the hell? Why is everyone targeting me? Jose mentally cursed the ancestors of the petrified lizards as the 6 rays struck him in succession. Fortunately, the protective energy mitigated 4 of the rays, while the remaining 2 were absorbed by the dragon's inherent magical resistance. The areas struck tingled slightly, and he calmly assessed the potency of the rigidity rays. Had all 6 connected, he would have been rendered immobile and likely face-planted into the ground. Such an embarrassment would be catastrophic. How could he establish dominance and rally followers afterward? They must not be allowed to charge their powers. With this resolution, he rapidly recited another incantation. Fog spell. A thick, white mist materialized, enveloping Jose and the goblins, obscuring the petrified lizards' line of sight as they prepared for their next attack. Utilizing the cover of the fog, Jose fortified himself with an additional layer of protective energy. Noticing he was on the verge of escaping the mist's confines, illusion spell. The illusory form of the red dragon surged forth from the fog, instantly pierced by the 6 rigidity rays. At the precise moment the rays passed through the illusion, Jose propelled himself forward with the force of a tempest, leaping from the mist and seizing the opportunity while the petrified lizards charged their energy, finally closing the distance into the range of his breath attack. He opened his mouth, and a torrent of flames surged forth from his throat, engulfing the petrified lizards in a fiery deluge, illuminating the entire cavern with a crimson glow. The 3 burning petrified lizards hurriedly scattered to evade the dragon's breath, emitting hissing cries of anguish as they fled. The intensity of their screams indicated that the dragon's flames had not inflicted substantial harm upon them. As Joss ceased his fiery onslaught, the petrified lizards writhed on the ground, their scales extinguished of the dragon's flames, revealing their grayish-white skin adorned with marbled patterns. The petrified lizards possessed another innate magical ability, their petrified skin. Historical accounts of magic suggest that the spell for stone skin was inspired by these creatures, and within their original forms, the petrified skin exhibited formidable power. capable of withstanding dragon fire with only minor burns. Cursed be it. The young dragon's flames were insufficient to penetrate the defenses of the petrified skin in such a brief time. Before the petrified lizards could regain their footing, Josh charged forward, sweeping his tail and sending a cloud of black ash from the burnt tint soaring, striking one of the female lizards with great force. Meanwhile, he redirected his breath to confront another female lizard, while his claws lunged toward the male lizard's head. The unparalleled dragon faced 3 adversaries, exuding an air of dominance. Though he alone understood the peril that lay within this confrontation, the petrified lizards measured 6 meters in length, their muscular frames robust and powerful. The male lizard was even larger than the female, and in mere physical combat, it was not significantly weaker than the young dragon. The young dragon's proficiency in fire magic was hindered by the terrain, effectively binding one of his arms. If his offensive momentum faltered, the petrified lizards would seize the opportunity to retaliate. Their foul, slimy fangs carried a plethora of pathogens, and wounds inflicted by them were notoriously difficult to heal. He certainly did not wish to be bitten. In the midst of their fierce struggle, a bright yellow magical energy shot toward Joss from behind, merging with his being and invigorating his taut muscles, imparting a surge of strength. The spell of immense power. Urgal, well done, riding the wave of newfound strength. Joss unleashed his full force, his tail sweeping the encroaching female lizard away like a rolling gourd, sending it tumbling 30 or 40 meters and crushing a swath of tints beneath it. He quickly reared up on his hind legs, pinning the male lizard's head to the ground with his forepaws, utilizing his weight advantage to keep it subdued, the sound of their jaws clashing echoing in the air. Scoundrel, do you not realize how atrocious your breath is? His dragon wings targeted the opponent's spine, slamming down in fury, striking the petrified lizard with a drum-like thud. Executing the dragon clan's combat technique, the dragon wing strike. The force generated by his wings was sufficient to lift the colossal dragon aloft. Their seemingly delicate nature belied their immense weight, delivering relentless blows like a mighty hammer. Though the defenses of the petrified skin remained unbroken, the lizard's fragile internal organs could not withstand such assault, and the petrified lizard let out a pained cry, thrashing violently in agony, its tail sweeping up dust and debris. Hearing their companions' tormented screams, the 2 female lizards rushed to assist, only to be intercepted by the arriving dog-headed men, utilizing their shorter stature to their advantage. The dog-headed men attacked the relatively vulnerable underbellies of the lizards with their spears, forcing the 2 female lizards to retreat. In a one-on-one confrontation, Joss finally unleashed his full potential. He utilized his weight advantage to firmly pin the head of the petrified lizard, while his draconic wings continued to strike. Simultaneously, he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, enveloping both himself and the lizard in searing flames. Under this dual assault, the lizard's stony skin could only withstand the onslaught for a few fleeting seconds before it succumbed. The gray magical carapace peeled away, revealing the lizard's original skin, which was instantaneously charred and torn apart by the dragon fire, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh. Soon, the flesh on its back was incinerated, exposing the opponent's spine and tibia. With renewed vigor, Joss tilted his head back, inhaling deeply, then leaned forward, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. The dragon breath penetrated the final membrane protecting the thoracic cavity, as the scorching firestorm consumed the internal organs of the petrified lizard, reducing them to ashes. Chapter 25. Victory. After vanquishing his opponent, Jose swiftly rushed to support the beleaguered Urgu, taking on his adversary as Urgu redirected his efforts to assist their struggling elder brother with long-range magic. The tide of battle was now firmly established. Even the robust petrified lizard was no match for Jose, let alone the weaker female lizard. Employing the 3 combat forms of the dragonkin pounce, bite, and strike, Jose executed a seamless combination, bringing the female lizard crashing to the ground. Once the foe was eliminated, Jose refrained from re-engaging in combat, opting instead to observe how the kobolds dealt with the petrified lizard. On one hand, he sought to gauge the combat prowess of his new minions. On the other, he reminded himself that he was a leader, not a caretaker, allowing his subordinates to resolve matters they could handle themselves. His gaze shifted to the battlefield, where the kobolds encircled the petrified lizard, brandishing their spears in a feigned thrust yet remaining immobile, emitting an irritating yapping sound. This was the kobold strategy for hunting large creatures, to encircle without attacking, using noise to disrupt the enemy's judgment, waiting for an opening to strike with their spears, gradually wearing down their opponent while incurring minimal cost in the pursuit of victory. Their adversary, the extraordinary beast known as the petrified lizard, possessed a massive frame and powerful limbs, with its sole weakness being its lack of agility. However, the stone skin spell adeptly compensated for this flaw, enveloping the lizard's hide in a layer of stony protection, akin to donning plate armor over leather. Even the comparatively softer underbelly was impervious to the kobold's assaults. The only one with a hope of inflicting harm on the petrified lizard was the kobold leader, Soda, who remained poised, biding his time for a decisive strike. It was evident that the petrified lizard had also taken note of this formidable kobold, remaining vigilantly aware of him, yet its primary focus was drawn to the distant Urgu, the spellcaster. For centuries, wild creatures had learned a painful truth through countless harrowing experiences. Beware of spellcasters, lest they repeat the tragedies of their ancestors. Impatience set in among the kobold ranks, leading one to lose restraint and launch a surprise attack from behind. His target was the lizard's vulnerable area, a rare spot lacking the stone skin's protective layer. Sensing the impending assault on its sensitive region, the petrified lizard tightened its defenses, whipping its tail to send the audacious attacker crashing backward, bloodied and silenced against a nearby tent. Yet, his sacrifice bore value. Soda stealthily maneuvered to the side of the petrified lizard, thrusting his spear, imbued with his brother's enhancement spell. Hiss! The lizard, caught off guard, sustained an injury, a gaping wound appearing on its pristine underbelly, crimson fluid trailing along its skin. Racked by pain and indignation, the petrified lizard prepared to retaliate but was met with a swift shadow, a small fireball aimed at its eye. It hastily turned its head to evade the oncoming projectile, which detonated upon its neck, leaving a sizable black mark. Under the cover of their kin's distraction, the kobold brothers took turns to attack, each striving to inflict further wounds on the petrified lizard. Noticing Jose's watchful gaze, they deliberately endeavored to showcase their prowess before their master. A faint smile graced Joss's lips as he observed the remarkable performance of the two brothers, despite the vast disparity in their strengths. Pain accumulated gradually, and the loss of blood sapped their stamina. The battered, petrified lizard gasped for breath, crimson streaks spreading within its gray eyes. Its attacks grew increasingly irrational, and victory loomed predictably on the horizon. Suddenly, the petrified lizard, encircled by foes, disregarded the jabbing spears and pivoted sharply, barreling past the dog-headed men towards its nest. Joss was taken aback, witnessing the frenzied madness in the lizard's scarlet eyes, its target being the pristine white eggs nestled in its lair. In a desperate act, the mother sought to annihilate her offspring to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. This was indeed admirable, yet Joss required those lizard eggs, once the hatchlings matured. They would serve as formidable combatants to remedy the dog-headed clan's deficiency in elite forces. He propelled himself forward, leaping into the air, tracing a parabolic arc as he collided with the fleeing petrified lizard. With a resounding thud, the petrified lizard was toppled onto its back, its belly exposed. Sharp dragon claws pierced through the wound in its abdomen, crushing the tibia and seizing the still-beating heart within, tightening their grip. With a sudden pop, akin to a balloon bursting, the pulsating heart was crushed, and the petrified lizard crumpled to the ground, its eyes gradually dimming as if shrouded in dust, losing their luster. The dog-headed brothers hung their heads, unable to meet Joss's gaze. "It is not your fault. The petrified lizard indeed exceeded your capabilities," Joss reassured them. Shaking the blood from his claws, he had discerned the brothers' true strengths through this confrontation. According to human standards of strength classification, the dog-headed brothers belonged to the novice tier, while both the petrified lizard and Joss were categorized as intermediate. Of course, even within the same tier, abilities could vary dramatically, as the tier itself encompasses a broad range. For instance, a score of 60 and a score of 100 may both be deemed acceptable, yet the latter is undeniably superior. "Soda, come forth," Joss commanded. Soda approached, head bowed. "Your bravery has not gone unnoticed. I bestow upon you the honor of becoming a servant of the dragon." Soda lifted his head in disbelief, astonished by the words he had just heard. But after a moment, he realized that bravery was merely a pretext. For Joss's true intention was to gain complete dominion over the blood-fong dog-headed clan. Nevertheless, he had never contemplated betrayal. The advantages of becoming a dragonborn were manifold, and thus he willingly accepted. Soda knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Thank you for your mercy, my lord. The blood-fong clan shall become your razor-sharp blade." "Excellent, splendid," Joss replied. Shortly thereafter, Soda received the same honor as his brother. Upon completion of the dragon vein transformation, he emerged as if pulled from water. Yet his face was awash with joy. The power of the dragon vein surged within him. The benefits of this exalted lineage extended far beyond the present. Throughout his growth, he would reap even greater rewards, not least of which was the significantly prolonged lifespan that being a dragonborn afforded him compared to the dog-headed men. Only the petrified corpses of lizards and their eggs lay before him, and he dared not handle them without permission. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the contract, he approached, "Master, how shall we dispose of these petrified lizard remains?" Jose cast a glance at his spoils. The extraordinary beasts were replete with treasures, and the eyeballs of the petrified lizards served as the primary material for crafting the magical item known as the Eye of Petrification. Alas, he lacked the appropriate storage containers and had no channels through which to sell them. Even if such avenues existed, he had no intention of pursuing them. It was unwise to risk engaging with intelligent beings for mere trifles, as it would only heighten the likelihood of exposure. He resolved to stew one lizard as a reward for his warriors, while the remaining two would be butchered, dried, and preserved as provisions. The lizard skins would be fashioned into leather armor. And have some personnel widen the entrance to allow my companions to enter. As you command. Jose then approached the lizard nest and counted the pristine white eggs within. There were 13 in total. Summoned 2 individuals to guard the lizard eggs. No one is to approach them. Ergo, accompany me as we explore our new abode. It would be my honor. Chapter 26, The Great Rift Leading the Way Ahead. He's entered the tunnel at the end of Living Area 1, guided by Ergur. As they traversed the dimly lit passage, Ergur elaborated, "Master, we are now heading towards Living Area 2, which remains operational. The population of our tribe is modest, and Living Area 2 is not fully occupied. Therefore, we shall utilize the surplus space to construct an incubation facility using the dried grass collected from the vast prairie. Indeed, just like dragons, goblins are oviparous creatures. The female goblin lays eggs twice a year, with each clutch consisting of 4 to 9 eggs. Generally speaking, nearly all eggs successfully hatch. Yet the survival rate is below 40% due to diseases, hunger, and competition among peers, which pose significant challenges to the growth of goblin hatchlings." With a sigh, Ergu lamented the fate of the eggs that had been destroyed by the petrified lizards. Upon exiting the tunnel, they were met with an expansive area, comparable in size to Living Area 1. Half of the space was adorned with goblin tents, while the other half was strewn with heaps of dried grass. In one of these mounds lay a small, hollow nest containing goblin eggs the size of a fist. Unfortunately, many of the grass piles had been trampled by large creatures, causing the eggs within to vanish, while others bore remnants of shattered shells, with no sign of the hatchlings that should have emerged. As the imposing red dragon approached, a goblin soldier, who had been foraging among the grass piles, approached them, cradling a kitten-sized goblin hatchling in his arms. Bowing his head before the soldier reported, "Master, we have discovered some little ones hiding amidst the grass. They were fortunate enough to escape from the dreadful foes, yet they could not evade starvation. This hatchling is the sole survivor." He's glanced at the tiny goblin. Just born, it exhibited a tender pale pink hue. Its nascent claws and scales were semi-transparent crystals, giving it an endearing appearance. However, its eyes were closed, its breathing faint, and its heartbeat precariously on the verge of cessation. Erga furrowed his brow, declaring, "It is beyond saving. This hatchling has lost consciousness and cannot feed." Female goblins lack secondary sexual characteristics, and newly hatched goblins do not require maternal milk, akin to dragons. They consume eggshells for nourishment before transitioning to solid food. The unconscious hatchling, however, was unable to ingest anything. "Discard it," Erga suggested. "Wait," he's interjected, halting the goblin soldier who was about to turn away, as he accepted the hatchling from the soldier's hands. "Encountering me is your fortune." As he spoke, a surge of magical energy emanated from his claws, mingling with wisps of sanguine mist. The dragon's blood, akin to dust, seeped into the skin of the goblin hatchling, causing its body temperature to soar, transforming its skin into a vibrant lobster red, emanating steam, while its heartbeat grew increasingly robust. Witnessing this spectacle, the goblin soldier felt a pang of envy, wishing for a chance to trade places. Ergu wore a complex expression, remarking, "Fortunate little one. Take him below," he instructed. The goblin soldier promptly accepted the hatchling, and he and Ergu resumed their exploratory journey. However, the second living area differs somewhat from the first. Here, there are 4 tunnels leading to other regions, situated in the cardinal directions of east, west, south, and north. It appears to be a network structure. I had assumed it was a chain-like formation. Although Agar does not understand the precise definitions of network and chain structures, he can glean some meaning from the words. Indeed, it is a network structure. How astute of you. Joss cast a sidelong glance at his companion. Never mind, the wisdom he speaks of is merely superficial. This world remains quite innocent, and the chrysanthemum is still just a flower. Joss observed a goblin soldier cradling several tiny corpses as he slipped into a nearby tunnel, piqued by curiosity. Where are they taking the bodies? To discard them. There is a large fissure in the third living area where excrement, slag, and other worthless refuse are tossed away. Edgar breathed a sigh of relief. Even a mere sidelong glance had imparted immense pressure upon him. Accompanying a lord is akin to accompanying a tiger. Joss, unaware of his companion's inner musings, was nonetheless intrigued by the mention of the great fissure. Let us take a look. As you wish. After a short while, the duo arrived at the third living area, which was far more dilapidated than the first two. It seemed that after the schism of the Bloodfang tribe, no one had resided here. Rather than delving into the history of the Bloodfang goblin tribe, Joss was more captivated by the great fissure. Located at the edge of the third living area, a crack in the ground ranging from 0.5 meter to 2 meters in width. Joss approached the widest part of the fissure and peered down. It was profound, extremely deep. The visible depth alone exceeded 2,000 meters, and beyond that. His view was obstructed by irregularly protruding rocks, yet he could discern a faint red glow emanating from the depths of the Earth's crust, the light of molten rock. Esteemed master, I have heard that when this fissure was first excavated, the tribe explored it, but found nothing and lost many lives. The chieftain then regarded the fissure as an omen of misfortune and forbade further exploration. Beyond that, I am not privy to any details. Very well. Joss leaned further into the fissure, feeling the flow of air. There was wind, it was open. Determining the direction of the breeze, he looked toward its source. Unfortunately, the fissure's surface was not smooth. It was adorned with irregular protrusions. In the wider sections, there was ample space for Joss to pass, while the narrower areas barely allowed for a finger's width. He sniffed, attempting to analyze the scent molecules carried by the wind. But the sulfurous odor from the subterranean lava muddled his olfactory senses. He gleaned little, only identifying a unique plant aroma. An aroma starkly different from surface flora, dark, with a hint of decay. Could it be connected to the shadowy realm of the Black Forest? Joss murmured to himself. The possibility is quite high. The shadowy realm is one of the most mysterious and perilous areas of the Tadanor continent, composed of numerous vast caverns interconnected by tunnels, with the largest caverns resembling a microcosm of the surface, complete with hills, forests, lakes, and subterranean rivers. In the vast, shadowy realms, an abundance of species thrives, rivaling that of the surface world, many of which are malevolent in nature, such as the infamous dark elves, grey dwarves, beholders, mind flayers, and deep-sea mermen. Among these, the Black Forest stands as a primeval ecosystem of the shadowy territories, perpetually shrouded in darkness, where dark energies corrupt the flora, twisting them into forms utterly dissimilar to their surface counterparts, distorted, dark, and exuding a miasma of decay. Few appreciate the Black Forest, save for the aberrant and necromancers. For the plants within are akin to poison for living beings. Consequently, the most common recourse for the subterranean civilizations is to incinerate the Black Forest entirely. Its survival indicates that it remains undiscovered by the sentient races, at least not yet exploited. Joss's eyes flickered with contemplation. The unexplored shadowy regions harbor opportunities, yet they are fraught with peril. Legends tell of a once mighty elven dynasty that emerged from the shadowy realms, where fortunate elves unearthed the vestiges of a long-lost ancient civilization. Some reaped rewards, while others faced dire consequences. There was a human kingdom that, upon discovering an untouched shadowy expanse, recklessly ventured forth without due exploration, inadvertently unleashing a plague curse that wrought devastation upon their realm. Such is the duality of the shadowy territories, dangerous, yet alluring. It was a prudent choice for your ancestors to cease their explorations. Joss turned away, resolute. He would not approach this chasm before reaching adulthood. Let us proceed. Chapter 27. Geothermal. Accompanied by Ergo, Jose explored the remaining living areas numbered 4 to 8. Apart from the 5th living area, which boasted a natural spring, the others lay abandoned and were hardly worth mentioning. Are there any other places we have yet to visit? Ergo inquired. The only remaining locations are some deserted tunnels, excavated by our ancestors in search of new veins after the existing ones had been depleted. Suddenly, Ergo recalled another site they had yet to explore. There are also the mines where we extracted inferior iron ore. Would you like to see them, my master? Let us go. As the lord of this domain, I must be well acquainted with every corner of my territory. The entrance to the mine was located within the 8th living area, and the passage had been excavated to accommodate the stature of the goblins, requiring Jose to reduce his size. Navigating through the narrow, dim tunnel, the master and his servant arrived at a cavernous mining area. The rock walls of the mine were adorned with dark red speckles, revealing the iron or veins upon which the blood-fawn goblin tribe depended for survival. The floor of the mining area was strewn with angular slag and scattered tools such as pickaxes and shovels. As Jose stepped into the mining site, he noticed something unusual about the ground. He quickly bent down to clear away the surface slag, placing his claw upon the earth to sense its extraordinary temperature. There is geothermal activity here. Those well-versed in geography understand that our world floats upon a layer of molten rock, much like ships upon the surface of water. However, the magma beneath the surface is not as smooth as the water above. Within the Earth's crust, certain materials have higher melting points while others are lower. Over time, the lower melting point substances are eroded by high temperatures, forming subterranean voids. Under pressure, the rising magma creates underground lava lakes. The warmth of hot springs and geothermal sources originates from these relatively shallow magma lakes, indicating that magma lies beneath the mine. Jose felt a surge of joy. As a fire-breathing dragon, prolonged exposure to geothermal areas rich in fire elements would greatly benefit his growth. A perfect dwelling, my esteemed master. It was the discovery of the lava lake below that compelled our ancestors to abandon further excavation. Now, we are left to mine these inferior iron ores, which are all but worthless. Gazing at the barren veins, Ergo felt a pang of disappointment. Do not lose heart, my servant. I have discovered a new vein. It must be said, the dragon's talent for treasure-seeking is truly remarkable. During their recent exploration, Jose had sensed the rhythmic pulse of the veins beneath the earth, the unique fragrance captivating the dragon's senses. To the east of the sixth living area, at a 30-degree downward angle, if we dig in that direction, we shall unearth what you seek. Ergo, recalling that dragons are experts at treasure hunting, beamed with genuine delight. Praise be to you, great master. You are indeed a blessing to the Bloodfawn tribe. There is no need for thanks. Minerals, wealth, and the Bloodfawn, including you, are all mine. After a leisurely exploration, he felt he had a sufficient understanding of the mine. Jose stood at the edge of the first living area, gazing down upon his subjects. The goblins remaining at the camp surged from the tunnel entrance, bringing their families along. Their faces radiated with joy as they walked and chatted, the air filled with the cacophony of barking. The goblins are an intelligent race, capable of utilizing both the common tongue and a smattering of Draconic. Their linguistic prowess is one of the primary reasons they are acknowledged as a sentient species. However, the civilization of the goblins is exceedingly primitive. Their adornments are crafted from animal bones and teeth, with the majority of them remaining in a state of natural form. Less than 30% of the goblins don leather aprons or coarse cloth. It is noteworthy that their attire is not intended for modesty, but rather to signify status. In their eyes, clothing is deemed a more valuable ornament than bone jewelry. Upon sighting the red dragon, Soda and 4 goblin soldiers approached, presenting freshly roasted food with outstretched hands. Master, please savor the culinary delights of the goblins. Joss accepted a skewer of meat. Inhaling its aroma, it was the leg of a recently slain petrified lizard, and upon taking a bite, he found it remarkably delectable compared to the charred flesh imbued with dragon fire. Indeed, you have put forth great effort. Upon receiving his master's approval, Soda beamed with joy and bowed deeply. Please enjoy at your leisure. More food is currently being prepared. Joss turned his gaze toward the distant campfire, where a circle of goblins was rotating meat over the flames. In addition, a pot was set atop the fire, emitting a cloud of steam. His curiosity piqued. He approached and lifted the pot's lid, releasing a wave of pungent steam. Within, he discovered a hodgepodge of barley, the innards of the petrified lizard, and unrecognizable tubers and leafy vegetables, all simmering together. The sounds of goblins swallowing in anticipation surrounded him, clearly indicating that this meal was intended for them. Joss replaced the lid discreetly and inquired, Soda, enlighten me regarding the tribe's food supplies. The previously stored meat had been largely ravaged by the petrified lizard. Yet Soda reassured him, do not worry, my master, I have dispatched hunters. The warriors will ensure a sufficient supply of meat, even at the risk of their lives. Soda had clearly misunderstood. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. No malevolent dragon had ever shown concern for the sustenance of its subordinates. Such tyrants were brutish conquerors, preoccupied solely with their own indulgences, often resorting to their retainers as a means to satiate their hunger. However, the visitor from another world could not embody such cold-bloodedness. He could not bear to witness his followers suffer from hunger while he reveled in comfort, let alone use them as sustenance. I certainly wish to have meat, but my subordinates must at least have broth to drink. This was his sentiment. He opted for a more direct inquiry. How much food remains in the tribe? And how long can it sustain you and your kin? Soda momentarily paused, then comprehended that his master was concerned about the tribe's food reserves, feeling touched by the concern. Rest assured, my master, the petrified lizard consumes only meat, and the grain stored previously remain intact, sufficient for the tribe's consumption for 2 months. And what then? After those 2 months? After 2 months, Soda's voice dwindled. Indeed, in 2 months, the Bloodfawn Goblin tribe would find themselves devoid of food sources. They had already severed ties with their trading partner, the Great Ale Centaur tribe, thus making it impossible to procure food through mineral trade as they had before. The food obtained through hunting and foraging would be insufficient to sustain such a large population. The most dire situation is that, in just 2 months, winter will arrive. In the past, every winter when heavy snow sealed the mountains, numerous clansmen perished from hunger and cold. This year, having fallen out with the centaurs and lost our primary source of sustenance, one can only anticipate the grim fate awaiting the Bloodfawn mines this winter. Must we once again engage in battle with the works? On one hand, this would reduce the food consumption of our tribe, while on the other, we might resort to using the corpses of our enemies, or even our own fallen comrades, as sustenance. The thought sent a shiver down Soda's spine. Jose methodically consumed the roasted meat in his hand before discarding the skewer. From this day forth, the inferior mine will be renamed Zone 9, my abode. No ordinary goblins are permitted within. If you two require anything, you may come to me. Additionally, my brother, the White Dragon, will be joining us once he arrives. Escort him to Zone 5. He shall find the springs there most agreeable. With that, he turned and strode toward the lair of the petrified lizards, retrieving the lizard eggs from within before disappearing into the tunnel, leaving the goblins behind. Without delay, he commenced the transformation of his new home. The dragon claws exhibited remarkable digging efficiency, yet the scale of the project was immense. After 3 days of arduous labor, Jose finally deemed his new residence satisfactory. The appearance of the inferior mine had been utterly transformed, evolving into a vast subterranean expanse with a diameter of 100 meters. The ceiling had been sculpted into a magnificent arch, while the ground had been leveled and refined. 3 emergency passages were constructed, 2 slanted upward from either side of the cavern, tunneling until they reached the roots of the trees above, while the third descended directly to the subterranean lava lake, offering a last resort for refuge should the need arise. With peace of mind, he could now rest soundly. He dusted off his dragon claws, contentedly reclining at the center of the cavern. Thanks to the geothermal warmth, the ground was pleasantly warm, providing a comforting embrace. Chapter 28. The more you think, the angrier you get. When Jose regained consciousness once more, he found himself in the Star River Plaza. The plaza appeared largely unchanged since his last departure, with the phoenix statue and the golden-clawed statue still majestically standing. Jose gazed at the statues, sensing something amiss. Both statues remained the same size as him, despite the fact that he had grown significantly over the past 3 years. Soon, he dismissed his concerns about size. After all, this extraordinary space was rife with peculiar phenomena. Before long, a new statue shimmering with starlight emerged in the marble square. Suspended above a square pedestal was an abstract hollow eye crafted from the intertwined digits 0 and 1. He glanced at the inscription on the pedestal: Digital Vision, F. Ruler, the inception of dominion from a humble lair. To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. Are you prepared? As his fingertips brushed the statue, the eye within erupted with a cascade of green glowing zeros and ones, a torrent of data surging into Jose's eyes, causing a sharp sting. In reality, beneath the closed eyelids of the red dragon, the eyeball rolled vigorously. After a while, he opened his stinging eyes. The structure of the red dragon's eyes resembled that of a serpent, with a deep crimson hue akin to molten lava, featuring a vertically elongated diamond-shaped golden pupil that expanded and contracted with varying light. Generally, as long as there was no obstruction, a dragon's vision was not unlike that of a human's. At that moment, a series of green numbers cascaded across Jose's retina. Indeed, it was data. He discovered that wherever he looked, a set of data would automatically appear on his retina. Distance: 41 m. Temperature: 31 c. Wind speed: 3 kilometers. H lines of green data flowed before his eyes like a waterfall, revealing previously unnoticed details with clarity. Jose felt a twinge of discomfort. Could it be that in the future, when he gazed at women? Height: 168 centimeters. Bust: 32 waist, 21 hip, 34 how magnificent. Height: 158 centimeters. Bust: 38, waist: 37, hip: 39. One after another. What divine proportions. Master, what did you say? Jose suddenly awoke to the presence of another. It's nothing, Erguzi. What brings you here? Master, the Great El Centaur tribe is the largest indigenous group in the vicinity. They have established trade with human merchants, exchanging plundered goods for supplies. The tribe has amassed a substantial stockpile of provisions. If we secure this deal, we need not worry about food for 2 years. Furthermore, they possess a considerable number of horses and cattle, solving your food issues as well. 2 birds with 1 stone. The Titanor continent is home to a multitude of races, some having evolved naturally, such as humans, elves, and orcs, others being products influenced by magical energies, including beastmen, gray dwarfs, and dark elves. A considerable portion of this is attributable to the dragonkin, including the kobolds, half-dragons, and an array of peculiar and extraordinary beings. Regardless of whether these species lean towards malevolence or benevolence, they are all products of the natural evolution native to Teldanor. In contrast, the centaurs owe their existence to the machinations of the demons of the Nine Hells. Around 5,000 years ago, during the Third Era, the once mighty elven empire that ruled the continent fell into decline and fragmentation, igniting a civil war among the elves that nearly engulfed the entire Teldanor continent in conflict. The stench of war and death seeped beyond the planar barriers, attracting the attention of outer planar beings, among whom were the cunning demons. In this tumultuous era, demons orchestrated a series of conspiracies that led countless heroes and races into darkness, including the ancestors of the centaurs. Originally, the centaurs were a benevolent race, possessing high-level powers upon reaching adulthood, serving as guardians of the forests and friends of nature. Upon hearing of their kin's corruption, the centaur king was deeply pained and vowed to rescue his people. He successfully expelled the demonic influence that had tainted the fallen centaurs, preventing them from succumbing to the abyss. Unfortunately, the centaur king was a moment too late. The demon's corrupting power had taken root in their bloodlines and souls, rendering it indelible. Thus, the fallen centaurs began a protracted degeneration that ultimately led to their transformation into the present-day centaurs. In comparison to their ancestors, the centaurs have significantly diminished in stature. Their skin has transformed from a pure, snowy white to a grotesque dark brown. Their inherent virtuous and noble character has also been inverted, giving way to brutality and cunning. In all things, there is gain and loss. With the loss of their formidable bodies and the magic to protect nature, the centaurs have been compensated with heightened reproductive capabilities, leading to their proliferation across the plains, where they have earned a notorious reputation as prairie marauders. The Great Ale Centaur tribe comprises approximately 1,300 members. According to human standards for classifying monstrous tribes, a group of 50 can be considered a small tribe, 500 a medium tribe, 5,000 a large tribe, and 50,000 an oversized tribe, while 500,000 constitutes a small nation. With a population exceeding 1,300, this medium-sized centaur tribe, comprised of warriors, is not to be underestimated. However, the sheer number of centaurs poses a significant challenge. The kobolds cannot pursue the centaurs across the plains. Even if they were to achieve victory, they could not annihilate them entirely. The escape of any would reveal my presence, and let us not forget, they have both Akan and elite centaurs among them. Like all races, centaurs exhibit a certain probability of atavism, with the degree of regression varying among individuals. The deeper the atavism, the greater the strength. According to anthropological studies, a medium-sized tribe of around 500 individuals without a mid-tier stronghold is likely to experience internal strife due to power struggles among the initial elite. Therefore, it can be inferred that the Great Ale Centaur tribe possesses at least one mid-tier Khan, along with about 10 initial-tier elite centaurs. The thriving Bloodfang tribe might stand a chance against them, but for now, it is best to refrain from confrontation. My servant, vengeance requires patience. As for the issue of sustenance, I shall devise a solution. In fact, the food crisis that poses a grave threat to the survival of the Kobold tribe is of little concern to Joss. His confidence did not stem from the all-encompassing legacy of the dragon, but rather from the knowledge he acquired in his past life. The lush primordial jungle was certainly not devoid of sustenance. He intended to venture out for a stroll, to experiment with the newfound abilities at his disposal, while also addressing the food crisis for his kin. However, before setting out, it was essential to ascertain the nearby forces. Esteemed Master, the 5 surrounding hilltops belong to the Bloodfang tribe, with 3 packs of wolfmen tribes on the periphery, alongside 3 goblin tribes that splintered from the Bloodfang tribe. To avert conflict, we generally refrain from hunting beyond our borders. Ergo explained, sketching a rough map on the ground to facilitate Joss's understanding. Before long, Joss had a rough grasp of the forces encircling his territory, and it appeared that none posed a threat to him, at least based on the information currently at hand. Chapter 29. Agriculture. Joss wandered through the jungle after a brief rain shower, the verdant tips of the primordial forest still adorned with glistening droplets, while the ground remained damp, leaving dried leaves clinging to his feet. He strolled, keenly observing his surroundings. The dense, shadowy woods were predominantly broadleaf trees, in contrast to the coniferous forest of the Jorgal Mountains. The territory of the Bloodfang canine clan lay at the confluence of these two biomes, featuring both coniferous and broadleaf trees. Species name: cedar. Height: 34 meters. Distance: 1054. 64 m. Species name: egret grass. Length: 20 centimeters. Distance: 534 m. After an hour of experimentation, Joss gained a deeper understanding of his newfound ability, termed data visualization. As its name suggests, it translates visual information into data, precise to the centimeter. However, it lacks functions for storage, deduction, or simulation. Maintaining data visualization consumes mental energy, although the expenditure is minimal. Continuous activation proves to be a considerable drain. He decided to test his speed. Without hesitation, he sprinted through the untamed jungle, accelerating while consciously observing the scenery around him. As he traversed more terrain, the influx of visual data increased, causing the cascade of information in his mind to refresh at an accelerated pace, ultimately leading to a sensation of pressure in his head. While data visualization had not yet reached its limits, his brain struggled to process the influx of information, a consideration to bear in mind during combat. As his exploration of this new ability deepened, Joss found himself increasingly perplexed, particularly regarding the classification of abilities. The Heart of the Phoenix was rated S-class, while data visualization was merely F-class. The former was undeniably stronger, yet the gap between the two was not as pronounced. Perhaps I have yet to fully unlock the capabilities of the Heart of the Phoenix, he mused to himself. Could it truly allow for rebirth through fire? A sense of curiosity clawed at him, urging him to seek proof of this phenomenon. However, reason cautioned him against such folly. Should he fail to resurrect, he would face the grim fate of reporting to the god of the underworld, a disgraceful end for a traveler. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, the sound of a brittle branch snapping underfoot. Joss jolted awake, his instincts flaring as he turned toward the source of the noise. Who goes there? A mere 30 meters away, a canine creature stood upright, its tail tucked in as it scurried away, abandoning the rabbit it had clutched. A werewolf. Joss furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. In his fascination with his new ability, he had unwittingly ventured to the very edge of the Bloodfang clan's territory. He quickly recited an incantation. The Flame Body spell. This elementary fire magic could only be cast upon targets significantly weaker than the caster, summoning flames from within to obliterate the target. The fleeing werewolf froze mid-stride, orange flames erupting from its orifices, collapsing to the ground as it was consumed by fire from the inside out, leaving nothing but charred bones behind. What a misfortunate creature, as he had previously surmised. The primordial forest was not lacking in sustenance, it was merely that the goblins were unaware of the edible treasures that lay within. Vast expanses of pine forest crowned the mountains, and just the pine nuts alone could sustain the entire tribe. He also discovered peanuts, konjac, and asparagus in the woods. Following a recent rainfall, mushrooms sprang forth from the forest floor, and edible black fungus thrived upon the decaying trunks, plump and inviting after absorbing the rainwater. Soda. Ergo. Come here. The two goblins scampered over eagerly. What is your command, master? Remember, I shall say this only once. This is a pine cone. Joss crushed the pine cone in his hand, revealing the hidden pine nuts within. These kernels, known as pine nuts, are edible. There are plenty of them in the forest on the mountain. Your task is to climb the trees and gather them. This dark substance is konjac. It is toxic but can be rendered edible through processing. First, wash it thoroughly, then peel and grind it into powder. Mix it with water. It is also beneficial for beauty. He continued, both mushrooms and black fungus can be cultivated artificially. Cut down some trees. Water them. Upon finishing his instructions, the two goblins gazed at Joss with adoration. Master, you are truly the blessing of the Bloodfang tribe. A savior descended from the heavens. The great wise dragon. Such flattery was music to his ears. As they continued to praise him, Joss felt a sense of elation. His steps light as he made his way towards the lair. Not far along, he heard the jubilant cheers of the goblin tribe, their voices swelling like a tide. And a smile crept upon his lips. Occasionally doing something beneficial for his little brothers was indeed a rewarding endeavor. He glanced down at the crimson lava flowing beneath the passageway, folded his wings closely against his body, and leapt without hesitation, descending approximately 300 to 400 meters. He finally traversed the rocky passage and arrived at the subterranean lava cavern. Another 100 meters down, the bubbling crimson magma lay before him, and he closed his eyes, plunging headfirst into the searing molten rock. With a splash, as he ascended, he remained vigilant of the solid materials surrounding him. Despite the magma's temperature soaring above 1,000 degrees, there were still substances impervious to its heat, such as iron and diamonds. In the expansive underground lava lake, a small red dragon's head emerged, akin to a grain of rice upon a chessboard. Though he found nothing of value, it mattered not, for he had not come to mine. He reassured himself as he swam towards the shore of the lava lake, where a small island jutted into the molten expanse. This elongated isle resembled a lollipop, delving deep into the lava lake, and thus he named it the Heart of Molten Fire. Covering an area comparable to a standard football field, the Heart of Molten Fire spans 7,000 to 8,000 square meters. Its stick and candy body each occupying half of the island, with the candy body being Joss's private dragon domain. Upon reaching the shore, he shook off the lava clinging to his body and proceeded towards the island's center, where a small flat area lay strewn with a modest collection of items, some metals and a few rough diamonds. These treasures were discovered during his inaugural venture into the lava lake. It was the allure of riches that prompted him to plunge into the magma, seeking the deeper treasures hidden within. The items retrieved from the magma are exceedingly precious. Diamonds serve as a more valuable currency than gold, easily tradable even in the outer realms. The metals are not ordinary either, having been steeped in lava for countless years. Even the most mundane iron has absorbed traces of fire element, rendering it suitable for forging fire-themed magical equipment. After appraising his exquisite collection, Jose commenced with his important task. It is evident that the heart of the phoenix must be associated with fire, and there is no more fitting laboratory than the lava lake for such an experiment. Chapter 30. Power and Ambition. Jose closed his eyes, consciously drawing the surrounding fire elements into his heart. After half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. His heart, akin to an abyss, absorbed a vast amount of fire elements without exhibiting any discernible change. The absence of change signified the most profound transformation. His intuition assured him that he was on the right path, prompting him to continue guiding the fire elements into his heart. As a day passed, his heart began to warm slightly. After 3 days, it felt akin to a winter heat pack, yet it had not reached its limit. By the end of a week, Jose felt an intense heat coursing through his body, as if he were aflame. At this juncture, having nearly reached his threshold, he ceased the absorption of fire elements and opened his eyes, witnessing the flames dancing upon his form. Indeed, he was ablaze. The mirror technique. This spell could create an exact replica of the caster. Although the mirage lacked physicality, it could perform various actions, making it nearly impossible to discern the genuine from the false with the naked eye. This magic was typically employed to confuse adversaries and could, under special circumstances, serve as a reflective surface. At present, Jose gazed in awe at his reflection, adorned like a phoenix in a mantle of flames. The crimson flames distorted the air surrounding him, creating an ethereal illusion, and compared to the distortion above molten lava, the temperature of his body was likely even greater. A small area around his heart glowed with a sun-like golden hue, from which irregular cracks radiated outward, enveloping his left pectoral muscle, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. The appearance was undeniably striking. However, the true efficacy remained uncertain. Following a series of experiments, Jose was elated. Excellent. He lay on the ground, lost in contemplation, his eyes resembling 2 burning fireballs in the dim cavern, fueled by the flame of ambition. All sentient beings possess ambition, varying only in magnitude. A child excelling in kindergarten hopes for an extra candy from a teacher. This is ambition. An employee diligently working for a promotion and raise embodies ambition. A leader meticulously accumulating wealth is also driven by ambition. Jose, too, harbored ambition, and it was no small matter. If his strength allowed, he would not hesitate to grasp the entire world in his hands. However, when his followers proposed an assault on the Greytail Centaur tribe to seize their amassed riches, he declined, for he understood a vital truth. Ambition requires the support of strength. Otherwise, it leads only to self-destruction. Previously, he lacked the power to conquer a medium-sized centaur tribe, but now he possessed it. After much deliberation, Jose dismissed the notion of annexing the Greytail Centaur tribe. The power dynamics of the vast prairie were intricate. It was possible that the Greytail Centaurs had formidable allies. Even though he had significantly improved, his identity remained sensitive. It would be prudent not to act rashly until he comprehended the comprehensive strength of his adversaries, including their networks of influence. Thus, he resolved to develop discreetly, avoiding reckless behavior. Moreover, there were numerous delectable, vulnerable prey within reach among the indigenous tribes of the forest. The act of subjugating prey does not necessarily require brute force. Persuasion, allure, and intimidation can all achieve the desired outcome. Understanding how to employ one's intellect may well be the distinguishing factor between Joss and other red dragons. Surrounding him are numerous goblins who have splintered from the Bludfang tribe. Under the oppression of external forces such as the Wolfmen, there remains a semblance of connection among them, presenting an opportunity for potential alliances. Goblins are feeble and lack organized tribes, with the only formidable challenge being the Wolfmen. Nearby lies a medium-sized Wolfman tribe known as the Moss Hide, which has long been a fierce rival of the Bludfang tribe prior to its fragmentation. For decades, it has remained a steadfast power, likely on par with the Great Ale Centaur tribe, if not stronger. However, several buffer zones exist between the Moss Hide Wolfmen and the Bludfang tribe, allowing for temporary disregard of their presence. Joss, with a mere thought, established a mental connection through the bond of servitude to ascertain the activities of his followers. Through shared vision, he observed Urgal directing goblins to climb trees and gather pine cones. The goblins, with their clawed fingers and toes and lightweight bodies, ascended the trees with remarkable agility. Pine cones were tossed down, landing softly on the earth, while juvenile goblins scurried beneath the trees, collecting the cones and placing them into baskets woven from vines. Surrounding the gathering team were 3 goblin warriors armed with spears, indicating a commendable efficiency. Shifting his gaze to Sorda, the muscular goblin leader, who was training warriors within the cave, Joss noted the spacious arena where selected goblin warriors practiced dueling with wrapped spears. Each strike delivered without mercy, eliciting grimaces of pain from their adversaries. At the edge of the training area, novice goblins practiced their thrusts against wooden posts. All of this progress stemmed from an abundance of food. Previously, the goblins were too preoccupied with survival to engage in training. Joss nodded in approval, recognizing that his 2 followers were executing his will effectively by stockpiling provisions and honing their martial skills. "Come to my dwelling," he commanded. Upon receiving the message, Sorda promptly set aside his tasks and soon arrived at the dragon's cave. "Master," Sorda began, lowering his head in contemplation before raising it again, "thanks to your benevolence, the Bludfang tribe has discovered new mineral deposits and amassed a substantial food supply. Most importantly, with your esteemed presence, I am confident in persuading them to join us. However, what? Speak plainly," Joss urged. Sorda hesitated, his gaze faltering as he glanced at Joss. "Master, the leaders of those tribes possess strength comparable to mine. I harbor concerns about managing them." Joss regarded him with a knowing smile. After observing for over a week, he had gained insight into the nature of his 2 followers. While Urgal was astute, he was easily satisfied. In contrast, Sorda, as the leader, was competitive and driven by a desire for power. Every creature endowed with independent will harbor selfish motives. Joss believed that ambition breeds motivation, and his followers' competitive spirits were indeed advantageous. "If you can persuade them to join us, you will be the greatest contributor, and I shall support your ascension as chief," he declared. Sorda's expression brightened with joy. "Thank you, master. Indeed. What is the current situation of my brother?" "The esteemed Cassius has excavated a pond in the 5th living area and subsequently entered a state of slumber, emerging only briefly for a meal. Is there pressure regarding the supply of meat? Each of the 2 true dragons consumes an amount equivalent to half its body weight in sustenance, roughly 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of flesh. Even if they feast only once every 10 days, this averages to a necessity of 400 to 500 pounds of meat daily, a formidable task for the Bludfang tribe, which comprises merely a few hundred individuals. Rest assured, my lord, there is an abundance of roe deer, stags, and wild boars in the mountains, and the Bludfang warriors are valiant and undaunted." After a pause, Sorda furrowed his brow. "However, my lord, with winter approaching in 2 months, I harbor concerns about heavy snowfall blocking the mountains, rendering our warriors unable to find sufficient prey." Upon speaking, Sorda felt a sense of shame. As a loyal subject, while his master had alleviated the tribe's food crisis, he himself was unable to procure adequate blood sustenance for his lord. Joss pondered, stroking his chin. "Perhaps we could stockpile a considerable amount of fodder and capture some young herbivores, thus developing a pastoral economy." Chapter 31. The observer in the shadows. As Joss and his followers deliberated the feasibility of developing livestock within the mine, an unexpected noise emanated from the corner. Crack! Joss turned to gaze at the 13 lizard eggs nestled in the corner, noticing a crack had appeared on one of the shells. At last, it had hatched. Oh, still shy, sorta, fetch some meat. Certainly. Moments later, the goblin follower returned with a small portion of minced meat, tearing it into tiny pieces before handing it to Joss. Joss held the meat to entice the little lizard still hiding within its shell. The lizard bore many similarities to dragons, both in physical structure and physiological traits, and was capable of consuming meat from the moment of its birth. Although the hatchling remained fearful, its hunger ultimately prevailed. Joss continued to tempt it with morsels of fresh meat, akin to teasing a cat with fish, coaxing the little petrified lizard to crawl out of its shell and onto the ground to partake in the feast. One by one, the remaining lizard eggs cracked open, and each hatchling emerged. Upon witnessing their kin feasting joyously, they no longer required coaxing and hurriedly crawled over, leaving trails of glistening egg white behind. Joss observed the cluster of hatchlings vying for food, a smile gracing his lips. As he had anticipated, the lizards hatching in his presence had absorbed a hint of true dragon essence, evidenced by the faintly reddened edges of their greenish scales. Those imbued with the aura of a giant dragon naturally felt an affinity towards their ancestral bloodline. Otherwise, newly hatched lizards would not so readily abandon their caution to emerge from their shells for sustenance. In stark contrast to Joss's elation, Sorta's mood was far less jubilant, bordering on distress. Yet another 13 ravenous mouths that craved meat had joined their ranks. Although the hatchlings were small now, they would inevitably grow, transforming into 13 voracious giants in due time. He glanced at his master, feeling somewhat guilty and uncertain whether to voice his concerns. After a moment's contemplation, Sorta dismissed his worries. Given Joss's recent actions, the Bloodfang tribe had clearly been favored by the goddess of fortune, encountering an unparalleled benevolent dragon. Other chromatic dragons would scarcely concern themselves with the well-being of their followers, focus solely on their own indulgence, often resorting to using their followers as mere snacks if displeased. Esteemed master, I harbor some concerns. What troubles you? The number of your pets is rather excessive. I fear we may not have sufficient meat supply. Joss turned to his follower. Firstly, I must correct you. They are not pets, but warriors just like you. Secondly, do not fret about the food issue. It will be resolved before they reach maturity. Lastly, I am hungry. Sorta, attentively listening, momentarily paused at the final statement before quickly responding. I shall prepare food for you at once. Before long, a group of goblins huffed and puffed as they brought forth 10 steaming cauldrons, the enticing aroma of stew wafting through the air. The cauldrons, specially prepared by the goblin followers for the great dragon, were placed before Joss, each measuring 3 meters in diameter, quite a substantial size even for him. He lifted the pot lid, revealing a chaotic stew within, chunks of meat, konjac, wood ear mushrooms, and tubers, the latter rendered mushy due to the timing of their cooking. To be frank, Joss believed he could undoubtedly perform better than the dog-headed chef. Yet as a slothful individual, he preferred not to exert himself unnecessarily. Humph, what are servants for, if not for such tasks? With an air of entitlement, Joss grasped the large pot, raised it high above his head, unperturbed by the heat, and poured the steaming broth and food directly into his mouth. Gulping down, he soon consumed nearly 9/10 of it. That was ample. The dog-headed chef departed with the iron pot, leaving Joss alone in the cave, where he lay on the ground, lost in thought. There were numerous aspects of the primitive dog-headed tribe that required improvement. Take, for instance, the iron pot he had just eaten from. These pots were crafted by pouring molten iron into molds, allowing them to solidify before being hammered and polished. Due to the rudimentary techniques employed, bubbles and other flaws were common, with an average of 3 attempts needed to produce a single acceptable pot. Weapons were similarly shaped using molds and then polished. Yet these forged iron implements were prone to shatter upon impact, sufficient for battling beasts and other primitive monster tribes, but utterly inadequate against human regular armies. Joss could already envision the scene of battle between the dog-headed tribe and the human forces clashing weapons, the iron tools in their hands shattering, leading to a one-sided massacre. Fortunately, there was no immediate concern regarding warfare with human armies. The issue of forging techniques could be deferred, but the matter of meat supplies was indeed pressing, with winter approaching. Joss had devised a plan. On one hand, he aimed to expand aggressively by annexing other monster tribes to enlarge the hunting grounds. On the other hand, he sought to establish an air force to enhance reconnaissance and hunting efficiency. Naturally, the dog-headed tribe could not fly, and Joss had no means to procure large predatory birds. Nor could the Bloodfang tribe afford them. He chose to enlist another primitive monster race, the Harpies, as his air force. Harpies were a common humanoid species on the continent of Titanor, possessing the physique and visage of female elves. Their arms were placed by wings and below the knees. They bore the gaunt talons of eagles. Due to their avian wings, harpies were incapable of starting fires, and their ability to create or utilize tools was severely limited, resulting in a very low level of civilization, leading lives akin to beasts. Much like many avian species, they built their nests on steep cliffs to avoid being preyed upon while sleeping. During his migrations, Joss had chanced upon a harpy nest not far from the blood-fanged dog-headed tribe. Under the night sky, a massive dragon-like silhouette burst from the forest, soaring into the heavens until it vanished into the clouds. In the distance, atop the peaks, amidst the dense branches of towering trees, a hidden shadow observed the dragon's ascent into the clouds and seized a nearby vine to descend a great tree. Within the depths of a tunnel, an aged wolfman, hooded and hunched, leaned upon his staff as he strode briskly. His pace belied his seemingly frail appearance. Sensing the faint, sweet scent of blood wafting from ahead, the cunning sorcerer old Mosa experienced a jolt of awareness, quickening his pace as he ventured into the nest suffused with a pale green toxic mist. Upon encountering a colossal shadow sprawled in the center of the lair, old Mosa discerned the shadow's emerald, diamond-shaped vertical pupils fixated intently upon him. He halted, adjusting his slightly disheveled attire from the hurried walk, adopting a posture of deference as he bowed. "Master, we have acquired a new neighbor." Chapter 32. Capturing the Harpy. According to the Chronicles of the Dragon's Legacy, Harpies are not a formidable race, possessing a primitive level of civilization. They typically hunt in groups, employing a primary method of attack that involves diving from the sky to rend their enemies with their talons. However, Joss would not underestimate them. While he might dismiss certain inept individuals, he would never belittle an entire species. In this bizarre and fantastical realm, even the most irrational beasts possess their own unique survival instincts. Moreover, harpies are intelligent creatures that dwell in communities, occasionally giving rise to sorcerers capable of wielding thunder and storms, though the likelihood of this is exceedingly rare, even less than the emergence of dragon-blooded sorcerers among goblins. Additionally, he harbored another layer of concern. During the reign of the Red Nest Matriarch, the region surrounding the Horhair Mountains was devoid of wild monsters. They were either exterminated or had allied themselves with the Red Nest. The harpies' nests are situated on the fringes of these mountains, suggesting they could either be recent migrants or survivors that escaped the Red Nest. If they belong to the latter category, caution is imperative, owing to their aerial advantages. Harpies have long served as scouts for the Red Nest, enjoying far superior treatment compared to expendable races such as goblins and gnolls. They often undergo formal combat training, and if they possess any innate aptitude, they may receive professional training as well, if his memory served him correctly. The harpy leader under the Red Nest Matriarch was a masterful sorcerer. In order to avoid a disastrous encounter, Joss resolved to gather intelligence first, aiming to ascertain the number of opponents and the strength of their leader before deciding whether to conquer, persuade, or flee. As time passed, dawn broke and drew closer to midday, yielding fruitful results for his patience. Two harpies appeared in the sky above, an archetypal hunting duo. For Joss, these two harpies were akin to a delivered meal. Not merely two, if there were no formidable individuals among the harpies, even 100 of them, armed solely with their talons, which struggled to pierce Joss's scales. Oh. Joss imitated the calls of monkeys, which were unfortunately part of the harpies' dietary preferences. As anticipated, the two harpies halted their flight and descended toward the gorge, yet midway through their descent, they paused. Had they detected him? No, it didn't seem so. Through the dense canopy of leaves, he observed the two harpies hovering with their wings outstretched, their heads turning as they scanned the forest below, seemingly in search of prey. Joss hesitated, contemplating whether to tempt them again with a call. The distance between him and the harpies was neither too far nor too close. If he made a sound, there was a chance of being discovered. Although he could outpace them in flight, should they scatter, they could easily escape the gorge, and if spotted by distant companions, it would be a case of alarming the unsuspecting. Yet, if he remained silent, the harpies might lack the motivation to search and could very well abandon the hunt, rendering his efforts futile. Ultimately, Joss decided to err on the side of caution, opting to wait for another opportunity. The two harpies, unable to resist the allure of food, dispersed to thoroughly scour the forest. A harpy soared over the mountain forest, her keen eyes suddenly catching a glimpse of a striking red hue amidst the trees. Before she could react, an overwhelming pressure enveloped her. The might of a dragon, the aura of a dragon, akin to its fiery breath, is a hallmark of the great WIRMS, an invisible force of natural dominance that instills profound fear in lesser beings, rendering them as helpless as a mouse before a cat, stripping them of their combat courage. Under the influence of this dragon's majesty, the harpy flapped her wings in a panic, akin to a drowning creature, her body involuntarily descending towards the forest until she was seized by Joss. Another harpy, witnessing the emergence of a red dragon from the woods, was seized by terror and fled, only to be swiftly overtaken by the faster dragon, reduced to a charred remnant in its fiery wake. Holding the trembling captive, Joss descended into the gorge and unceremoniously cast the quaking harpy onto the ground. From a human aesthetic perspective, had the harpy possessed slightly fairer skin, she might have been considered an alluring beastwoman. Alas, her body was marred by unsightly spots and tufts of fur, and her sharp teeth marred the delicate beauty of an elf's visage. Hideous creature, tell me your name. The harpy was left in a daze by the barrage of inquiries, her mind a blank slate, even forgetting to tremble. Joss's expression darkened, contemplating the application of the interrogation technique he had learned from the legacy of the dragons. Step 1. Administer a beating. Step 2. Bring them to the brink of death. Step 3. Deliver the final blow. It seemed he had no subsequent captive, and with a hint of disappointment, he flicked the harpy's forehead. A cry of anguish ensued. The might of a dragon is formidable. A large lump formed on the harpy's head, awakening her from her stupor. As the sulphurous breath wafted over her, she dared not flinch, shutting her eyes and trembling. Esteemed true dragon, I serve under the banner of the 3rd Legion commanded by my lady. Next question. How many members do you have? 64. Very well, let us proceed. Who is your leader? Through the interrogation, Joss discovered the composition of this group of harpies was rather intricate. Some had emerged from the red nest, while others were wandering harpies who had joined later. Their leader, a mid-level mage named Luna Bloodfeather, was a dragon-blooded being who had lost her master. Upon learning that the harpy leader was of dragon lineage, Joss furrowed his brow. A mid-tier mage represented a significant asset, yet it was unfortunate that the bond of servitude could only be forged once. Wait, has your leader entered into a bond of servitude? This, I do not know. Joss refrained from pressing the harpy too hard. It was not unusual for subordinates to lack knowledge of their leader's private affairs. He resolved to see for himself. If she merely bore the essence of a great dragon, all would be well. But if not. Chapter 33. Misunderstanding perched almost vertically at a near 90-degree angle. Steep cliffs cradled a dozen enormous nests. These nests, constructed with sturdy wooden frameworks and supported by branches, were adorned with dried grass collected from the vast plains, creating a warm sanctuary for the harpies. However, at this very moment, within their own territory, the harpies felt no semblance of warmth as they faced an unprecedented adversary, the Crimson Dragon. Despite their numerical superiority and the familiarity of their terrain, the red dragon exuded an air of dominance, surveying them with an audacious gaze and offering casual remarks. Decent discipline. Commendably trained. No wonder they hail from the red nest, it mused. Joss, undeterred by the presence of the harpies, scrutinized the group. Most of the harpies had dispersed in search of prey, leaving only 21 to guard the nest. Confronted with his presence, these harpies trembled like fledglings in a cold wind. Yet their morale remained unshaken, maintaining a battle formation suited for aerial combat against larger foes. Their steadfast anchor was the unique harpy leading the formation. Joss's gaze fell upon this harpy leader, who was notably larger than her kin. Her blood-red feathers shimmered with a lustrous sheen, devoid of any blemish. Even more astonishing was her skin, which was pale and radiant, framed by delicate features adorned with small, sharp teeth. At first glance, one might mistake her for an elegant elf rather than an unsightly harpy. This striking appearance, of course, stemmed from superior genetics, truly a testament to the lineage of the Red Dragon clan. Upon seeing the harpy leader, Joss realized he had misjudged the situation. This harpy was neither a dragon-blooded descendant nor a contracted servant of the dragon. She was a true bloodline offspring, a genuine scion birthed by a mighty dragon. The familiar essence of flame that enveloped her was unmistakably that of the Red Dragon lineage. As the Red Dragon lingered without launching an attack, Luna Bloodfeather silently exhaled a sigh of relief. This true dragon was not a reckless creature. He had brought his kin to this place, likely having discerned their strengths and weaknesses. Yet, his audacity suggested a confidence that dismissed her kind entirely. Engaging him head-on would be folly. She could only strive to avert conflict. With this resolve, she took the initiative to shatter the silence. Great true dragon, may the mother of evil dragons watch over you. Might I inquire about your purpose for visiting the Bloodfeather clan? The gaze of Tiamat was not a harbinger of good tidings for Joss, who inwardly mused while studying the harpy leader, his eyes alight with intensity. I have come for your loyalty. Loyalty? She was about to reject this notion when a significant realization struck her. Based on her understanding of dragons, only those who had awakened their magical abilities would begin to forge their own dominions. The red dragon's probing questions jolted Luna from her reverie, prompting her to take a deep breath and make a crucial decision. It is my honor to follow in your footsteps. However, I humbly request that you grant your servant a modest favor. A request? Joss raised an eyebrow, intrigued. At this moment, the request made is merely a matter of the benefits that come with allegiance, such as the blood contract, division of duties, and allocation of resources. Negotiating terms is certainly possible, yet the initiative must remain firmly in one's own hands. And there is no better method to secure such initiative than to demonstrate one's strength. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate terms with me? On what grounds? Is it based on these insects surrounding you? The words were exceedingly arrogant, yet Joss had the capital to be so. He unsealed the heart of the phoenix, allowing a trace of the vast fire element contained within to escape, igniting his body in an orange-red flame. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air as if the hottest summer had suddenly descended. The harpies shrieked and retreated, even at a distance of several dozen meters. They felt a wave of heat wash over them, threatening to scorch their feathers. What is this? Luna Bloodfeather hastily fell back, her heart filled with dread. She was no ordinary harpy. She was of dragon lineage. Although her fallen father, who had perished on the battlefield, cared little for her, due to her bloodline, she held a privileged status within the Red Nest, receiving formal education in the arcane arts from a young age. Neither her acquired knowledge nor the fragments of draconic lore gleaned from her lineage contained any records of the phenomenon before her. It was utterly unheard of. Yet the power of the magic and the terrifying elemental fluctuations could not be mistaken. This dragon had undoubtedly awakened its magical abilities long before. Suddenly, a possibility struck her, and her excitement became nearly uncontrollable. Ancestral bloodline. It was evident that ancient dragons had become the rare few fortunate enough to transcend the limits of life, highlighting the extent of the draconic bloodline's degeneration. However, the path to ascendance was not entirely blocked, like many other races. Dragons too had a slim chance of producing ancestral bloodlines. Those with such bloodlines were inherently different from ordinary dragons, for instance. They were physically stronger and grew at an accelerated rate, occasionally inheriting powerful ancient draconic spells from their lineage. To be more specific, Savannah, the matriarch of the Red Nest, who had single-handedly disrupted the world and successfully escaped from the gods, was a returned ancestral red dragon. The potential of this true dragon before her exceeded her wildest imaginings. With this thought, Luna Bloodfeather's face lit up with joy. Her long-held aspirations had finally glimpsed hope. However, Joss found himself somewhat perplexed. Am I seeing this correctly? Despite being treated so roughly, this striking woman actually displayed an expression of excitement. Stockholm Syndrome. If she were to present me with unreasonable demands, esteemed true dragon, please do not misunderstand. I do not wish to coerce you in any way, but rather hope that you could assist me in lifting this cursed affliction, as far as your capabilities allow. Cursed affliction? What curse? Would one require a curse to deal with a mere mid-tier harpy mage? Is such a being truly so trivial? Joss scrutinized the harpy before him, observing that she appeared to be in good spirits, not at all resembling someone under a curse. Chapter 34. The Curse. Upon encountering the perplexed gaze of the red dragon, Luna Bloodfeather realized he had misunderstood her. Esteemed true dragon, she asserted. It is not I who have been cursed, but rather a curse imposed upon me by the harpy race. Jose furrowed his brow. The history of dragons is ancient, marking them as one of the oldest species in the multiverse, yet their arrival in the material plane occurred merely thousands of years ago, during the migration of the dragon kin to the realm of Titanor, at a time when many existing species had yet to be born, including the harpies. Among these high elves existed a group of arrogant mages who formed a mysterious organization, audaciously attempting to usurp divine power, not the primal deities worshipped by island natives, but true gods with a place in the pantheon. Though these high elf mages were deranged, they retained a modicum of reason. Their target was not a god in its prime, but an unfortunate deity gravely injured and on the brink of demise. Undoubtedly, the mad mages faltered in their endeavor. Yet they succeeded in extinguishing the life of the already weakened deity. In the throes of death, the god's overwhelming rage morphed into a venomous curse, directed at its killers. All the male high elves of that mage organization perished, while the female high elves sprouted feathers, their once immaculate hands transforming into bird wings. and their feet becoming gaunt eagle talons, thus assuming the present form of harpies. Jose's expression shifted, for he had never anticipated that Luna Bloodfeather would broach such a matter. This was indeed a curse left by a deity. What makes you believe I possess the capability to lift the curse afflicting you? He queried. Yet, for a dreamer like her, he did not wish to dishearten her. After a prolonged silence, he continued, if I did not mishear you, you mentioned that you sought to have the curse lifted when it falls within my means. Is that correct? Indeed, she affirmed. Very well, I accept your terms. The arrangement of the harpy exchanging initial investment for assistance in her future growth seemed fair. Moments later, Jose welcomed the birth of his third vassal, successfully integrating the Bloodfeather clan into his fold. Accompanied by his new vassal, Jose soared between cliffs, surveying the condition of the harpy tribe. Luna, what is the population of your tribe? How many warriors do you possess? He inquired. I require you to send 3 harpies to assist my vassal, the Bloodfang Goblin tribe, in their hunting endeavors. As compensation for any delays this may cause in your own hunts, you shall receive a portion of the spoils. With the Master's request accompanied by compensation, Luna Bloodfeather naturally acquiesced, as you wish. Furthermore, instruct your kin to monitor the Greytail Centaur tribe during their activities on the plains, gathering intelligence regarding their internal power structure, food storage locations, and their affiliations. Jose noted the hesitation of his vassal beside him. What is it? Do you have an issue? Master, have the Great Ale Centaurs offended you? Luna Bloodfeather paused momentarily. The Great Ale Centaurs are allies of the Bloodfeather clan. We provide them with news of caravans traversing the plains, and in return, they supply us with sustenance. 1/3 of the Bloodfeather clan's food source comes from the Great Ale Centaurs. It was only then that Joss recalled the Harpy, a renowned race of bandits. The 2 factions of robbers, uniting to fulfill their respective needs, made perfect sense. Though he was not personally offended, they had obstructed his path. He promptly severed ties with the Great Ale Centaur. No, you must continue your collaboration. Moreover, it must be an even closer alliance. With such a splendid opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, how could Joss let it slip away? At a critical juncture, a coordinated effort from within and without would be invaluable. Furthermore, share with me what you have learned, particularly concerning their Khan. Luna Bloodfeather lowered her gaze to organize her thoughts before looking up. The Khan of the Great Ale Centaur tribe is Mudokon Greytail, a mid-tier warrior. I have had numerous dealings with Mudokon Greytail, and he exudes a sense of danger. He is likely on the verge of breaking through to a higher tier. And he also has a genuine high-tier warrior as a brother. A high-tier warrior? A brother? Joss gazed at his companion in perplexity, awaiting further elucidation. Luna Bloodfeather continued. Besides that, the Great Ale Centaurs maintain connections with the Blackwater Guild. Most of the spoils they plunder are sold through the channels of the Blackwater Guild. Indeed. Tribes that thrive on the grasslands are never simple. Joss mused, yet he found the Blackwater Guild even more daunting than the Centaur natives. In the tumultuous grasslands, a guild is far more than merely a consortium of merchants. Without sufficient military protection, one risks vanishing amidst the vast plains. Not just from the savage natives, but also from commercial competitors. How much do you know about the Blackwater Guild? I have only met those merchants once, purchasing a few items from them. I know they hail from the eastern port of Yangfan. Yangfan, the city of 1,000 sails, a land of flowing gold and silver. A fertile ground of hope, it serves as the terminus of the only 2 maritime routes connecting the northern Great Plains to the human world and the starting point for the influx of wealth from the grasslands into human society. After pondering for a moment, Joss concluded that the likelihood of a close relationship between the Centaurs and the Blackwater Guild was slim. It appeared to be merely a collaboration based on interests. However, this partnership was sufficient to disseminate information regarding their existence into human society, potentially invoking immeasurable consequences. An offensive against the Centaur tribe must be approached with utmost caution. As he soared through the skies, Joss spotted an unusual bird's nest, larger than the others. Adorned with banana leaves for shelter and embellished with blue and white flowers on the branches that served as its support. The enchanting aura of the elven breeze unmistakably indicated that this was the dwelling of his companion. He glanced at Luna Bloodfeather, noting that despite the scarcity of food, she exerted great effort to adorn her abode, revealing her fervent desire to transform into an elf. Oh, Joss noticed something shining within the nest. A mirror. Haha. I purchased this with 3 gold coins from a human merchant, Luna Bloodfeather proclaimed, her expression radiating triumph. Joss winced at the thought. 3 gold coins for a single mirror? This was more profitable than robbery. He began to comprehend why the nobles south of the Kogar Mountains were willing to spare no expense in establishing trade routes. Faced with such exorbitant profits, anyone would find it impossible to resist. Chapter 35. The unfortunate survivor. Apart from the Blackwater Merchant Guild, are there other merchant factions nearby? Where might they be located? Allow me to guide you. Help me. Before approaching, Jose heard a feeble cry for help emanating from an unusual bird's nest. Surrounding the nest was a barrier made of wooden sticks, entwined with thorns, leaving only the entrance above to gain access, suggesting it was a prison of a harpy. Peering inside the prison, Jose beheld a gaunt, black figure lying there, its skeletal frame evident with ribs protruding, covered in long, shaggy black skin. Two charred yellow tusks jutted from its mouth, and the very cry for help had escaped its lips. What is this creature? My master, he is not just any creature. He is the one I spoke of. The emaciated figure spoke with great effort. Great true dragon, I am Hulk, a merchant of the wild boar people. A trader of the plains. Jose raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward the wild boar man now tinged with sympathy. If the creature had not introduced itself, who would recognize this gaunt being as the robust wild boar folk? The reason for its current state was clear. The harpy had drained him of all vitality. Do not presume this to be a delightful experience, in truth. To be reduced to a breeding machine for a harpy is to endure a torment that surpasses most lethal punishments. The bloodthirsty harpies know nothing of gentleness. Their satisfaction is paramount, and they are not solitary beings but rather a horde. Most individuals captured by them succumb to madness within a week. Esteemed true dragon, I implore you, save me. Save you? Jose mused, surveying the wild boar man, whose body was filthy yet whose eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. What benefit would that confer upon me? I am an affiliated merchant of the Conch Guild. If you were to release me, I assure you that should fortune favor me in the future, I would repay your kindness generously. Intriguing, Jose turned to his companions. How long has he been in your custody? Approximately 10 days. Jose's interest in the wild boar man deepened. It was exceedingly rare for one of the notoriously simple-minded wild boar folk to emerge as a merchant. To withstand 10 days in the clutches of a harpy without succumbing to despair, while retaining clear cognitive faculties, was even more remarkable. This wild boar man's resolute spirit suggested that, given the right opportunity, he might indeed forge a path to success. Fortuitously, Jose could offer him such an opportunity. Luna. Provide him with some food and water. The wild boar merchant devoured the food provided by the harpy and drank a large tankard of water, gradually regaining some vitality and mental acuity. From the harpy's earlier words, he discerned that the arrival of the red dragon was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate act on the part of the harpy, indicating that she had some ulterior motive. If he could seize this opportunity to demonstrate his worth, he might escape the harpy's clutches with the aid of the red dragon. With this thought, Hulk struggled to rise, performing a salute that, while not entirely proper, was nonetheless acceptable. I express my profound gratitude for the sustenance you have bestowed upon me, O benevolent true dragon. Might I inquire what services I can render to you? I wish to comprehend the distribution of power among the neighboring plains, particularly regarding the human merchant guilds, whether it be your own guild or others. Furthermore, how do these guilds operate? Having organized his thoughts, Hulk continued, Great true dragon, in the realm beyond. Our small territory at the confluence of 3 lands is referred to as the Triangular Plains. Within this expanse, discounting the countless minor tribes, there are only 3 notable medium-sized tribes, the Greytail Centaurs, the Blackcrow Orcs, and lastly, my own tribe, the Stonejaw Boarfolk. Each tribe possesses its own strengths. The Greytail Centaurs are remarkably agile, the Blackcrow Orcs are valiant warriors accompanied by a cadre of goblin vassals, while our Stonejaw Boarfolk boast a considerable population and are fortified by the thickets of the Odala Hills where our tribal stronghold resides. As for the merchant guilds, Hulk lowered his gaze momentarily to gather his thoughts before looking up at Jose. Near the Blackcrow Orc tribe lies a trading encampment, safeguarded by the Blackcrow clan, known as the Crossroads Camp. Almost all merchants take refuge there, and the indigenous tribes of the Triangular Plains transport their goods to this hub, while occasionally merchants venture forth to procure items directly. The intricacies of the disputes and operations among these guilds are far too convoluted for me to elucidate at this moment. Unable to articulate further, Hulk decided to observe for himself. Jose retrieved a scale. Today is indeed my fortuitous day. Not only have I gained a dragonborn harpy, but I have also successfully infiltrated a spy among the Greytail Centaurs, and now I am graced with the presence of an experienced boarfolk merchant. Whether from the perspective of monitoring the Stonejaw Boarfolk or understanding the dynamics of the plains, or even from the angle of facilitating trade routes for the Bloodfang tribe. It is imperative that Jose takes the current boarfolk under his wing. Do not resist. Resist? That notion is unfathomable. Hulk was elated beyond measure. Aside from the protracted lifespan and immense strength that would accompany his transformation into a dragonborn, the mere prospect of escaping his current dire circumstances rendered him incapable of refusal. Moreover, with a true dragon as his ally, endeavors once deemed unattainable now lie within reach. Once the true dragon matures, the advantages to be gained will be incalculable. Without any unforeseen incidents, Jose welcomed the birth of his fourth subordinate. What a fortunate fellow, Luna Bloodfeather murmured softly beside him. Since we are all under the master's command. We are indeed kin. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Your merchant caravan's encounter with the sizable centaur contingent was not mere coincidence. Even before your departure, Khan Greytail had entrusted us with monitoring your caravan's movements. Greytail Centaurs. Blackwater Merchant Guild. So it was a conspiracy. A scheme directed at the Conch Merchant Guild. Hulk's fists clenched in fury, his breath coming in heavy gasps. But soon he regained his composure. His gaze flickering with uncertainty as he turned to observe the setting sun on the horizon. Chapter 36. The loyalty of the Gnolls. The memories of the Harpies can encompass the arcane knowledge she has acquired, which necessitates meticulous study. While the recollections of the Boar Merchant can be perused more swiftly. Through the memories of Hulk, the Boar Merchant, Jose gleaned information regarding the Conch Society. The headquarters of the Conch Society is situated in a trade city-state in the heart of the continent, and it was once a formidable commercial entity. However, its former glory has waned due to the demise of the powerful figures that once supported it. Despite the adept leadership of the Caravan Master, the Conch Society has not been vanquished by competitors but has inevitably declined, rendering it incapable of sustaining its vast security forces. In a bid to adapt, the Society's leader devised a strategy to relinquish a portion of their profits in order to cultivate alliances with the indigenous tribes of the plains, thereby securing their commercial ventures through the strength of these native allies. It is within this context that Hulk became a merchant under the aegis of the Conch Society. In the aftermath of the downfall of the Conch Society's might, the Blackwater Society eagerly emerged as one of the opportunistic wolves seeking to capitalize on the vacuum. The red dragon rested its three-horned chin upon the ground. Lost in thought as it muttered to itself, a merchant society bereft of its patron might find a potential ally in Hulk. Especially since the iron ingots refined by the Gnolls are accumulating in the warehouse. Jose broached the subject of selling iron ingots with the Boar Merchant, who readily acquiesced. Regardless of the nation, iron is a crucial strategic resource. It is essential for crafting agricultural implements, armor, and weaponry, permeating various aspects of daily life. Due to the significance of iron, governmental authorities have instituted regulations to restrict mining and trading, making the freely circulating iron resources increasingly precious. The iron ingots extracted and smelted by the Gnolls are compact and easily transportable, making them a lucrative trade whether sold to tribes in need of iron tools or to merchant societies. However, the transaction of iron ingots must await the return of the Boar Merchant to the plains, where arrangements for procurement can be organized. As Jose reclined, he felt a stirring in his mind and realized it was a request for a mental connection from his loyal Gnoll. This exemplifies the advantage of the kinship contract, allowing the dragon to connect with its followers at will, while the followers must seek permission. What is it, Master? I have successfully negotiated with 4 Gnoll tribes who are willing to pledge their allegiance. I am currently in discussions with a 5th, but they have presented a condition that I dare not agree to unilaterally. What tribe? What condition? It is the Grayscale tribe. They wish to ally with the Bloodfang to confront the Moss-Skin Gnolls. Jose's thoughts raced. The territory of the Grayscale tribe borders that of the Moss-Skin Gnolls, who frequently raid them. Thus, their request is entirely reasonable. Furthermore, one cannot allow others to slumber peacefully at one's side. The conquest of the Moss-Skin Gnolls is merely a matter of time. Agree to the condition of the Grayscale tribe, and also, bring all the leaders of the allied tribes to meet me. Understood. The following noon, Soda led a contingent of Gnolls to Jose's lair, kneeling before the reclining red dragon. Resting his head upon his forepaws, Jose casually surveyed the group of kneeling Gnolls, which numbered around 30. Of course, there were only 5 tribe leaders among them. The rest were their attendants and guards. Everyone rise. The assembly of goblins rose, and Soda pointed to the goblin chieftain beside him. Master, this individual is. However, Jose waved his hand, interrupting Soda's introduction as he stood up. Despite not exuding the might of a dragon, his imposing figure, reminiscent of a red dragon, and his well-defined, muscular physique instilled a profound sense of pressure among the goblins. Before you make the requisite offerings, I have no interest in learning your names, he declared, his voice languid, akin to a yawn upon awakening, dismissing the goblin chieftains as if they were mere weeds by the roadside. Yet, the goblin chieftains found no offense. Rather, they felt it was only natural. This was the demeanor a true dragon ought to display in the presence of lesser draconic kin, unlike ordinary dragons. My status is not solely determined by your strength, but by the offerings you present to me. Your tributes will dictate the benefits you may receive from my favor. Jose raised a dragon claw, its palm facing upwards, and slowly drew a horizontal line before him. The Bloodfang tribe has provided me with a favored dwelling and thus earned my favor. And you, what can you, the newcomers, offer me? Loyalty. Gold. The great true dragon, exclaimed a sturdy goblin, appearing even more formidable than Soda, as he gazed up at Jose with fervent eyes. The Bloodclaw tribe willingly offers loyalty and treasure. With confidence, he produced a small wooden chest from behind him, opening the lid to reveal glimmering gold coins and irregular chunks of gold. Esteemed true dragon, this wealth has been amassed by the Bloodlaw tribe over many years. Recently, we discovered a gold mine, and the Bloodclaw is willing to offer all of this in exchange for the honor of serving as your dragon's servant. The mention of a gold mine startled everyone, including Jose. It was unexpected to find such a treasure in this remote area. Jose seized a handful of coins, letting them slip through his fingers back into the chest, where they chimed melodiously upon landing. Excellent, truly excellent, he mused. Recognizing the goblin's honesty, the gold was indeed freshly mined, the scent of earth still lingering within it. What is your name? Hasa Bloodclaw. I shall be remembered, he replied. With that, Jose closed the chest and surveyed the other goblins. The Bloodlaw tribe, having contributed the gold mine, shall enjoy the same privileges as the Bloodfang tribe. Are there others? The Grayscale tribe is willing to offer loyalty. A copper mine. The White Stripe tribe. The remaining tribes had little to offer, and Jose's interest waned. From now on, all tribes shall send their offspring to the Bloodfang mine for unified upbringing. Furthermore, each tribe must select a number of young warriors to undergo unified training at the Bloodfang mine. I hereby appoint Soda Bloodfog as the chief of all goblin clans, tasked with leading them. Soda, filled with joy, raised his head abruptly. Thank you for your trust, master. I shall not fail your expectations. Jose nodded, aware that to prevent excessive concentration of power, he needed to appoint a deputy. He glanced at Hasa, the most agreeable of the goblin chieftains, and designated him as the chief's assistant to aid in leadership. Casa knelt on one knee, a single hand pressed to his heart. The Bloodclaw is willing to accompany the great chieftain in expanding our master's territory. I eagerly anticipate your performance. With that, Jose produced 5 scales and transformed the 5 chieftains into his vassals. In truth, among the attendants brought by the chieftains were several of initial tier strength. Yet Jose selected only 5 chieftains. On one hand, the vassal contract should not be distributed indiscriminately, lest it lose its motivational impact. On the other hand, Jose had begun to regard these initial tier warriors with a certain disdain. Once everything was concluded, the group made their way outside. It is the very nature of the kobolds to worship and revere the true dragon, and it is only natural to steal a glance before parting ways. Am I being too sensitive? Jose reclined once more. In the distance, within a cavern overrun with vines, a tall figure sipped from a goblet filled with blood-red wine, seated upon a throne woven of thorns and blossoms. The little rascal is quite perceptive, isn't he? Chapter 37. Ideological education. After bidding farewell to the various chieftains, Sorda and Urgal received a command through their mental connection, arriving at Jose's lair, where they stood obediently before the reclining red dragon. Even in repose, Jose towered over the kobold brothers, his golden, vertical dragon eyes surveying the 2 initial followers. You 2 are my most trusted and esteemed subordinates. I have an important task to entrust to you. It is imperative that you do not take it lightly. Thank you for your generous regard, my master. Sorda shall exert every effort, he responded earnestly. Urgal echoed this sentiment, expressing his willingness to contribute to their master's endeavors. Upon hearing the unwavering loyalty of his followers, Jose felt no stirrings within. Actions spoke louder than words. Sorda, once the young warriors from the tribes arrive, you shall be responsible for their training. The number of formal warriors that emerge will serve as a measure of your success in this task. Rest assured, my master, I will ensure the completion of this mission, Sorda declared confidently, standing tall. Over the past 20 days, he had trained the soldiers of his tribe with remarkable success. 6 out of 50 had developed a sense of energy, becoming official warriors. Given another 20 days, he was certain he could double that number. Seeing the enthusiasm of his subordinate, Jose nodded in satisfaction. It was precisely because of Sorda's training achievements that he had entrusted him with the duty of warrior training. The 9 foundational professions, mages, priests, warlocks, druids, warriors, knights, rogues, hunters, and monks, each held their significance, with warriors being the most accessible formal profession to attain. No vast reservoir of knowledge was required, only courage and sustenance were necessary. The former provided the confidence to fight, while the latter ensured the ability to train physically. However, becoming a warrior was not so trivial as to allow any well-fed farmer to simply become one through training. Certain physical aptitude was also essential. Generally, the stronger the body and the richer the combat experience, the easier it became to develop a sense of energy through repeated exertion, thus ascending to the rank of official warrior. Kobolds, having struggled to survive in harsh environments since childhood, regarded combat as an integral part of their growth. Their rich combat experience, combined with the bountiful food provided by agricultural development, resulted in a high birth rate of kobold warriors. Very well, Sorda, you may leave now. Yes, you will understand in due time, Jose replied sheepishly, knowing he couldn't reveal to his subordinates that it was merely an empty promise to inspire the chieftains of the kobolds. Indeed, he had yet to devise a plan for tiered management of his tribes. It was merely a thought he had entertained. In his vision for the future, he envisioned a multitude of tribes and races under his command, each fulfilling their roles according to their inherent abilities, with resources distributed uniformly so that all could eat their fill and stay warm. However, to avoid a communal system and to highlight differences, he intended to distribute higher quality resources, such as meat, land, and wealth based on the contributions made by each tribe, thereby creating a system of upward motivation. Yet, at present, Jose only had 2 subordinate races, kobolds and harpies, the latter being few in number and self-sufficient. The dog-headed beings are not lacking in food, yet meat remains a scarce resource. After accounting for the consumption of the 2 dragons, the remaining supplies are insufficient. Thus, I can only issue an ambiguous yet formidable blank check to the chieftains of the dog-headed tribe. It is imperative that this promise materializes promptly. Shaking his head, Jose turned his gaze towards his first follower. In recent days, Urgal has been diligently engaged in augmenting the tribe's food reserves and developing the cultivation of mushrooms and wood-ear fungus. Urgal, what progress have you made lately? The growth cycle of the devil's tongue plant is quite lengthy, and it has yet to sprout. As for the mushrooms and wood-ear fungus, following your guidance, I have just determined the optimal temperature and humidity for their growth, and the results are promising. If this trend continues, mushrooms and wood-ear will become our primary food sources, adequately supplying all tribes. Excellent. Food is the foundation of the tribe's survival. It must be firmly in our grasp. Moreover, the 5 major tribes have pledged their loyalty. I need you to send someone to their territories to instruct them in food collection. After a brief pause, Jose resolved to test his first follower. Urgal, what do you think is my purpose in gathering the young warriors of each tribe for training? Without hesitation, Urgal replied. To produce more professionals and enhance the army's combat strength. This time, Urgal hesitated, lowering his head in contemplation. To consolidate control over the army. You intend to prepare for expansion? You are partially correct, but not entirely. Urgal sheepishly scratched his head. Forgive my ignorance, my master. What exactly is your objective? Loyalty, Jose declared solemnly. My servant, without loyalty, power is utterly valueless. Jose had long pondered a pressing issue, the possibility of his army betraying him in the face of stronger dragons. After careful consideration, he concluded that such occurrences were highly plausible. Apart from the contracted followers, others are autonomous beings, unbound, driven by the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. The chaotic and malevolent nature of the dog-headed beings would likely lead them to side with the stronger. Recognizing a problem necessitates a solution, hence the current scene unfolds. Urgal, realizing the depth of this truth, gazed up at Jose with admiration. Master, your vision is as far-reaching as the moon illuminating the earth. After a moment, his expression turned somber. However, Master, I lack the magic to change thoughts. No, my servant, magic is not required. Sometimes, the power of language surpasses that of magic. There are certain higher beings in Titan who are capable of manipulating the will of others, such as the Heart Stealer. Even a legendary Heart Stealer has its limits, able to control at most 20 to 30,000 individuals, whereas language knows no such bounds. What you must do is convey to the newly trained soldiers who has bestowed upon them all that they possess, instilling the concept of loyalty deeply within their hearts. Chapter 38. Employment, my master. I have no further matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wait. Joss gazed upon his first familiar. This moment, a novel experience, marked the transition from the unfamiliar to the familiar, the beginning of maturity from innocence. The uniqueness and significance of the first time imbued it with a remarkable commemorative value. Joss held his first familiar in particularly high regard. However, he soon discerned that this familiar appeared almost saintly, devoid of any desires beyond fulfilling his assigned tasks, which contradicted the inherent nature of life to seek profit. In truth, he could have chosen to delve into his familiar's inner world through a contract. Yet, Joss hesitated, not due to moral constraints, but because of his own reservations about magic. The convenience of the contract made him anxious about developing a dependency that might eclipse his ability to perceive the world through his own eyes. Ergo, what is your wish? Joss could not deny this inquiry. Ergo approached his work with utmost seriousness, consistently exceeding expectations in the tasks assigned to him. And beyond that? Ergo lowered his head in contemplation for a long while before quietly replying, to grow stronger. Ah, I see. Joss was taken aback, realizing that his familiar's aspirations aligned remarkably with his own. Strength, indeed, was the foundation of all. In Joss's heart, wealth, familiars, and dwelling could all be relinquished if necessary. For as long as power remained, he could acquire those things anew elsewhere. My master, I am quite perplexed and uncertain of the path that lies ahead. Joss nodded, understanding Ergo's sentiments, for he too had experienced similar anxieties. Dragon-veined sorcerers, like dragons, grew in magical prowess with age, naturally awakening new spells and becoming ever more formidable. However, the gifts of ancestors had their limits. Many foresight sorcerers with ample resources would pursue another vocation as a pathway once their bloodline reached its zenith. Among these, the path of the Lawmaster was the most popular and promising. Joss intended to embark upon this route as well. Yet, becoming a spellcaster was not merely a matter of being well-fed. Wealth, talent, mentorship, and time investment were all indispensable. Do not be hasty, my servant. I assure you, in but a few years, the worries that plague you now shall have vanished. With that, he gestured for his familiar to depart. Having received this promise, Ergo's brow unfurled, and he respectfully bowed before exiting. The following day, the 5 dog-headed tribes, in accordance with the command of the Red Dragon, delivered a total of 222 young warriors, who also brought with them the accumulated ingots from their tribes, 3 iron mines and 1 copper mine. As for gold, its yield was minimal. The gold offered by Hassa Bloodclaw was all that remained. Soda designated the abandoned living area number 4 for training the newly arrived warriors in the mines, while Ergo directed his kin to transport the metal ingots into the warehouse. Through Ergo's eyes, Joss beheld mountains of metal, stacked high to the cave's apex, which brought him joy yet simultaneously caused him concern. Copper and iron ingots are indeed valuable. Their worth stemming from their extensive utility in minting coins and forging weapons and armor. However, if they merely languish in a warehouse, these metallic treasures hold no value. The craftsmanship of the gnolls, however, leaves much to be desired, as their process consists solely of creating molds, pouring molten iron, shaping, and polishing in a tiresome cycle. This is unacceptable. He intends to launch an offensive at the end of winter, when the snow has yet to melt, and the food scarcity has left the Wurgs weakened and famished. After enduring the harsh winter, the Wurgs will be at their most vulnerable, while the gnolls, well-fed and trained through months of combat, present no rationale for defeat in Jose's mind. Thus, he resolves to treat this battle as a trial for his subordinates. To transform these iron ingots into tangible combat prowess, I require a cadre of skilled blacksmiths. Jose pondered, stroking his chin, and decided to inquire with the boar merchant for assistance. Ah, have you recovered? Departing so soon? The voice of the Red Dragon resonated within his mind, causing the boar merchant Hulk to momentarily falter before realizing, Master? Oh, indeed. I cannot bear to behold those harpies any longer. It's utterly maddening. This is a veritable nightmare. Jose sensed the dread transmitted through their mental connection. It appeared the boar merchant had been psychologically scarred by the harpies. Truly a lamentable tale. Unsure of how to console this troubled subordinate, he opted to shift the topic. Hulk, do you know where I might find skilled blacksmiths? Without hesitation, Hulk replied. In Sunsail's harbor, provided the price is right, one could even hire a dwarven master blacksmith. A dwarven master, I must concede. That is indeed a tempting prospect. After a moment of contemplation, Jose dismissed the enticing thought. On one hand, dwarven craftsmen command exorbitant fees and hold esteemed positions, making them difficult to abduct. On the other hand, he did not require the creation of legendary weapons. A competent human blacksmith would suffice. There is no need for a dwarven master. I merely wish to forge some weapons and armor for the null subordinates. A blacksmith of average proficiency will be adequate. Do you have any recommendations? Of course, the perception of a race reflects a collective image, while individuals can range widely. There was once a Minotaur adventurer who, under the guise of selling grain to the tribe, requested a substantial advance from his employer. Relying on his initial commendable performance and the Minotaur's reputation for honesty, some were indeed deceived, and he vanished under the pretense of delivering the funds. Such unscrupulous Minotaurs are but a minority. Overall, the Minotaur race is quite respectable. Very well. Let us proceed with hiring these Minotaurs. I shall leave the arrangements to you. Wait, Master. According to the Great Red Dragon's customary practices, should you not visit them directly and seize them? Jose replied. In truth, what the boar merchant meant was that, in accordance with the Dragon Kin's notorious avarice, one ought to storm in, abduct them, and exploit them in various ways. My servant, you have recently joined and are still unfamiliar with me. I differ greatly from the average red dragon. I do not mind expending a modest amount of gold to achieve my goals, but should anyone dare to engage in deceitful schemes against me? The tone of the red dragon gradually deepened, causing the boar merchant to shudder. You shall receive what you desire, I assure you. Chapter 39 Arrival. Upon concluding the telepathic communication, Joss found himself somewhat displeased. It was the first time a vassal had resorted to subterfuge. After a moment's contemplation, he came to terms with the situation. It is a natural phenomenon for merchants to pursue profit, and moreover, the Borkin merchant was neither a lowly draconian offspring venerating the great dragons, nor a harpy with ulterior motives. His allegiance was largely a consequence of circumstance. Nevertheless, this incident served as a cautionary reminder. The vassal contract does not equate to brainwashing. While it largely ensures that vassals will not betray him, it does not guarantee their unwavering dedication to his cause. To prevent vassals from languishing in complacency, a balanced approach incorporating both rewards and punishments must be employed, fostering an atmosphere of ambition among the vassals and maximizing their individual contributions. 3 days hence, the Borkin merchant, under the vigilant escort of the Harpy's aerial reconnaissance, safely traversed the triangular plain with a newly assembled caravan, entering the Moto Peak forest. A line of robust Borkin pushed wooden unicycles, forming a lengthy procession that meandered through the woods, the heavy wheels leaving deep impressions in the soft earth. Mr. Urgu, these unicycles are laden with high-quality barley that I have specifically procured as a gift from my lord. The merchant suddenly recalled Joss's admonition to conceal his existence, hastily altering his statement. This grain is sufficient to sustain 100 goblins through the winter. Might it help alleviate your tribe's food shortage? In times past, such an abundance of grain would have filled him with ecstatic joy, overwhelming gratitude towards the Borkin merchant. However, his current response was merely lukewarm. Contemplating this, Urga felt an immense respect and gratitude towards Joss, for all these changes were brought forth by the Red Dragon. I appreciate Mr. Hulk's benevolence, but the Bloodfang tribe lacks no provisions. Pausing thoughtfully, he acknowledged the merchant's good intentions. However, barley is something we do not possess here. Your lord is sure to appreciate it. The Borkin held deep skepticism regarding the goblins' claims. It is worth noting that while the vast grasslands may be primitive, they still engage in trade. The indigenous inhabitants barter animal pelts and other specialties for human food. Although hunger persists during the winter, fatalities from starvation are quite rare. In stark contrast, the dark forests represent true primordial wilderness, fraught with perilous supernatural beasts, savage native tribes, and a treacherous natural environment, which deter most merchants from venturing forth. Each winter, numerous monsters perish in the forest from freezing or starvation, and in dire circumstances, wars may erupt, irrespective of the outcome. Both sides will invariably have something simmering in their pots after the conflict. Could it be that this goblin was merely boasting? Hulk discreetly cast a glance at the goblin's composed demeanor, which did not seem indicative of mere bravado, prompting him to furrow his brow in concern. He sensed a troubling omen. The gifts he had brought appeared less precious than he had initially envisioned. His meticulous preparations stemmed from an understanding of having previously displeased his master, rendering him anxious about this encounter and fearful of retribution, thus leading him to concoct elaborate schemes to curry favor with Joss. Upon seeing the wooden crates, Hulk felt a surge of confidence. This peculiar specialty, hailing from the depths of a shadowy forest, is one that no member of the Red Dragon clan could possibly resist. Under the guidance of Urgal, the Boarfolk arrived at the Bloodfang mine, approaching the newly expanded cavern. Catching a whiff of an unusual fragrance, Hulk, one of the boar folk, sniffed the air and exclaimed, "What a delightful aroma! What kind of oil is burning in that brazier? I have never encountered such a scent before." The well-traveled merchant responded, "It is turpentine. We have only recently begun to utilize it." Turpentine? The boarfolk merchant expressed confusion, having never heard of this term before. What is turpentine? Is it a new crop? With this revelation, all peculiarities were easily reconciled with the red dragon. The group proceeded to Area 1, where goods were deposited, and the accompanying boarfolk traders were graciously entertained by the Knoll hosts, while Hulk and the Minotaur blacksmith followed Urgal deeper into the mine. After traversing the profound, dark tunnels, they arrived at Area 4. Crossing an almost imperceptible magical barrier, Hulk heard the battle cries of warriors in training. Within the expansive cavern, hundreds of Knoll warriors wielding wrapped weapons were engaged in fierce combat. This was no mere practice, it was a genuine brawl. Hulk's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed a Knoll struck in the mouth by a rival's swinging club, bloodied teeth flying from his maw. The newcomers were visibly unsettled. "It's bleeding. Better than losing one's life on the battlefield. You there. Have you not eaten? Strike harder." A remarkably robust Knoll patrolled the training grounds, cracking his whip at anyone who dared to slack off. Noticing his brethren escorting guests, the two brothers exchanged nods in acknowledgement. As they passed through the training area of the ordinary soldiers, the guests observed a contingent evidently superior to the average Knoll warriors, their weapons slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh. Are they all formal soldiers? There must be nearly 20 of them. Hulk was astonished by the formidable strength of the Knoll tribe. No wonder they sought to hire us. The Minotaur blacksmith whispered in hushed tones. Hulk's astonishment deepened, significantly elevating his assessment of the Bloodfang Knoll's prowess. As a merchant who had traversed many lands, Hulk was well aware of the prerequisites for the large-scale emergence of warriors: sufficient food, particularly meat, to sustain them. In this era, where many common folk struggled to find enough to eat, only the ruling powers of certain regions could fulfill such a requirement. How, then, did the Knolls, who relied on foraging and hunting, manage to procure such an abundance of food? After a considerable time, the group arrived at Area 8, where they beheld Knoll servants feeding vibrant red meat to the petrified hatchlings in their enclosures, leaving them utterly astounded. It is known that a fully grown petrified lizard rivals a mid-tier combatant and possesses the bug-like magical ability of petrifying rays. Should the Bloodfang Knolls manage to tame these creatures, it would not be long before their tribe would face no rivals in the Triangle Plains. As one steps into the tunnel leading to the 9th living area, a pungent aroma of scorching sulfur fills the air. For some inexplicable reason, the robust and formidable Minotaur blacksmith apprentice feels a twinge of unease, his heart racing akin to a mouse sensing the presence of a cat. Master Hyber, I am beset by an ominous premonition. Chapter 40. Persuading the Minotaurs. The blacksmith, Hybel, a Minotaur, sensed an unsettling shift in the air. Having apprenticed under the renowned dwarven blacksmith, the forge master of Yongfen Port, he had encountered a myriad of individuals over the years and considered himself well-versed in the ways of the world. Yet, he had never experienced such trepidation. Merely inhaling the atmosphere left him trembling with fear. Were it not for the remnants of reason in his mind, he might have fled in sheer panic. What secrets were the damned merchants concealing? Initially, when the boar merchant approached him, he spoke of a kobold tribe seeking to employ blacksmiths to impart their craft while commissioning a batch of iron tools. Hybel had intended to decline, but the boar merchant presented an irresistible offer: provisions ample enough to sustain his Minotaur tribe through the winter, with surplus to spare. Under the hopeful gazes of the chieftain, the elders, and the children, Hybel's resolve softened. The kobolds were weak. He could bring along a few capable apprentices and depart at any sign of dissatisfaction. With this reasoning, he acquiesced to the boar merchant's proposal, only to find himself now steeped in regret, silently beseeching the Mother Earth for protection. As he turned a corner, Hybel beheld a colossal beast engulfed in flames, the seething fire illuminating the cavern, the ground beneath showing signs of melting rock. What is this? A Baylor? In truth, everything the group had encountered along their journey was meticulously orchestrated by Jose. The ordinary boar folk were confined to Area 1, attended to by designated personnel, and prohibited from venturing elsewhere. After the proceedings concluded, they would depart alongside Hulk, necessitating precautions against any potential leaks from the ordinary boar folk. The subsequent events were intended to showcase power, aimed at compelling the boar merchant to tread carefully, while also urging the Minotaur blacksmith to confront reality. It is worth noting that from the moment the Minotaurs stepped into the Bloodfang mine, Jose had no intention of allowing their unaltered departure. He rose from the ground, surveying the newcomers with a condescending gaze. The boar merchant hastened forward, halting 5 meters before the red dragon and bowing respectfully. I extend my sincerest greetings to you. My master, my servant, I trust that the blacksmith you have brought will meet my expectations. Jose's voice was deep and gravelly, reminiscent of the rasping friction between coarse iron blocks. A chill penetrated to the marrow, causing the boar merchant to shudder involuntarily. He inhaled deeply to regain his composure. Of course, allow me to introduce. He gestured toward the leading black-skinned minotaur. This is Master Hybel, an apprentice to the esteemed dwarven blacksmith, the forge master of Yongfanport. Though not yet a master himself, he is on the cusp of such a title. The others are his apprentices, all capable of forging weapons of military caliber. Jose regarded the minotaurs, his molten eyes scrutinizing them. These formidable men, capable of outshining any bodybuilding champion from his past life, trembled like fledglings in the biting wind before the red dragon. Only one person stood apart from the rest. The leading blacksmith, taking a deep breath, stepped forward with the intention of flattering the red dragon to set a favorable tone for the ensuing conversation. Esteemed true dragon, it is a profound surprise to encounter you. One that fills me with astonishment, trepidation, he stammered, fully aware that he faced a traditional creature of integrity. Indeed, it was I who commanded Hulk to bring you here under false pretenses. However, you need not be alarmed or apprehensive. My invitation was merely to forge weapons and armor to equip my army. Unlike ordinary red dragons, I am a reasonable dragon. The price agreed upon between Hulk and yourselves will remain unchanged. The bull-headed beings harbor deep skepticism, for it is widely known that dragons are fiercely protective of their treasures. And the only way to liberate gold from a dragon's grasp is through conquest. Perhaps you have reservations about my words, but truth be told, your doubts are futile, Jose declared, bringing his massive head closer to the bullman, exuding an air of dominance. Do you comprehend? The blacksmith, feeling the pressure of Jose's imposing presence, clenched his fists, exhaling steam like a boiling kettle. Dragon, you are formidable, yet do not presume to subjugate a free bull-headed being. We are unyielding. Realizing the fierce spirit radiating from the blacksmith, Jose discerned that this bullman was not merely a commoner but a seasoned warrior, one among the stronger of his kind. The 6 bull-headed beings, their eyes ablaze with fury, emitted low growls, yet the blacksmith released his fists and sighed heavily. The number of black-hoofed bullmen was already scarce, and the apprentices he had brought were the finest of the tribe. Should they perish in the clutches of the dog-headed beings, he would feel utterly ashamed to face his ancestors. As they journeyed, Jose circled around the bullmen, his massive form causing the ground to tremble beneath him. My power grows exponentially, and my army stands ready. In a few years, the entire triangular plain will be cloaked under the shadow of my wings. He spread his wings wide, showcasing his robust physique and strong muscles, his elongated neck curving to meet the blacksmith's gaze, his eyes piercing and fierce, with sharp fangs glinting intermittently. And what fate awaits your tribe, your kin, when that time comes? The blacksmith felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had to concede that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the red dragon's predictions were likely to come to fruition. No force on the triangular plane could challenge a dragon, especially not a coalition of petrified lizards and 1,000 dog-headed warriors. However, if you were to join my ranks now, contributing to my ascendance, when victory is claimed, you would be hailed as heroes. I assure you that you will receive my commendation, and your tribe will reap the rewards of your valor. At this moment, the bull-headed beings found their fighting spirit extinguished, yet their anger simmered beneath the surface due to the deception they had encountered. For talents of great value, I am quite lenient. There is no immediate need for a response. Take your time to ponder. Jose waved his hand to signal that the Minotaur should be taken away. Once the Minotaur departed, the vast cavern was left with only Jose and the boar merchant. The boar merchant hung his head, resembling a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. Chapter 41: An Unexpected Gift in a Profound Silence. The boarman merchant Hulk felt a tumult of anxiety welling within him. This sensation was utterly dreadful. He would have preferred to face the wrath of the red dragon, even to endure physical blows, rather than bear this intangible pressure. Akin to a criminal standing before the judgment seat, facing a punishment that could be fatal or exonerating, imposing upon him a mountainous psychological burden. After a considerable time, Jose noticed the cold sweat cascading from Hulk's brow and deemed it time to intervene. This is the first and the last time, understand? The tone of the red dragon was far from pleasant, yet Hulk felt a wave of relief wash over him. Why, yes, I understand. You performed well on this task. I am quite satisfied. A reward for your efforts, Jose declared, producing a small pouch that jingled pleasantly with the sound of gold. This is the remuneration you advanced. Instinctively, Hulk caught the pouch thrown his way, his expression one of disbelief. And master, I. Jose's voice brooked no dissent. Accept it, and be done with it. Yes, Hulk replied, bowing deeply, despite the confusion swirling within him. I shall comply with your wishes. Jose nodded in contentment. This decision would undoubtedly dampen the enthusiasm of the Minotaurs for their crafting, and while the thrill of obtaining something for nothing was enticing, it ultimately drained one's standing. In the realm of the powerful, reputation was worth its weight in gold. Certainly, Jose was not yet among the powerful, but his ascent seemed inevitable. Oh, your confidence intrigues me, Jose remarked, curiosity piqued. I am eager to see what this gift entails. The Boorman merchant produced a lengthy string of keys, searching for the correct one while explaining. This gift hails from the depths of the Darkwood, smuggled out at great peril by those daring enough to risk their lives. Its worth is considerable. Such words deepened Jose's interest. The Darkwood was one of the two major elven habitats of Teldanor, and within its depths lay the realms of the elves, shrouded in powerful magical wards that barred outsiders who lacked the knowledge of the correct path. As for the treasures worth smuggling from the Darkwood, they were plentiful. Elven art, magical artifacts, moonstone, and the most precious of all, the ancient wisdom trees that flourished during the golden age of the Elven dynasty. The branches of these wisdom trees were as magically conductive as mithril, making them prime material for wands. However, the elves themselves scarcely possessed enough to spare, rendering them rarely available to outsiders. Found it. The Boorman inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. Click. The lock opened, and Hulk lifted the lid of the chest, revealing its contents. Upon seeing the gift within, Jose's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Inside the chest curled a young elven maiden, her knees drawn to her chest within the confines of the small box. Her exquisite features were twisted in fear, and her long black lashes were dampened by tears, clinging together in clusters, a sight that evoked profound sympathy. This is what you referred to as a specialty. The Boar merchant gestured with a flourish, his charming smile revealing, my lord, a virgin elf, an exquisite delicacy, please indulge. The term indulge here is to be taken quite literally, eat. Damn it. Joss felt utterly speechless at the peculiar preferences of the red dragon lineage. Indeed, an unopened female is the most coveted feast for red dragons. Elven maidens are the pinnacle, while human maidens rank slightly below. Both are regarded as luxury items, symbols of identity, status, and taste, and consuming either greatly satisfies the red dragon's insatiable vanity and pride. Were he an ordinary red dragon, he might have happily accepted and devoured this gift, but Joss was no ordinary red dragon. As a former human, he harbored a profound sense of empathy for both humans and dragons, and he could never bring himself to consume a being so akin to humanity as an elf. Gazing at the elven maiden's exquisite visage, under the right circumstances, he might not mind exploring a different form of consumption. Joss furrowed his brow, contemplating how to handle the elf. Captivity play? Raising her to become an elven knight? He felt a twinge of conflict as he glanced at the Boar merchant, who awaited praise. It would be prudent to ascertain the origins of this situation first. One must recognize that a beautiful elven maiden is not only adored by red dragons but also revered by the human nobility, whether for personal enjoyment or entertaining guests. Possessing such a creature elevates one's standing. Moreover, elves are long-lived, and with proper care, they can be preserved for generations. The elven race is not to be captured at will. They were once sovereign rulers of the continent, and even in their decline, they remain a formidable force within the realm of Teldanor. The myriad advantages and extreme rarity of female elves suggest a price beyond imagination, one that could not even be met by selling the Boar merchant. Where did she come from? Well, 2 days ago, while trading on the plains, we encountered a group of adventurers fleeing from the shadowy forest. This elf is our spoils. Oh, so it was a case of black on black, Joss realized. Wait, you mean the adventurers escaped? Were they being pursued? We did not see any pursuers before we departed. Then, did you examine their wounds? Did you glean any information? How were the bodies handled? We hastily gathered the spoils and left the bodies in the wilderness, the Boar merchant admitted, recognizing the recklessness of their actions. The forest elves of the shadowy woods are of the good alignment, yet not foolishly so. They harbor a deep loathing for the trafficking of their kin and are relentless in their pursuit of slave traders. They have even established dedicated forces to hunt down captors, and their actions could very well lead the elves to the Bluffong mines. After a pause, the boar merchant reassured, "Fear not, my lord. The corpses on the Great Plains shall not remain overnight. The hungry beasts will ensure they are thoroughly cleaned." Joss cast a sidelong glance at his companion. "Let us hope that is the case. By the way, the direction the slave traders fled seemed to be toward the Greytail Centaur tribe." Just as Joss was about to inquire further, a commotion arose from the chest, and peering in, he noticed the elven maiden's lashes fluttering. The elfin maiden Yu slowly opened her eyes, only to behold a colossal red dragon's head looming above her, its molten eyes fixated upon her. After a moment of initial bewilderment, she emerged from her stupor, her eyes widening in terror, and her mouth agape. Chapter 42. The Elven Druid. Upon witnessing the elf's mouth agape, Jose understood that he was about to be assaulted by a sonic attack. "Close your mouth." He thrust his head forward, revealing his stark white fangs, and issued a menacing threat. "Dare to scream, and I shall devour you." The sulphurous breath wafted over her, causing her body to tremble as she instinctively recoiled, only to collide with the crate. She curled into a ball, hugging her knees, her frail frame quivering. The elven maiden bowed her head, stealing glances at the fierce red dragon through her lashes, tears welling in her eyes. Tilia was utterly terrified. How could I be so unfortunate to encounter a human slave-catching party? But why am I in the clutches of a red dragon? Surely, they haven't sold me already? What should I do? Will this dragon consume me? I have heard that red dragons have a penchant for elves. Will it devour me raw or cooked? Does it prefer steaming or braising? I do not fancy spicy food. As the elf covertly observed Jose, he too scrutinized her. The elven girl appeared to be about 11 in human years, with pale skin, an undeveloped chest, and hair and eyes of a tender spring green, exuding a delightful scent reminiscent of fresh grass. At that moment, she pressed her lips together, embodying a pitiable figure on the verge of tears, evoking a sense of vulnerability in the dragon. Under Jose's watchful gaze, a tuft of hair atop the elf's head began to stand upright, as if the bent blades of grass were slowly regaining their composure. He chuckled softly. It turned out that the young elf had a tuft of hair that had been pressed down during transport, but now, with room to stretch, it had bravely resumed its erect position. This small interlude eased Jose's mood somewhat. Regardless, it was imperative to ascertain the identity and background of his captive. Elves, being social creatures, possess distinctions between commoners and nobility. The repercussions of a noble's abduction would be considerably greater than that of a commoner. If this elven maiden hailed from a prominent lineage or had significant connections, it would be wise to make a hasty retreat. "Little elf, do introduce yourself. What is your name? How many are there in your family? What do your family members do? How were you captured?" "Silence." The elven maiden jumped, startled, and sprang up from the crate, her body rigid, her voice quivering with the urge to weep. "Dragon, Mr. Dragon, good morning." The sun had set, and Jose, growing somewhat impatient, exhaled 2 huffs through his nostrils. Yet, upon observing the trembling form of the elven girl, he resolved to calm her emotions and spoke gently. "Do not be afraid. Fear is of no use." The elven maiden shivered even more violently. Perhaps it was best to ask directly. "What is your name?" "Tilia." "Tilia. Tilia, is it? How were you captured?" I was following teacher Anna in the forest, practicing the ways of nature, when I fell into a trap set by slave traders." Jose continued his inquiry. "Who are the members of your family? What do they do? What is their strength?" "He has a father, a mother, and an elder brother. His father serves as a city guard in White Deer City, while his mother is a priestess of the Flower Lady, an elven deity of delicate floral powers. His brother is enlisted in the Ranger Corps, tasked with safeguarding the borders of their realm." He reflects upon their elven family background: a mid-tier warrior father, a novice priestess mother, and a brother, long unseen, who patrols the borders. Such a household is considered to be of a comfortable middle-class status within elven society, sparing them the need to resort to extraordinary means, like grand prophetic arts, in the pursuit of the little sprite's whereabouts. As for the high-level druid mentor, with a multitude of apprentices, it seems improbable that she would expend excessive effort searching for just one. However, one must not underestimate the moral imperatives of the benevolent faction. Principles of ethics, conscience, and responsibility might indeed compel the high-level druid to abandon everything and venture into the woods in search of her apprentice. Furthermore, this girl has a ranger brother. Although his rank may not be high, he is part of the system, wielding connections that should not be dismissed lightly. Joss felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. Nearby, Tilia, silent for a while, cautiously lifted her eyelids to glance at the red dragon. The recent exchange had emboldened her somewhat, and with her fingers intertwined, she spoke in a soft voice, "Mr. Dragon, could you let me go? If I disappear, my parents and teacher Anna will be worried." Josh shot a sidelong glance at the little sprite. "If I release you, I too will be anxious, to the point of madness. Should the news of a young red dragon in Bloodfang mine reach the elves, the consequences would be dire. The elven authorities need not intervene directly. The mere dissemination of such news would suffice. Greedy adventurers, nobles dreaming of slaying dragons, brainwashed paladins of justice. One after another, they come forth, increasingly powerful, swearing to vanquish the wicked dragon. But I am a good dragon. This damnable racial prejudice." Gazing at Tilia's pitiful expression, Joss found himself in a predicament. Ideally, he wished to cast the sprite away as if she had never come, yet the events had transpired, and evasion would not resolve the dilemma. How should he handle her? To kill her? He could not bring himself to do so. The sprite posed no offense, no threat to him, and she had shown no inclination to be in Bloodfang mind, cooperating fully during their dialogue. Joss could find no justification for her destruction. To release her? Absolutely not. Setting aside the risk of exposure, should the elves come to his door tomorrow, and he fails to deliver the sprite, he would find himself in an untenable position, especially given the red dragon's peculiar penchant for devouring elven maidens. Weighing the risks repeatedly, he resolved to keep Tilia. On one hand, the elven rescue team may not even find him. On the other, should they come, he could use the elven maiden as leverage in negotiations. Moreover, having such an enchanting elven girl by his side was far preferable to facing the grotesque visage of goblins daily. Turning to the nearby boar merchant, who had been feigning invisibility, he instructed, "Control your subordinates. The matter of the elf must not be mentioned to anyone." The merchant nodded, "Understood. You may leave now. Little sprite, it is utterly impossible for me to release you. My servant rescued you from the clutches of a slaver. Yet you have brought upon me unforeseen troubles and dangers." Tilia gazed up in confusion. But Mr. Dragon, I haven't done anything." "I care not for your protests," the red dragon retorted, pointing at the smooth forehead of the elven maiden. "Because of your presence, the ranger may trace the faintest threads back to my dwelling and launch an assault upon me. Rest assured, Mr. Dragon, when the time comes, I shall provide you with an explanation. That suffices. Thus, you cannot depart. If you were to leave, who would clarify matters on my behalf?" Observing the elven maiden's bewildered expression, Jose secretly wore a cunning smile. The naive and innocent girl, so easily deceived. Without affording her a moment to ponder, he continued, "You have brought me trouble. Should you not offer compensation? I saved you. Ought you not to repay that debt? You must understand, in the realm of humans, you hold considerable value. Therefore, you shall labor for me to repay your debt, at least a century of service to settle it. Would you not agree?" Tilia's confusion deepened, her mind swirling. Logically, the red dragon's assertions seemed sound. Yet, why had she suddenly lost her freedom and found herself burdened with a significant debt? Chapter 43. Working off debt for a century. Though Tilia appeared endearingly naive, her intellect was quite normal. After a brief moment, her thoughts shifted. The notion of compensation was beyond discussion. Her worth was undeniable, and a life-saving grace must be repaid. She lifted her gaze, earnestly scrutinizing the crimson dragon. "Huh? Are you jesting with me? How can I ascertain your fidelity to your promises? Furthermore, can you guarantee that what your father brings is compensation rather than an army?" "Absolutely not. I can swear by the name of the divine." Tilia panicked, raising a hand as if to swear an oath. "Silence." Jose swatted her hand away with a single finger, clearly holding back his strength. Otherwise, the might of the Red Dragon clan could have easily shattered her slender arm. He was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with the elven maiden any longer. Oaths were futile, compensation was unattainable, and ultimately, she would labor for him to repay her debt. "You shall not leave." Stripped of her freedom, Tilia was on the verge of tears, stamping her feet in frustration. You, how can you be so unreasonable? "Huh? You wish to reason with me?" Jose's voice was low and hoarse as he leaned closer. His dragon head looming over her, his eyes narrowed, filled with a menacing glow. As the mightiest of the chromatic dragons, the red dragon possessed a formidable and muscular physique. Its horns resembling forked thorns. Coupled with the fearsome reputation of the red dragon lineage, Jose hardly needed to feign ferocity. His very presence was inherently intimidating. His voice echoed ominously, akin to a deathly summons. "I am a wicked dragon, after all." "Ah!" The elven maiden's face paled in terror, and as she attempted to retreat hastily, She stumbled over a wooden crate behind her, tumbling into it with a cry. It was pitiful how easily she was frightened to tears. In any case, you cannot leave. Moreover, to prevent your escape, you must sign a magical contract with me. I will not sign. Tilia stubbornly turned her head away. Oh, a little temper, is it? Yet Jose showed no inclination to indulge her, threatening menacingly. If you refuse to sign, I shall devour you. To bolster his persuasion and satisfy his inner desire for wicked mischief, he extended his long tongue, letting its tip glide across the elven maiden's delicate face. Well, Tilia covered her face with one hand, bursting into tears. Through her fingers, one could see her previously fair complexion redden, but it was not out of shyness. The surface structure of a dragon's tongue is akin to that of a cat's. Covered in pink, fleshy spines, being licked by a dragon's tongue was akin to being rubbed against sandpaper. Wow. His demand for the elven maiden to toil for him for a century was not merely a manifestation of malicious amusement. She was an apprentice druid, having received formal druidic education, with a profound understanding of flora and fauna that surpassed even the vast knowledge amassed from countless works of popular literature in her past life. With her assistance, the challenges of developing agriculture and livestock would be significantly alleviated. After a considerable time, Tilia sensed an unusual silence enveloping her, and upon glancing at Jose, she discovered him coldly observing her, causing her to shudder involuntarily, her tears ceasing immediately. Have you made up your mind? To serve me for a century, or to be consumed by me? The voice of the Crimson Dragon was devoid of emotion. Tilia understood that she must make a choice swiftly. Between the eternal forfeiture of her life and the temporary sacrifice of her freedom, she opted for the latter. Elves are long-lived beings. A century constitutes roughly 1/10 of their lifespan. Not insignificant, yet not overly burdensome. She averted her gaze and timidly inquired, Dragon, Mr. Dragon, could you perhaps lessen the duration? How dare she negotiate terms with me? Jose revealed his fangs, yet internally he felt a sense of relief. The act of proposing conditions implied that the elven maiden had consented to the arrangement of labor in repayment of her debt. He feigned irritation. Very well. How much less do you desire? Tilia felt a surge of joy, but soon her expression became conflicted as she contemplated negotiating further. Fearful of inciting the wrath of the Crimson Dragon, yet wary of shortchanging herself. You can do this. You are the bravest. Do not yield to the dragoness tyranny. Summoning her courage, she extended her index finger, trembling as she raised her middle finger halfway, forming a gesture of scissors. 10 years. No, 20 years. Due to the influence of the mystical fertilizer, Jose matured at a significantly accelerated rate compared to ordinary dragons, achieving adulthood in merely 70 years. An adult red dragon, if not foolish, would not face demise. Thus, his expectation was to bind the elven maiden for 70 years. The mention of a century was merely to afford the little elf room for negotiation. She hadn't even grazed his bottom line. Her bargaining was far too timid. Amused internally, he maintained an expression of consternation. Under Tilia's anxious gaze, Jose furrowed his brow in contemplation for an extended period, adopting a tone of having suffered a considerable loss. Very well, 80 years it is. Huzzah! What a fortunate turn of events. Had the circumstances allowed, Tilia would have reveled in joy. It appeared that the Crimson Dragon was not as brutish as the tales suggested. Not only had he refrained from consuming her, but he was also quite amenable, having waived 20 years of her debt. Her heart swelled with delight. Subsequently, they entered into a contract imbued with divine binding power. As for the reason the contract was a divine vow rather than a bond of kinship, first, the elven maiden would not consent, and second, Jose deemed that an apprentice druid lacked the merit to be his kin. Should the little elf exhibit extraordinary talents during the contract's duration, there would be time enough to consider her as kin later. He instructed Urgal to help the elven maiden acclimate to her surroundings while he pondered alone in his lair. Taking in an elven druid apprentice, he pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. Eventually, he reached a resolution. When the soldiers come, let them be met with strength. When the waters rise, let them be contained. I shall focus on what I can control, and the rest I shall leave to fate. With time on his hands and unwilling to succumb to slumber, Jose observed his various vassals through the bond of kinship. Sorta Bloodfang was training soldiers with a whip. Ever since the news of impending conflict with the Mossfur Knoll tribe had spread, the soldiers trained with increasing fervor, driven by the power of hatred. For centuries, the Knolls and Kobolds had clashed repeatedly over their shared territory, and the animosity had long since taken root in their hearts. Luna Bloodfeather lounged in her lair, preening before a mirror, with a vase of flowers beside her. Ah, It seemed she truly fancied herself an elf. Hassa Bloodclaw returned from the hunt. Goodness! He had managed to procure a moose. The moose is a majestic creature, larger than a cow. Ah, how delightful that he wishes to please me and bring me joy. Indeed, this young man shows great promise. Satisfied, Jose resolved to nurture this newly acquired subordinate. He glanced at the other dog-headed chieftains, who were preoccupied with mundane tasks, such as crafting diminutive dog-headed beings. Then there was the final subordinate, Ergo. What is this? Jose noticed that Ergo appeared quite irate as he marched towards the dragon's lair, accompanied by the elven maiden. What could be amiss? Wasn't he supposed to procure a tent for the little elf? Moments later, Ergo entered the dragon's nest, bringing with him Tilia. Master, this elf is far too fastidious. She dares to complain that our tent is filthy. On the side, Tilia huffed indignantly, retorting, well, it is dirty. Jose raised an eyebrow. Regarding the cleanliness of the dog-headed tent, he found himself more inclined to agree with the elf's perspective. Grease, dust. It had never been washed. Very well, she is now in my care. Ergo, you may leave. After conferring with Tilia, Jose procured vine seeds to plant at the edge of the dragoness lair, then invoked druidic magic to hasten their growth, fashioning a quaint vine cottage. Chapter 44. Trivial matters in the dragon's lair. The presence of an additional sprite had not significantly altered Jose's routine. He continued to eat and sleep as usual. His prior concerns regarding the sprite pursuers had proven unfounded, and life passed quietly, with 5 days slipping by in the blink of an eye. These 5 days were marked by tranquility, devoid of any noteworthy events, at least from Jose's perspective. However, for the goblins, a momentous and far-reaching incident had transpired. A goblin had received the esteemed accolade of becoming a dragonborn, a title that evoked envy and admiration among his peers. Had this honor been bestowed upon a valiant warrior, it might not have stirred such fervor among the ordinary goblins. The significance lay in the fact that the recipient was a mere child. This young goblin was recognized for his discovery of a novel food source, the chestnut, while gathering pine cones atop a lofty mountain. The child's attention was captured by an unassuming green spiny ball, which, despite appearing inedible, concealed within it the delectable pine nuts. This revelation sparked his curiosity. With eagerness, he peeled away the outer shell, revealing the brown nut within, and upon cracking it open, he discovered that its kernel was indeed consumable, akin to the pine nuts. Elated, he reported his findings to the squad leader, and after several layers of communication, the news eventually reached Jose's ears. After careful deliberation, Jose rewarded the goblin child with the title of Dragonborn, aiming to inspire and encourage the ordinary goblins to explore the unknown and strive for self-sufficiency. Without any orchestrated efforts, the news spread rapidly among the goblin populace. In the savage hierarchy of their society, only the strong were deemed worthy of respect, and the ordinary goblins had believed that only the formidable could earn the favor of the true dragon. The emergence of the young goblin dragonborn shattered this long-held notion. Witnessing the plight of those afflicted by poison, the trend of foraging for diverse plants began to wane, and Jose's objective had been achieved. Within the spacious dragon's lair, the flickering torches cast a brilliant light, dispelling the darkness. Ergal entered, accompanied by 2 goblins who bore a large basin filled with the newly discovered chestnuts. Compared to pine nuts, chestnuts were larger and could sustain more individuals from a single tree, thereby possessing greater practical value. Jose designated them as a priority development project, focusing on the processing and preservation methods of chestnuts. Approaching the slumbering red dragon, Ergal placed the basin before him and bowed respectfully. Master, following your guidance, we have mixed the chestnuts with sand and roasted them. This is the resulting product. Jose glanced at the chestnuts, now a reddish-brown hue, glistening with a slight sheen from the addition of pine oil during roasting. Each nut bore a small cross-shaped incision, revealing the golden kernel within, emanating an enticing aroma. Upon seeing the red dragon gesture with a claw, Ergal bowed once more before retreating. In the vine-covered cottage, the resting elven maiden heard a call, rubbing her drowsy eyes. She yawned and emerged. Over the past few days, she had begun to acclimate to life in the burrow and had found her place within goblin society, as Joss envisioned. As a druid apprentice, Tilia possessed a solid foundation in botany, contributing significantly to the agriculture and husbandry being explored by the goblins. Furthermore, her knowledge of herbalism enabled her to heal several ailing goblins, earning her the respect of nearly all the goblins, even changing Ergal's perception of her, as he actively catered to the little sprite's culinary desires. Is this the newly discovered food? The recently awakened elven maiden approached the large basin before the red dragon. After several days of interaction, she no longer feared this peculiar red dragon. Indeed, in Tilia's eyes, Joss was an eccentric being, and not merely in a trivial manner. Firstly, concerning his daily rhythm, like all dragons, he was prone to drowsiness. However, unlike other dragons who could slumber for days on end, he awakened for approximately 8 hours each day. Secondly, regarding his dependence, through her conversations with the goblins, she learned that the pine nuts and mushrooms were creations of the red dragon. Moreover, she had not witnessed him lose his temper at anyone during these days. A miraculous feat for a dragon typically known for its cruelty and volatility. Yet, Tilia would not be so naive as to conclude that she was facing a docile dragon. The large-scale military training and the ever-burning forge of the Minotaur blacksmith clearly indicated that the red dragon was preparing for war. A notion directly confirmed by her discussions with Urgal. This is the newly discovered food, known as chestnuts. Joss pushed the basin before the little sprite. Tilia was taken aback. Mr. Dragon has a kind heart after all, to have called me to rise and enjoy such delicacies. With deft fingers, she peeled away the hard shell, revealing the glossy golden fruit within. Placing it in her mouth, she bit down, and it melted, soft, sweet, and bursting with flavor. Delicious. The elven maiden squinted her eyes in sheer delight. Joss's expression darkened as he questioned, I instructed you to peel them for me. Why have you taken one for yourself? Tilia? Protest. The protest was in vain, as this was part of her duties. Ultimately, the feeble elven maiden succumbed to the tyrannical reign of the dragon boss, becoming nothing more than a shelling tool. What a wicked boss, devoid of conscience. She muttered softly while continuing to peel. After finishing one fruit, she discreetly glanced at the napping red dragon, seizing the moment when he was distracted. She swiftly stuffed the peeled fruit into her mouth, savoring it with satisfaction. Another one earned. Though Joss kept his eyes closed, the sound of her swallowing was unmistakable. Yet he chose not to expose her. In truth, compelling the elven maiden to act as a tool was not born out of laziness or a sadistic desire to exploit his employee. Rather, it was simply that a dragon's claws were ill-suited for such tasks. While Joss leisurely enjoyed the service of the elven maiden, the 2-week training period came to an end. Goblin warriors from various tribes returned, a part of the plan. Once the training concluded for these goblin warriors, the remaining half would arrive at the Bloodfawn mine. Replicating all that their predecessors had experienced, warrior training and indoctrination and loyalty. As the second batch of Knoll warriors completes their training, winter will soon arrive. After enduring a bountiful winter, it is during this time that Joss will eradicate the mossy wolfmen and unify the Modo Peaks. Following this, his gaze will shift towards the triangular plains. Amidst the fervent sounds of Knoll's training and the rhythmic clang of the Minotaur's forging, everything unfolds in a meticulously organized manner, adhering to the grand design. Chapter 45. Information leak on a crisp autumn night. Kiri Grayscale hunched over, darting swiftly through the woods like a specter in the darkness. At that moment, he had departed from the territory of the Grayscale Knoll tribe and ventured into the hunting grounds of the Mosshide Werg tribe. The thought of encountering the fearsome Werg shaman once more sent a shiver down his spine. If given the choice, he would prefer not to betray his kin. Yet he found himself with no alternatives. A mournful howl shattered the stillness of the night, and Kiri Grayscale steeled himself, grasping a mysterious object tightly in his hand. The howl had emanated from a Werg, a companion of the Werg tribe, serving as both a hunting partner and a sentinel in the shadows. A veritable nightmare for the Grayscale Knolls. Without the item in his possession, he would not have dared approach. After a brief interval, pairs of luminous green eyes emerged from the underbrush, fixated on the intruder, instilling a sense of dread. As the aura of danger drew near, Kiri swiftly raised the object in his hand, a fong, specifically a wolf's tooth. With the fong in hand, he felt emboldened, disregarding whether the forest harbored any watchers, and shouted, "Take me to see Lord Mosa." A magnificent Werg, akin to a steed, silently emerged from the shadows, stepping into the moonlight. Its snout wrinkled, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and foul saliva dripped from its jaws. Fortunately, the Werg was under the control of a Werg, who sat astride its back. A whip hanging from his waist and a spear clutched in his hand. The spear deftly lifted the fong from Kiri's grasp, and the Werg caught it, sniffing it curiously before tossing it back to the knoll. He then urged his mount onward, commanding, "Follow me." Navigating through the thicket, Kiri trailed the Werg cavalry to the heart of the Mosshide Werg tribe. Their stronghold was perched upon a modest hill, the trees within a 200-meter radius ruthlessly felled, and boulders and other impediments cleared away. Under the guidance of the Werg cavalry, Kiri Grayscale successfully passed through the gate and entered the Wurg tribe's inner sanctum. Like the gnolls, the Wurg tribe was adorned with numerous filthy hides, yet at the center of the tribe, around the hilltop, stood several wooden and straw structures. The abodes of the tribe's elite. At the summit, a grand stone edifice loomed. To human standards, this stone structure might be deemed mediocre. But in the context of the wilderness's monstrous civilization, it was undoubtedly a monumental achievement. The Wurg cavalry led Kiri before the stone house. Exchanging a few words with the guard stationed there, the guard opened the door, gesturing for Kiri to enter. He waited in the spacious, dimly lit hall of the stone house. With a creak, the door swung open, and an elderly Wurg, stooped and supported by a staff, entered. The rhythmic tap of his cane echoed through the quiet stone hall, a stark contrast to the stillness surrounding him. The air shivered around Chili, the gray-scaled creature. As he lowered his head further, acutely aware that the aged wolf-like figure before him, despite its frail appearance, harbored an unfathomable power beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. "Speak. What have you witnessed?" he inquired. After a brief pause, in the shadowy depths of the cavern, the high-ranking wolf mage, Mosa Shinpi, stood in a posture of deference, recounting the intelligence brought by the goblinoid to the elven figure of the thorned throne. Upon concluding the account, Olivia, the green dragon in her elven guise, allowed a sardonic smile to grace her lips. Cultivating agriculture and stockpiling grain, crafting armor and training soldiers, indoctrinating loyalty through slogans, such trivial pursuits for a red dragon, she mused. Indeed, to the noble chromatic dragons, the red dragon appeared a creature lost in frivolity. What purpose does it serve to engage in such futile endeavors? One cannot feast upon grain. Dragons prefer meat. Is it merely for the sake of those wretched creatures wallowing in the mud? Absurd. Let those lowly beings perish. Training soldiers and forging weapons? The true strength of a dragon lies within itself, not in the mundane armies of mortals. A great dragon thrives on sustenance and rest, drawing power from its lineage as time flows, growing ever more formidable. Indoctrination and loyalty? Such notions are even more ludicrous. Monsters revere the unparalleled might of the dragonkin. A sufficient display of power-eater's treachery. Without strength, all is but an illusion. No, the plan for attack is rescinded. After contemplation, Olivia waved her hand dismissively. With the knowledge of a fellow dragon residing nearby, she commanded her kin to infiltrate and gather intelligence, preparing for war. Yet upon learning of her adversary's winter offensive plans, she felt no urgency. The insatiable desire for cunning and manipulation coursed through her green dragon blood. To toy with her opponent brought her more exhilaration and satisfaction than mere destruction ever could. Since he has delivered himself to my doorstep, why not present him with a surprise? In Olivia's eyes, victory was assured, and she intended to savor every moment of the unfolding drama. Haha. I can hardly wait to see the expression on that red dragon's face when he encounters me. The thought of the red dragon, brimming with confidence and anticipation of triumph, suddenly confronted by her presence to shatter his dreams, filled her with delight. Shock, panic, fleeing in disarray. She mused, but then shook her head. No, that won't do. In the thorned throne, Olivia murmured, a red dragon would make a splendid enforcer. Capture him, train him, and ensure he remains forever subservient at the feet of the magnificent Olivia. I have a splendid plan. Once he comes of age, I shall send the red dragon out to lure those foolish dragon slayers. And then a soft, sinister laughter escaped her lips as she reveled in her cleverness. Mosa Shimpi, having witnessed such scenes many times before, was unfazed by her mirth. Each time her laughter echoed, it heralded misfortune for someone. As her laughter subsided, he knew his next task was upon him. Master, please bestow upon me your next directive. Remaining still, yet one cannot allow that good-for-nothing rascal to lounge idly. A mischievous smirk curled at the corner of Olivia's mouth. Chapter 46. The Dawn of Conflict Deep Within the Bluffong Mines. Joss remained blissfully unaware that a fellow creature far away was concerned for his well-being. His leisurely existence continued uninterrupted. However, one day, the slumbering red dragon was roused from his dreams by a communication request from his subordinate. Upon focusing his thoughts, he discerned that it was Clark of the Grayscale clan reaching out. What is the matter? The red dragon's voice carried an inevitable hint of morning irritability. And despite his efforts to suppress it, Clark shivered involuntarily and steeled himself to continue his report. My lord, the Grayscale clan is under siege by goblins. They appear to have lost their senses, invading our territory and disrupting our food gathering and hunting efforts. I am currently leading the warriors to the site of the incursion. A frown creased Joss's brow. The Grayscale territory lay at the border of the Kobold Enclave, adjacent to both goblins and moss-skin works. An invasion by wargs would be expected, but goblins? How could these timid creatures dare to provoke the kobolds? Could it be that the goblin tribe had experienced a population surge, resulting in a schism that led them to encroach upon kobold lands? Regardless of the underlying cause, the immediate priority was to address the invaders. After a moment of contemplation, Joss resolved to observe the ensuing battle in its entirety, using the experience to evaluate the efficacy of the chief's training. "Go forth, my servant. I shall keep a watchful eye upon you." Clark's spirit surged at this realization. It was an opportunity to demonstrate his worth before his master. "Understood, my lord. The grayscale shall not disappoint you." Joss linked to Clark's perspective. Witnessing him and his clan members sprinting through the forest, the trees blurring past them. Beside Clark, a contingent of 40 to 50 well-trained kobold warriors followed in formation, running in 3 columns while maintaining a judicious distance between one another. This spacing allowed for individual combat while still enabling them to support their comrades as needed. Their training was evident not only in their formation but also in their armaments. Each kobold was equipped with a wooden-handled steel spear, a longsword, and an oak-round shield. The wooden handles of the spears had been treated with a special potion and subjected to drying processes, rendering them both lightweight and durable. The spearheads and longswords were crafted by the Minotaur blacksmiths, true iron weapons that far surpassed the fragile, self-made iron implements of the kobolds. The oak shields were constructed from boards soaked in potions, their edges reinforced with iron plates, and fitted with grips for ease of handling. Considering that battles among monsters predominantly involved wooden implements, since kobolds excelled in mining and thus possessed iron tools, while other creatures primarily wielded wooden weapons, Joss had reduced the thickness of the shields to enhance their portability. In addition to their weapons, the kobold warriors donned armor. Each kobold sported 3 pieces of armor, 2 iron bracers, and a protective gear devised by Joss himself, resembling a traditional chest guard, secured with cross-patterned leather straps to shield the vital heart region. The design of the iron bracers is remarkably scientific, with a surface adorned by pyramid-shaped spikes. This structure not only alleviates weight but can also serve as a hammer in critical moments to strike the foes. Beneath, a layer of beast hide ensures greater comfort for the wearer. Compared to the rare armaments of other monstrous tribes, the equipment of the kobolds is indeed luxurious. Joss, Clark Grayscale, and the Grayscale warriors are filled with unwavering confidence in this battle. Following the sound, Clark Grayscale led his kin to the intruders, while Joss, through the vision of his minion, spotted a cluster of goblins scattered across the territory, numbering over 100. Goblin, a diminutive humanoid creature, typically stands around 1.2 meters tall, scarcely reaching the waist of an adult human. They possess elongated, triangular ears reminiscent of elves, green skin, hooked noses, and beady red eyes, exuding an air of treachery, though their intellect is notably limited. Not only is their intelligence deficient, but their martial prowess is equally feeble. Even a farmer wielding a hoe could easily dispatch 3 of them. One could assert that goblins possess scarcely any merits aside from their ability to reproduce. However, this very trait renders goblins a persistent nuisance for many races, akin to weeds that sprout anew after being cut down, necessitating constant vigilance. The audacity of the goblins is directly proportional to their numbers. When sufficiently numerous, they will raid villages, pillage crops, devastate farmlands, and even escalate to attacking settlements, reducing villagers to mere morsels in their cauldrons, departing after setting the place ablaze. Nevertheless, in the Moto Peak Forest, goblin tribes rarely have the opportunity to grow too large, as they are oppressed by the werewolves and the kobolds. "What courage compels you to dare offend the Grayscale clan?" Clark Grayscale shouted as he charged forward. "Warriors of Grayscale, slay them, sever their wretched heads, and hang them from the branches. Let them learn the fate of those who provoke the Grayscale." Within the Bloodfang mine, the kobold warriors have mastered tactics, learning how to effectively confront goblins. They arranged themselves in 2 lines, the front row wielding long swords in one hand and shields in the other, charging forth, while the rear row brandished long spears, following closely behind. The sound of rocks crashing against shields resounded. This was the goblins' signature tactic of stone throwing. Historically, such attacks had some effect, but this time, the kobolds remained sheltered behind their shields, emerging virtually unscathed. Seeing their stone-throwing ineffective, the goblins, emboldened by their numbers, began to screech and surge forward, brandishing wooden clubs. The kobold warriors, propelled by their charge, used their shields to batter the frontline goblins, and thus, close combat ensued. In the thicket, the clash of clubs against shields, the furious battle cries, and the chaotic shrieks melded into a cacophony. The sword and shield kobold warriors focused on defense, blocking the goblins' wooden clubs with their shields while seizing opportunities to thrust their long swords. Behind the sword-wielding dog-headed warriors, the spear-wielding dog-headed soldiers served as the primary force in vanquishing the goblins. They exploited the advantage of their long weapons' reach, launching attacks through the gaps in shields. The spears struck like venomous serpents emerging from the underbrush, piercing the enemies and unleashing torrents of blood that splattered upon the shields of their frontline warriors. Upon contact, the goblins in front sensed an unsettling shift. Their companions were falling too swiftly, while the enemy, shielded and fortified, rendered their own assaults ineffective. The courage derived from their numerical superiority dissipated like ice under the relentless glare of a scorching summer sun. As the dog-headed warriors advanced over the corpses of goblins, the morale of the remaining goblins shattered completely. They recoiled in terror, yet those behind, oblivious to the dire situation, pressed forward. Confronted by formidable foes in front and misguided allies behind, the goblins even turned upon one another in their confusion. Fortunately, this turmoil was brief. The goblins at the periphery of the battlefield fled towards the thickets, triggering a herd mentality that sent the goblin horde scattering in disarray. Swiftly they ran. Witnessing the panicked retreat of their adversaries, the dog-headed warriors brimmed with pride. Though they had triumphed over goblins before, never had it been so effortlessly gratifying as on this day. Historically, clashes between dog-headed and goblin forces resulted in victory for the former, albeit at the cost of some casualties. However, this time, within less than a minute, the overwhelmingly numerous goblin army had left behind 30 to 40 corpses, while their own side suffered merely 3 minor injuries. Such progress is a testament to the benefits of military training. Praise be to the great true dragon. With gratitude for the true dragon in their hearts, the dog-headed warriors began to cleanse the battlefield, but as they severed the heads of their fallen foes, a resounding thud of heavy footsteps echoed from the forest in the direction the goblins had fled, growing ever closer and louder. Chapter 47. The Battle of the Gnolls and the Ogres Gather. A large creature approaches. The Gnoll warriors hurriedly assembled around their chief, raising their shields and positioning their spears. Warrior, climb up the tree and scout. Yes. A nearby Gnoll, obeying the command, relinquished his longsword and shield, his sharp claws gripping the rough bark of the tree as he swiftly ascended. Perched upon a branch, he gazed into the distance. Ogres. Clark felt a sense of foreboding. Ogres, as their name suggests, are terrifying demons that feast upon flesh. They are formidable humanoid creatures, lacking in intellect yet endowed with immense strength. Adult ogres typically stand over 3-5 meters tall, towering above a single-story building, with some exceptional individuals reaching an astonishing 5 meters. Their strength is sufficient to topple houses, their skin tougher than old leather, and their thick layer of fat, coupled with an unyielding will to fight to the death, instills a sense of despair. Master, what shall we do? In the distance, at the dragon's lair, Jose furrowed his brow. Faced with a formidable foe, the shortcomings of the Gnoll chief became glaringly apparent. His inability to withstand pressure was evident. He could manage well in favorable circumstances but faltered when confronted with adversity. However, evading powerful enemies is an instinct for survival, and he could not expect all his subordinates to be fearless warriors. As he contemplated this, a figure emerged in Jose's mind, Hassa Bloodclaw. In comparison, Hassa's excellence became increasingly pronounced. What are you afraid of? You are my subordinate. Do you lack the courage to face an ogre? Clark shuddered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, though ogres are powerful, their physical prowess merely places them within the realm of novice-level adversaries. As a novice warrior himself, bolstered by the dragon blood contract, Clark's combat capabilities were not inferior to that of an ogre. Experience can be deadly, Clark lamented internally, recognizing that his earlier demeanor had diminished his stature in his master's eyes, which only deepened his frustration. With this thought, Clark resolved to act. This gift does not please me at all, Jose grumbled inwardly. The ogre's head was inedible and of little value. What purpose could it serve? Meanwhile, under Clark's command, the Gnoll warriors began their preparations for battle. They formed groups of 3, 2 warriors wielding swords and shields, and one armed with a spear scattering throughout the forest to engage strategically. It's not entirely hopeless. Jose's brow relaxed somewhat. When confronting goblins, relatively small foes lacking heavy weaponry, a line of shields can effectively minimize losses. However, this tactic would prove futile against ogres. Ogres possess immense strength, wielding saplings as weapons. A single strike, regardless of the shield's quality, would unleash enough force to shatter the slender arms of a gnoll. Hence, dispersing their formation to avoid a massacre was the wisest course of action. Before long, the ogres came into view of the Knoll warriors. It was a colossal creature, nearly 4 meters tall, bearing a log as thick as a telephone pole upon its shoulder. Each step it took reverberated through the ground, clearly indicating it was not one to be trifled with. The scattered goblins, regaining their courage, followed closely behind the ogre, barely reaching its knees, instilling a sense of dread that they might be crushed underfoot. Indeed, this was a legitimate concern. Observing the goblins trailing the ogre, Jose comprehended the unfolding circumstances. He had witnessed similar scenarios in the memories of Urgal. Wandering ogres occasionally enslaved feeble goblin tribes, compelling them to hunt, targeting the various monstrous clans surrounding the goblin settlements. Whether the quarry was the corpses of enemies or their own kin, they all served as sustenance for the ogre. However, such ogre-dominated tribes rarely lasted long, as ogres consumed vast quantities of food. Without sufficient provisions, the goblins became their main fare, leading to a grim fate where, within a month, goblins would either perish or flee. Neither ogres, goblins, nor gnolls were particularly adept at communication. Their encounters often escalated into immediate conflict. Roar. The ogre bellowed, its mouth seemingly generating a tangible sound wave that sent the surrounding leaves trembling. Subsequently, it removed the log from its shoulder, grasping one end while dragging the other along the ground, charging forth like a reckless truck, with the goblins shrieking in a chaotic chorus behind it. Charge. Clark Grayscale commanded his Knoll warriors as they confronted the oncoming foe. Clark faced the charging ogre while the other Knoll warriors executed their plan, flanking the ogre to assault the goblins at the rear. Your opponent is me. As the ogre pivoted to attack the encircling kin, Clark hurled a pre-prepared stone, striking the ogre's head. Though it inflicted no substantial harm, it was sufficient to enrage the dim-witted giant. Hanner will drain your blood. The ogre roared in fury, raising the log high enough to serve as a pillar of a house, preparing to bring it crashing down upon the spear-wielding diminutive foe ahead. Clark nimbly evaded, the log smashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a long, deep trench. From afar, within the dragon's lair, Jose observed the clash between his kin and the ogre, the first-person perspective proving exhilarating as the thick logs soared through the air, stirring the fallen leaves below. Meanwhile, Clark dodged skillfully. Even with the enhancement from the dragon vein, a strike from the ogre's massive club would reduce him to a mere puddle of flesh. Nonetheless, it was not so simple for the ogre to land a blow on the dragon-blooded gnoll. The transformation from the dragon vein not only fortified the gnoll's physique but also sharpened his reflexes, allowing Clark to seize counterattack opportunities, thrusting his spear and eliciting anguished roars from the ogre. As the kin rolled on the ground, Jose's gaze followed suit, the disorientation from the shared visual experience causing a slight discomfort. He shook his head, severing the visual connection. The antics of children in a brawl. If one were to find oneself in Clark's position, Jose envisioned an ogre looming before him, brandishing a wooden club with the intent to strike fiercely. What would the outcome be? First, he would catch the ogre's rolling pin barehanded, then seize it firmly in his grip, exerting pressure until it burst, akin to squeezing a ripe tomato. However, despite the ogre's limited intellect, it would not be foolish enough to wield a club against a red dragon. Chapter 48. Frequent accidents severing the mental connection. Jose lay on the ground, contemplating the events of the battle. The combat had revealed numerous deficiencies among the goblins. Ultimately, he felt a tinge of disappointment regarding the goblins' lackluster talents. Even with the enhancement from the dragon vein, a novice warrior could only match an ordinary ogre in combat. It seemed that special training for his subordinates was in order. Jose pondered how to instruct his followers, enhancing their combat prowess and instilling in them a sense of devotion to the great dragonism. Perhaps the methods employed to train soldiers could also be adapted for his subordinates. Yes, that would suffice. The goblins possessed sharp claws, adorned with fine scales on their fingers, rendering them ill-suited for drawing a bowstring. After a moment's thought, he devised a plan. Since the goblins favored spears, he would equip them with throwing spears. The spearheads could conveniently be repurposed for this use by merely shortening the wooden shafts. As for the goblins' physical shortcomings, Jose could do little but wait until he gained greater strength and control over a larger territory, thereby attracting more formidable subordinates. Lost in thought, the figure of Buller materialized in his mind. The Minotaurs were indeed a commendable choice. Regrettably, their numbers were scant, and their reproductive capabilities were poor. Producing 2 calves per birth was already a feat worthy of a heroic mother. Before long, a communication request from Clark echoed in his mind, and Jose connected. "Master, we have emerged victorious, slaying 1 ogre and 105 goblins, with 3 of our own fallen, for severely injured and 12 lightly wounded." In truth, there was no need for Clark to report. Jose had already witnessed the entirety of the battle through his memories. The skirmish between the goblin warriors and their foes was a lopsided massacre. The ogre, besieged after the goblin's rout, found itself at the mercy of Karak, who seized the opportunity to sever its hamstring, leaving it unbalanced and vulnerable, ultimately impaled by the goblin horde. Understood. Upon disconnecting, Jose felt a measure of satisfaction. He distinctly sensed the shift in his subordinate's mindset after slaying the ogre. Should Clark encounter another ogre, he would no longer entertain thoughts of fleeing at the onset. Indeed, bloodshed was essential for an army's growth. Jose increasingly believed that his decision regarding the formal warriors was astute. Recently, he had deemed it wasteful to keep these elite fighters cooped up in the cave, so he had dispatched them to Hassar Bloodclaw, allowing that battle-hungry fanatic to lead the elite forces in hunting. In recent days, their hunts had yielded bountiful results, while simultaneously providing the warriors with valuable combat experience. As Jose prepared to rest, another communication request from his subordinates arrived, this time from Hassar Bloodclaw. "My valiant warrior, what brings you to me? Esteemed master, we have encountered a petrified lizard." Hassar Bloodclaw's tone was remarkably calm, suggesting he did not seek assistance. Jose, intrigued, connected for visual sharing. "Ah, is this not splendid?" It turned out that Hassar Bloodclaw was seated beside the corpse of the petrified lizard, conversing with the red dragon, while the goblin warriors rested nearby, appearing unscathed. A cursory glance at the memories of the kin reveals that indeed no one was harmed. The unfortunate petrified lizard encountered a hunting party composed of a dragonborn gnoll and 37 seasoned warriors, ultimately succumbing to their relentless assault. However, what is peculiar is that Hassar Bloodclaw's demeanor at this moment appears rather grave. Is there an issue at hand? A significant problem has arisen. Not long after encountering the petrochemical lizard, we had just dealt with a rockskin boar, and yesterday we dispatched a tearing windwolf. Both the rockskin boar and the tearing windwolf are low-tier extraordinary beasts, and Jose realized this, furrowing his brow. In the Moto Peak Forest region, extraordinary beasts typically possess established territories. The sudden appearance of 3 extraordinary beasts, each a different species and from different batches, is highly irregular. Hassar Bloodclaw continued. "When I first encountered the rockskin boar, I thought it was merely a coincidence. However, now I suspect that something has driven them here." Jose recalled the wandering ogre and felt that something was indeed amiss. Have any discoveries been made regarding the beasts? No, the fur is intact, and there are no scars on the body. Well then, act according to the situation. Terminating the call, Jose fell into deep contemplation within the dragon's nest. Could it be magic? He cast a glance at the vine-covered hut nestled in the corner of the dragon's lair. The druid possessed the ability to command animals. While Tilly had a master druid of high caliber, elves harbor a deep disdain for ogres. Rather than merely driving them away, they would prefer to extinguish their lives. Are not ogres and the extraordinary beasts allies in their sinister endeavors? After a moment of contemplation, Joss discarded the notion that the druid was the mastermind behind the events. Considering the situation from a different perspective, if he were the high-ranking druid attempting to track the whereabouts of an apprentice, he would likely employ inconspicuous birds to gather intelligence rather than dispatching fierce, extraordinary beasts that could easily alarm their prey. Furthermore, given the druid's profound reverence for all life, it would be contrary to their nature to sacrifice creatures for the sake of their objectives. Could it truly be nothing more than mere coincidence? With insufficient intelligence at hand, Jose found himself unable to make an accurate judgment. Should there indeed be any enemies lurking in the shadows, he could only remain steadfast and await their inevitable reveal. After commanding everyone to remain vigilant, Jose succumbed once more to slumber. Meanwhile, the green dragon Olivia, utilizing remote magic, discovered that her arrangements had yielded little effect. Rather, they had inadvertently provided the enemy with substantial sustenance, leaving her astonished. The little rascal possesses some skill, it seems. Apart from the Wurg minions and a few hidden cards, the petrified lizard was the strongest combat force at her disposal. After some contemplation, Olivia decided to abandon her plan to create further disturbances in order to avoid alarming the enemy. It would be better to wait for you to come to her. She looked forward to their meeting. As the days passed, winter was merely 3 days away, and no unexpected incidents had occurred during this time. Joss's earlier concerns about the frequent occurrences of unforeseen events had largely dissipated. He attributed them to mere coincidences. He continued to live a life of seclusion and development. indulging in meals, sleep, absorbing the legacy of dragons, training his minions, enjoying the service of the elven maiden, and engaging in appropriate entertainment. Jose, who had been shrunk in size by a magical spell, tossed aside 2 playing cards. Sitting beside him were Tilia and Urgal, the 3 of them forming a circle around a wooden stump upon which lay a pile of cards. Indeed, the 3 individuals are engaged in the most popular Do de Jeu game in Blue Star. The days of dormant development were undeniably tedious. By chance, Joss stumbled upon a wild boar merchant who could procure a type of sturdy paper. Thus, he crafted a deck of cards and enlisted the company of a fairy maiden and her kin to engage in a game of Do de Jeu. What a thrill! The landlady, Tilly, discarded a pair of 2s. Pass. I can't take it. A plain. Haha. I have but 1 card left. Wait. Something's amiss. Just as Jose was engrossed in his game, he suddenly received a communication request from his family. I had finally won a round of the landlord game. Tyrael wore an expression of deep grievance. There was indeed a matter at hand. Jose examined the communication request and was astonished to find it was from Luna, the Harpy's beloved, Bloodfeather. What is it, my master? We are in trouble, Luna Bloodfeather said gravely. Mutahan Greytail, the Centaur chieftain of Greytail, has entrusted me with the task of investigating the situation of the Bloodfang Knoll tribe. Chapter 49. The Fodder Plan. What is happening? Joss's expression fluctuated as he recalled the day over 2 months ago when he fought the centaurs on the prairie to rescue Urgu. After saving Urgu, he hastily cleared the battlefield and departed. It is likely that after the 2 dragons entered the forest, some centaurs investigating their missing kin discovered traces of the dragons. However, for the past 2 months, the Great Ale centaurs have remained inactive, but now they are beginning to scout the Bloodfang mine. Winter is approaching. Continue to monitor the centaur movements, and notify me immediately if you obtain any news. Understood. Ending the call, Joss lost interest in continuing the card game. His fingers stroking his chin, which bore 3 sharp horns, as he fell into contemplation. Seeing the red dragon deep in thought, Urgu dared not disturb him. The elven girl rolled her eyes and quickly gathered the cards from the wooden stump, scampering after Urgu outside the dragon's lair. In the spacious dragon's nest, Joss murmured to himself, it would be perfect to deal with both at once. As night fell, Joss exited the dragon's lair and made his way to living area number 5. Walking down the dimly lit, sloping tunnel, he heard the sound of rushing water, an underground spring unearthed by the ancestors of the Bloodfang kobolds. Many years prior, the Bloodfang kobolds had dug downwards for mining, inadvertently striking an underground spring, which caused water to flood a significant section of the mine. However, this misfortune turned into a blessing, as the Bloodfang kobolds no longer needed to fetch water from outside. Eventually, due to the overwhelming number of water fetchers, the tunnel became congested, prompting an expansion into a new living area. Upon passing through the tunnel, Joss entered living area number 5 and observed the scene within. The area resembled a yin-yang symbol, half water and half land, with the land featuring steps carved by the kobolds for easier access to the water. Kasai's lair was hewn into the rock wall above the water's surface. Joss heard the sound of snoring echoing in the cavern, his face twitching. Dinner time. Dinner again. Inside the cave, Kasai groggily awoke, stretching and walking toward the entrance. Waking up to eat, then sleeping again. This life is truly comfortable. All thanks to Boss Joss. With this thought, he approached the entrance and spotted the red dragon across the way, his senses suddenly sharpening. Boss Joss. He spread his wings and glided before Joss, greeting him with a smile. Boss, what brings you here? Joss remained silent, surveying his white dragon subordinate, who had noticeably gained some weight over the past 2 months. Come, let us go outside and stretch our wings. The red dragon led the way, and the white dragon followed, conversing as they walked. Kasai, we have drawn the attention of the Great Ale centaurs. They likely discovered our presence when we rescued Urgu. Speaking of serious matters, Kasai's demeanor turned solemn. Boss, what is your plan? Since they seek a fight, let us give them one. Joss replied with unwavering confidence. Should the Great Ale centaur truly believe that a single high-ranking warrior can secure victory, they are gravely mistaken. With the heart of the phoenix unleashed in full force and employing the state of data visualization, even a typical master-level opponent would find themselves challenged. Sensing the confidence in his leader's words, Casimir felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. After more than 3 years of companionship, he understood that his leader was exceptionally cautious and would never undertake a venture without certainty. This time, our objective was to gather some goblin cannon fodder. Joss continued, initially, I intended to reserve these expendable forces for confronting the mossy skinworks, But since the great ale centaur has come knocking, we shall let them have a taste of our might. He added, moreover, in addition to brute force, we can entice them. For instance, we could inform the goblins that we have an abundance of food, as he instructed on how to deceive the goblins. The two dragons emerged from the Bluffong mine. Casimir, have you pinpointed the location of the goblin tribe? Indeed, I have. Excellent, let us proceed. You take the west, while I will head east. Under the cover of the night sky, the two dragons soared into the air, departing in opposite directions. With their backs against the clouds, Joss gazed down upon the Mocha Peaks, situated at the juncture of the Jorgeum Mountains in the dark forest. While not overly vast, the Mocha Peaks were certainly not insignificant. The combined territories of the kobolds and the mossy skinworks occupied merely a tenth of the entire region. Following the depletion of the kobold territory, the ambitious Red Dragon had dispatched harpies to scout the surrounding areas. Goblin tribes, Werg tribes, other kobold factions, and even extraordinary beasts gradually appeared on the rudimentary map sketched by the Red Dragon. Now, the foresight of the reconnaissance proved invaluable. Joss spotted a goblin tribe and descended swiftly. First came the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, followed by the snapping of a few twigs, culminating in a resounding crash. The startled goblins had no time to react as the overwhelming presence of a superior being descended upon them. As Joss inhaled the fresh, foul odor carried by the night breeze, he noticed many goblins had been rendered utterly terrified. He reined in his draconic aura and surveyed the area. The kobolds at least had a concealed mine to retreat to, while most goblins slept exposed under the sky, with only 3 rudimentary huts constructed of thatch and branches. It was evident without further thought that those residing in the huts were the upper echelons of the goblin tribe. Come forth, he commanded in a deep, resonant voice, imbued with a tone that warned of dire consequences for disobedience. From within one of the huts, a goblin timidly opened the door and stepped out, trembling at the sight of the crimson figure cloaked in shadows. Great True Dragon, I, Goblin Nick Greenskin, am at your service. Joss turned his gaze toward the speaking goblin, who had emerged from the dwelling. With a slight potbelly, he stood out among the generally slender goblin populace. Unlike the others, who were paralyzed with fear, this goblin exhibited remarkable courage, managing not only to stand but also to articulate his thoughts coherently. This prompted Joss to regard him with a lingering glance, but that was where his interest ended. As Jose observed the goblins from a distance, several obedient creatures crawled out from within the house, leaving it eerily silent thereafter. The stillness inside did not imply the absence of life. Those who defy commands meet such a fate. Jose paid little heed to whether the goblins were merely stunned or deliberately hiding, his elongated dragon tail slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Bang, bang, bang. The tail of the dragon smashed through the houses, reducing them to rubble. With blood seeping from the wreckage and spreading outward, the goblins trembled in the nocturnal breeze. Wretched goblins, congratulations. You have been chosen by the magnificent True Dragon. You are about to become the progeny of the True Dragon. Jose unfurled his dragon wings, enhancing his imposing stature. March westward. Journey to my realm. My loyal kobold kin will welcome you. There, warm tints will shield you from the biting winds. There, ample sustenance will spare you from hunger. You possess my promise. With that, Jose flapped his wings and ascended into the sky. During his ascent, he whispered softly, a secret only he could hear. What you gain, you shall also lose. Chapter 50. The overseer of the Blackwater Trading Company. Throughout the night, the goblin tribe surrounding the dog-headed folk was graced by the presence of 2 dragons. The following day, goblins began to trickle into the territory of the dog-headed beings, and as the True Dragons had foretold, they were met with warmth and hospitality, along with guidance towards the Bloodfang mine. Thus, driven by fear and temptation, a multitude of goblins, accompanied by a few wergs, gathered at the Bloodfang mine, where they were settled into the abandoned living quarters. Upon witnessing the strength and prosperity of the Bloodfang dog-headed folk, the newcomers grew increasingly eager to align themselves with the True Dragons, aspiring to share in the same comfortable existence as the dog-headed beings. They appointed representatives to pay homage to the True Dragons. In response, Jose delivered a few encouraging words, deftly brushing them aside. Observing the inebriated demeanor of the representatives as they floated away, Urgal's lips curled into a mocking smile. My lord, I have conducted a rough tally. You and Lord Cassie have successfully persuaded over 1,800 expendables to join us. What do you mean by persuade? Jose shot a sidelong glance at his subordinate. I prefer to call it strategy guidance. However, should these individuals manage to survive this battle, I wouldn't mind genuinely offering them a chance to join. But my lord, what if half of the centaurs do not arrive? If they do not come, then so be it. It is not as if we cannot afford it. Ergal recalled the mountains of food stacked in the warehouse, and indeed, it was as he thought. He chuckled to himself, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. I have truly grown weary of hunger. After a brief pause, Jose continued, in the event that half of the centaurs do not show. We shall simply train these expendables and prepare to launch an assault on the mossy skinworgs in 2 months when winter sets in. Suddenly, another communication request arrived from his subordinate, Luna Bloodfeather. Do you have any new intelligence? My lord, Muterin Greatail has summoned me to the Greatail Centaur tribe for a discussion. I am en route now. Excellent. Proceed as usual and do not reveal anything. Understood. Jose connected with the vision of his harpy subordinate, discovering that she was soaring through the skies accompanied by 2 trusted allies. The velocity of their flight was incomparable to that of walking, and half an hour later, she caught sight of the Greatail Centaur tribe on the vast plains. The Greatail Centaur tribe was situated atop a small hill, surrounded by a dense cluster of large tents, with a perimeter of barricades and patrolling guards. Wait. Luna Bloodfeather noticed an unusual dark spot within the Greatail Centaur tribe. As she drew closer, she realized it was a wagon. How could there be a wagon? Centaurs have no need for such a contraption. Could it be the Blackwater Trading Company? My lord, something feels amiss. Indeed, it was quite disconcerting. With winter fast approaching, the frigid air from the northern glaciers would soon descend, blanketing much of the north in ice and snow. At this juncture, even the most cold-resistant of creatures, such as the boarfolk, with their thick fat, and the minotaurs, with their ample fur, would seek to avoid venturing outside. Yet the merchants of the Blackwater Trading Company had arrived. Jose felt a sense of foreboding as he scrutinized the wagon through the eyes of his subordinate. This is a luxurious double-horse carriage, adorned with decorative bead curtains. The fabric is a deep purple-black silk, embroidered with a crest of white-edged black waves. Indeed, it belongs to the Blackwater Merchant Guild. Moreover, the owner of the carriage holds a significant position within the guild. Surrounding the carriage are a group of 17 saddled horses, indicating that this high-ranking member of the Blackwater Merchant Guild is accompanied by at least 17 attendants. He gazed towards the entrance of the central tent, where 2 human guards stood watch. Such extravagance, employing novice warriors as sentinels. My lord, I sense a powerful source of energy emanating from within the tent, at least a high-level spellcaster. Exercise caution. High-level spellcasters are acutely attuned to unusual energies and may detect our mental communication. Joss severed the mental link. Meanwhile, Luna Bloodfeather hovered hesitantly above the centaur's main tent, reluctant to descend. A robust centaur emerged from the tent, adorned with a gray cloth band denoting his status. He was Mudokon Greatail, the chief of the Greatail Centaur tribe. Mudokon Greatail looked up at the harpy soaring above and bellowed with laughter. Ah ha ha. Chief Bloodfeather, come down. Greatail Chief. There are outsiders present. My slight frame pales in comparison to yours. It's best to exercise caution. Fear not. They are all allies. We've been collaborating for nearly 3 years now. Do you still doubt me? Luna Bloodfeather feigned hesitation before descending gracefully to stand before Mudokon Greatail. Come inside. Mudokon Greatail beckoned warmly, inviting the harpy into the tent, his demeanor genuinely cordial. Since their partnership began, hunting on the plains had become significantly easier, yielding greater spoils for the Greatail Centaur tribe without the arduous search for prey as before, thus saving both time and effort. Chief Bloodfeather, a distinguished guest has arrived today. We are poised for a major undertaking. Oh, I am quite intrigued. Who could possibly be deemed so significant by you, Chief? Luna Bloodfeather inquired, glancing at her companion with curiosity. It is Master Buck, the steward of the Blackwater Merchant Guild stationed at Yongfan Port. The steward? Luna Bloodfeather gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Although the steward does not command an army of 5,000, wealth can indeed sway even the most formidable forces. The energy they can mobilize is hardly less than that of the chieftains of the great tribes on the plains. Furthermore, with the guild's extensive knowledge and resources, the steward holds a status on the vast grasslands that surpasses that of an ordinary chieftain by a considerable margin. What brings such a prominent figure to the Triangle Plains? Mudokon Greatail opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. You shall know soon enough. As he drew back the curtain, Luna Bloodfeather entered the grand tent, where she beheld the scene inside. For individuals were seated on woolen blankets along the sides of the tent, with traditional dishes before them, including mare's milk, yogurt, and roasted lamb. Among them, she recognized only one Hamel Greatail, the one-eyed brother of Chief Greatail. 3 others were present, a bald middle-aged man, seated cross-legged on the ground, with a scroll bag at his waist and a staff beside him, emanating an aura befitting a powerful individual. The presence that Luna Bloodwing had sensed earlier was indeed his. She cast a glance at the other two. One was a noble youth with an upright posture. Like many aristocrats, his skin was unnaturally pale, clad in black attire, with a red rose pinned to his chest, and his lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Lastly, there was a man in a black robe, shrouded in a hooded cloak, revealing only a wrinkled chin and hands as thin as eagle's talons. The robed figure and the bald sorcerer flanked the noble youth, evidently placing him at the center of their attention. Luna Bloodwing concluded in her mind that he was a young nobleman of considerable standing. Upon the entrance of the griffin-bodied siren, the four ceased their discourse, their gazes converging upon her at the doorway. Chapter 51. The blame lies with the wine. The bald mage furrowed his brow, resting his hand upon the scroll pouch. Chief Nahan, this enchantress carries the essence of a red dragon. Ha! Master Ludden, my esteemed friend, is indeed of draconic lineage. Rest assured, we have collaborated for over 3 years. Dahan Greytail emphasized the duration, causing the bald mage to relax slightly. Nearby, the nobleman Buck scrutinized Luna Bloodfeather's exquisite visage, a flicker of lust igniting within his gray eyes. It was his first encounter with such a distinctive harpy, stirring within him a desire to claim her as his own. However, the sight of her formidable claws stifled these thoughts, as he remembered that his own prized possession had seen countless battles, possessing more experience than he himself. All right, everyone is present. Let us commence. Once everything concluded, Luna Bloodfeather re-established her mental connection with Jose. What transpired? Cannot disclose. Jose delved into the memories of his kin, his expression shifting to one of realization. Before addressing the matters at hand, they had all entered into a magical confidentiality agreement, preventing Luna from revealing the discussions directly. Upon reviewing the assembly proceedings, the red dragon emanated a chilling aura. They are indeed targeting me. The enemy remained cautious. Despite the confidentiality pact, Luna had not been entirely trusted and was only informed of the portions of the plans executed by the Harpy. In truth, it was not even a proper plan. The adversaries were unaware of the precise location of the Red Dragon, thus dispatching Harpies and Centaurs to scour the Moto Peak forest for intelligence. Gradually, a notion took shape in Jose's mind. Why not lure the enemy to the Mossy Skin Warg tribe, inciting them to turn on one another while he reaped the benefits? The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. With Luna Bloodfeather as an insider, guiding the enemy astray would pose little difficulty. Gahaha, even if you are as cunning as a fox, you shall still drink the bathwater of this dragon. However, he pondered the identity of the cloaked figure. It seemed that the figure was a nobleman, baron, likely a formidable guardian of the Blackwater Merchant Guild's interests in the north, summoned by Baron to aid against the dragon. Yet, other possibilities remained. Regardless, serving a noble scion, the cloaked figure's strength would not surpass that of a master-level practitioner. This posed some complications. A lone Mossy Skin Warg would not suffice against this group, and he would ultimately have to intervene personally. Jose furrowed his brow, weighing the strengths of both sides. If he unleashed his full power, he could contend equally with an average master-level opponent. The white dragon Cassie could barely hold her ground against a high-tier warrior, while the remaining high-tier mage had no one to counter him. A high-tier mage's impact in large-scale combat was greater than that of a master-level practitioner. Should he be allowed to operate freely, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, the enemy possessed an unknown number of mid-tier practitioners, while his side could only boast the recently advanced Hassa Bloodclaw. Wait, what have I overlooked? Joss murmured to himself, stroking his chin, as the image of the lascivious Lord Buck floated into his mind. In this enchanted realm, wealth indeed wields the power to command the divine. That Lord Buck controls all the business of the Blackwater Guild across the vast prairie. Heaven knows what hidden cards he has up his sleeve. However, we are not without our advantages. A multitude of goblin cannon fodder leads the charge. Our regular troops exhibit unwavering fighting spirit. And our greatest asset lies in the obscurity of our own plans, bolstered by the presence of Luna Bloodfeather, our insider. The outcome is difficult to predict. Joss lay within the dragon's lair, picking up an iron ingot and crunching it in his mouth like a sugar cane, the shimmering light in his vertical dragon eyes revealing his resolve. I had not intended to move this piece so soon. As night fell, the autumn moonlight bathed the prairie, cloaking it in a chilly white frost. A band of individuals, undeterred by the cold, galloped across the grasslands atop leather-clad wild boars. They were the wild boar warriors of the Odala Hills, part of the Stone Tooth tribe. Udi Stone Tooth, the chieftain of the tribe, slapped the rear of his boar and glanced at his companion Hulk Stonetooth, riding alongside him, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. In the original hierarchy of the Stonetooth tribe, the chieftain served as the military leader while the high priest held spiritual authority, together wielding most of the tribe's power. However, with the rise of Hulk Stonetooth, who attracted a throng of youth with resources garnered from trade, the once binary power struggle subtly morphed into a tripartite contention. Hooty Stonetooth was profoundly dissatisfied with the dilution of his authority. Humph. A penniless wretch lacking in strength believes he can challenge me simply by clinging to the humans. Had it not been for his occasional usefulness, I would have dispatched him long ago. Whenever he recalled the wintry nights when he and his family huddled around the fire, feasting and drinking, the fiery sensation coursing from his mouth to his belly, Hooty Stonetooth couldn't help but swallow hard. However, what ignited his fury was the prospect that this winter might bring no wine. The shipment of liquor had been ambushed by a band of centaur marauders. And as a known drunkard, Hooty Stonetooth could hardly tolerate such an affront. Hulk, where are you? Just ahead. Not far now. From a vantage point hidden from Hooty Stonetooth, Hulk Stonetooth's face twitched. Serves you right, you wretched drunkard. The group crested a gently undulating hill and beheld an abandoned liquor cart in the lowland of the prairie. As the night breeze swept in, Hooty Stonetooth felt the hairs on his body bristle, a sudden clarity washing over him. Something is amiss. There are no corpses around the cart. This is not a robbery scene. But if it is not a robbery, why would the centaurs have dragged the cart only to abandon it? He tightened his grip on the spiked club in his hand and turned to Hulk Stonetooth. Hooty Stonetooth, a mid-tier warrior on the brink of advancement, had the courage and capability to pursue the marauding centaurs under the cover of night, leading a band of the tribe's finest. Yet Hulk Stonetooth remained unfazed. He had already sensed the ominous winds descending from above. What are you asking me? Hooty Shia bellowed in fury, poised to raise the wolf-toothed mace in his grasp. Suddenly, he felt the oppressive force of wind descending from above. Looking up, he beheld a fiery figure plummeting from the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of a superior being. The wild boar beneath the beast-man trembled in terror, losing control of its bowels and collapsing to the ground, while the other beast-man knights reeled in panic. With a thunderous crash, Jose landed beside the ranks of the beast-men, creating a crater upon impact, scattering dirt and grass in all directions. The prostrate beast-men felt the very earth tremble beneath them. The outstretched dragon wings obscured the moonlight, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped all in its wake. Chapter 52. The performance in the Moto peaks. A few harpies soared gracefully above the verdant expanse of the forest, occasionally descending into the thickets, feigning a hunt while genuinely conducting a search. Within the depths of the jungle, a cadre of elite centaur scouts roamed incessantly, seeking traces left by colossal creatures. Yet their efforts were destined to be in vain. Joss, aware of the approaching enemy, had already made the necessary preparations. He activated his digital vision and retraced his steps along the path he had previously traveled. With the aid of this enhanced perception, all potential evidence that could reveal the presence of the two dragons was meticulously erased. Not even a masterful thief, renowned for their tracking prowess, could discern any remnants on the ground that would lead to the dragon's discovery. Concerned about alarming the enemy and wary of the blood-toothed gnolls, the centaurs dared not approach the blood-tooth mine with undue bravado as time slipped away in their aimless search, while the harpies and centaurs squandered precious moments. Deep within the blood-tooth mine, Joss was orchestrating a performance as actors gradually made their way through the shadowy tunnels to the dragon's lair. 3 wargs and 8 gnolls awaited him. Joss observed the robust warg before him from an elevated position. He recognized the creature wielding a rusted single-edged axe as the leader of a warg bandit group, who possessed a riding warg of his own. Tell me your name. My servant, Joss commanded. The warg raised his head, fervor gleaming in his eyes. Esteemed true dragon, I am a wandering warg, my name long forgotten. My kin call me Ripper, the Riverclaw Ripper. Riverclaw? Joss recalled a game he had played in a past life, where a renowned novice butcher bore that very surname. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, the warg replied sincerely, bowing slightly. This name rightfully belongs to a warg hero, one who has slain more foes than you have encountered. Do not tarnish his legacy. Upon hearing the significance of the name, the warg leader's excitement swelled. Hog the Riverclaw vows to serve his master till death. I shall not betray your expectations. Joss nodded in satisfaction and produced a scale. Fortunate creature. Before long, Joss's first warg vassal was born. Upon becoming a vassal, the grayish-yellow fur of Hog the Riverclaw took on a faint reddish hue, a result of the red dragon's infusion of more dragon blood into his form, leading to an accumulation of fire elements within the warg's being. Joss, increasingly pleased, nodded at Urgal, who understood and retreated. My servant, the time has come for you to pledge your loyalty. Outside, a band of humans, harboring ill intentions, dares to launch an attack against us. Their nefarious scheme shall be shattered, and you will play a pivotal role in my plan. At this moment, Urgal entered with 6 gnolls, each pair hoisting a large wooden box. With a thud, the box was gently placed on the ground, the sound of metal clanking resounding from within. What required the strength of 2 gnolls to lift was as light as a stationary box in Joss's hands. He lifted the lid and emptied its contents onto the ground, revealing 2 items. A finely crafted single-edged axe, forged by the bull-headed blacksmith Helber, boasts a striking deep blue-black hue, with a blade that gleams white and sharp, adorned with intricate ripples. Accompanying this is a rugged set of shoulder armor, featuring 3 prominent spikes, while a leatherworker of dog-headed folk fashioned a belt from the remnants of petrified lizard skin to secure the armor. This is for you. Joss gestured with a nod towards Hog, the leader of the Wargen. Following the transformation of the dragon vein, Hog felt an exhilarating thrill as he donned the primal, formidable shoulder armor, brandishing the single-edged axe he had retrieved from the ground, kneeling on one knee in reverence. My lord, the Wargen shall lead the charge. We shall clear the path for you. You will have your chance to battle, but not just yet. Joss opened 2 more wooden crates, addressing the eager Wargen and dog-headed folk. These are prepared for you. Before long, 2 Wargen and 8 dog-headed folk adorned their new gear. The equipment of the 2 Wargen, while not on par with Hog's, was nonetheless of military grade, crafted by the bull-headed blacksmith, whereas the dog-headed folk received a starkly different assortment. One wielded an old spear of their own making, accompanied by a set of grimy leather armor, inferior to their original armaments, yet none voiced complaints. As it was the arrangement of the Red Dragon. Surveying his well-equipped followers, Joss felt a sense of satisfaction. I require you to perform a play. 3 days passed. The centaur Seiko concealed himself within the underbrush, fixated on the cleverly disguised entrance to the Bloodfang mine in the distance, tasked with monitoring the comings and goings of its occupants. When will this tedious assignment come to an end? He muttered, shifting his aching limbs. The centaur, naturally inclined towards motion and speed, found himself constrained within a small thicket, facing the dewy chill of late autumn alone, with no rewards to show for his patience. A rustling sound, akin to wings slicing through the air, drew his gaze upward. A harpy perched on a branch, her claws gripping the wood as she surveyed him. This had become a familiar occurrence. The harpy would arrive every 2 hours to relay information and ensure safety. The centaur signaled from the bushes, indicating all was well. Just as the harpy prepared to take flight, a disturbance caught Seiko's eye. The entrance to the Bloodfang mine revealed an anomaly as a Wargen emerged. What business does a Wargen have in a dog-headed mine? Seiko's spirit surged, fatigue and grievances evaporating as he focused intently on the approaching figure. It was immediately apparent that something was amiss. First, the Wargen's fur was a rare red, unlike the usual pale yellow or gray, and second, its stature appeared larger than that of an ordinary Wargen, devoid of the typical signs of malnourishment. Following closely behind, a wolf of enormous size emerged. It is essential to note that dire wolves do not thrive solely on grass. They are carnivorous, and typically, only Wargen of medium-sized tribes possess the strength to keep such beasts. One by one, more individuals emerged, accompanied by 2 werewolves, followed by 8 dog-headed beings clad in leather armor and wielding long spears. Having dealt with centaurs and dog-headed beings before, Seiko understood that typically, dog-headed creatures lacked clothing, and those adorned in leather armor must belong to a prominent faction within their tribe. However, these esteemed dog-headed figures surrounded the werewolves, bowing and scraping in a sycophantic manner, while the werewolves maintained an air of aloof superiority, refusing to spare them a glance. Soon after, a werewolf mounted a wolf, departing with 2 small attendants amidst the dog-headed beings' eager farewells. Seiko rose from the underbrush and let out a low roar towards the harpy perched atop the treetops, informed the chieftain. There is a situation. The harpy, having witnessed the entire scene, flapped her wings and soared into the sky. In the distance, Luna Bloodfeather stood on the branch of a great tree atop a hill, observing her kin traverse the lush, verdant expanse of the jungle. If one were to stand opposite her at that moment, they would perceive that within the depths of the harpy chieftain's pupils lay the semblance of another pair of eyes. Chapter 53. Master Yugen, curse be it. The centaur scout Seiko had been relentlessly trailing the peculiar works, only to find himself far afield within the territory of the grayscale goblins, where he encountered a band of hunting grayscale goblins. The wargs, under the watchful gaze of the submissive goblins, sauntered away, while the centaur was compelled to halt. His towering stature posed a significant risk as he navigated around the scattered goblins engaged in their hunt. He had no desire to be discovered, leading to an exhilarating chase. Gazing skyward through the gaps in the treetops, he spotted a harpy concealed within the clouds, stirring within him a tumult of envy. This victory is yours, he thought. How fortunate you are to soar through the skies. Thus, Seiko commenced his return journey. It is worth noting that the centaur scouts lurking within the Moto Peak forest were not alone, yet unbeknownst to them. Their trusted companions and liaison had aligned themselves with the opposition. With such a grievous lack of intelligence, Hogg and his company easily evaded the centaur's watchful eyes, slipping into the goblin mines. Upon receiving news of a flawlessly concluded performance, a subtle smile crept upon the lips of the red dragon nestled within the shadowy cavern. Everything the centaur beheld was meticulously orchestrated by him. Even the timing was precisely calculated. 3 days, neither too long nor too brief, would serve to agitate the fruitless centaurs without entirely extinguishing their patience. Luna, it is now your turn to perform. Do not disappoint me. Fear not, my master. I assure you the task shall be completed. As she lifted the tent flap, Luna Bloodfeather was greeted by the expectant faces of the gathered crowd, their gazes converging upon her. The 3 wargs have headed toward the lichen skinwork tribe. From my experience, the lead warg bore a crimson coat, indicative of a substantial fire element within. He is a servant of a certain red dragon. Ah, how enlightening. The gray-tail centaur Conmutican Graytail slapped his thigh in realization. We have misdirected our pursuit. That red dragon never lingered at the Bloodfang goblin tribe. He fled to the mightier lichen skinworks. The one-eyed centaur Brigand Hammer Graytail rose from his seat. I shall prepare forthwith. Wait. The dashing noble merchant Buck raised a hand, his shimmering gray eyes seeming to pierce the depths of one's soul as he directed his gaze towards the harpy. Lady Luna, you mentioned that you saw the wargs heading towards the lichen skinwork tribe, yet you did not witness their entry into the warg tribe itself, correct? Indeed. Could you enlighten me as to why you did not continue the pursuit? Luna Bloodfeather's expression shifted. What does Master Buck imply? Does he harbor suspicions of me? Certainly not. How could I ever doubt a lady of such beauty? Unmoved, Buck maintained his gaze upon the harpy. This matter is of great significance, and I must exercise caution. I kindly request that you clarify your reasoning. Humph. The harpy feigned indignation, letting out a cold huff while secretly admiring her master's foresight. The lichen skin warg tribe lies deeper within the Moto Peak forest. The thicket is dense. Whether we can track them remains uncertain. But that band of wargs has erected walls and arrow towers to safeguard their tribe, with sentinels stationed at all hours. Moreover, they had cleared the trees surrounding the tribe, creating an unobstructed view. Even if the harpy concealed herself in the heavens, the likelihood of her being discovered was considerable. The moss-skinned wargs indeed fit this description, and beside them, Murdahin Graytail validated the veracity of the harpy's words. Ha ha ha. Buck's doubts were largely alleviated as he chuckled and hastily changed the subject. Lady Luna, if I have offended, please accept my apologies. I shall present a token of compensation shortly. Luna Bloodfeather's expression softened considerably. Master Buck is only considering the interests of all. Meanwhile, Seiko, who had delivered the intelligence yet remained, discreetly raised his gaze towards the assembly, summoning his courage. Esteemed lords, may I speak? His voice was barely audible, almost a whisper, yet all present were formidable professionals, and he successfully captured their attention. A nameless subordinate interrupted the discourse of those in higher stations, and Murdahin Graytail's expression darkened. However, Buck feigned an attentive demeanor. His extensive experience managing the guild had taught him not to disregard the opinions of those at the grassroots level, as they were the frontline informants whose feedback was most genuine and detailed. Speak on, he urged. Under the scrutiny of such distinguished figures, Seiko swallowed hard and straightened his posture. My lords, I overheard your discussion regarding the moss-skinned works, yet the blood-toothed goblins were not mentioned. He gritted his teeth. I sense there are issues with the blood-toothed goblins as well. Luna Bloodfeather's heart skipped a beat, though she maintained her composure, silently observing the unfolding situation. Issues with the blood-toothed goblins? Murdahin Graytail was visibly displeased. Of course, they are problematic. They are servants of the vile dragon, as evidenced by their attitude towards the wargs and dragging in. Soldier, did you interrupt us merely to utter nonsense? Buck gestured for Murdahin Graytail to remain calm, signaling the centaur scout to continue. Indeed, Seiko inhaled deeply. While surveilling the exit of the blood-toothed goblin's mine, I discovered certain traces. Signs of their excursions were abundant, which is highly suspicious. Luna Bloodfeather furrowed her brow, dissatisfied. You are wasting our time, as winter approaches. It is only natural for goblins to increase their hunting frequency to stockpile provisions. No, their activities are far too frequent, and their numbers are excessive. The footprints overlap, indicating something beyond ordinary hunting. Buck frowned and turned to the ever-silent figure in the black robe, softly inquiring, "Master Yugen, what is your perspective?" "Rest assured, Master Buck." The voice of the black-robed figure, Yugen, rasped like an old crow. Without lifting his head, "I shall send someone to ascertain the specifics." Buck's expression brightened, evidently holding great trust in Master Yugen. Meanwhile, everyone, including Luna Bloodfeather, appeared taken aback. Judging by Baron S' attitude towards the black-robed figure, it was clear that their relationship was not hierarchical as presumed, but rather one of equal collaboration. Chapter 54. The performance begins. The intricacies of fate. Little did I anticipate that the traces of the dog-headed beings foraging for sustenance would unveil such anomalies. After perusing the memories of the Harpy's kin, Jose felt a weight upon his heart. The emergence of this Yugung master presented unforeseen peril. Within the dim confines of the cavern, the red dragon lay prostrate, fixated upon the ground before him, murmuring softly, "Yugung master?" The title of master is generally reserved for two types of individuals. First, those of master-level professions. Second, those who have achieved remarkable success within a particular field. Jose found himself lost in contemplation, meticulously analyzing the dialogue between Buck and the figure in the black robe. It became evident from their conversation that Buck held an unwavering trust in this so-called Yugung master, believing that with his intervention, the true existence of a dragon within the Bloodfang mines and the Mosshide Word tribe could be effortlessly discerned. This individual possesses a profound understanding of dragons. He mentioned sending someone to investigate, implying that he was not alone, but rather part of a team. Could it be? At this thought, Jose suddenly lifted his head, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent coursing through him, as he uttered chilling words through clenched teeth. "Dragon, hunting, team?" In Teldrassil, the juvenile dragons, vulnerable and invaluable, have given rise to numerous intelligent factions dedicated to the pursuit of dragons, lured by the tantalizing prospect of profit. These brigands primarily target young dragons, tracking, hunting, and trafficking them, thereby establishing a well-developed industry. Among the fallen chromatic dragons, nearly half have met their demise at the hands of these hunting teams. Curse be it, could it truly be a dragon hunting team? Such teams are no ordinary practitioners. In addition to their exceptional prowess, they have systematically studied the intricacies of dragon lore, comprehending the habits and attack strategies of various dragon types, and are equipped with an array of dragon-capturing tools, greatly amplifying their threat to dragons. He could not help but recall his younger brother ensnared by a dragon net, a wave of anxiety washing over him. He certainly did not wish to meet a similar fate. Curse be it, if only he had arrived 2 years earlier. Had he established an intelligence network, he would not be so blind to the current dangers. No, he must not remain idle. Jose established a mental connection with the boar merchant. For among the many kin, he possessed a greater understanding of the world beyond. "Hulk, do you know of this Yugung? He may be the leader of a dragon hunting team." "Yugung?" pondered the boar merchant. "Apologies, my lord, but I have never heard that name. My current circle of information is confined to the inner workings of the Conch Gala, and most of my acquaintances are fellow denizens of the savannah, with little knowledge of other circles. However," after a pause, he continued, "if you wish to acquire information on that front, I suggest you consult Luna Bloodfeather. She is, after all, a mage." "Understood." With that, Jose severed the mental connection and slapped his forehead in realization. "Of course, how could I have overlooked that? Luna has received formal training as a mage from the Red Nest. She should have insights regarding the dragon hunting teams." At this thought, he felt a pang of frustration, not directed at others, but rather at the original host of his body. Before the outbreak of war, the young red dragon, regarded as an absolute potential, had access to most of the resources of the Red Nest, yet its original body was only aware of a simple existence of eating and sleeping. Consequently, apart from the legacy of dragons, its mind was devoid of any useful knowledge. However, in accordance with the logic of dragons, the belief prevailed that slumber would lead to strength. Thus, why exert oneself to learn the trivialities concocted by lesser races? On the other hand, it felt a sense of security that its presence might remain undiscovered. From Luna Bloodfeather, it gleaned a crucial piece of information regarding how ordinary dragon hunters ascertain whether a land is inhabited by a dragon. As magical beings, dragons naturally possess aura domain abilities, such as the red dragon's Ashen Domain, the blue dragon's Thunderous Inferno, the green dragon's lethal thicket, and the black dragon's corrosive aura. As for the white dragons, best left unmentioned. These aura domain abilities exist innately. During their juvenile phase, their powers are weak and often go unnoticed. Yet they still exert some influence on their surroundings. For instance, the soil surrounding a red dragon's lair becomes tinged with red due to the accumulation of fire elements. While the ambient temperature rises, the waters inhabited by black dragons turn dark and foul, gradually evolving into swamps. Dragon hunters rely on these signs to determine if a region is home to a dragon. However, juvenile dragons of various colors are often cautious, with the exception of young dragons, relocating their lairs every few years and dwelling deep within caverns to significantly mitigate the risk of exposure through environmental changes. Thus, this method of environmental observation is typically reserved for the arrogant young dragons and the adult dragons who have never entertained the notion of concealing their presence. In addition to environmental observation, there exists a more pragmatic method involving the observation of insects. Just as humans may mumble in their sleep, dragons occasionally roll over in slumber, inadvertently releasing their draconic aura. Insects, being acutely sensitive to danger, would noticeably diminish in number around the dragon's territory. Jose's lair, situated deep within an underground mine, exerts minimal influence on the surrounding environment, theoretically rendering the likelihood of discovery exceedingly low. However, the absence of such signs around the Moss Fir Knoll tribe posed a dilemma: how to fabricate an illusion to lead them astray. This thought troubled him deeply. Unbeknownst to Jose, the Moss Fir Knoll tribe indeed concealed a fellow of his kind, a fact that Master Yugen's dispatched companions had also discovered. Achu, within the cavern claimed by the Moss Fir Knolls, the slumbering green dragon, Olivia, awoke with a start, furrowing her brow. A sense of foreboding washed over her. The following day, Master, the centaurs are on the move. The target is the Moss Fir Knolls. What? Jose exclaimed, elated. Could it be that Master Yugen's cohort was not as proficient as presumed and had erred? Or perhaps they had uncovered nothing and were misled by the earlier performance of the Dragonborn Knolls. Soon, Jose ceased to dwell on the reasons. The centaurs were indeed mobilizing, and his task remained unchanged. He needed only to proceed as planned. Continue your surveillance and report any anomalies at once. Yes. In the distance, beneath the azure sky, Luna Bloodfeather hovered gracefully above the vast prairie, her wings unfurled as she observed the long line of centaurs entering the Moto forest. The procession resembled a chain, with their lances standing tall like a forest of spears. Unbeknownst to all, at the edge of the Moto forest, a halfling rogue concealed himself among the branches of a grand tree, silently witnessing the centaurs as they ventured into the woods. The character building tower continues to solicit character design submissions. Chapter 55. The Elven Rescue Team in the Moto Peak Forest. In a forest several kilometers away from the den of the mossy jackal, a small clearing revealed fertile black soil as fallen branches and leaves were swept aside. Stones encircled a fire pit, where a campfire flickered, casting warmth into the cool night air. The elven ranger, Vales, sat upon a stone by the fire, a stick in hand to poke at the flames. His gaze was vacant, thoughts adrift, and his brow furrowed deeply. Alas, it has been more than half a month in search of my sister, and still, there has been no sign of her. Could she have met with misfortune? The thought of such unspeakable tragedies befalling his beloved sibling filled him with rising panic and anger, compelling him to jab the burning logs with his stick. Crack! The stick snapped under the force of his frustration, startling Vales. He quickly looked up at the motionless female elf across from him, relieved to see she remained undisturbed. Initially, he held no fondness for this high-ranking druid who had lost his sister. Yet, over the days, he had witnessed the diligence she put into the search, and he could no longer afford to speak harshly to her. They had forged a mutual understanding to work together to find the missing Tilia. Thus, Vales took on the role of guardian while the druid cast her spells. After a considerable time, the druid's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her weary green eyes, rubbing her throbbing temples. Controlling the flight of small birds and sharing their vision demanded considerable mental energy, especially as she managed four at once. Any discoveries? Vales asked, filled with hope. The high-ranking druid, Anna, shook her head. After a brief pause, she tried to reassure Vales, as if bolstering her own spirit. Do not worry. We will certainly find her. Days prior, upon hearing the news of his sister being captured by a slaver group, Vales had immediately reported to his superior and followed the trail of the slavers. However, the experienced abductors had mastered the art of counter-tracking, leaving misleading information that squandered his precious time. By the time he eliminated all distractions and located the slavers again, they had already met their demise. their bodies ravaged by a pack of wolves, while his sister remained missing. To make matters worse, a torrential rainstorm had washed away all scents and traces. The lead had gone cold, and in his moment of despair, he encountered Anna, the high-ranking druid, who was also in pursuit. Through her efforts, they found a witness to the dark deed, a prairie hare. Unfortunately, the hare's intelligence was limited, and its memories were fragmented. Despite Anna's best attempts, they gleaned only 2 pieces of information. One of the captors had horns atop his head, and their direction of departure was toward the Moto Peak forest. Thus, the 2 elves, along with their 2 allies, had scoured the Moto Peak forest for over half a month, yet still, they had found no results. After a brief respite, as her mental state improved, Anna prepared to continue her search. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, a creature named Lilia appeared within their sight. Her upper half resembling that of a human maiden, while her lower half was that of a resplendent white steed. The equine legs galloped with urgency, stirring the fallen leaves into a whirlwind as her long hair danced in the brisk breeze, exuding an aura of vigor and grace. As she approached the campfire, the impetuosity of her charge compelled her to come to an abrupt halt, standing upright with her forelegs thudding heavily upon the stones encircling the flames. Glancing down at her foreleg, which had nearly trodden upon the flickering embers, Lilia instinctively stepped back, a wave of trepidation washing over her as she patted her chest in relief. Upon witnessing Lilia's comical display of exasperation, Anna could not suppress a smile. "Oh, you. Ever so reckless." Disregarding her old friend's jest, Lilia brushed aside her earlier embarrassment. "My companions. I inquired among the creatures of the forest, and there are no wise beings with horns in this vicinity." After a moment's silence, Lilia continued, "Do you think that Rabbit might have taken a wrong turn?" "I too harbor doubts," Vils replied, his brow furrowing. "Those with horns, I suspect, are the minotaurs of the plains. Perhaps that Rabbit has indeed lost its way." Anna pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Given the minotaur's gentle and kind-hearted nature, it is unlikely they would engage in such nefarious deeds. Furthermore, there are no minotaur brigands in the triangular plains. Perhaps we simply have not yet located the right place. After all, the Moto Peak forest is vast, and we have only searched half of the area. Casting a glance at her visibly agitated companion, she sought to reassure him. "Fear not, for the Wind Whisperers Alliance is monitoring the docks. Even if we have miscalculated our direction, those ruffians cannot take Tilia away from the north. As long as she remains within the north, we shall undoubtedly find her." "Let us hope so," Vils remarked, his furrowed brow softening slightly. The Wind Whisperers Alliance was a loosely knit organization comprised of virtuous individuals from various races, their influence spanning the continent, with Anna, a high-ranking druid, among its members. Upon the apprentice's misadventure, she had swiftly contacted the Alliance, enlisting the aid of her comrades to clandestinely observe the cargo at the Yongfan port. "Dorn, you scoundrel! What mischief have you wrought upon me?" Lilia exclaimed. "Ah, do not tug at my ears. I bear vital news." Vils quickly rose to prevent the half-elf from retaliating against the centaur maiden. "Dorn, what news?" The half-elf slipped from Lilia's grasp and darted over to the campfire, plopping down with a thud. "I fear we may not continue our search." "Why?" came the unified inquiry. "I just witnessed 400 to 500 centaurs entering the Moto Peak forest, advancing in the very direction we have been searching. If we proceed further, we shall surely encounter them." As he spoke, he lifted a water skin from his waist and took a hearty swig. Moreover, they were fully armed. "It seems they may be preparing for battle." Vils' brow furrowed once more. "Strange, why would the centaurs of the plains venture into the forest for war? Perhaps I should inquire." The centaur maiden suggested tentatively, raising her hand. "Surely not. They are known as the brigands of the plains." Dorn exclaimed, his face a picture of disbelief. "Humph. Your culinary and adventurous knowledge is rather lacking, I assent it. The centaur shall not harm me. Although they have descended into the role of marauders of the plains, they still harbor a unique affection for their ancestral lineage, the Horse clan. Thus, Lilia is able to communicate with the centaurs with ease. Perhaps I might even persuade them to assist us in our quest to locate Virus's missing sister." Upon hearing this, the 2 elves exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Chapter 56. The Minotaur's Allegiance Report. "My lord, the Grayscale clan is prepared for battle." "Report. My lord, the Bloodclaw clan is ready for war." Within the Dragon's Lair, Joss received a series of messages confirming the readiness of various goblin clans, his heart surged with excitement. Finally, the moment of reaping had arrived. "Excellent. My loyal servants, await my command." With that, he strode purposefully into the depths of the tunnel, making his way to Living Area 1. In the expansive hall of this area, the blood-toothed goblin army had already assembled, armed with swords and shields, carrying long spears. With some warriors secured with belts for throwing javelins, they stood in neat formation, a silent yet formidable presence, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Satisfied by the warrior's fervent battle spirit, Joss thought, truly, they're my soldiers. He connected with his harpy companion. How fares your position? Luna, the bloodfeather, hovered gracefully in the air, observing the troop movements in the forest below. All is normal. The centaurs are marching towards the moss-hide wolfman tribe. Buck, Eugen, and the bald sorcerer, along with the centaur chieftain brothers, are all within my sight. Very good, but remain vigilant until the centaurs and wolfmen engage in true combat. Do not let your guard down. Understood, my lord. I shall inform you immediately when they clash. At your command. Joss closed his eyes, seeking solace. For reasons unknown, he felt that this plan was proceeding too smoothly, almost unnaturally so. Would a well-informed overseer from a major trading guild truly enlist a dragon-hunting team lacking genuine skill? The answer was certainly no. He found himself perplexed, pondering why the centaurs would attack the moss-hide wolfmen without any observable signs of a true dragon's presence. A ruse, intended to catch them off guard? Consequently, until the two sides truly engaged, Joss remained unwilling to act. Approximately half an hour later, Luna relayed the news that combat had commenced. Through their shared vision, Joss witnessed the centaurs burst forth from the forest, circling the walls of the moss-hide wolfmen as they ran, drawing bows and unleashing arrows that fell like rain upon the tribe, forcing the wolfmen to scramble for cover. What troubled him most was the dragon-hunting team, a group of mysterious figures clad in hooded cloaks, now standing alongside the noble merchant Buck, concealed within the thickets. What was happening? Why had they not joined the fray? Their strategy was to feign an indigenous assault, luring the dragon out for a surprise kill. Luna mused with a hint of schadenfreude. I see. Joss furrowed his brow. They are indeed a cautious bunch. At that moment, the bald sorcerer, Ladin, looked up at the harpy in the sky and communicated through magic. Bloodfeather chieftain, why do the harpies refrain from battle? With so few of my kin, how could I bear to see them suffer casualties? We are tasked with relaying information, Luna replied dismissively. On the other side, Joss severed their mental connection. The sorcerer's communication was unmistakable. Regardless, it was time to take action. The Grand Army required time to traverse the distance, should the centaur's numerical advantage prove too overwhelming. An early annihilation of the Skinwalker would bring the battle to a premature conclusion, thwarting the plan of a two-pronged assault. In such a scenario, the cost of victory would escalate significantly. He raised his gaze to the assembled goblin warriors, who, after half an hour of silent vigilance, stood resolute and erect. Joss inhaled deeply, brave warriors of the Blood Fawn. All eyes turned upon the Crimson Dragon as he proclaimed with fervor, in the hour of Bloodfang's tribulation, erstwhile comrades, the Greytail Centaurs have betrayed you. For decades, the Skinwalkers have committed heinous atrocities against the goblins. Today, your wrath, your vengeance, shall be unleashed upon the corpses of the enemy. I, the master of the Bloodfang mine, the great true dragon Francisco Trinidad Joss, shall lead you to victory. Long live the true dragon. The goblins clashed their swords against their shields, creating a rhythmic cacophony. Advance. Upon receiving the command, the goblin chieftain Soda lifted his head and strode forth, followed in orderly formation by a quintet of goblins. Witnessing the warriors filing into the tunnels leading to the surface, the assembled minotaurs engaged in discourse, watching alongside the goblin civilians. An apprentice named by spoke up, Master Hyber, now is the opportune moment to pledge our allegiance. It is time for us to make a decision. All minotaurs turned their attention to Hyber, awaiting his verdict. Hyber raised his gaze, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he glanced at the red dragon in the hall. Having spent numerous days in the company of the goblins, the minotaurs had come to learn of the dragon's past deeds, such as rescuing dying infants and foraging for sustenance for his kin. These actions fostered a belief among the minotaurs that Joss was no ordinary dragon. Though he may be brutal and cunning, his ferocity and guile were directed solely at outsiders. While he treated his own kin and subjects with kindness, under the watchful eyes of the minotaurs, goblin soldiers engaged in rigorous training. The petrified lizards grew stronger by the day, and the food stores of the goblin tribe expanded, all of which signified the burgeoning power of the red dragon. Consequently, the minotaurs began to entertain genuine thoughts of allegiance, not solely for their own futures but for the welfare of their tribe and kin. They felt compelled to align themselves with the red dragon. The triangular plane would undoubtedly belong to the red dragon in the future. Aligning oneself early, and contributing to his growing dominion would yield advantageous conditions for their people and tribe in times to come. You shall remain. I shall go alone. Master. You. After giving a stern warning to his apprentices, he hoisted his great iron hammer and approached the red dragon, kneeling on one knee before him. His head bowed. Great true dragon, Hyber Blackhoof offers you his loyalty. Grant me the honor of being your dragon servant. Joss, perceptive to the Minotaur's deliberations, was not taken aback. He chose not to engage in idle chatter, retrieving a scale and binding the Minotaur craftsman as a vassal. With the craftsman's loyalty assured, Joss felt a surge of satisfaction. One day, you shall rejoice in your decision made today. I too look forward to that day. At this moment, the dog-headed warrior was left with but a mere fragment of its tail. Forward. Joss led the charge into the tunnel that descended to the earth. Followed closely by the white dragon Cassie, the dog-headed sorcerer Urgal, the bull-headed craftsman Hybel, the recently promoted mid-tier warrior Hassa Bloodclaw, and the elite canine contingent. All of whom were seasoned warriors. As Joss marched onward, on the other side of the battlefield, a harpy ascended into the sky, approaching Luna Bloodfeather. Chief, Lord Ludden has sent me to inform you that he wishes to discuss matters with you. Discuss? What matters? Luna Bloodfeather furrowed her brow and descended into the forest, landing upon a branch above the gathering. What is it, everyone? Suddenly, Luna Bloodfeather's eyes widened in alarm as she realized that, aside from the Centaur brothers and the high-ranking mage Ludden, the others had vanished. Sunlight pierced through the bodies of her companions, casting shadows upon the leaf-strewn forest floor. Luna Bloodfeather felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her in the dead of winter, chilling her to the core. Chapter 57. Ambushed in early winter, the warm sun of the rising east cast golden rays upon the earth, filtering through the leaves to create a tapestry of light upon the forest floor strewn with dead branches and fallen leaves. A large foot descended from above, snapping a brittle branch with a sharp crack, soon followed by many more feet trampling the fractured twigs in their wake. Jose marched alongside his troops through the woodland, not having strayed far from the Bluffong mine. Suddenly, a peculiar wave of energy rippled through the air, brushing against the red dragon. A chill coursed through him, penetrating from his feet to his very core, prompting him to unfurl his wings and sense the anomaly in the atmosphere. Magic had conjured a chaotic airflow 5 meters above the ground. Damn it! The sky is sealed. Alert! We have enemies. As the red dragon emitted a warning cry, 3 enormous nets plummeted from the heavens, resembling colossal spider webs magnified 100-fold, with sharp spikes glimmering ominously at their junctions. It was evident that these spikes were laced with venom specifically designed to ensnare dragons, and Jose could also detect the pulsating aura of magical energy upon them. Such madness! Activating his data-driven vision, a cascade of green data poured onto his retinas, his mind racing to compute the optimal evasion strategy. However, escape seemed futile. The 3 vast nets blocked his avenues of retreat, leaving a mere gap of less than 1 meter in the center. A breakthrough. A plan formed in his mind as he coiled his tail beneath him, rising on his hind legs and compressing his body as much as possible, lifting his wings skyward with the tips converging, akin to a clasped pair of hands. The instant his wing tips were caught in the net's opening, Jose timed his movements perfectly, spreading his wings wide to sweep the descending malicious nets aside. Meanwhile, 3 thieves concealed in the trees, upon launching their nets, discarded their launchers. Leaping down and drawing their weapons mid-air, they rolled upon landing to mitigate the impact, charging towards their quarry as usual, eager to reap the fruits of victory. However, upon looking up, their expressions turned to shock. The red dragon, which should have been ensnared in their dragon-catching nets, was fixated upon them, its jaws agape, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. The 3 were momentarily paralyzed, but Jose was not. The seething flames engulfed the nearest thief, transforming him into a human torch. His screams silenced before they could escape his lips. As he expelled the dragon fire, his tail lashed out, striking another thief and sending him flying with a concave chest, blood gushing forth mid-air, lifeless before he touched the ground. 2 of his companions fell in near synchrony, leaving the remaining mid-tier thief in a panic, only to be overwhelmed by the furious goblin army, meeting a gruesome end amidst their cries. Jose's countenance darkened as he beheld the unfortunate goblins ensnared in the dragon-catching nets. The poison intended for dragons was far beyond what goblins could endure. Their eyes bulged crimson, frothing at the mouth, their bodies convulsing before falling still. His heart bled. 60 elite goblin warriors, painstakingly nurtured over time, had been lost in an instant, among them seasoned fighters and even a goblin dragonkin chieftain. You wretched bastards! Scatter. Prepare for battle. Let the enemy pay dearly. The well-trained goblin army immediately dispersed, forming groups of 3 around the red dragon, ever vigilant. Joss maintained a data-driven vision, surveying his surroundings, and observed the enemies rushing in from all directions. Their numbers were few, only 11 or 12, and without exception. Each was cloaked in a voluminous black robe. This was the cunning of the dragon hunting squad, concealing their dragon hunting tools beneath the expansive black fabric, rendering their sinister preparations a mystery until the moment of deployment. At this moment, a communication request from the Harpy's kin echoed in his mind, her voice fraught with anxiety. "Master, it's a trap. A trap. Only Ludden and the Centaur Chief's brothers are here. The others are illusions created by Ludden." "Understood. We have encountered it here," Joss replied, connecting to the vision of his kin and discovering Luna blood feather fleeing upwards, dodging fireballs that grazed her while on the ground. The centaurs were retreating in an orderly fashion under their chief's command. To lure me in, they've even sent centaurs to attack the lichen-skinned wolfmen. Their performance is truly commendable. Once out of danger, he would monitor the centaurs' movements. "As you command." He severed the visual link and turned his gaze to the approaching figures in black robes. Although the enemy numbered merely 12, they surrounded the hundreds of goblins as though they were the ones in command. Arrogant. Do they truly believe they have me cornered? A flicker of anger ignited within Joss. Yet, from the perspective of the dragon hunting squad, they were indeed confident in their ability to ensnare 2 young dragons. In terms of human strength classification, young dragons were among the more formidable of the mid-tier, and even though apex beings like true dragons could challenge beyond their rank, 2 dragons would at most compare to 2 high-tier professionals. Moreover, the leader of the dragon hunting squad was a master-level fighter, and among the remaining 11, at least 1 or 2 were high-tier professionals equipped with specialized dragon-catching tools, not to mention the magic that thwarted the dragon's hopes of flight and escape. Viewed in this light, the 2 dragons were truly in dire straits. However, Joss was no ordinary young red dragon. Master-level professional Yugen was the fastest to arrive at the perimeter of the goblin army, and several goblin warriors charged forth only to be struck down and sent reeling by a single spear thrust. As more goblin warriors prepared to engage, Joss quickly interjected. "Stand down. He is not an opponent you can confront. Withdraw." The goblin warriors promptly retreated, and Joss locked eyes with Master Yugen. The master's wrinkled visage bore no expression. His hawk-like gaze fixated solely upon Joss, who felt as if he were being ensnared. On the other hand, witnessing the red dragon's calm demeanor, Master Yugen hesitated, who had initially intended to strike swiftly. "How did you discover my presence?" he inquired, surprised that the usually hot-tempered red dragon would engage him in conversation. And with such a composed tone, "You are indeed an intriguing dragon," Yugen conceded. "I must admit, your plan is remarkably crafted. Even I, a professional dragon hunter, was deceived. Alas, you have perhaps been overly cautious." Joss felt perplexed. Overly cautious? If possible, he truly wished to exclaim, "Unjustly accused. It was not me. I did not do it. Do not speak such nonsense." Yet, he remained silent, lost in contemplation. With merely this suspicion, "Do you presume to conclude that I am concealed within the Blufang mine? Am I not permitted to roam freely and instill fear in those insignificant creatures?" "Certainly not." Joss cast his gaze to the side, where a high-ranking warrior stood at the periphery of the dog-headed defense line, having just arrived to interject. Under the watchful eye of the red dragon, the warrior lifted his hood, revealing half of his visage adorned with intricate dragon scales. "If you enjoy this book, do not hesitate to show your support as the editor observes the reading trends." "What? No one enjoys this book?" Chapter 58. Fierce battle. Upon noticing the dragon scales adorning the face of the high-ranking warrior, Jose suddenly realized the truth. So, it is a hybrid. The bloodline of the red dragon, belonging to the Harpy's kin, concealed the bond of allegiance, which might deceive the average onlooker. Yet it could not escape the keen perception of a dragonborn. None are more familiar with dragonborn than the dragonborn themselves. Now you understand. Your discovery was merely a matter of misfortune. My party just happens to include a dragonborn. At this moment, I too have a question for you, Master Yugen said, fixating his gaze on the red dragon, intrigued. You appear remarkably unperturbed. Might you enlighten me as to why? No, Jose replied unequivocally. At that instant, all the cloaked figures found themselves within the throwing range of the goblin javelin throwers. Covering fire. With the red dragon's command, the well-trained goblin javelin throwers withdrew their spears, launching them with great force at a 30-degree angle towards the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp spearheads tore through the air, producing an unsettling sound that sent shivers down the spines of those present. The cloaked figures quickly sought refuge behind nearby trees as the javelins fell harmlessly to the ground. Swift and decisive, every member of the dragon hunting squad extracted a vial from beneath their cloaks and hurled them into the crowd of goblins encircled in the center. Crash! As the vial shattered, the white powder contained within was unleashed into the air, rapidly generating a thick, choking white smoke that enveloped the entire forest, coiling around the trees as if it were theatrical dry ice. This was a commonly employed alchemical weapon known as a stinging grenade, utilized by adventurers to combat large groups of foes. The white smoke would irritate any living being upon contact with the eyes and nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. Like the sting of onion juice in the eyes, the goblins were overwhelmed by the noxious smoke, causing tears and snot to flow freely. Forget fighting. They struggled to even stand upright as they hastily fled from the smoky haze. Air purification barrier. Jose quickly cast a spell to shield himself with a purification barrier, enabling him to maintain a digitized visual observation of enemy movements. The smoke obscured his line of sight, rendering only vague shadows visible. However, even these dim silhouettes provided ample data for his analysis. He observed the enemies donning various devil masks, which effectively blocked the smoke. Not only that, but they moved with ease, seemingly unaffected in their vision. Master Yugen and the high-ranking Dragonborn charged forward, while the others drew crossbows from beneath their cloaks, aiming at the red figure concealed within the smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The digitized visual indicated a particular arrow with distinct data, differing subtly from the others. It moved with greater speed and radiated an energy response. Enchanted crossbow bolts. A chill coursed through Jose's heart. They concealed enchanted bolts amid ordinary ones. Such cunning adversaries. Were an ordinary dragon to face such a scenario, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, Jose was different. The green data continuously refreshed on his retina, marking the trajectory of the enchanted bolts. He deftly maneuvered, narrowly evading the deadly strike that resembled a serpent's bite, as the enchanted bolt whizzed past him. The remaining ordinary bolts followed suit, yet Jose chose to allow them to strike him. Clang, clang, clang. The ordinary bolts impacted against his resilient dragon scales, emitting sparks without breaching his defenses. On the opposing side, the formidable Yajin Master, serving as the primary attacker, and the support figure, the advanced dragonborn clad in a mask, dashed through the swirling smoke. They disregarded the kobolds fleeing in their path, relentlessly advancing towards the center of the mist where the crimson dragon awaited. Faced with a dual onslaught, Jose opted to charge towards the mightier Yajin Master, though his true intention had always been the advanced dragonborn. Engaging in conversation with Yajin Master while allowing the others to encircle him was a strategically calculated decision. After all, Yajin Master was a master-level combatant, and even unleashing his full power would not guarantee a swift victory. It would instead reveal his prowess and prepare the adversary for his capabilities. It is wiser to sacrifice a finger than to lose an entire hand. Hence he chose to go with the flow, aiming to instill a false sense of security in the enemy, ultimately allowing him to strike with unexpected ferocity to eliminate a formidable foe. Among the two advanced adversaries, one had diverted to confront the white dragon, leaving the other as Jose's sole target. As the crimson dragon charged towards him, Yajin Master slowed his pace. Judging from their earlier covert skirmishes and the deceptive tactics employed, it was clear that this was no ordinary crimson dragon. It possessed a cunning intellect akin to that of a weathered elder dragon. Such a shrewd creature, remaining so composed in the face of danger, compelled Yajin Master to exercise caution, awaiting his companion to launch a coordinated assault for mutual protection. Meanwhile, the advanced Dragonborn, witnessing Jose's advance towards their leader, unleashed all his might to pursue. The Crimson Dragon, with its massive form and powerful strides, surged forward, leaping into the air when merely 20 meters away from Yajin Master, executing a ferocious strike with the dragon fighting style. Even a master-level practitioner would be crushed into a pulp if caught unawares by a beast weighing several tons, prompting Yajin Master to sidestep with agility. Jose's attack missed its target, sharp claws raking the earth and carving deep furrows in the ground. As he halted his momentum, he swung his formidable tail, creating a resonating whoosh as it sliced through the air, stirring a multitude of fallen leaves. Sensing the pressure of the sweeping wind, Yajin Master leapt, the dragon's tail sweeping beneath him. Before he could catch his breath, he felt the searing heat behind him. Humph! A beast is still a beast. Even its attack patterns are ancestral. Yajin Master scoffed internally. Having encountered dragons in combat numerous times, he was no stranger to being forced into the air and facing dragon fire. How could he not be prepared? He leapt towards a towering tree, planting his foot firmly on it to change direction and evade the dragon fire. The tree, however, was engulfed in flames, transforming instantly into a blazing beacon of fire. On the other side, the advanced dragonborn finally arrived, confronting the crimson dragon, which had its back turned and wings unfurled. He thrust his spear with great force, the spearhead glimmering a sickly green, coated with a paralyzing agent. Such a concoction, designed specifically for dragons, would take effect rapidly upon drawing blood. As the spear neared its target, the advanced dragonborn's heart raced with excitement. It struck. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his heart sank as he felt no resistance. It was as if he had pierced nothing but air. The illusion dissipated before his eyes. Mirror technique. The true crimson dragon lurks behind the expansive wings of the mirrored illusion. Its fiery assault on the esteemed Master Yugen merely a ploy to distract his gaze and drive him away, lest unforeseen calamities arise. Jose mockingly observed the dragonborn, whose body leaned forward under the influence of inertia as he prepared the staff of Lurens for a long-awaited strike, unleashing a conflagration spell. With a thunderous roar, a small mushroom cloud ascended, causing the very earth to tremble. The billowing smoke was swept away by a searing wave of heat, revealing the injured dragonborn at the center of the explosion, alongside the shattered remnants of his magical shield. Not dead, the red dragon swung its tail, poised to deliver a devastating blow. In a desperate attempt to intervene, Master Yugen hurled his spear with great urgency. Should the red dragon persist in its intent to slay the high-ranking dragonborn, it too would feel the sting of the spear. Jose, undeterred, let the dragon's tail descend with ferocity, driving the already gravely wounded dragonborn into the earth, while simultaneously the enchanted spear pierced through the dragon scales, breaching their defenses and embedding itself within the flesh. Chapter 59. Semi-elemental form. The dragon's tail, embedded in the earth, lifted as blood flowed through the gaps in its scales, pooling below and dripping down. Observing the meaty paste within the elongated pit, Master Yugen's face turned ashen, yet he harbored no intentions of avenging his fallen comrade, merely casting a malevolent glare at the red dragon. In his estimation, the red dragon had been struck by a poisoned spear, its venom infiltrating its bloodstream. There was no need for him to intervene, as within half a minute, the dragon would succumb to paralysis, rendering it utterly defenseless, allowing him to dictate its fate. It must be acknowledged that this dragon hunting team possessed remarkable prowess. In merely 5 seconds, Jose felt his limbs growing heavy, his mind slightly dizzy, and even the pain from his wounds was eclipsed by a pervasive lethargy. However, he knew that he could easily dispel the effects of the poison whenever he wished, simply by activating the heart of the phoenix. Once the heart of the phoenix was awakened, an immense surge of fire elements would envelop him, transforming the dragon's flesh into a semi-elemental state, with blood temperatures exceeding that of lava, disintegrating all toxins in the process. Furthermore, in this blazing semi-elemental form, his strength, speed, reflexes, and other physical attributes would experience a significant enhancement. The most substantial boost, however, would not be in his physical prowess, but in the potency of his fire-based magic and his injury recovery rate, his trump card against even the mightiest of adversaries. Yet, if the opportunity for a stealthy strike presented itself, why engage in a direct confrontation? Under the influence of the toxin, the red dragon swayed precariously, as though a mere touch would send it tumbling. Master Yugen resisted the temptation, foregoing any plans to exploit the enemy's vulnerability. This left Jose unexpectedly disappointed, his hopes dashed. Fixating on Master Yugen, he raised his voice, "For I possess a magnificent treasure." No sooner had the words left his lips than he unleashed the seal on the heart of the phoenix. A torrent of fire elements erupted forth like a flood, instantly enveloping his entire being, causing the red dragon's body temperature to soar and the toxins within its veins to evaporate. Silent flames erupted from the gaps in its scales, cloaking Jose in a mantle of fire, the air surrounding him distorted by the intense heat, resembling the shimmering vapors above a sun-baked road on a midsummer's day. Without warning, the dry twigs and leaves beneath the red dragon spontaneously ignited. This was not a typical combustion, as the flammable materials rapidly turned to black ash, spreading like liquid across a polished floor, engulfing everything in its vicinity, including the trees. The searing heat compelled Master Yugen to retreat. His throat parched as he gazed in shock at the enchanted spear embedded in the red dragon. The wooden shaft of the spear had long since turned to ash under the extreme temperature, leaving only an iron tip lodged within. Now, crimson molten iron oozed from the wound, healing at a visible pace until it vanished in the blink of an eye. "What in the world are you?" Jose bore no obligation to clarify the enemy's confusion. He extended a dragon claw, gathering fire elements in his hand without uttering a single incantation, forming a blazing fireball. Intermediate magic. Fireball. The seamless sensation of magic coalescing feels as effortless as a mere gesture. This is the advantage bestowed by semi-elemental transformation. A mage's incantations serve as a language to commune with the elements, and in his semi-elemental state, Jose can be regarded as a half-elemental being, capable of direct communication with the forces of nature. Consequently, any spell within his repertoire can be cast without the need for verbal incantation. With his most formidable magic being intermediate-level spells, faced with such ferocious firepower, Master Yogin lost the composure he once possessed. He enveloped himself in a translucent energy shield, deftly maneuvering to evade fireballs that rivaled the explosive power of grenades. Though he was not directly hit, the blast sent debris flying, leaving him in a disheveled state. At this juncture, his confidence in achieving a solo victory had waned, yet he clung to the hope of triumph. For the Centaur clan and the high-level mage Ludin were en route. Should high-level mages and Centaur warriors join the fray, the outcome remained uncertain. Resolute to buy time, Master Yogin opted not to confront the red dragon head-on, occasionally retaliating with a crossbow. Jose discerned Master Yogin's intentions and furrowed his brow. His current state of explosive energy consumption was rapid, sustaining only for 20 minutes. If he were to delay until the Centaurs arrived, a solution must be found. However, as a master-level warrior, Master Yogin's focus on self-preservation rendered him a formidable opponent for Jose in the short term. Meteoric firestorm. That was not an option, as allies outnumbered foes in the vicinity, making large-scale spells impractical. Jose surveyed the battlefield. At that moment, the white dragon Cassie activated her magical shield. The enemy's high-level forces could not penetrate the advanced magical defenses, resulting in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the goblin army encircled the remaining adversaries, launching a fierce assault under the guidance of two intermediate-level warriors, while the enemy struggled against their magical artifacts, suffering casualties. Observing a group of 3 or 4 valiantly resisting the goblin onslaught, an idea sparked in Jose's mind. You think you can outmaneuver me? I shall repay you for your insolence. Have you prepared to become a mere pawn in my game? A volley of fireballs surged toward the clustered group, who stood back-to-back against the goblins. Master Yogin's eyes widened in horror. Stop. Yet, the fireballs, once unleashed, were beyond Jose's control, unstoppable in their trajectory. They detonated amidst the 4, leaving them with no escape. Even with magical protection, a series of fireballs was beyond the endurance of intermediate-level practitioners. The 4 were reduced to charred remains amidst the thunderous explosions, with the goblins following up with fatal strikes. The death of their comrades instilled immense psychological pressure on the remaining fighters. They had believed that a brief delay would afford their captain the opportunity to vanquish the red dragon, after which the disheartened goblin army would inevitably scatter. Instead, they were met with this grim outcome. In a fleeting moment, Master Yogin's mind raced with countless thoughts. Should he launch a full-scale assault and engage the accursed red dragon? He recalled the bizarre imagery of molten iron and healing wounds, and the flames of his fury were doused by a cold wave of realization. I am here to hunt dragons, not to endanger my life. Break through. Retreat. What do you take me for? Joss sneered derisively. Do you think you can leave at will? My servant. Eliminate an enemy, and you shall be rewarded with the glory of the dragon's servant. The goblins, energized as if by a potent elixir, launched a fervent assault. Master Yogin, filled with regret, realized the gravity of his mistake. He should have recognized that even a lion employs all its strength to catch a mere rabbit. He should have concentrated his forces for a direct and fierce attack on the Bloodfang mine rather than dividing them to engage the spore-infested wolfmen. Alas, regret is a luxury the world does not afford. Now, they were paying the ultimate price for their misjudgment, the price of life. Chapter 60. A change of circumstances. The anguished cries of a high-ranking companion pierced the air as Master Yogin fled through the forest at full speed. A tempest of fear and fury within him. Yet, he dared not linger to offer aid, hastening his steps even further. Not long ago, both the captain and his deputy had failed to achieve a decisive victory, and the mid-tier practitioners of the Dragon Hunting Brigade crumbled under the onslaught of the goblin horde. The collapse of this core group led to a total rout, leaving Master Yogin and the sole surviving high-ranking practitioner to scatter in desperate flight. And now, even his high-ranking companion had perished. Give up. Do not struggle in vain. You cannot escape. A colossal red dragon spread its wings, gliding above the forest, the gusts from its wings causing the leaves to rustle ominously. Watching the disheveled enemies flee through the underbrush, Joss felt a surge of delight. He had just dispatched the high-ranking practitioner engaged in battle with Cassie, fulfilling his promise to reduce Master Yajin to a mere figurehead. Now, it was Yajin's turn. However, in a direct confrontation, he lacked the confidence to eliminate a master-level practitioner. No matter, he did not intend to act alone. Connecting his vision with that of the Harpy kin, he observed the distant scene. The reinforcements Yajin had anticipated were themselves being pursued by a pack of werewolf cavalry, led by a high-ranking sorcerer. Meanwhile, the high-ranking sorcerer Lu Dan on the merchant's side had already met his demise, though the Harpy kin had not witnessed the details. Yet, Joss sensed a revelation. If his instincts were correct, another formidable presence lurked among the werewolf cavalry, one that was not an ally but an adversary. Nevertheless, in their shared goal of countering the dragon hunting brigade and containing information, their interests aligned. "Do not disappoint me," Joss murmured. Should one of those aware of this incident escape, he would be compelled to relinquish the bloodtooth mine he had meticulously managed for so long to avoid an endless cycle of trouble. At present, the dragon hunting brigade was left with only Master Yajin as a mere figurehead, while the centaur was being pursued by the werewolf cavalry. With the overseer of the Blackwater Merchant Guild conspicuously absent, this cunning human merchant had vanished upon entering the jungle, yet Joss felt certain he had not departed. During his earlier confrontation with Master Yajin, he had sensed a watchful gaze lurking in the shadows, likely that of Buck, discreetly observing the battlefield from a distance. With this thought, he sent a message to the Harpy kin. "Luna, send some of your kin to the prairie to assist the stone-toothed boarmen in blocking the enemy's escape routes." Understood. Joss then established a connection with the vision of the boar merchant, witnessing the stone-toothed boarmen encircling the gray-tail centaur tribe, methodically tightening their noose. The centaur warriors had all ventured out, leaving only the frail and infirm behind, incapable of breaching the boarmen's defenses. Of course, Joss's intent in directing the boarmen to besiege the gray-tail centaur tribe was not merely to enact revenge, but to sever the enemy's escape routes, preventing them from mounting any steeds within the gray-tail tribe. Deprived of such a vital mode of transportation, the prairie would transform into an insurmountable chasm under the blockade of the harpies and boar cavalry. Are the boar cavalry ready? Excellent. Soon, a harpy will arrive to assist you in completing your task more effectively. Joss closed the mental link and swiftly recited an incantation. Fireball. Like a cat playing with a mouse, Joss maintained a safe distance while continuously casting spells from above, tormenting the fleeing Master Yugen in the woods. He not only mocked his adversary with his magic, but also taunted and undermined the enemy's psyche, disrupting their judgment. Despite being aware that the Red Dragon's intent was to provoke him, Master Yugen could not contain his fury. As a master-level powerhouse, he was revered wherever he went. Yet today, he felt more insulted than ever in his life. The derisive nicknames of Fleeing Master and Master Mustang, and the Red Dragon's cordial inquiries regarding his ancestors, devoid of any vulgarity, still managed to infuriate him to the core. In the distance, an elven rescue team of 4 spotted the flying red dragon above the forest and the fleeing elderly human. "Oh, there's a human being pursued by an evil dragon. Should we help him?" The centaur maiden retorted immediately. "Humph. I think you're simply cowardly. A timid soul." The elven ranger and druid hesitated. Unlike the bickering centaur maiden and halfling, they were seriously contemplating whether to intervene. Although the halfling rogue's words were somewhat extreme, they contained a grain of truth. In the hearts of the elves, most humans were not to be trusted. Yet a select few were indeed worthy of rescue and even respect. The elven ranger nodded, since there was no immediate danger. He would not mind extending a helping hand to a poor soul. Then what are we waiting for? The centaur maiden Lilia galloped off with great speed, and the 2 elves hurriedly followed. "Hey, you all." With all 3 companions joining in, the halfling rogue had no choice but to pursue as well. Joss was still toying with his enemy, driving them toward the direction where the werewolves were chasing the centaur. Perhaps, at this moment, both the centaur and Master Yugen shared the same thought. If they could reach each other, combining their strengths could turn the tide. Alas, what awaited them was only despair. The peaks of Moto would become their final resting place. "Stop, Ball Dragon!" Suddenly, from the distant woods, a centaur charged forth, wielding a knight's lance in one hand and an Irish shield in the other. A centaur, though both had a human upper body and a horse lower body. Joss immediately recognized that this knight was a centaur, not a half-centaur. The centaur was fundamentally different from their fallen distant relatives, the half-centaurs, a difference manifesting in their very essence. Centaurs were extraordinary beings. Upon reaching maturity, they rivaled high-level professionals, embraced nature, and regarded themselves as guardians of the forest. Naturally imbued with a sacred aura that made them stand out amongst the crowd, as if glowing and easily noticeable. Of course, from Joss's perspective. This centaur maiden appeared to be a zealot blinded by righteousness, exhibiting severe racial prejudices. What do you mean, evil dragon? Who are you to call me that upon first meeting? Just wait until I catch you. You'll be calling me father. Joss felt somewhat irked. His gaze drifting past the centaur maiden to the two elves behind her. Chapter 61. It is time to reveal cruelty. Who are those centaurs and elves that have appeared? Joss felt a sense of bewilderment. Although the Moto Peak forest was adjacent to the Darkwood forest, the latter was an expansive, primeval wilderness comparable in size to a medium-sized human kingdom. The elven populace was scarce, their habitation confined to the heart of the forest. Given the abundance of extraordinary beasts within the woods, it was rare for elves to venture far from their dwellings. Could it be? Joss recalled a possibility as he observed a male and female elf's attire. The female elf wielded an ear-length wooden staff entwined with delicate blue flowers, adorned in a verdant long skirt that cascaded down, with two leaves modestly covering her upper body, an unmistakable druidic appearance. The male elf donned a uniform of brown and green leather armor, clutching a longbow, with a quiver slung across his back, and two curved daggers hanging from his belt. He leapt over obstacles with a lithe, agile grace, resembling a ranger of his kind. The combination of druid and ranger likely indicated they were Tilia's mentor and brother. Joss's mind raced with thoughts. The two elves had already detected his presence, presenting a potential leak of information that could threaten his safety. It would be prudent to eliminate them along with Master Yugen. However, that was an unattainable task. Even a master-level adversary was a formidable opponent, let alone the addition of a high-tier druid and centaur. Sighing, he resolved that it was time to exhibit his cruelty. Joss unfurled his wings and soared above the two elves, unleashing a villainous laugh. Ha ha ha, look what I have discovered. Two delectable elves. Delectable elves. Again. The foreboding sensation stirred within Vales and Anna. Vile dragon, what did you just say? I said delectable elves. With that, a fireball plummeted from the sky, threading through the foliage and hurtling towards Vales. Boom. The elven ranger rolled on the ground to evade the center of the explosion, dirt and debris splattering all over him. Yet, in that moment, he was oblivious to his surroundings, leaning against a great tree, his lips quivering with the last flicker of hope. You've consumed elves? When did this happen? Oh, right. Yes, it's Vales. Hearing his name uttered by the dragon sent Vales' mind spiraling into oblivion, accompanied by a heart-wrenching sense of despair. Blood surging through him, his eyes bloodshot. I will kill you. Driven to the brink of madness, Vales dashed from the tree's cover, drawing his bow and shooting skyward. Though Joss had deactivated the heart of the phoenix, his digital vision remained active. A breath of dragon fire engulfed the writhing vines, igniting the very tree that bore them. Through the flames, he glimpsed a pair of resolute, hate-filled eyes, those of the elven druid. Beside her, a centaur maiden stood guard with her shield, her expression impassive as she stared at the crimson dragon above. Ball dragon, you shall pay for your actions. Indeed. Did you see that human who escaped just now? He sold that little elf to me. And yet, you rescued him. How utterly amusing. I shall no longer indulge your games. If vengeance is what you seek, then follow me. With a powerful flap of his wings, Jose pursued the fleeing Master Yugong. Soon, he caught up with the retreating figure, yet he did not linger. Continuing to soar ahead, the emergence of the Fae had multiplied his adversaries, the situation spiraling beyond his grasp. To safeguard the foundation of the Blefong mine, he required a formidable ally, albeit one who would inevitably turn against him once their business was concluded. Before long, he heard the distant clamor of battle, a fierce conflict between centaurs and the wolf-riding Wurgens in the jungle. The Wurgens numbered only 40 or 50, while the centaurs boasted hundreds. Presenting an unbalanced scenario, victory did not always favor the greater numbers. On one hand, the Wurgens were elite warriors, while on the other, they had a high-ranking Worgen spellcaster adept in enhancement magic. This intelligence had been relayed to him by the harpies of the clouds. Jose flew directly towards the battlefield, his throat brewing draconic fire, and as he soared above the centaurs, he unleashed a torrent of flames. From the gaping maw of the dragon, a conical breath of fire surged downwards, igniting the treetops and cascading through the gaps of the trunks towards the centaurs below. The centaurs, engulfed in dragon fire, let out heart-wrenching cries, while the Wurgen's mounts, enticed by the scent of roasting flesh, glowed with ravenous green eyes. As for why he chose to assist the Wurgens, On one hand, the centaurs were his foes, and on the other, he sensed that a potential ally lay concealed amongst the virgins. The professional dragon hunting team had detected signs of a young dragon's presence around the moss-skinned virgins, mistakenly attributing it to Jose's exaggeration. However, Jose had never fabricated evidence around the moss-skinned virgins. The only plausible explanation was that a dragon indeed lurked within their tribe, residing in the forest. It did not reveal itself during the enemy's assault, but instead remained hidden, observing the unfolding events, waiting for the opportunity to eliminate the most troublesome high-ranking mage among the foes. Presumably, the puppet master of the moss-skinned virgin tribe was a green dragon. He recalled the ogres and extraordinary beasts from days past, likely orchestrated by the same green dragon. Hovering above the forest, Jose called out to the virgin ranks. Children of the toxic flame, leave the pursuit of the centaurs to your kin. We have more pressing matters at hand. Note, the green dragon's flames are a sickly green hue, hence the term toxic flame, with children not exclusively referring to males. Silence fell. The virgins continued their hunt for the centaurs. Our adversaries are a cadre of professional dragon hunters. They are employed by a human merchant. The centaurs are merely their pawns. I have already bested the dragon hunters. Yet I cannot confront their leader alone. Furthermore, we have elves intervening. Jose elucidated the gravity of the situation. Thus, if you wish to avoid relocation, we must collaborate. At that moment, upon the back of a work, an inconspicuous virgin underwent a transformation. His form swelled and morphed into a magnificent dragon clad in emerald scales. Chapter 62 Cooperation in Truth. Close combat was manageable, thanks to the extraordinary regenerative abilities. The crux of the matter lay in the proficiency of spellcasting. The young dragon had already mastered advanced magic and begun to dabble in the rudiments of master-level sorcery. Each tier of spellcasting represented a new realm of possibilities, especially when considering the vast disparity of two major levels. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Joss, the green dragon soared into the sky, breaking through the flaming canopy and snapping several burning branches in the process. She approached Joss directly. Olivia was not surprised that the red dragon had detected her. The harpy in the sky had been observing all along, yet a tinge of displeasure lingered within her. You little brat. You bring trouble upon the great Olivia. We have no time to waste, Joss interjected. The chromatic dragons are all offspring of Her Majesty the Dragon Queen. We shall discuss our matters later. We must first eliminate the enemy. Otherwise, we either relocate or prepare for endless troubles. Humph. Olivia scoffed haughtily, keeping pace with the red dragon. As they flew, Joss briefed the green dragon on the situation. The mastermind behind it all was the northern overseer of the Blackwater Trading Company, the human noble Buck. I have dispatched forces to seal off the borders of the Moto Forest. Our immediate concern is a master-level human warrior, an advanced elven druid, and a high-ranking centaur. The rest can be disregarded. Upon hearing this, Olivia was taken aback, her gaze toward the red dragon, now laced with curiosity. The border between the Moto Forest and the vast prairie was no short distance, and sealing it off would require a considerable mobilization of manpower in a short span of time. This little brat has only been here a few days. How could he have summoned so many followers? I suggest you conceal yourself. The enemy is unaware of your presence. Olivia rapidly recited an incantation. Greater invisibility. The green dragon's form faded, becoming entirely transparent. Optically cloaked, yet Joss could still sense the currents of air stirred by her wings. Before long, the two dragons detected the sounds of battle between the elves and Master Yugen. Could it be that the casual discord sown has borne fruit? Surely the elves are not so foolish, Joss pondered, drawing closer to witness the unfolding scene in the forest. In the glade, the centaur maiden took the front line, while the elven druid provided the primary firepower. The elven ranger harassed from the side, and a halfling rogue lurked in the shadows, all harboring the intent to slay Master Yugen. The master was cornered, unable to extricate himself, and was beside himself with rage. Have you all lost your minds? We should unite against the evil dragon. He is the greatest enemy. Pa, we shall never ally with you, you vile slave traitor. Vils shot back with a cold glare, continuously firing to disrupt. As a ranger, his duty was to patrol the borders and protect the common elven folk, occasionally tasked with pursuing wanted criminals. Unluckily, Master Yugen's portrait hung in the task hall, his crime being the capture of elven slaves. It was a bitter reality. Dragons, such rare creatures, might not be encountered for years on end. Thus, the dragon hunting team led by Master Yugen had taken on side jobs, capturing elven slaves and selling them at a premium to the Blackwater Trading Company. It is precisely due to their long-standing collaboration that Buck, upon learning of the dragon's existence, immediately contacted Master Yugen, which ultimately led to this ill-fated dragon capture attempt. However, Jose remained oblivious to these details. He was only aware that two factions had clashed, which was quite advantageous for him. As the Crimson Dragon approached, the elves heightened their vigilance, yet did not cease their assault, firmly believing that a youthful red dragon posed no threat to them. Greasy Spell. This rudimentary magic conjures a slick area on the ground, rendering friction nearly non-existent. What chaos ensues when one's footing unexpectedly gives way amidst a fierce battle. Master Yugen lost his balance, his feet creating a flurry of afterimages on the ground before he inevitably tumbled down. The Centaur Maiden, with her 4 hooves, managed to maintain a semblance of balance, yet could not escape the slide, crashing into a great tree while exclaiming in alarm, "Whoa!" Anna! The elven druid swiftly shot forth a vine, serpentine in nature, which ensnared her friend's arm, pulling her out of the Greasy Spell's reach. Seizing the opportunity, the elven ranger and the hidden halfling rogue unleashed a volley of lethal arrows towards the fallen Master Yugen. He rolled and dodged, yet was still struck in the arm. Enduring the pain, Master Yugen forcefully snapped the arrow in two. Meanwhile, Jose sensed the absence of the invisible green dragon beside him. Realizing that this temporary ally had commenced its actions, Firestarter. This incantation, hardly worthy of being termed magic, when combined with the Greasy Spell, could unleash effects akin to that of a firebomb. The magical oil ignited, forcing Master Yugen to roll and evade once more, inadvertently aggravating the wound where an arrow had lodged itself, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. "Haha, Master, look at you now," Jose exclaimed in exaggerated mockery, launching nearly instantaneous basic magic attacks, not seeking to inflict harm, but rather to create the loudest commotion possible, while he remained unaware of the green dragon's specific intentions. Diverting the enemy's attention to himself while his companion acted was an infallible strategy. On the surface, the red dragon and the elves coordinated their focus on Master Yugen, while, unbeknownst to them, the green dragon stealthily retreated, only to return from afar and slip into the underbrush. A delicate, almost ethereal green toxin began to permeate the forest, in minuscule amounts, barely perceptible, gradually infiltrating the bodies of those present, accumulating bit by bit. The fierce battle raged on, with Master Yugen sustaining numerous injuries. In a desperate outburst, he shattered the Centaur Maiden's shield, leaving the battlefield in disarray. The elven druid was the first to sense something amiss. She noted a sluggishness in her magical flow and an acceleration in her heartbeat. "Friends, something's wrong. We must retreat." "Oh, now you notice." Too late. The elf, previously concealed behind a great tree, stepped forth, unleashing a burst of emerald toxin that swiftly engulfed the entire glade, surging towards the crimson dragon not far above in the treetops. Anticipating a treacherous maneuver from his companion, Jose took to the skies with a flap of his wings. As the verdant gas was dispersed by the wind, he beheld the scene unfolding below, and his expression betrayed a grimace. The crowd lay upon the ground. The staff of the elven druid vanished, the enchanted armor of the Centaur Maiden stripped away, and others had lost various belongings to a greater or lesser extent. Chapter 63. Who is the weakling? After collecting the spoils, the soil beneath Olivia began to stir. As if seeds buried in the earth during spring were taking root and sprouting, a tender green vine emerging from the ground. Under the influence of the green dragon's magic, the vine grew with reckless abandon, visibly thickening and lengthening, transitioning from a soft green to a deep verdant hue, adorned with crimson thorns. The vine coiled around a nearby tree like a venomous serpent, climbing up the trunk and cascading down from the branches, ensnaring the feet of the unconscious figures in the forest, lifting them into the air. The entire process, from sprouting to hoisting the captives, transpired in a mere 5 seconds. This was no sophisticated magic, but rather a rudimentary application of the green dragon's innate ability, the overgrown venomous forest, even as she bound and suspended her enemies. Olivia remained uneasy, exhaling tendrils of emerald poison that snaked into the nostrils of the suspended figures, rendering them even more deeply unconscious. She clapped her hands, raising her gaze to the airborne Jose, her eyes brimming with provocation. "What's wrong? Afraid to descend lest I take action against you?" "Afraid? Hardly." With the heart of the phoenix activated, any nearby plant would be reduced to ash. Yet, there was no need to voice this. Life is best with a dash of unpredictability, as surprises add to its allure. Jose shifted the topic, inquiring, "Lady Olivia, the forest is your domain. Can you track down that missing human merchant?" In Olivia's eyes, the red dragon's change of subject was an undeniable sign of submission, prompting a disdainful curl of her lips, though she felt a twinge of disappointment. Had the red dragon been incited to descend, she would have gladly dealt with this kin before unleashing her minions in pursuit of the vanished merchant. Seizing upon Jose's suggestion, she replied, "Let us summon our minions to search together." Jose nodded, preparing to take flight. There can only be one master of the Moto Peaks. Olivia lifted her head high, gazing down at him, feeling assured of her advantage over Jose. Naturally, under normal circumstances, her assessment was not unfounded. "I offer you two choices. Either willingly surrender your wealth and pledge to serve my mother, the Dragon Queen, for 500 years, or I shall bestow upon you a beating, after which you will present your riches and serve me for 500 years. What an impatient fellow," Jose lamented inwardly. Having anticipated that the green dragon would wait until capturing the merchant before making her demands, it seemed he had overestimated her patience. He feigned anger, then, as if coming to terms with reality, replied in a tone that was both fearful and resigned, 500 years is excessive. The most I can concede is 100. Olivia furrowed her brow. This individual before her bore little resemblance to the impulsive and irascible red dragon. Rather, he seemed akin to a green dragon clad in red scales, capable of recognizing reality and making choices most beneficial to himself. 4. Serving 100 years seemed less a service and more a means of growing safely to adulthood under the protection of his kind. Such shrewd calculations. Could this truly be a red dragon? Olivia realized she could not regard this creature as an ordinary red dragon. Yet the disparity in strength born of their age difference instilled her with confidence in her own might. "Young whelp, you must understand." A vibrant green vine erupted from her dragon claws, striking the air with a resounding crack. "I am not here to negotiate with you. The weak must submit to the strong. My words are commands to you." In fervent agreement, Jose nodded and suddenly raised his voice. "The weak must submit to the strong." No sooner had he spoken than crimson flames burst forth from the gaps in the red dragon's scales. Jose transformed into a blazing fire dragon, radiating light and warmth akin to the sun, with searing heat emanating from him in all directions. What on earth is this? In an instant, a torrid wave struck her, and Olivia felt the terrifying energy contained within it. Though astonished, she had mentally prepared for battle and remained composed. Opening her mouth to unleash a grim green toxic fire, Jose, too, breathed forth a conical dragon flame, and the two distinct dragon breaths collided in the air, forming a clear boundary line. The two completely disparate energies clashed and annihilated each other, only to be continuously replenished by new energies. The confrontation of dragon breaths was surprisingly evenly matched. On the other side, Jose was not taken aback. The red dragon's breath was inherently fierce and domineering, suited for direct confrontation, further augmented by the heart of the phoenix. In contrast, the green dragon's breath was as elusive and cunning as their character, adept at underhanded tactics, but unable to match the red dragon in raw power. Indeed, the parity in their clash was largely attributed to the disparity in their ages. Realizing she was pitting her weak point against her opponent's strength, Olivia manifested a dozen long, spiked vines that writhed like a swarm of serpents. Launching towards the fire-breathing red dragon, Jose discerned her intention to end the dragon breath confrontation. Once the clash concluded, he could almost predict the ensuing trajectory of the battle. The green dragon would exploit her superior spell-casting abilities to maintain distance and continuously wear him down with ranged magic until the energy of the heart of the phoenix was exhausted, ultimately leading to her defeat. But Jose would not allow her to fulfill this plan. He triggered the final high-level spell within the staff of Lualuin, summoning a meteor shower. Fireballs the size of fists appeared out of thin air, densely suspended above the two dragons, painting the sky a fiery red. In no time, the rain of fire, trailing long flames, descended. As Olivia sensed the chaotic, destructive energy raining down, terror gripped her heart. She truly regretted her decision and felt fear. Given the current situation, if she withdrew, the red dragon's breath would scorch her. If she did not, the meteor flames would strike her. Either way, it would mean death. She could only hope the vines would prove somewhat effective. Under the green dragon's hopeful gaze, the thrashing vines struck the red dragon, but before they could entwine, they were desiccated by the searing flames, turning to ash. Simultaneously, the rain of fire bombarded the green dragon, causing explosions that shattered her verdant scales, leaving charred, bleeding patches. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the torrential firestorm, several fireballs struck the green dragon's head, severing her toxic dragon breath. The residual force of the red dragon's breath continued to blaze upon her. With a mournful cry, Olivia plummeted from the sky, descending towards the forest below. Ignited by the meteor flames, Joss folded his wings and pursued the free-falling green dragon. With a resounding crash, the dragon struck the ground after breaking several branches. Moments later, Joss descended into the blazing forest, his claws gripping his opponent's neck. The adage "the weak obey the strong" could not be more accurate. Chapter 64. Working off debts for 3 centuries. Hey, do not feign death. Joss grasped the green dragon by its neck, shaking it slightly, causing its head to loll helplessly. Had it truly lost consciousness? He produced an arrow, one enchanted by the dragon hunting team specifically to subdue creatures of this magnitude, coated with a potent sedative designed for dragons. Since you have succumbed, you might as well take a thorough slumber. With that, he thrust the arrow toward the dragon's arm, halting abruptly just above the scales. Tightening his grip on the dragon's throat. Sensing the pressure at its neck, the green dragon, poised to retaliate, immediately deflated, opening its eyes to glare at the red dragon with a look of sorrow and fury. If not for my negligence. Alas, my fate now lies in the hands of my adversary. It is too late for any words of protest. Joss lifted his chin, regarding the creature through his nostrils, firmly securing the green dragon's throat. It was evident he had the upper hand. We must have a discussion about our affairs. There can only be one master of the Moto Peak Forest. Why does that sound so familiar? I offer you 2 choices. Either willingly surrender your riches and vow to serve me for 500 years under the auspices of the Dragon Mother, or I shall thrash you, after which you will present your wealth and pledge to serve me for 500 years. Olivia? Those are my lines. Though Olivia felt an urge to express her indignation, she remained composed. Despite the underhanded tactics of her opponent, she could not deny her defeat. Her life was now firmly in Joss's grasp. For the green dragon, acknowledging reality and surrendering had never been a disgrace. On the contrary, failing to recognize it and suffering unnecessary harm would be truly shameful. Red whelp, great child of flame, I concede. Olivia forced a strained smile. However, 500 years is excessive. I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly for 100 years. Joss's brow furrowed as he conjured a whip of blazing fire with his claws, striking the ground beside the green dragon's head with a resounding crack, sending up a small cloud of dust. Olivia, you must understand, I am not negotiating with you. To quote your own words, the weak must submit to the strong. My words are your commands. 500 years. Not a year less. 500 years. That is. Enough with the idle chatter. Joss interrupted the dragon, attempting to bargain. Your life is in my hands. You will agree, whether you wish to or not. Then kill me. Olivia defiantly thrust her neck forward, adopting a brazen stance, challenging him to act. Kill? That was out of the question. Slaying her would yield Joss no advantages and might draw the attention of the mother of the chromatic dragons, Tiamat, in her effort to prevent severe infighting among the chromatic dragons that could lead to a drastic decline in their numbers and a loss of followers. Had explicitly decreed that battles among them must not be fatal, to ensure that young dragons would not suffer lifelong imprisonment at the hands of their elders. Tiamat had also established a maximum service contract of 500 years among the chromatic dragons. It is precisely due to the series of protective measures established by the god of evil dragons that Olivia, despite being gripped by Jose by the throat, possesses the audacity to negotiate. However, Jose is unfazed by her threats. He brandishes the poisoned arrow in his hand. 3, 2, before he can utter one. Olivia collapses in despair, crying out, "How can this be? It is too much to bully a dragon." Jose remains impassive. In truth, the distinction between having the green dragon serve for 100 years or 500 years holds little significance for him, as he is confident he could surpass her regardless of the duration, fostering a powerful progeny in the process. The insistence on a 500-year oath stems from the green dragon's prior arrogance, prompting him to reciprocate in kind. Now, seeing Olivia reduced to tears, his anger has dissipated significantly. All right, for 100 years, this is my utmost concession. Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Olivia immediately ceases her weeping, lifting her gaze imploringly at the red dragon. What about 300 years? Jose raises an eyebrow. Sure, but you must call me father. Father, 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 father. Olivia's cries are resolute and exuberant. Stop. Jose realizes he has made a grave error. Dragons possess no concept of family, and the term father holds no weight for them. A mere utterance could reduce her servitude by 100 years. Only a foolish dragon would comply. Very well, I concede. Under Jose's supervision, Olivia swears an oath in the name of the god of evil dragons to serve him for 300 years. Subsequently, Jose releases his grip, unperturbed by the possibility of Olivia reneging on her promise. Divine retribution in this world, where deities truly exist, is not to be taken lightly. Recalling the terrifying divine presence he felt while escaping the red nest and the hidden golden diamonds he possesses, he contemplates their potential worth. Hand them over. Olivia's expression contorts in agony, her features scrunched up as she retrieves all the spoils taken from the elves and others, her fingers lingering over two-dimensional bags with reluctance. One bag belongs to an elven druid, and the other to Master Yugen. She has yet to open them. Despite her reluctance, she dares not withhold them, as she has sworn that the spoils of this battle belong to the red dragon, who does not demand the treasures from her lair. However, as a young dragon dwelling in the forests of Modifang, Olivia likely has little of value to offer unless she has unearthed a gold mine. Satisfied, Jose accepts the spoils, including the centaur armor and dimensional bags, and glances at the green dragon, who now resembles a frostbitten eggplant. Though you serve me now, I wish to avoid drawing excessive attention. We shall publicly declare our alliance. Do you understand? Understood, Olivia responds, her spirits slightly lifted. Although the essence of the situation remains unchanged, at least her face retains some dignity. I cannot believe I have been bested by a young dragon. Even now. She finds it difficult to fathom. How did you accomplish this? Joss cast a sidelong glance at the newly acquired servant, instinctively comprehending the inquiry posed by the green dragon, which revolved around the flames emanating from his being and the instantaneous high-level magic. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to dispel the servant's curiosity to spare her the trouble of probing further. His throat undulated as the Lurin staff, nestled within the core of his chest cavity, was expelled, revealing itself at the edge of his lips. Olivia, struck by realization, attributed everything to the formidable wand. Feeling a surge of envy and resentment, yet bound by her oath, she refrained from plotting to usurp her master's treasure. Summon your wolf cavalry to guard these captives. We must seek out that human merchant. Chapter 65. Threat. A day later, within the depths of the Bloodfang mine, a dimly lit cavern was illuminated by the feeble flame of an oil lamp, casting a faint, ashen glow. 9 large iron cages, wrought from coarse steel, were arranged in a grid upon the barren floor, each imprisoning captives shackled with heavy chains. These prisoners lay in a state of unconsciousness, while dog-headed soldiers armed with spears stood guard nearby. A weak, feeble groan broke the stillness as a centaur girl stirred within her cage, drawing the attention of the vigilant guards. Quickly, report to the master. The captive has awakened. The centaur girl, Lilia, slowly regained consciousness, her head throbbing and her mind clouded. A sudden realization struck her. She had been ambushed and poisoned. She recalled the overwhelming wave of green toxic mist that enveloped her before her unconsciousness, sending shivers down her spine. In a panic, she examined her body. Her weapons and armor were missing. Her hands and hooves were bound by heavy black iron shackles, and any significant movement sent sharp pains coursing through her limbs, a result of the crude craftsmanship that left jagged edges within the bindings. Everyone, Lilia called out through the bars, catching sight of her surroundings. Her 3 companions were similarly confined, shackled and silenced. Among them was an elven druid, a spellcaster, who had been given the added indignity of a filthy cloth stuffed in her mouth. In addition, the cages held several other centaurs and a human, who appeared relatively calm, leaning against the edge of his cage in deep thought. His attire, though disheveled, bore the unmistakable mark of fine materials. A nobleman, perhaps? Lilia had no time to ponder these thoughts. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she rattled the iron bars, producing a clanging sound, urging her unconscious companions, "Wake up, everyone." Perhaps her cries had some effect, or perhaps the poison's potency had waned with time, but soon 2 elves and a halfling rogue began to stir. The silenced elven druid, Anna, whimpered softly, while the halfling assessed their dire situation with a composed gaze. "Silence. No discussions," barked the nearby dog-headed guard, his voice a harsh reprimand as he struck the bars with his steel spear, the threat implicit in his actions. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Lilia felt an inexplicable thought rise within her as she caught sight of a red dragon. The red dragon isn't so detestable after all. She shook her head, dismissing the absurd notion from her mind. Meanwhile, Jose entered the expansive mine, casting a glance at the captured warriors within the cages, his mood buoyant. The previous day, after subduing the green dragon, the 2 dragons had united to hunt down the fleeing human merchant, Buck. With wild boars blocking the path, wolfmen on the hunt, and harpies patrolling the skies, Buck found himself with no escape routes and was ultimately captured. As for the graytail centaurs, their chieftain had perished in battle against the wolfmen. and the remaining centaurs faced either death or capture, with a few of the fleeing ones meeting the same fate during the relentless search for the human merchant. Including the annihilated dragon hunting team, the Master Yu Gung who was torn apart to feed the wolves, and the entire elven rescue squad that was captured. The enemy suffered no losses at all. However, Joss's good mood was not solely due to the victory. A new statue had been erected in the Star River Plaza, with a golden halo resembling an angel's circlet at its base. Heroic Aura. Victors, all shall bow down. The time, however, has not yet come. The Heroic Aura is a passive skill that can somewhat influence others' perceptions of oneself. In simpler terms, it significantly enhances one's charm. While charm does not directly augment combat prowess, it is an immensely useful ability. Joss conducted some exploratory experiments, and when subduing new vassals, the combination of Heroic Aura with Dragon S might yielded remarkable results. The red and green dragons simultaneously unleashed their might upon a group of completely unfamiliar goblins, compelling them to choose between the two. Almost all goblins opted for the smaller and weaker red dragon. The green dragon claimed one for itself, which dealt a severe blow to the green dragon brought along for comparison, leaving it questioning its own existence. Moreover, Joss discovered that vassals remaining by his side naturally gravitated towards him, with loyalty noticeably increasing. He speculated that, given sufficient time, the Heroic Aura could even induce a near brainwashing effect. The weaker the individual, the simpler their thoughts, and thus the greater their susceptibility to the Heroic Aura. However, if a being harbored profound hatred towards Joss, the effect of the Heroic Aura was minimal, as exemplified by the elven ranger Vils before him. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the iron bars, gripping them tightly as if he wished to tear them apart and confront the red dragon. Evil dragon, why do you roar so loudly? You've spoiled him. Vil seethed with rage, his crimson eyes locked onto the red dragon. Evil dragon, if you have the ability, kill me. My kin will avenge me. Kill you? Joss mocked with a chuckle. Do you not wish to see your sister again? I shall be with her in the realm of Lady Flora. Wait, what did you just say? Vil suddenly reacted, doubting his own hearing. The red dragon's notorious appetite for elven maidens was well known, and elven mothers often used it to scare disobedient little elves. Nonetheless, he refused to relinquish any glimmer of hope and trembled as he inquired, Tillier is not dead. Indeed, she is alive, Joss replied nonchalantly. However, that little elf is far too slender. I intend to fatten her up before consuming her. Vils exploded with rage. You bastard. Come at me instead. Do not harm her. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Joss disdainfully directed his nostrils at the elven ranger. I intend to harm both of you. Vils, engulfed in fury and despair, found himself at a loss for words, unable to rebut. Both he and his sister were in the clutches of the red dragon, their fates resting entirely in its hands. Observing the despondent expression of the captive, Joss recognized that he had achieved his objective and decided to withdraw. However, I can offer you a chance, allowing both you and your sister to survive. The sudden appearance of an opportunity amidst despair felt exceedingly precious. Despite Wells' awareness of the red dragon's ulterior motives, he could not suppress a flicker of hope as he gazed up at the creature with a conflicted heart. Jose articulated the purpose of this endeavor, to become my vassal, to serve me, to relay some trifling messages, and in return, I assure you of your sister's safety. Chapter 66, Matters Can Be Discussed. Weirs wore a vigilant expression. What news? News regarding the movements of the Elven clan. Impossible. I would rather die than betray my kin. Ah, the red dragon. Weirs reacted fiercely, intending to unleash a tirade but recalling that his sister was in the adversary's grasp. Did not even think about targeting the Elven clan. Hold on. There is no need to refuse so hastily, Joss interjected, calming the agitated ranger. I do not require your betrayal of the Elven clan. I merely need you to convey some trivial information, such as the Elven clan's activities concerning the Moto Peak forest. This is purely for defensive considerations. As for your concern about my intentions towards the Elven clan, even during the reign of the Red Mother of the Red Nest, the elves of the Dark Forest were left unharmed. What is there for you to fear? Joss scrutinized the conflicted Elven ranger. The movements of the Elven clan in the Dark Forest were of paramount importance to him, directly impacting the survival of his kin. Surrounding the Moto Peak forest to the west lay the recovering Jorgal Mountains, where the extraordinary beasts would not easily vacate their territories, posing minimal threat. To the north lay the Triangular Plains and the vast grasslands, with much of the Triangular Plains already under the dominion of the Red Dragon, compounded by the scarcity of large indigenous tribes on the grasslands, rendering them a negligible threat. To the east and south were the dark forests where the complex waterways, a result of the numerous tributaries of the Volga River, made the southern humans prefer traversing the Jorgal Mountains rather than crossing the unknown waters. Only the elves in the core region of the dark forest to the east, with their long-standing heritage and formidable warriors, united beneath the throne of the Elven King and equipped with an organized army to counter external threats, stood as the sole force capable of annihilating the current faction of the Red Dragon. Joss could not afford to lower his guard. Have you made up your mind? Agreeing to my terms will not only save your life and your sister's, but also prevent a conflict between me and the Elven clan, thus sparing many of your kin from perishing. Weir struggled internally, his instincts warning him that the Red Dragon had not divulged everything and that his actions might endanger the Elven clan. Yet, as the Red Dragon had stated, he could avert a clash between the Elven clan and the dragon. Caught in indecision, Joss felt the moment ripe. He produced a dragon scale. Since you find it difficult to choose, I shall assist you. The Red Dragon swiftly recited an incantation, while the Elven Ranger, face contorted in conflict, did not resist the transformation into a kin. When rational beings are confronted with a dilemma and unable to make a choice, external forces can intervene, compelling a decision that is difficult to resist, especially when they hold leverage over the individual. Once the pact with the Elven Ranger was sealed, Joss felt a sense of satisfaction. With Tilia as his leverage, he had Weirs firmly in his grasp, thus becoming the meticulously chosen point of breach. Now, the breach had been established. Joss approached the silenced Elven druid, Anna, a high-ranking druid with considerable prowess, who also played a vital role in the advancement of agriculture and animal husbandry, and thus was not to be overlooked. Woo-woo, bound hand and foot, with his mouth sealed, the Elven druid found himself powerless against the Red Dragon's whims, succumbing to a forced contract with but a flick of its finger. The highborn centaur maiden met a similar fate. Joss, having forged a contract with a halfling, renowned for their culinary expertise, was relieved to escape the rough cooking of the goblin folk. He then approached the cage that held the merchant, Buck. Upon seeing the Red Dragon approach, Buck rose, wiped his face, adjusted his attire, and greeted with a courteous bow. Good day, esteemed Dragon Lord. Joss scrutinized the mastermind behind the dragon hunting expedition and could not help but acknowledge the man's traditional noble demeanor. Even ensnared in enemy territory and having been deliberately starved for a day, he maintained his aristocratic poise. Such noble grace and inherent resilience could not be cultivated by mere upstarts. It was a trait reserved for those of long-standing noble lineage. You remain remarkably composed. Are you not fearful of my potential wrath? Joss inquired. The noble merchant replied with an air of calm. If you intended to take my life, you would have acted yesterday. Forgive my rudeness. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Buck Bruce, here in the central trade city of Riverford to manage my family's interests in the north. Unlike the barren Northlands, the central and southern regions of Titanor thrived, with the trade city-states reigning as significant powers. There were 7 trade city-states united in a permanent neutral trade alliance. Much like a certain neutral nation from a past era, this alliance required a formidable military presence to ensure that no party dared to provoke them, with each city-state boasting at least one legendary champion to safeguard their interests. Buck disclosed his identity in an attempt to intimidate the Red Dragon, but his efforts were destined for disappointment. Manage your business? Joss interjected with a sardonic smile. What business? Pray tell? Is it the trade of ores, fabrics, horses, and grain? With a swift motion, Joss conjured a soundproof barrier enveloping them both. Is there more? Perhaps the trade of slaves, particularly beautiful elven ones? Buck's expression momentarily faltered before he regained his composure. Esteemed Dragon Lord, I am unaware of what you speak. Spare me your pretense. I possess a document detailing the crimes authored by Master Yajin, along with his diary chronicling his participation in the capture and sale of slaves to your Blackwater Trading Company. This is a blatant slander. Allow me to confront him directly. Confront him directly? Joss raised an eyebrow. He has already been fed to the wolves. Are you certain you wish to face him? Buck inwardly sighed with relief. Without concrete evidence, he still had a chance to refute the charges. Joss's gaze bore down on the merchant, who was now sweating profusely. We also discovered an unexpected individual within the Centaur tribe. Do you still wish to deny your involvement? Realization dawned upon Buck. He understood he was ensnared. He had initially underestimated his opponents, believing them to be merely a young dragon, devoid of true peril, and had foolishly brought along an elven slave for his amusement. Now, that very slave had fallen into the clutches of the Red Dragon. Moreover, the elves possessed just allies, such as the Wind Whisperers Alliance. should these formidable forces pursue retribution. The trade city-state of Riverside Fort may remain unscathed, yet I and my family would likely become victims in the endeavor to quell the wrath of the elves. Esteemed Dragon Lord, let us deliberate on this matter. Chapter 67. The Curtain Falls Discussion. Joss's tone was calm, yet unequivocal. No, that is not the case. I am not here to negotiate with you. He produced a scale, stating, I share this with you solely to illustrate that the family you rely upon cannot save you. Should I wish to, I could obliterate everything you hold dear at any moment. Resistance is destined to yield disastrous consequences. Thus, it is paramount to acquiesce to the circumstances in order to minimize the inflicted harm, while still seizing opportunities to garner benefits. He repeatedly engaged in self-affirmation, bowing slightly. Bark Bruce is at your service. Joss raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. An adversary who is a thoroughly rational and intelligent individual can be formidable. Yet as long as his life remains firmly in hand, tethered by mutual interests, he shall become the finest of allies. I have a premonition that our collaboration will be quite agreeable. With those words, Joss swiftly recited an incantation, merging the dragon scale into Buck's forehead. Observing Buck, who was contorting in agony as he underwent the transformation of the dragon's essence, Joss felt a surge of delight. From the inception of his residence in the Bloodfang mines, he envisioned establishing his own intelligence network. Initially, the most suitable candidate was the Dormant merchant, Hulk. However, that role has now seamlessly shifted to Buck. As the chief overseer of the Blackwater Trading Company in the Northern Territories, Buck inherently possessed considerable social standing and wielded extensive channels of information, which could be directly utilized. Furthermore, owing to the influential Bruce family backing him, Joss would gain insight into significant occurrences across the continent. With the well-informed Buck joining his ranks, Joss transitioned from a secluded blind and deaf individual to a perceptive and discerning entity. Yet, this did not imply that Joss would abandon his aspirations of constructing his own intelligence network. Buck's intelligence channel was tenuous, his authority was bestowed by his family, and should he be dismissed or his dragon blood lineage unveiled, the flow of information would cease. Hence, the Dormant merchant remained a crucial element in Joss's plans. Before long, the transformation was complete, and Buck emerged as if he had been extracted from water. Joss beckoned the goblin guard, who held the keys, to approach, release him, and arrange for someone to escort him around the mine. After issuing the command, he turned to his new subordinate, Go and explore with your intellect. You shall surely uncover something of value. Very well, master, Buck replied, his tone inevitably tinged with awkwardness at suddenly becoming a servant to the dragon. By the way, master, regarding that elven slave, Joss cast a glance at his subordinate. Your underling is quite astute. He severed the elf's throat before my men could breach the defenses and even set fire to the corpse. Deceived, the goblin led Buck away, while Joss regarded the three caged graytail centaurs. Having aligned themselves with the losing side, the graytail centaurs were now on the brink of extinction. Once a thriving tribe of over 1,000, fewer than 200 remained, and these three centaurs were among the sole survivors who had attained the rank of novice warriors. Among them, one individual named Jose was familiar with a centaur he had encountered in the memories of the Harpy's kin. This centaur, known as Seiko, had once served as a scout. Back then, he was merely an ordinary centaur, but now it was likely that he had surpassed his previous limitations through combat. Jose did not linger on the centaur for long. If these centaurs could be of use, it would be fortuitous. If not, there was no need to press the matter. In essence, these graytail centaurs were inconsequential. Jose approached Vales once more, inquiring if he had made a decision. Vales wore a complex expression, a blend of sorrow, rage, fear, and apprehension. After a moment of resolve, he declared, I can convey messages for you, but aside from ensuring my sister's safety, you must also grant my companions their freedom. The existence of the benevolent faction posed a certain complication. Even if they were to be bound as kin, one could not afford to be complacent. The kinship contract was fundamentally an agreement, upheld by a system of punitive measures that were enacted only after a breach of the terms. Creating a vulnerability, kin might willingly sacrifice their lives to betray their dragon lord. The admirable yet vexing aspect of the benevolent faction was that they sometimes chose to pay the ultimate price to uphold their sense of justice or other convictions. Releasing them was utterly out of the question. They served as leverage to ensure your loyalty. Vales glared at the red dragon in anger, but gradually regained his composure. I can swear to the elven deity that I will not betray you. After a round of negotiations, Jose made certain concessions, agreeing to grant the elven druid, the centaur maiden, and the halfling rogue limited freedom, confined to a radius of 10,000 meters around him. Subsequently, he arranged for the siblings to meet. Following several days of warmth and camaraderie, Jose presented Vales with a magical artifact obtained from a dragonborn member of the dragon hunt, capable of masking his dragonborn aura. Given that dragonborn elves already exhibited minimal physical differences, coupled with the artifact, it could be said that as long as Vales remained cautious and avoided the rare powerful beings, his identity would remain concealed. After bidding farewell to the elven ranger, Jose prepared to send off another kin, Buck Bruce. Over the course of several days, Buck Bruce was thoroughly convinced, having witnessed the potential of the Bloodfang mine, a force formidable enough to influence the entirety of the northern plains. This potential was comprised of three elements. First, the alliance of the red, green, and white dragons. Once these dragons reached maturity, they would face no difficulty in establishing a firm foothold in the north, let alone expanding outward. Second, the flourishing training of professionals, alongside the ideological development of their kin, would enable the monstrous army under the red dragon to far surpass the typical kin of ordinary dragons. Third, the agricultural industry. The expansive northern plains boasted ample arable land suitable for farming. However, relentless conflict due to racial discord had hindered the development of an agricultural civilization, as immovable farmlands became prime targets for enemy attacks. Consequently, the indigenous tribes of the northern plains suffered from a chronic food shortage, while external merchant guilds held dominion over the grain supply, effectively controlling the lifeblood of the northern plains. Now, Buck Bruce glimpsed a glimmer of hope to break the stalemate within the Bloodfang caves. However, after an in-depth dialogue with the Red Dragon, Buck discovered that the dragon's ambitions extended far beyond the vast plains. Josh traced a vertical line on the map, commencing from the Moto Peaks and traversing the shadowy forest, culminating in the northern kingdom of Norn. My servant, establishing a trade route through the shadowy woods is nearly impossible for humanity. They must guard against the monsters lurking in the waters and those prowling within the forest. Yet, for dragons, these concerns are trivial. Unlike the matriarch of the Red Nest, I do not intend to confront the entirety of the civilized world head-on. As long as you conduct yourself commendably. In the future, I might even support your ascent to the throne, your majesty. Do you comprehend? Chapter 68. A day in the life of Tal the Knoll in the early morning, as the sun timidly peeks over the eastern mountain ridge. Dewdrops cling delicately to the tips of leaves. Within the expansive, deciduous forest of Moto Peak, a procession of nearly 100 individuals winds its way through the trees. This diverse assembly comprises goblins, wargs, centaurs, and predominantly gnolls, encompassing both genders and all ages, all emerging from the Bloodfang mine as a gathering party. In addition to the ordinary creatures tasked with foraging, the group is accompanied by 5 fully armed and well-trained soldiers to guard against unforeseen dangers. Hey, little rascal. Keep up. Don't lag behind. Tal, the gnoll guard, taps his spear against his shield, calling out to a small gnoll at the rear who is distractedly gazing about. He suspects this little one is participating in a gathering expedition for the first time, brimming with curiosity about the world outside. And such inquisitive youngsters occasionally lead to minor troubles. A delightful dilemma indeed. While the thoughts of the other guards may differ, Tal is fond of this notion, such delightful troubles. In times past, young gnolls were barely able to fill their bellies, let alone indulge in whims of curiosity. All hail the great master, Tal silently intones, continuing to survey his surroundings as he walks, vigilant against the forest's beasts. In truth, the Master's advisor, Master Anna, has communicated with the extraordinary beasts surrounding Bloodfang mine, ensuring that extraordinary attacks are unlikely. Nevertheless, caution against ordinary creatures remains prudent. With no incidents along the way, the gathering party arrives at their destination, a mountainside adorned with expansive pine forests, laden with heavy pine cones. These seemingly armored treasures provided the Bloodfang gnoll tribe with an unprecedentedly warm winter last year, not only benefiting the Bloodfang gnolls but also aiding other gnoll tribes, goblins, wargs, and even a few wandering ogres in experiencing a dreamlike winter. Commence gathering. Do not stray from our sight. Upon issuing instructions to the gathering team, the team leader turns to the 4 soldiers. Tal, Turk, you 2 scout ahead, sure. After assigning the tasks, the captain settles onto a stone, observing the industrious creatures around him. Tal and his companion proceed uphill as directed, tasked with scouting the path ahead. Their exploration unfolds smoothly, devoid of any beastly encounters. As they return towards the gathering area, long before approaching, they catch sight of the bustling figures among the trees, where gnolls scale the branches to pluck pine cones, tossing them down for the goblins, wargs, and other gnolls below to collect. To avoid striking anyone, the gnolls ensure that once a tree is stripped bare, others may safely gather the fallen cones. Reporting to the captain, no dangers ahead. The gnoll captain, with his mouth full, mumbles incomprehensibly, continue to remain vigilant. Noticing the eager expressions of his subordinates, he retrieves a small bag from his sleeve, producing 2 pieces of meat jerky seasoned with chili, and offers them to the pair. With hearty laughter, Tal and his companions eagerly accepted the morsels, savoring the rich aroma and savory flavors that gradually enveloped their palates, stimulating their taste buds and causing saliva to flow involuntarily. Nearby, a goblin chief observed this scene, his mouth watering profusely. Presently, the various creatures under the command of the Red Dragon were no longer famished, yet meat remained a luxury, accessible only to a select few, among whom the goblin chief, a professional in his own right, belonged. However, an ordinary household could save up dragon coins over a fortnight and, with a bit of determination, indulge in some meat. Oh, it is reindeer meat, the texture delicate and, once cured, possessing a delightful chewiness, Tal mused as he chewed, offering his assessment. No, wait, it is yak meat. As the two began to bicker, the goblin chief chuckled. Cease your quarrel, you are both correct. My sack contains 2 distinct types of jerky. So that is how it is, Tal realized in epiphany. Last autumn, the goblins had exhausted their entire clan's efforts in hunting and gathering young beasts. But due to the disarray in the types and scarcity of the collected animals, pastoralism had not flourished. However, in early winter, the great ale centaurs met their demise, and their herds of cattle and sheep became spoils of war. From that point onward, meat entered the realm of the common monsters. As the frigid winter approached, a transformation occurred. The ice reindeer, originally residing in the harsh northern regions of the vast grasslands, descended southward for the winter, arriving at the triangular plains. It was a veritable divine gift. The Red Dragon was overjoyed, personally collecting all the bounty, and ultimately, under the counsel of the Druid advisor, half was returned to maintain ecological balance. In return, the Druid took on the responsibility of caring for and taming the herds to develop pastoralism. Thus, pastoralism flourished, greatly enriching the diets of the various monsters. After a considerable amount of time, the pine cone collection in the task area was completed, and the group set off on their return journey. At this juncture, the centaurs, who had previously played a minor role, became the main transporters, their robust physiques enabling them to carry pine cones equivalent to 7 or 8 times that of ordinary monsters. Upon weighing the cargo, the manager responsible for receiving the pine cones rewarded the chief with a substantial sum of copper coins. Unlike the usual round coins, these were square, hence referred to as square coins, and due to the dragon emblem embossed on the front, they were also known as dragon coins. The Red Dragon had designed the coins as squares not out of whimsy, but to distinguish dragon coins from ordinary currency, as they served as the exclusive medium for purchasing food. Possessing dragon coins allowed one to procure sustenance at any grain exchange point within the Moto Peak forest. Generally speaking, 2 dragon coins could purchase a day's worth of provisions for a family of 8, while 10 dragon coins could be exchanged for a pound of the cheapest beef. Come. The coins are being distributed. The crowd immediately gathered around. Depending on their assigned tasks and workload, each individual received varying amounts of coins. For instance, tree climbers earned more than those merely gathering, and the centaur who transported the heaviest load garnered a higher wage than the smaller goblins. This system effectively prevented equal sharing, maximizing the motivation of the monsters to labor. The 5 goblin guards also receive compensation for their services. Their remuneration for each deployment is predetermined. A standard goblin soldier earns 5 dragon coins per mission, while a captain of the formal warrior rank receives 10. However, as a formal warrior, the goblin captain values not the currency itself, but rather the points accrued from successfully completing tasks. These points serve a singular purpose: to elevate the tribe's standing. At the beginning of spring, the Red Dragon proclaimed a policy of profound consequence, categorizing all monster tribes into 6 distinct tiers: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, and the lowest, the Despicable tier. The Despicable tier, being the most inferior, mandates 4 months of obligatory labor annually, which cannot be declined. Currently, only the Great Ale Centaur survivors belong to this tier. For those monster tribes that voluntarily align themselves, Level 5 serves as the starting point, with the majority of tribes classified at this level, requiring 2 months of obligatory labor each year. Tribes ranked at Level 4 and above are exempt from compulsory work. At present, only the Bloodfang tribe, the Bloodlaw tribe, and the Mosshide Werg tribe hold a Level 4 status. The advantages of ascending in rank are numerous, and the sole pathway to promotion is through the accumulation of points. Chapter 69, Awakening 10 years later. Deep within the Bloodfang mine lies the heart of magma, where a bubbling and smoking lake of lava cradles a small patch of land resembling the head of a serpent dipping into the water, glistening with golden light. This mound of gold is an accumulation of coin-like treasures from the human kingdoms, ingots of smelted gold, and scattered nuggets, forming a veritable mountain of wealth. This is the hoard of a dragon. Silence reigns. Suddenly, without any external stimulus, a few coins atop the golden heap tumble down, clinking melodiously as they collide with other gold pieces. With a resounding exhale, a colossal nostril, large enough to accommodate a basketball, becomes visible, hinting at the immense size of its owner. Gradually, the sounds of breathing grow more frequent and stable as the slumbering behemoth stirs awake. Accompanied by the cascading clinks of dropping gold, he raises his head from the awe-inspiring mound and stands. Before us is a juvenile red dragon, measuring 13 meters in length, equivalent to 4 compact cars lined up in a row. Still dazed from his recent awakening, he quickly regains his composure and surveys his body, now noticeably larger than before his slumber. His bones have elongated, and his previously robust muscles have thinned, giving him a somewhat gaunt appearance. Yet, this is of little concern. With ample sustenance, he will soon regain his former physique, muscles well-defined and prominent. Glancing down at his slender form, a whimsical thought strikes him. If those in his past life, who fervently sought to lose weight, were to learn that he could slim down simply by sleeping, would they not be infuriated to the point of apoplexy? Dispelling this peculiar notion from his mind, he eagerly sets out to experiment with the new magic he has acquired during his slumber, swiftly reciting an incantation. A fireball, the size of a wheel, coalesces in his claws, the surrounding air warping under the intense heat. He hurls the burgeoning fireball toward the lava lake. With a resounding boom, the fireball strikes the surface, erupting into a small mushroom cloud accompanied by a thunderous explosion, molten rock splattering in all directions. This is the advanced magic of fire explosion. Notably, this spell is not cast using the Lullen's staff, but is instead a manifestation of his innate power. Generally, it is only in the later stages of adolescence that typical red dragons begin to awaken advanced magic. However, Joss has awakened it at the outset. Presently, he possesses a mere trio of advanced spells: fire explosion, lava armor, and the summoning of fire elementals. Admittedly, 3 spells is rather scant, yet he remains unfazed, confident that as time unfolds, he will awaken even more potent magic. With a flicker of thought, green data begins to materialize upon his retina. Name: Francisco Trinidad Jose Race. Red Dragon, Juvenile. Abilities: Heart of the Phoenix, S. Gold Fertilizer, F. Data Visualization, F. Heroic Aura, F. Intelligent Brain, D. Overall Combat Power, 231. This was not the result of awakening a system. Rather, it stemmed from the new statue, Intelligent Brain, which conferred remarkable abilities. Several years prior, Jose orchestrated the unification of the monster tribes in the Moto Peak Forest under the leadership of the Green Dragon, Olivia. Throughout this endeavor, he remained in the shadows, never revealing himself, which ultimately led him to unlock a new statue. The statue's base depicted a brain resembling a coiled sausage, symbolizing the Intelligent Brain. Intelligent Brain, D. Mastermind. You propel a grand feat, yet the outside world remains oblivious. Raw strength devoid of intellect is of little worth. The Intelligent Brain, as its name suggests, functions passively, akin to the Heroic Aura, significantly enhancing Jose's cognitive agility and reflexes. Moreover, Intelligent Brain synergizes with data visualization, yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. Photographic memory becomes second nature, and it operates similarly to a smart chip. However, this function bears a grave flaw. The energy expended in contemplation draws from Jose's own mental and physical stamina, resulting in excruciating headaches if sustained for prolonged periods. Nevertheless, this remains a valuable asset. Leveraging this ability alongside the knowledge of spellcasters acquired through the Blackwater Guild, Jose rapidly advanced his magical prowess, now capable of casting intermediate spells without relying on the dragon's legacy. At this moment, sounds emanated from the entrance of the heart of molten fire. Jose looked up to see a goblin servant laboriously carrying food. The servant was not permitted to tread the pathway to the treasury, halting on a specially carved platform before the serpent's head dipping into the lava lake. Jose approached swiftly. Over the last decade, as various industries flourished, Jose's standard of living and quality of life steadily improved. The diverse ingredients produced on his estate, along with delicacies exchanged through commercial transactions from across the continent, were meticulously prepared by a halfling chef, gracing the Red Dragon's table. The main course was a whole yak, eviscerated and filled with an array of spices. Its first shaved and coated with oil, then buried in a pit with heated stones to slow cook. Additionally, there were wild antelope, boars raised by pigmen, fish from the Volga River, and seafood procured through the Blackwater Guild and the Conch Guild. Without exception, the table overflowed with meat. Perhaps due to his transformation into a red dragon, while Jose could consume vegetables, he found little enjoyment in them. Hisses. A hissing sound arose behind him, without a glance. Jose hurled a roasted wild boar backward, prompting a cacophony of stone lizard scavenging. Referring to them as stone lizards may now be somewhat inaccurate. They ought to be called fire lizards. At the inception of his conquest of the Bloodfang mine, Joss acquired a clutch of petrified lizard eggs, which he nurtured and kept by his side. Having been imbued with Joss's draconic essence from a tender age, these young petrified lizards naturally gravitated towards him. Subsequently, Joss excavated the 9-loop spiral staircase from the dragon's nest and relocated to the Heart of Fire, bringing the petrified lizards along with him. As a result of their exposure to the true dragon and their prolonged residence in an environment rich in fire elements, the lizards underwent a remarkable transformation, accumulating a significant amount of fire elemental energy within their beings. Their scales turned a vibrant crimson, and the rays emitted from their eyes transformed from rigid beams into searing rays of heat. Following this metamorphosis, the fire lizards significantly enhanced their prowess, with fully matured specimens reaching the pinnacle of the mid-tier. Furthermore, their bond with Joss deepened, rendering them his most steadfast guardians and establishing them as the final line of defense over the resting place of the Red Dragon. Chapter 70. The current state of the triangular plains. During a brief interlude of dining, Urgal received orders to proceed to the Heart of Fire, where he beheld the Red Dragon indulging in a lavish feast while he stood obediently to the side. Before long, Jose finished his meal, and the kobold servants began to clear the remnants, whisking away the silver cutlery. Jose turned to the attendant standing behind him with hands at his sides. Urg, inform me of the occurrences that transpired during my slumber over the past 4 months. Urgal produced a tome and flipped to the pages chronicling significant events. Master, there have been no incidents of red urgency and only one of yellow urgency. 2 months prior, a band of human adventurers attempted to trespass into the Moto Peak forest, only to become sustenance for the flora. Is that all? Certainly not. This group of adventurers was actually commissioned by a certain human merchant guild to investigate the Moto Peak forest, following their disappearance. The guild behind them claimed they were their private militia, demanding the Stone Tooth Boar folk provide an explanation. They united with various merchant guilds to exert pressure, prompting us to expel the leading merchant caravan, thus quelling the incident. Humph. Merely a scapegoat. Jose snorted. 2 years prior, the green dragon Olivia awoke from her slumber, and with an adult dragon as his backing, Jose's audacity surged. He mobilized the monstrous army from the Moto Peak forest to support the Stone Tooth Boar folk in unifying the triangular plains. In terms of numbers and quality, even a coalition of the indigenous prairie dwellers could not rival the might of the Red Dragon's forces. After the Black Crow Orc tribe suffered grievous losses, the unification campaign of the triangular plains became inevitable. Half of the indigenous tribes capitulated, pledging allegiance to the enigmatic master, thus securing their continued existence in the triangular plains, while the remaining half opted for migration. Following the unification, Jose embarked on extensive development in the triangular plains, commanding the Boar folk to cultivate fertile lands and grow crops, while simultaneously establishing border patrols and erecting watchtowers to fend off bandit incursions. A year later, the triangular plains had blossomed into a renowned land of fish and rice, attracting other merchant guilds besides the Blackwater Guild and the Conch Guild for trade. However, the influx of commerce brought not only prosperity but also complications. It was evident to any discerning observer that the true ruler of this land could not be merely the high-ranking Stone Tooth Boar folk. As the dominant power lay concealed within the Moto Peak forest, they commenced their probing, continually dispatching individuals to infiltrate the Moto Peak forest in search of intelligence. The outside world was astonished to discover that within the Moto Peak forest, the monster tribes were densely populated, with diverse races coexisting without signs of conflict. Furthermore, different races of monsters exchanged greetings, engaged in conversation, and conducted trade. Gradually, they located the Moss-Hide Knoll tribe, where the presence of a burgeoning dragon lord was discerned. The frequency of reconnaissance diminished significantly, yet the quality of the information gathered improved substantially. As the overseer, Herald meticulously documented everything. 3 incidents of blue urgency occurred, all linked to the adventurers' incursions. One involved a high-ranking leader, whom we annihilated entirely. Another also featured a high-ranking leader, from whom a portion escaped. The most severe incident involved a master-level thief who infiltrated alone, leaving only traces of his campsite for us to discover. As he gazed at the Crimson Dragon, a twinge of concern gripped Ergo. Master, compared to a year ago, they have grown increasingly audacious. It is a natural phenomenon. Simply perform your duties, came the reply. Indeed, those wolves circling around have begun to lose their patience. For a long time, he had fiercely severed the probing tendrils of adversaries attempting to infiltrate the Moto Peak forest, striving to maintain an air of mystery that would deter onlookers from laying all their cards on the table. However, the intimidation derived from mystery is ultimately limited. As long as he refrains from showcasing his absolute strength to prove his worthiness of this land, the Watchers will harbor a flicker of hope. If there were only a juvenile dragon within the Moto Peak forest, the onlookers would undoubtedly swarm, eager to divide everything that belonged to the dragon. Conversely, if an adult dragon resided there, the majority of onlookers would retreat in trepidation, as their intent is to profit from warfare, not to engage in mutual destruction, leaving a third party to reap the benefits. As previously mentioned, while most observers would indeed withdraw, a small faction of troublemakers would remain. This was precisely what Joss feared, which is why he had thus far refrained from allowing the green dragon to take center stage. A newly matured green dragon might not command the necessary presence. However, that concern no longer stood. It was time to convene a meeting. With this thought in mind, Joss informed the loyal followers stationed by the green and white dragons, scheduling a gathering for that evening. When the appointed hour arrived, Joss emerged from his lair, ascending the spiraled 9-ring steps to the original location of the dragon's nest. After the red dragon relocated to the heart of molten fire, this vast expanse remained unoccupied, yet it had been adorned with polished azure stones, transforming it into a venue for Joss to announce significant matters. This was also the chosen assembly site. Upon his arrival at the dragon's nest, the white dragon Cassie awaited him. This once subordinate had, 5 years prior, awakened his magical powers and subsequently vacated the Bloodfang mine, establishing his own faction with the support of the red and green dragons. Cassie's followers comprised amphibious fish people from the river, along with a group of freshwater crocodiles, some of which were notably fierce. Under Joss's guidance, Cassie eschewed the traditional tyrannies of evil dragons, instead directing his fish people to develop aquaculture, cultivating aquatic plants, fish, and river clams, thereby facilitating mutual exchange with the 2 dragon factions, significantly enriching the diets of both dragons and their monstrous kin. Joss, my leader, you seem to have grown even stronger. Just as the 2 dragons commenced their dialogue, Olivia, in her elven form, emerged from the shadowy tunnel, having not traversed the surface. This was made possible by Joss's Underground Kingdom initiative. He had personally designed an intricate network of tunnels connecting the various goblin mines, as well as creating passages to link the Green Dragon's moss-skinned jackal tribe and Cassie's bone-chilling fish people tribe. Moreover, he had commanded the goblins to excavate substantial underground spaces akin to the Bloodfang mine to accommodate the burgeoning population of various monstrous races. It is noteworthy that, under conditions of ample sustenance, the reproductive urges of these creatures are exceedingly robust, and they possess the capability to fulfill them. In a mere decade, the total population of monsters within the Moto Peak forest had multiplied 7 to 8-fold, with the majority of the newly emerged inhabitants residing underground. Chapter 71. The Tri-Dragon Conference. After exchanging pleasantries with Olivia, Jose patted the dragon's claw and proclaimed, "Enough of idle chatter. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to deliberate on the situation in the Triangular Plains and to determine the manner in which we should assert our presence on the vast prairie." The 2 dragons turned their attention to Jose, awaiting further elaboration. The majority of intelligence regarding the 3 dragons emanated from the 2 intelligence networks established by Jose. To begin with, the primary conflict in the Triangular Plains revolves around the fierce competition among various merchant guilds for grain quotas. Currently, the Conch Merchant Guild, led by Hulk, monopolizes 40% of the grain share, while the Blackwater Guild holds 20%, with the remaining 40% divided among other guilds, many of which are dissatisfied with their respective shares. At that moment, Cassie interjected, "Boss, I don't understand. Don't those human guilds have their own grain? Why do they still come to purchase ours? And why don't we sell it ourselves?" This line of thought demonstrated some progress. Indeed, the human guilds possess their own grain, but it is transported via ships from the central continent, a journey that takes 2 months and incurs exorbitant costs. Although the grain produced in the triangular plains is priced significantly higher than what they pay in the central continent, when factoring in shipping costs and risks, they still make a substantial profit. Who would pass up such a lucrative venture, especially one devoid of maritime disasters or pirate threats? As for why we do not sell it ourselves, the reasons are quite intricate, and you will come to understand in due time. Meanwhile, Olivia, sensing Jose's intentions, spoke up. Let us not dwell on the triangular plains. I am quite curious about the vast prairie. Just how deep does its water run? Perhaps deeper than you might imagine. Jose replied, taking a deep breath, his expression grave as he continued. We could easily find ourselves overwhelmed if we are not careful. On the surface, there are 3 factions in the prairie that boast legendary powers. The first, and the one with the most legendary figures, is the barbarian holy city of Andohar, which is home to 2 legendary warriors and 1 legendary priest. The second is Sunsail's port, which is guarded by a legendary mage. Yet they are supported by the central trade city-states and have a magical tower to secure the harbor, allowing them to summon reinforcements at any time. The third is the Northland Kingdom of Dana, which holds the crucial Durong Pass and publicly claims 2 legendary protectors. The Dana Kingdom, the mightiest human realm in the north, boasts the largest population and military strength, commanding the Durong Pass that connects the prairie through the Koger Mountains. They have constructed military fortifications at the pass, both to fend off the indigenous tribes from the south and to collect tolls from passing merchant guilds, thus reaping significant wealth. At first glance, it may appear that the Dana Kingdom is the weakest in terms of legendary figures, yet in reality, they may be the strongest. I have caught wind of some elusive rumors suggesting that the true beneficiaries of the commercial trade in the Northern Prairie are not the Dana royalty, but rather the pockets of the Northern Witch Council. Olivia gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment, while Cassie could not help but exclaim, "Damn it! Haven't those madwomen been thoroughly pursued by Her Majesty yet?" Initially, Jose had been equally taken aback upon receiving this information. The Northern Witch Council, a colossal entity that dominated the northern lands for over a millennium, boasted a multitude of legendary champions within its ranks. Regrettably, they obstructed the path of the Red Nest Matron. This ancient dragon-level matriarch, accompanied by her legendary dragons, launched a fierce assault on the magical tower, reducing the Witch Council's millennia-old stronghold to mere ruins, despite the valiant defense of no fewer than 10 legendary witches. Even the arrogant and haughty matron Savannah dared not venture forth alone, illustrating the formidable strength of the Northern Witch Council. Although the 3 dragons currently have little to do with the Red Nest, it is undeniable that the Witch Council harbors enmity towards dragons. Jose, if this is the case, we should not reveal our existence before stepping into legend. Olivia expressed her concerns, her face etched with bitterness. I have no desire to confront a throng of legendary sorcerers. Neither do I, nor do the other dragons who escaped from the Red Nest, Jose replied. 5 years ago, I received a piece of information that emboldened me to venture into the Triangle Plains without fear of exposure. Under the expectant gazes of the 2 dragons, Jose unveiled another name, the Dragon Worship Society. This enigmatic organization venerates the 5-colored true dragons and provides a myriad of services for these magnificent beings, including the care of dragon eggs, maintenance of lairs, and assistance in managing subordinate factions. If negotiations are favorable, they may even facilitate less savory dealings. Such is the record of the Dragon Worship Society from Jose's dragon heritage. And it is likely that the accounts within the records of the white and green dragons are similarly aligned. Olivia frowned. Why do you mention those wretched servants? What utility do they have against the Northern Witch Council? While the Dragon Worship Society itself lacks the power to oppose the Northern Witches, they serve as a vital link connecting all 5-colored dragons, Jose explained. The information I obtained reveals that the 5-colored dragons that fled from the Red Nest have united and, through the society as an intermediary, have forged a defensive alliance to deter the wrath of the Northern Witch Council. This pact has withstood 2 trials, during which the Northern Witch Council paid a grievous price and has since been reluctant to act recklessly. Can we, the newcomers, join this alliance? Indeed, I have inquired thoroughly, Jose responded, glancing at Olivia. The sole condition for joining is that one must be an adult 5-colored dragon. A sigh of relief escaped the 2 dragons. Wait. Olivia recalled something. It seems we have overlooked our neighbors, the elves of the dark forest. Fear not, I have already discerned the military disposition of the elves. Jose reassured her. Their forces are concentrated along the Black Coast, where pirates are rampant, frequently capturing elves. Additionally, A garrison is stationed in the grasslands to guard against the native tribes and slave-hunting bands, while the foothills of Moto contain only a small patrol to fend off beasts, which poses little concern. Jose's confidence was palpable, according to the elves' customary behavior, as long as we do not initiate hostilities. The likelihood of them waging war against us is minimal. After all, their reproductive capacity is tragically poor. They cannot afford to lose their kin. Previously, he harbored concerns that the elven race was vulnerable, fearing that any leakage of information would attract dragon-slaying warriors. However, with himself and Olivia alongside a formidable army of monsters, he now eagerly awaited the arrival of those dragon slayers. Are there any other issues at hand? If not, I shall summon the dragon cult to come forth. Once the contract is signed, we can declare our existence to the world. With this thought, Jose could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Since his arrival in this realm, he had lived in the shadows, anxious about the risk of exposure and the potential for dragon slayers to come after him. Now, he finally possessed the means to emerge boldly into the light. Chapter 72, Proclamation of Sovereignty 5 days after the conclusion of the Tri-Dragon Conference. Joss was deeply immersed in slumber atop the Golden Mountain. A kobold hastily descended the spiral 9-ring staircase, only to be halted in his path by a fire lizard en route to the heart of molten fire. Hearing the commotion, Joss lifted his gaze and recognized it was old Bas, the kobold left behind by the green dragon Olivia, tasked with daily communications. Allow him passage, Joss commanded. With the path cleared, old Bas approached within 10 meters of the Golden Mountain, gazing up at the imposing red dragon with respect, bowing in reverence. Good day, magnificent true dragon. The creatures of the Moto Peak Forest dwelled under the dominion of the red dragon. Yet the vast majority were oblivious to the true master of the Moto Peak Forest, as the red dragon intentionally concealed himself in the shadows, reminiscent of an obscure yet expansive underground kingdom abundant with subjects. Furthermore, Olivia's larger stature and greater age rendered her appearance more formidable, reinforcing her image as the leader of the Tri-Dragon Alliance, thus providing perfect cover for Joss's hidden presence. As a mouthpiece for the Green Dragon, old Bas was among the select few privy to the inner workings of the realm. The great true dragon, my master requests that I inform you. The followers of the dragon cult have arrived at the Mossy Skins Word Tribe. Do you wish to meet with them? Joss felt a twinge of confusion. Why have the dragon cultists come? Am I not the first to be informed? Despite remaining in the shadows, his control over the Triangle Plain and Moto Peak Forest was unparalleled, with nearly all intelligence relayed through him before reaching the other two dragons. Joss maintained his composure, gesturing dismissively with his claw, prompting old Bas to bow and retreat. Subsequently, Joss established a connection with the Green Dragon's communications attendant, observing the unfolding scene through the attendant's perspective as they traversed the tunnel. What are you doing, my lord? It is as follows. Lady Olivia has summoned me to the hall, and I am en route. Do you have any instructions? None, Joss replied, continuing to watch through the eyes of the attendant. Navigating the dim tunnel, the attendant arrived at the hall, revealing a cavern adorned with verdant vines that clung to the walls, intertwining in a chaotic display that covered the surfaces in layers, obscuring their origins while revealing their endpoints. At the center of the hall, the myriad ends of the vines converged, forming a resplendent emerald throne, upon which the elven-formed Olivia sat regally. Beneath the throne stood 3 dragon. Upon seeing the trio through the attendant's eyes, Joss was struck with recognition. 2 of the dragonkin were winged half-dragons, while the third was a human with dragon scales adorning half of his neck and face, wielding a staff that indicated he was a capable dragon blood sorcerer. They had flown directly to the Mossy Skins Word Tribe, the address Joss had included in the correspondence to the dragon cult. Suddenly, Joss's pupils constricted as he focused intently on the dragonkin with black scales. That familiar presence. O'Neill, the Triangle Plain. A decade ago. The security situation in the region deteriorated sharply as the Stone Tusk Boar people launched a sudden offensive, annihilating 2 medium-sized indigenous tribes of equal standing, compelling the remaining tribes to submit. Due to the ensuing conflict, trade was momentarily disrupted for 6 months. However, this did not capture the attention of merchants. In the vast plains, skirmishes among indigenous tribes occurred incessantly, yet merchants' businesses remained largely unaffected by the warfare, as victors from either side would invariably require sustenance and seek to maintain favorable relations with the merchant guilds. Yet, the unfolding events surprised all. After the war concluded, the Stone Tusk Boar people proclaimed that the Triangle Plain would not welcome any merchants other than those from the Conch Guild. Given the relatively insignificant size of the Triangle Plain in relation to the vast grasslands, With minimal profit to be gained, this declaration went largely unnoticed. It was not until 2 years ago that the Triangle Plain reopened, revealing to the astonishment of many that it was dotted with fertile fields and had established a town, Thorn Town, inhabited by the Boar people, under the bright sun. On the main thoroughfare of Thorn Town, humans, Boar people, and a few Minotaurs, Dog people, and Jackal people moved about. Among the crowd, a young man and woman strolled while curiously gazing around. The houses in Thorn Town were primarily brown, neither tall nor grand, yet they possessed a unique exotic charm, particularly with the brown curtains hanging in front of each home, adorned with animal teeth and other decorations, presenting a distinctive character. Well, I've seen many human towns, but this is my first visit to a town with diverse races, exclaimed Albert, a handsome young man, with pride. Actually, these carpets are woven from the hair of the Boar people. Boar people weave carpets from their hair. Indeed, the hair of the Boar people is akin to human hair. It provides warmth in winter, but can be unbearably hot in summer. They trim their hair at the onset of summer and craft various decorations during the long winter days spent indoors. Hey, I must remind you, we are currently humans. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I forgive you. Honestly, being human is quite an adjustment, he chuckled. Hey, Ally, why have you stopped? Are you even listening to me? Noticing her sudden pause, Albert felt a pang of annoyance. Following her gaze, he saw a group of Boar people erecting a tall pole at the town's entrance, from which a flag was suspended. A gentle breeze unfurled the flag, revealing a simple dragon head design outlined in white against a solid green background. Not just these two travelers, but the vast majority of people on the street froze upon seeing the flag. They understood the implications. A new malevolent dragon force had emerged. Ally swallowed hard. We are merely wandering in the territory of a green dragon. Cold sweat trickled down Albert's forehead, but he quickly shook his head, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps it is not a green dragon. It could just be a coincidence that these Boar people are using a dragon motif. As his words fell, a resounding dragon-esque roar echoed through the heart of Thorn Town, accompanied by a colossal green figure soaring into the sky. The emerald dragon flapped its wings, suspended in midair, casting a watchful gaze upon the town below, its immense shadow enveloping the pedestrians on the streets. Lowly vermin, I am the great Lady Olivia. Now, I formally declare to the entire world, the Triangular Plains, the Moto Peaks, are my dominion. The Triangular Plains are open to outsiders. The Moto Peaks, intruders, shall perish. Chapter 73. Responses from all sides within the towering magic tower, surrounded by circling seagulls. An elderly man with disheveled hair emerged from the laboratory, furrowing his brow as he casually picked up a report from the table. The emergence of an adult green dragon in the Triangular Plain. Must I be troubled by such trivial matters? He wiped his grimy hands with the report and carelessly tossed the crumpled paper into the wastebasket, before plunging back into the laboratory. In the opulent and solemn castle, where soldiers stood guard in formidable ranks, a bearded man seated upon the throne read the letter in his hand with an expressionless visage. An adult green dragon lord. This is not an issue the kingdom can afford to overlook. Supporting his head with one hand, he fell into contemplation. On the vast prairie, where tents stretched for miles and herds of cattle and sheep grazed, the chieftain of a barbarian tribe waved dismissively at his subordinate after listening to the report. The minuscule Triangular Plain is of no concern to us. With that, the chieftain took a hearty swig from a jug of mare's milk. Thorns coiled around the hill like a colossal serpent, and within the spacious abode nestled between the thorny rises, a corpulent female boarman slumped in a wooden chair, lost in thought for an extended period. Alganus, please offer guidance to your servant, she implored, raising her hand to sprinkle a handful of powder into the fire pit at the center of the hall. With a resounding whoosh, flames erupted, licking the ceiling as illusions danced in the flickering light. In a room at the inn in Thorn Town, shielded by a soundproof magical barrier, 3 humans, a man and 2 women, sat around a table. The lively girl, Ailey, inquired, Sister Leader, what news from the Wind Whisperers Alliance? The Sister Leader, adorned with a staff at her waist and a hood upon her head, took a sip of water and replied, They say that if a great power intervenes, we shall assist in driving away the green dragon. Albert's face lit up with excitement. To expel the evil dragon, I will not shy away from my duty. Albert, she cautioned, how many times must I remind you that there are individual differences even among the chromatic dragons? Until they commit a wrong, do not hastily judge their morality based on your subjective impressions. The news of an adult green dragon appearing in the Triangular Plain and claiming territory continued to spread, eliciting varied reactions from all quarters: worry, vigilance, disdain, indifference, yet no goodwill. In response, Jose, coiled within his golden nest, felt little concern. In this world, the foundation for claiming territory has never relied on fostering good relations. It is grounded in one's own formidable strength. If anyone disputes the dragon's claim over the triangular plane, they must confront it directly, engaging in a discourse of iron and blood, for mere distant condemnation achieves nothing but irritation and fails to impact the dragon's dominion. While he bore no excessive worry, it did not imply a lack of preparation and vigilance. In fact, to brace for the impending conflict, Jose had undertaken every measure within his means. Ostensibly, the Borman tribe in the triangular plane heightened their alertness. Weapons, provisions, armor, and incendiaries flowed steadily into Thorntown, filling the warehouses to the brim, and on the borders of Modifang Forest, wolf-riding gnolls patrolled. The overt preparations paled in comparison to the covert arrangements that lay beneath the surface. Beneath the Moto Peak Forest, an army of monstrous proportions, far exceeding that of the surface, sharpened its blades, poised to engage in battle at any moment. It could be said that 80% of the three dragons' might lay concealed in the shadows. Furthermore, Joss had taken precautions, having early on commanded the dog-headed men to excavate an underground passage from Moto Peak Forest to the Triangle Plain, establishing multiple exits across the plain. This enabled the monstrous army to appear unexpectedly at any location on the vast prairie. While the war machines under the three dragons operated at full capacity, Joss's intelligence operatives worked clandestinely. After a decade of meticulous planning, his network of informants was omnipresent. The beggars at the gates of Yangfan Port, the attendants of prairie merchants, the proprietors of small shops, and even indigenous spies had, over the course of 10 years, ascended to the upper echelons of their respective tribes. The diverse intelligence gathered by these individuals was relayed through multiple layers, ultimately reaching the hands of Joss's loyal subordinates, who were responsible for the transmission of information within the region. Unless there was an urgent matter, these subordinates reported to Joss every 3 days. Based on the information received, Joss discerned who stood as an adversary, who as an observer, and what preparations he ought to undertake. Suddenly, the slumbering red dragon atop the Golden Mountain opened its eyes. A communication request arrived from one of his subordinates. Upon inspection, Joss recognized it was Buck Bruce, the chief representative of the Blackwater Trading Company in the Northern Territories, and his highest-ranking subordinate within human society. The mental link established, Buck's refined greeting resonated. "Good day, great master. I presume your sudden outreach is not merely for pleasantries." Buck swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. Just now, the rotating president of the Yangfan Port Commercial Association convened a brief meeting to discuss relations with the Green Dragon faction. The consensus reached by the assembly was to adopt a fence-sitting stance, he said with a tone of derision. If you can withstand the pressures from all sides and hold the triangle plane, then cooperation is viable. Should you falter, the association will side with the victor. Upon concluding the call, Joss revealed a sardonic smile. Fence-sitters, truly the hallmark of merchants. In reality, from the association's perspective, such a stance was not entirely unreasonable. He began to contemplate the ramifications of a unified position among the numerous associations at Yangfan Port. The port was established and operated through joint investment from the central trading city-states, maintaining neutrality as long as it did not jeopardize their interests. This neutrality was foundational to their expansive commerce across the continent. In this regard, Yangfan Port and the trading city-states were aligned, with official powers refraining from involvement in the northern territorial disputes. While the city-states maintained their official neutrality, the merchants within them were free to harbor their own opinions. The collective strength of numerous merchants should not be underestimated, encompassing financial resources, the protective forces of their caravans, and the indigenous peoples under their influence. However, the issue lay in the fact that the associations were not a monolithic entity. They harbored differing ambitions. Some associations had been thoroughly infiltrated by the Red Dragon's intelligence operatives, such as the Conch Trading Company, while others had managers who were, in fact, allies. Thus, Joss was not particularly concerned about the unity among the merchants, just a troop of buffoons. As the Red Dragon contemplated returning to slumber, a communication request arrived from Hulk, the Borman merchant who had recently been promoted to head of intelligence. "Master, I bear 2 pieces of grave news." "Speak." "The first piece of bad news is that my northern kin, the colossal Boarfolk tribe, the brown-hide Boarfolk, are amassing provisions in preparation for war. Additionally, they have dispatched a small contingent of priests towards Thornbush Town. Their intentions remain unclear, yet it is undoubtedly ominous. The second piece of bad news is that one of the 8 barbarian clans, the Frostax clan, is advancing towards the Triangular Plains. Their objective is currently unknown, but it is highly probable they seek to exploit the chaos. Joss's expression turned grave. A native tribe boasting a population exceeding 50,000, paired with one of the 8 clans of barbarians, presents a tangible threat. Keep a vigilant watch on them. Chapter 74. Interrogation. Let me go. On what grounds are you detaining me? In the depths of a shadowy underground passage, a wild boar man, his head shrouded in a black hood, found his hands bound tightly behind his back. Flanking him were 2 heavily armed boar man guards, forcefully shoving him forward by his elbows. Enough chatter. Move. One guard barked, delivering a sharp kick to the captive's rear. What right does a spy have to question us? At these words, a wave of panic surged through Dio, the wild boar man. Indeed, he had been sent by the high priest to Thorntown for subversive activities. But he had barely begun his mission when he was struck unconscious in the inn where he was lodging. Upon being doused with water to rouse him, he was met with a brutish group of his kin, who swiftly bound him and obscured his vision, leaving him unaware of his impending fate. Wait. I haven't even begun my mission. Evidence. What proof do you possess? He protested, desperately clutching at straws. I do not require evidence to apprehend. A voice resonated above him, deep and haunting, piercing through his very soul. Dio's heart skipped a beat, a chill running down his spine. As the black hood was removed, he was confronted by a creature that appeared as a towering red wall. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, ascending to see a neck as elongated as a pillar. Straining his neck to its limits, he beheld the fierce visage of a red dragon. Its formidable head bore 2 horns that jutted into the heavens like swords, while smaller spines between them resembled a regal crown. At that moment, the dragon fixated its molten, vertical eyes upon him, devoid of any emotion, as though observing an insignificant insect. Kneel, commanded the boar man guard, delivering a forceful kick to Dio's knee, sending the stunned captive crashing to the ground before the dragon. Jose regarded the spy, ensnared upon entering the town, and exhaled 2 heavy breaths. Speak. What did the fat pig send you here to do? That single utterance shattered the last remnants of Dio's hope. His face flushed crimson before deflating like a punctured balloon. Suddenly, resolve washed over him, with eyes wide open. He opened his mouth to bite down on his own tongue in a desperate act of defiance. Startled, Jose quickly unleashed his draconic might. The pressure of an advanced being bore down upon Dio like a mountain, pinning him to the ground and thwarting his suicide attempt. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flickered through Jose's mind, heavy with contemplation. He had not anticipated the extent of control that the brown-skinned wild boar high priest, Basha, exerted over his subordinates, willing to resort to self-destruction rather than reveal secrets. However, in this magical realm, there existed myriad methods to compel the weak to divulge their truths. Intermediate magic, charm-type creature. As the name suggested, charm magic could render a sentient being devoid of autonomy, compelled to answer any inquiry posed. The greater the disparity in mental power between the caster and the being, the easier the spell would succeed. A novice wild boar priest, lacking the capacity to resist Jose's magic, sat dazedly, his pupils dilated, his gaze unfocused. What is your mission? Jose endeavored to soften his tone, wishing to avoid startling the wild boar spy back to consciousness. My task is to persuade my fellow stone-tooth boar men to ally with the brown-skinned tribe, aiding in the transmission of messages against the vile dragon. It is thus revealed that the apprentice priest utilized faith to recruit ordinary stone-toothed boarmen as spies, which showcased a semblance of intellect in the corpulent swine. Joss acknowledged this notion. However, he was unaware that the prominent indigenous tribes surrounding the Triangular Plain had long been the focal point of the Red Dragon Intelligence Network, with preparations initiated a decade prior. Before this group of boarmen apprentices even embarked on their mission, they had already caught the attention of the intelligence operatives. Their movements remained under Joss's vigilant surveillance, and shortly after entering the town, they were apprehended. Foiling the scheme of the boarmen's high priest, Joss felt little sense of accomplishment. This was merely a pawn dispatched by Basha, and had she truly valued the situation, she would not have sent only 3 apprentice priests. It was evident that she harbored a mindset that deemed failure inconsequential. Yet, what perplexed Joss was why such a forsaken boarman apprentice would choose death to preserve a secret. If he were a trusted confidant of Basha, a priest with potential should not have been so easily sacrificed. If not a confidant, then the unwavering loyalty of an ordinary tribesman was indeed alarming. The supersized indigenous tribe of brown-skinned boarmen boasted a population of approximately 63,000. occupying vast tracts of land in the northern expanse of the triangular plain, with merely 5 smaller indigenous tribes interspersed. In terms of the power structure within the tribe, the master priest Basha held exclusive authority over the brown-skinned Borman, commanding 7 high-ranking professionals and 62 mid-tier practitioners, while the number of novice practitioners remained unrecorded. A flicker of doubt crossed Joss's mind. Based on previous intelligence, Basha placed great emphasis on professionals, yet neglected the needs of the lower-tier Borman, resulting in instances of starvation and freezing deaths among ordinary brown-skinned Borman each winter. It seemed illogical for a tribal despot who wielded force to maintain such unwavering loyalty from the underclass. Unable to decipher this conundrum, he opted for a direct inquiry. Why would you prefer to take your own life rather than divulge the secret? The Borman's spy, with a vacant gaze, replied deliberately. In any case, death is inevitable. Dying sooner is preferable to enduring torment at your hands. A fate worse than death is better. Joss was taken aback, realizing that his identity as a red dragon had instilled such fear in the captive that he chose immediate suicide. Am I truly that terrifying? He questioned the 2 Borman guards accompanying the captive. The guards instinctively nodded, only to quickly correct themselves, shaking their heads vigorously. Take him away and confine him, Joss said with a sigh of frustration. The 2 Borman guards complied, dragging the bewildered spy away. Indeed, Joss had no intention of executing the spy, nor did he seek to harm the individual's safety. He merely aimed to restrict his freedom. Joss was not a sadist who reveled in the suffering of others. Unless his own safety was threatened, or he had been wronged, he would not casually deprive another of life. Not out of compassion, but rather because he believed that those who lived could generate value, which might ultimately benefit him. There are not many benevolent dragons like myself left. The newly unveiled content bears resemblance to the act of downloading materials onto a cloud storage. Although one possesses the relevant resources, it is imperative to delve into them while in slumber, comprehend their essence, and ultimately assimilate them into one's own understanding. Furthermore, Joss rests in slumber beneath the triangular plains, not far from Thorntown. In order to better confront external threats, he has temporarily relocated to reside in the triangular plains. Chapter 75. The army approaches in the heart of the brown-hide Boerfolk tribe, within the chief's hall constructed of a blend of brick and timber. The master priestess Basha sat ensconced in her designated wooden chair, her brow furrowed, and her gaze was vacant as it drifted toward the wooden ceiling. The tribesmen she had dispatched had been missing for 3 days, likely having met with misfortune. Basha felt adrift, uncertain of the consequences her decision to confront the malevolent dragon forces would bring upon her tribe. Would it lead to destruction or rebirth? Yet, she found herself with no alternatives. The triangular plains were perilously close to the brown-eyed Boerfolk, merely a day's journey away. Having a dragon as a neighbor troubled her greatly, as she was constantly plagued by the fear of an impending attack. Her concerns were entirely justified, given the dragon's aggressive nature. It was only a matter of time before it sought to engulf the surrounding factions. If the dragon forces were overwhelmingly powerful, she would have no recourse but to either submit to them or flee to distant pastures, seizing territories from other tribes. However, the dragon's strength appeared to be on par with that of the brown-hide Boerfolk, which left her in a state of indecision regarding war. Priestess. A Boerfolk burst through the entrance in a flurry. Quick, summon them to meet me. Basha's spirit was suddenly invigorated. The brown-hide Boerfolk were the closest to the triangular plains, with the Stonemer orcs and the spiked serpent centaurs not far behind. If these 3 formidable tribes united, they stood a good chance of overcoming the newly emerged dragon threat. Shortly thereafter, 2 weary Boerfolk entered the hall, bowing deeply. Priestess, they called in unison. What news from the chiefs of Stonemer and Spiked Serpent? The Spiked Serpent chief is opposed to an alliance, yet he swore that if the brown-hide Boerfolk engage in battle with the green dragon, he will not infringe upon our territory for the next 10 years. Sly old fox. Such a cunning calculation. Let us face the dragon head-on while he lurks in the shadows. Basha gritted her teeth, feeling utterly powerless. The brown-hide Boerfolk were the most vulnerable to the dragon's expansion. Should it truly seek to extend its reach, they would be the first to fall. Moreover, the centaurs were hardly more than brigands and nomads. Should the dragon attack, they would simply relocate. Nonetheless, the promise of a 10-year non-aggression pact provided her with a modicum of solace, alleviating at least one concern regarding the impending war. She turned her gaze toward another Boerfolk who had been dispatched to the Stonemer orcs. Priestess. The Stonemer chief has pledged to send 500 wolf riders and 500 orc warriors to our aid. The wolf riders were the orcs' most elite force. 500 of them galloping across the plains would deter even the largest tribes of 5,000. Bosch's countenance brightened considerably. Send the order. Slaughter cattle and sheep. Let the warriors feast abundantly. Prepare a week's worth of supplies. We shall march toward the triangular plains tomorrow. Yes, with Bosch's command. The entire brown-hide boar folk tribe sprang to life, while the intelligence network of the Red Dragon also commenced its operations. In the dim underground realm, Joss was roused from slumber by his vassals, who informed him of the imminent march of the wild boar army. He swiftly mobilized forces from the Moto Peak forest. Within the shadowy corridors, ogres, gnolls, dog-headed folk, and a multitude of goblins continuously occupied the subterranean stronghold beneath the triangular plain. The following day, Sasha personally led a contingent of 5,000 wild boar warriors departing from the brown-skinned wild boar tribe, alongside an additional 1,000 orcs. Upon receiving this news, Joss convened a meeting with his core vassals. This is the situation. I invite your perspectives, he said, having introduced the particulars of the brown-skinned wild boar tribe. He scanned the room, filled with the principal members under the rule of the three dragons, the boar triumvirate comprised of Chief Stonetooth, the elite warrior Udi Stonetooth, and the High Priest Villar Stonetooth, alongside Hulk Stonetooth, the treasurer and intelligence chief. The two leading gnolls included the mid-tier Dragonblood sorcerer and novice mage Urgal Bloodtooth, and the mid-tier warrior Hassa Bloodclaw. The leaders of the gnolls and ogres, Hog Riverclaw and Aglon Stonebreaker, were present, as were Old Base and Sim, the vassals of the green and white dragons stationed at the red dragon's lair, respectively. At this moment, the wills of the last two had long ceased to belong to themselves. Joss, alongside the green dragon Olivia, controlled the bodies of his vassals and rose to speak. I believe we should take the initiative, preventing the enemy from breaching our borders. The triangular plain, nurtured for so long, must not fall victim to their destruction. Villar Stonetooth, the high priest of the Stonetooth tribe, concurred. I support Lady Olivia's perspective. We must retaliate fiercely to deter other maleficent tribes. Joss turned to his first vassal. Urgal, what is your opinion? Master, I suggest we allow the enemy into the triangular plain and then deploy an ambush through the tunnels, catching them off guard and minimizing our losses, Urgal replied. Undoubtedly. Joss was a dictator, yet he never overlooked the wisdom of others. Weaving together the insights of his vassals, he gradually refined his strategy and declared, I have decided. We shall ambush the enemy beyond the triangular plain. A mere brown-skinned wild boar does not warrant the use of our tunnels. Indeed, as Joss asserted, a mere brown-skinned wild boar. The three dragons were justified in their disdain for the brown-skinned tribe. Over the past decade, under Joss's meticulous stewardship, the monsters of the Moto Peak forest had swelled to a staggering 200,000, with a significant majority of dog-headed folk and goblins constituting 70%. Over 50,000 gnolls and 1,000 ogres. This count did not include the Fishman tribe under the White Dragon Cassie, the stone-tooth boars of the Triangular Plain, nor the surface monsters of the Moto Peak forest. Such a vast population had begun to evolve towards an elite military structure. Dog-headed folk and goblins could only become professional soldiers by pursuing careers, while any mature male gnoll was automatically conscripted. Ogres, being a more aberrant race, were considered universal warriors. With such formidable strength, even a quarter of their forces would suffice to overwhelm the brown-skinned wild boars. Master, the gnolls request to serve as the vanguard. Hog Riverclaw rose to his feet, brimming with a fervent spirit of combat. My brave warrior, I admire your courage. However, prior to the commencement of our battle, I wish to present our adversaries with an appetizer. The appetizer to which Jose referred was, of course, the lowly goblin. Goblins, with their astonishing reproductive capabilities, lack the mining prowess characteristic of the kobolds. Their existence serves the singular purpose of, one day, leading the charge to exhaust the enemy's stamina. A strategy of overwhelming numbers. How will you respond, Sasha? Chapter 76. The March in the Triangular Plain, Thorntown. 7 days had elapsed since the Green Dragon proclaimed its dominion over the territory. During this span, the majority of the transient populace in Thorntown fled in dread of the malevolent dragon and the encroaching warfare, leaving the town in a state of desolation and an eerie calm. Yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents churned. Those who remained sensed an unusual atmosphere. The wild boar men were preparing for war, with covered wagons continuously arriving from the Moto Peak forest, entering the heavily guarded restricted areas of the town. Chief Udi of the Stone Fong wild boar men declared a curfew and intensified patrols, subjecting newcomers to more stringent scrutiny. At times, pedestrians would be halted and warned by sentinels. Undoubtedly, The wild boar men harbored distrust towards outsiders. Many of the newcomers were spies from rival factions. A fact not lost on the wild boar men, yet they did not intend to expel these observers, for they served merely as watchful eyes rather than adversaries. The dragoness forces required these spies to disseminate their own might, thus averting further complications. Thud, thud, thud. In Thorntown, the ground trembled ominously. The commotion originated from the direction of Moto Peak Forest. People rushed out to witness the spectacle, while a few astute individuals ascended rooftops for a better vantage point. Upon gazing into the distance, astonishment gripped the onlookers, their mouths agape. Across the vast prairie, a sweeping green tide surged forth. A flood of goblins constituting the cannon fodder army, at least 20,000 strong. After a brief interval, the wolfen infantry followed in the wake of the goblin horde. These ferocious beings forming the backbone of the monstrous army, numbering around 4,000. Behind the wolfen infantry marched elite forces, 800 elite wolfen cavalry and 500 well-trained, well-equipped goblin soldiers. Yet, the most breathtaking sight was the 200 ogres at the rear, towering giants standing 4 to 5 meters tall, moving in unison like a formidable shifting wall, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wait, something was amiss with these ogres. While onlookers reveled in the spectacle, a scout atop a rooftop immediately discerned the anomaly, his heart racing with trepidation. Female ogres lack secondary sexual characteristics, yet, akin to most species, males are generally more robust than females. Thus, seasoned observers could ascertain the gender of ogres by appearance. All these ogres were young, male specimens, if one were to consider a balanced gender ratio and account for offspring. The dragon's forces harbored at least 500 ogres, while the presence of 500 ogres under the dragon's command might not incite alarm. What was truly shocking was the implication that the dragon was intentionally safeguarding female ogres. Preserving females equates to preserving population and war potential. An ogre tried, even if reduced to a solitary male, could recover within 20 years if ample females remained, whereas significant female casualties would render repopulation a protracted endeavor. It was evident that even the most ordinary dragon lord would comprehend this crucial truth. The skilled scouts discerned that the malevolent dragon within the Moto Peak Forest exhibited peculiarities distinct from previous encounters. Why were the ogres wielding black wooden clubs? Furthermore, another scout noted the incongruity of the staff upon the ogre's shoulder. As they drew nearer, it became evident that these were not mere staffs, but rather a series of menacing black wolf-tooth clubs, all uniform in design, unmistakably indicative of mass production. As they approached even closer, the scouts uncovered an array of additional anomalies. The Werg infantry were uniformly equipped with blades and shields, and there existed organized archers. The Werg cavalry brandished longbows, greatswords, and standardized leather armor. The goblins were even more extravagant, outfitted with spears, long swords, hand shields, and throwing spears, not to mention their protective gear. Were it not for their distinct race, one might mistake them for a regular army of that nation. How could such a phenomenon manifest under the command of a mere adolescent green dragon? Typically, the armies of a dragon lord are fully equipped with iron weaponry, a result of centuries of accumulation and development. This green dragon possessed an intellect and crisis awareness far beyond her years. She had long been preparing for war. Look, there is a goblin, astonishingly accompanied by a petrified lizard steed. The coloration of that petrified lizard is abnormal. At this moment, all present realized the inevitable defeat of the invading brown-skinned boar men. The monstrous horde did not march into Thorntown, but rather circumvented it, much to the disappointment of the scouts eager for further intelligence. Alas, the haunting sound of a horn echoed not far away, emanating from a boarman stationed atop a wall sentry tower, who puffed his cheeks to sound the call to arms. This was the horn of departure. Shortly thereafter, carts laden with provisions, arrows, and other strategic supplies emerged from the town's restricted zone, though some were still shrouded in black cloth. The creaking of the wooden carts audible as they were pressed forward. Fully armed boarmen stood guard beside the carts, followed by an equally equipped boarman army. Upon exiting the town, the boarmen's ranks merged with the advancing monstrous horde, all marching towards the northern expanse of the triangular plain. Meanwhile, Urgle Bloodtooth, perched upon a fire lizard, surveyed the surrounding monstrous army with a sense of contemplation, with their numbers vastly exceeding those of the enemy. Would the brown-skinned boarmen flee in terror? Perhaps, mused the high-ranking Werg mage, Massa Leichenhide, riding a direwolf. As he overheard Urgle's musings, I believe this is precisely why the esteemed Red Dragon instructed us to bring the mage contingent. Although referred to as a mage contingent, It comprised merely 20 individuals, including himself and Masa-like in height. Among them, only Masa was a high-level spellcaster, accompanied by 2 mid-level practitioners, while the remainder were novice spellcasters. Unlike the flourishing warrior professions, magical disciplines demand historical depth and resources, both of which are not easily acquired, thus resulting in the slow advancement of magical practitioners. Nevertheless, Urgel brimmed with confidence for the future, as all things seemed to be progressing favorably, just as their master had previously promised. After marching for nearly half a day, the monstrous army reached the northern border sentry tower of the triangular plain. According to the directives of the Red Dragon, Urgo stationed the troops and dispatched harpies to monitor the movements of the enemy. He commanded the Wurg riders to patrol the perimeter of the camp, ensuring that no enemy scouts or thieves could approach. He then made contact with the Red Dragon. "My lord, we have arrived at the designated location." "Excellent. Order the Mage Brigade to erect the counter-surveillance barrier and conceal our elite forces. We must not frighten the enemy away." Joss expressed his unwavering confidence in victory. "Understood." As the most trusted subordinate of the Red Dragon, Urgo possessed a wealth of information and recognized that their triumph was inevitable. The only variable was the extent of the enemy's defeat. The editor has issued a notification. It will be available on December 1st. Chapter 77. Initial encounter. While the monstrous army under the banner of the Red Dragon was encamped, in the distance, the brown-skinned boarmen were advancing towards the triangular plain. A contingent of orc wolf riders and boar riders forged a path across the grassland, followed closely by the main force of the boarmen, with the master priestess, Basha Shah, seated in a specially designed carriage at the center of the formation. This carriage resembled a sturdy wooden platform mounted on 4 wheels, equipped with seats affixed to its surface and shaded by a canopy supported by a single pole. Constructed primarily from resilient cypress wood, the timbers were 3 times thicker than those of ordinary carriages, with iron plates securing the joints, all drawn by 20 meticulously selected, robust boars. The reason for employing such a multitude of boars was not for ostentation, but rather the necessity of power to transport this significant individual. As a heavyweight in every conceivable sense, Basha Shah, though portly, was not lacking in intellect. She furrowed her brow, gazing at the harpy soaring high in the distant sky. It was a blatant act of surveillance. Yet, she found herself powerless to act. The harpy was too far and too high, beyond the reach of magic, divine spells, or arrows. Sensing an ominous turn of events, she beckoned to the boar rider, Yuk, her trusted confidant and the wartime commander of the troops, who was trailing closely behind. "Yuk, how far are we from the triangular plain?" "Approximately 4 hours on foot. Dispatch the messenger riders to double the perimeter of our vigilance." "Understood." Unlike the typically malnourished natives of the north, these barbarians were tall and robust, their complexions flushed with health, clad in the distinctive pelts of their tribe. Their attire may not have been aesthetically pleasing, yet it was undeniably resilient. Moreover, each male barbarian wore a belt from which hung a curved blade, identifying them as members of the Frost Axe clan, one of the 8 great tribes of the barbarians. Known as the Northern Savages, these horse-riding nomads were akin to centaurs, primarily engaged in herding and secondarily in raiding, yet they posed a greater threat than their centaur counterparts. The harsh survival conditions of the North and the cultural tenets of survival of the fittest had forged the fierce character of the barbarians. Despite their ferocity, they were not devoid of wisdom. Crucially, the barbarians exhibited remarkable unity. When facing foreign adversaries, even rival clans could momentarily set aside personal grievances to present a united front. When strength, intellect, and solidarity coalesce, the dominant race of the northern grasslands emerges. Within the central tent, the chieftain of the Frost Axe clan, Yalman Frost Axe, stood with his hands braced on the table, scrutinizing the map that depicted the triangular plain nearing the Modo Peaks, where a town was marked. "My lord," he addressed the envoy, "the brown-skinned boarmen are destined for defeat. Shall we send word to warn them?" The cloaked figure, seated silently on the sheepskin rug, caressed the cool surface of a crystal ball and replied softly, "No need. Let them witness the might of the malevolent dragon. Otherwise, how shall we persuade others?" After a brief pause, the cloaked envoy continued, "Yet, they are potential allies. We cannot allow them to suffer too great a defeat." In the distant sky above the Frostax barbarian encampment, a harpy, concealed by magic, observed the scene. She was Luna Bloodfeather, sent by Jose to monitor the Frostax tribe. Luna gazed intently at the barbarian camp, reluctant to draw near or reveal her presence. For one on the brink of ascending to a higher echelon of magic, a fierce prairie eagle did not instill fear in her. Rather, it was the tribe's chieftain that commanded her caution. watching the herd of galloping horses on the plains. Luna felt the weight of her task. No wonder my master insisted I oversee this place personally. This barbarian clan is indeed formidable. To the north of the triangular plains, 2 wolf riders, each tasked with their own mission, encountered one another on the grasslands. One was an orc wolf rider, while the other was a werg rider of the knolls. The wolves beneath them differed as well. The orc rode a prairie wolf, while the gnoll rode a forest wolf, which, though smaller in stature, boasted agility and endurance. As they locked eyes from a distance, both perceived the murderous intent reflected in the other's gaze. Thus, the flames of conflict were ignited. The orc clutched his companion tightly, body low as he hid behind his wolf. Orc wolf riders often raised their mounts from a young age, hunting, battling, and growing together, fostering a bond of unparalleled synergy. In that fleeting moment when the orc bent low, his mount sprang into action, transitioning from stillness to a full-speed charge in an instant. Wobber, the gnoll wolf rider, fixated on the approaching adversary, felt his adrenaline surge and his heartbeat quicken. Typically, the fierce gnolls would charge fearlessly into battle, slashing at their foes until the bitter end. Yet Wobber remained composed, reaching behind him for his longbow and quiver of arrows. His ascension among the gnolls to become a proud wolf rider was not solely due to brute strength, but also his mastery over his emotions. As his mysterious master had taught him, mere ferocity does not qualify one to be a wolf rider. Even as the thrill of confrontation made his body tremble, he recalled the training he had undergone. Centaur, boar-riding beastmen, and orc-wolf riders served as hypothetical enemies in the gnoll-wolf riders' training, and thus, despite never having encountered them in person, Wobber understood how to confront his current foe. In a direct clash of strength, gnolls tended to falter against orcs of equal rank, making the utilization of one's advantages and the avoidance of weaknesses all the more crucial. As his fingers brushed the longbow, the tremors of excitement subsided, and his gaze sharpened, becoming eagle-like in its focus. Professional training had tempered his impulsiveness, rendering him more rational, and more importantly, ingrained the muscle memory for combat responses, transforming battle into instinct. The sequence of actions, drawing an arrow, nocking it, pulling back the bowstring, and releasing, was executed in a fluid motion. The arrow sliced through the air, aimed directly at the galloping prairie wolf, only to be deftly deflected by the orc's axe in a seamless display of skill. He shot once more, only to have his target evade him. A battle-hardened orc veteran, or perhaps an orc marauder. Wobber made a swift judgment, slapping his seated companion, setting the forest wolf into a sprint. He aimed to close the distance. The nearer he got, the shorter the flight time of the arrow, leaving the orc veteran with less time to react, thus increasing his chances of success. The grass on both sides swiftly receded, and at a distance of 10 meters, Wobber took aim, drew his bow, and released his shot. Without a second glance, he discarded the bow and unsheathed the large blade at his waist. He succeeded. The arrow found its mark, piercing the neck of the seated wolf before the orc could react. The wolf, in its rapid charge, suddenly lost its strength, its legs giving way as it collapsed to the ground, propelling the orc behind it into the air due to the force of momentum. Before he could land, a flash of steel swept across, slashing the orc's throat. Chapter 78 Prelude to War Useless. Bersha hurled the leather water pouch with great force, striking Commander Yuke on the head. The pouch burst, drenching Yuke in its contents. He dared not utter a word. As the two armies clashed, the vigilant scouts of both sides made contact first, and the brown-skinned boar riders suffered a devastating defeat. If the enemy had outnumbered them, such a loss might have been understandable. However, the enemy's wolf cavalry was fewer in number, and yet they still faced a calamitous defeat, with a casualty ratio of 4-1. This dismal ratio was not merely due to the incompetence of the boar riders and the orc-wolf cavalry, but rather the presence of the harpies soaring above. The harpies, gliding through the sky and surveying the vast grassland, quickly discerned that the enemy outnumbered their own forces, and promptly shrieked to alert their comrades below to retreat. Noticing isolated foes, they signaled to their allies, creating a tactical advantage of numbers in localized skirmishes. After venting her frustration, Bersha regained her composure and leaned back in her chair. Proceed as you suggested. With that, Yuke departed, leaving Bersha with a flicker of contemplation in her gaze. As a master-level spellcaster, Bersha possessed reconnaissance magic akin to the mage's eagle eye spell. She detected the enemy's forces comprising 20,000 goblins, with 3,000 wolfmen, 2,000 boar riders, and 50 ogres as their main strength. While the enemy appeared numerous, the true threats were solely the wolfmen, boar riders, and ogres, which did not instill fear in Bersha. Instead, she felt a twinge of jealousy. She envied the enemy's equipment. Even the goblins, serving as cannon fodder, wielded long spears, while the main monstrous forces were equipped with formidable weaponry. In contrast, the brown-skinned boar riders had only a select few elite troops armed with standard weapons sold by humans, while the rest relied on makeshift arms, sharpened sticks, worn hunting knives, and pitchforks. Compared to the enemy, the brown-skinned boar riders resembled a ragtag militia. Yet, it mattered not. Once they vanquished their foes, those iron weapons would fall into their hands, and they would possess everything they desired. In the camp of the monstrous army under the Red Dragon's command, a harpy descended upon the watchtower, approaching their commander, Urgal. "Commander, the enemy is consolidating their forces and accelerating their march." Indeed, moments later, the haunting sound of a horn resonated across the prairie. Meanwhile, the hidden high-ranking wolfman sorcerer, Mosamasi, heard the horn and commanded the ogres to unveil the black cloth covering the secrets concealed beneath the wagon. The hidden weaponry was manifold, specially crafted shields the size of door panels, barrels filled with oil, each connected to a 1-meter-long fuse. Distribute the items. According to the plan, those concealed within the anti-reconnaissance barrier began their preparations. To avoid detection by the enemy's scouting magic, Mosamasi and the mage cohort had established a relatively small anti-reconnaissance barrier, concealing only 150 ogres and a handful of wolfmen. Their hidden location was a low-lying area not far from the main camp, ready to spring forth at the sound of a command to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. "Now, we must exercise patience," Mosamasi murmured to himself. In the distant underground realm, the red dragon lay upon the ground, appearing to be in slumber while in reality, it was intensely monitoring the unfolding battle. Joss felt a sense of unease regarding the first comprehensive engagement of the monstrous army, his focus unwavering as the two forces were on the brink of confrontation, particularly fixated on the figure of Urgal. "Master, the Frostax barbarians are on the move. They are galloping toward the triangular plain." The message from the harpies kin reached him, causing Joss to furrow his brow. He had anticipated trouble from this band of marauders. He began calculating the distance to the battlefield, the speed of their horses. By his estimation, the barbarians would arrive midway through the conflict. Did they intend to wait for the monstrous forces and the brown-skinned boar men to weaken each other, only to swoop in and seize the advantage? If that was their strategy, they would be gravely mistaken. With such a formidable barbarian clan stationed on the western side of the triangular plain, Joss would certainly not be caught unprepared. It was worth noting that days prior, he had been channeling troops through the underground passages to the triangular plain, while the forces visible on the surface hailed from the Morda Peak forest. The advanced troops had not departed. Led by the green dragon Olivia, they lay hidden in subterranean strongholds not far from the battlefield. Once the barbarians showed signs of aggression, this concealed force would spring forth, catching the marauders off guard and potentially encircling them for total annihilation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the brown-skinned boarmen finally laid eyes on the encampment of the monstrous army. The priestly cadre of the boarmen congregated around the high priestess, Persha. This spellcasting ensemble, comprising 2 high-ranking priests, 6 mid-tier priests, and over 20 junior priests, represented the core strength cultivated by Persha over time. Simultaneously, the boarman commander, UK, raced through the ranks on his wild boar, rallying his troops. "Quick! Prepare for battle. Bring forth the war boars and bind their tusks." Upon hearing the command, the boarmen parted to create a path, leading the specially guarded war boars to the forefront of the formation. These war boars, bred for combat, were muscular and robust. Comparable in size to adult bison, their bodies coated in layers of yellow mud, a natural armor formed from years of rolling in the mire. The war boars lined up at the front, with trainers affixing the tusks. The tusks consisted of 2 components, a fixed apparatus placed atop the boar, secured with ropes and belts that traversed the boar's abdomen. The second component consisted of 2 tusks mounted on this apparatus, each as thick as an adult's thigh and measuring 3 meters in length. When combined with the boar's charge, these tusks functioned as lethal lances, wielded without regard for safety. Once the tusks were secured, the trainers produced a special dried grass from their pockets, feeding it to the war boars. Shortly thereafter, the boars' eyes turned crimson, their nostrils exhaling frosty vapors as they anxiously pawed at the ground with their front hooves. Chapter 79. Joss's magnificent invention in this state of warfare. The war boars are indeed the epitome of ferocity. The pent-up, turbulent energy within them resembles a powder keg on the verge of ignition, causing even the handlers to fear misfortune and avoid their gaze. The ominous sound of the attack horn resounds, and the handler, positioned behind the war boars, responds to the command by striking the beast with a whip. Stimulated by the pain, the already frenzied war boars go berserk. Their eyes ablaze with fury as they charge forward with an unstoppable momentum, their hooves creating a blurred flurry. 500 meters away, the clarion call of the enemy's advance echoes, prompting the monstrous army under the banner of the Red Dragon to spring into action. The flames of war have been ignited. Joss remains vigilant, employing the eagle-eye technique activated by Urgu to observe the battlefield from a divine perspective. Across the grasslands, 70 to 80 war boars, each the size of a buffalo, gallop forward, their sharpened tusks resembling the lances of knights, while the air around them ripples with the force of their charge. Behind the war boars, the brown-skinned boarmen cavalry and a handful of orc wolf riders launch their assault, with the infantry closely following. Only a small contingent of spellcasters and elite warriors tasked with their protection remain stationary. On their side, the ogres beat the yak-hide war drums, and amidst the thunderous rhythm, 20,000 chattering goblins surge forth like a green tide, sweeping across the gently undulating terrain of the grassland. There are no probes, no warm-ups, no reservations. Both sides plunge into battle, wagering nearly all their resources from the outset. Before the war boars and goblins can engage in direct combat, the ranged archers from both sides unleash their volleys. From this elevated viewpoint, a dense barrage of arrows forms an arching bridge in the sky, their tips glinting ominously in the sunlight. Through the gaps between the arrows, Joss observes the enemy's war boars slicing through the goblin horde like a hot knife through butter, carving a bloody path in their wake. Collisions, aerial tumbles, trampling, and terrified screams ensue. Yet, the efficacy of the human wave tactic, devoid of elemental forces, is not without reason in its reputation as the most formidable strategy. After piercing through several goblins in rapid succession, the charging war boar loses its balance, its front legs buckling as it crashes to the ground, shattering its harness upon impact. Dozens of resilient boars may have claimed over 1,000 goblin lives, but in the grand scheme of the goblin army, this is hardly a crippling blow. As the goblin cannon fodder clashes with the enemy cavalry, the majority of the war boars have surged through the goblin tide, reaching the ogres at the rear. While the war boars, bred by the brown-skinned boarmen, are indeed formidable and driven to madness by herbs, they remain mere beasts. Even in optimal condition, they are often outmatched by the fully armed ogres, especially after suffering considerable fatigue from their encounters with the goblin horde. In almost a single exchange, a war boar is struck by an ogre's spiked mace, its skull bursting and scattering red and white matter. Joss reflects on this, continuing to observe the unfolding battle from his divine vantage point, particularly focusing on the priest team surrounding Brusasha. The true combat strength of the brown-skinned wild boar men consists of merely 2,000 elite warriors. The remainder are but temporary recruits, farmers, and herdsmen. In contrast, aside from the numerically superior goblins, the rest of our forces comprise professionally trained soldiers, thus rendering the clash between ordinary armies devoid of suspense. The only variable lies within the priestly team led personally by Brusasha. As the goblin cannon fodder suffered over 30% casualties, they collapsed, scattering in disarray. Denying the enemy a moment's respite, the resounding call of the general assault echoed, heralded by the ogres and wild boar cavalry charging forth as vanguards, causing the very earth to tremble beneath the weight of these corpulent warriors. Following closely were the word-riding wolfmen and a multitude of elite infantry. Jose fixed his gaze intently upon the priestly team of the brown-skinned wild boar men. The goblin fodder had depleted the indigenous warriors' stamina significantly, and facing our well-rested forces, they were more likely to falter than prevail. If Brusasha had prepared any trump cards, now would be the moment to unveil them. Indeed, the high priestess of the wild boar men, Brusasha, rose from her cart, and under her guidance, the priestly cohort began to chant in unison. "Action!" commanded Clark of the Grayscale clan, who relayed the order to his companion, Mosa the Mossy Skin. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mosa conjured flames in his hand, igniting a torch planted firmly in the ground, subsequently dispelling the now meaningless anti-scrying barrier. Without needing further instruction, the surrounding wolfmen each took a torch, orderly and composed, assuming the role of igniters. In silence, the igniters, holding their torches, stood resolutely beside the ogres, spaced 2 meters apart. Simultaneously, goblins from the rear carts brought wooden barrels, which were handed over to the professionally trained ogres. The ogres aimed the fuses of the barrels at the torches held by the wolfmen, igniting them, raising them high, bending their legs, and with a mighty heave, the ogres hurled the barrels akin to cannonballs. The barrels tumbled through the air, the fuses burning rapidly, sparks igniting the interior of the barrels, where the magically enhanced gunpowder combusted violently in the sealed space. Boom! Dozens of barrels erupted in succession, raining down a deluge of ignited oil. What manner of sorcery is this? Faced with the fiery onslaught from above, Sasha could not comprehend the phenomenon and, unable to maintain her composure, was forced to abandon her spell casting to support her troops, erecting a protective barrier to shield against the falling flames. Above the barrier, the ignited oil continued to blaze, transforming the protective barrier into an inverted fiery bowl. Although the priestly team found themselves trapped, their lives were momentarily spared. The ordinary brown-skinned wild boar men outside the barrier were less fortunate, shrieking in agony as they rolled, unable to extinguish the flames that licked at their bodies, their skin charring in the searing heat, flesh and blood consumed by the inferno. It was a success. Witnessing this scene, Jose felt a mix of elation and sorrow. These modified explosives were not cheap. As a native of Huaxia, Jose was well aware of gunpowder's components: sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. The charcoal was trivial to procure. The red dragons dwelt in lava lakes, making sulfur easy to find. The only issue lay with the saltpeter. Perhaps it is due to the changing world that Joss, after perusing the mineral compendium, could not locate saltpeter, which thwarted his ambition to experiment with gunpowder ratios and swiftly augment his strength. Yet, he did not capitulate. Instead, he discovered an alternative in rubies. Through rigorous experimentation, he uncovered that grinding rubies, rich in elemental fire, into a fine powder could substitute for saltpeter. And when combined with sulfur and charcoal, it formed an enhanced variant of gunpowder, exhibiting explosive power surpassing that of black powder. However, the value of rubies was incomparable to that of saltpeter, leading to a steep increase in the cost of this modified gunpowder. Even with the procurement of inferior rubies in bulk, he could not mitigate this issue, thus limiting his production to small quantities. In pursuit of greater lethality, Joss continued his exploration. Due to the alteration of its components, the modified gunpowder, upon detonation, not only generated shockwaves but also released flames, especially when combined with highly flammable naphtha. Thus, the explosive barrel was born. Now, the brown-skinned boarmen have the fortune of being the inaugural testers of Joss's magnificent invention. Chapter 80. The latecomer barbarians' explosive barrels were hurled into the sky one after another, accompanied by thunderous detonations, as burning rain cascaded down upon the frenzied enemies below, resembling headless flies in disarray. The fiery deluge clung to their bodies, and even seasoned warriors could do little to extinguish the flames, watching in horror as their flesh burned away amid wails of anguish. The deafening blasts and the chilling cries of comrades deepened the survivors' dread. The morale of the brown-skinned boarmen was swiftly disintegrating, while the monstrous army under the Red Dragon's command felt the sweet taste of victory drawing nearer, invigorating them with fervor and valor. Within the blazing protective barrier, Basha stood atop a wagon, her face ashen as she surveyed the chaos around her. The blackened soot from burning garments ascended over the charred corpses, and the acrid scent of igniting oil mingled with the aroma of scorched flesh, alongside the incessant screams of the brown-skinned tribe. All these signs indicated that the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Yet hope lingered just ahead, to avert friendly fire. The ogres targeted the explosive barrels behind the front lines, sparing the boarmen in the vanguard from the rain of fire. Among these boarmen was Commander UK, who was rallying elite boar cavalry to charge at the ogre stronghold from whence the mysterious projectiles were launched. However, Jose had anticipated the enemy's strategy and had devised a countermeasure. The ogre warriors raised their ironwood shields, each encased in a 1 centimeter thick layer of steel, crafted specifically for their imposing stature and towering high enough to provide ample cover. The surfaces of these shields were studded with spikes sharp enough to serve as spearheads, signifying that they were not merely defensive tools. In the eyes of the boarmen, filled with despair, the ogres began their countercharge, forming a moving wall of iron as they collided with the galloping boar cavalry. The impact of flesh against the spiked steel shields was a foregone conclusion. The boar mounts and their riders were sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, their bodies punctured by multiple wounds, leading to their immediate demise. The ogre warriors trampled over the fallen foes, pressing onward into the chaos of the enemy formation. With formidable opponents ahead, fire raining from above, and a moving wall of steel at their sides, the brown-skinned boarmen finally succumbed to despair, and soldiers at the edge of the battlefield cast down their weapons and fled. The first coward emerged, triggering a chain reaction that led to the complete collapse of the boarmen's lines. Before the situation disintegrated entirely, Basha utilized the featherweight spell to lighten the wagon's burden, guiding it across the plains while also escorting her priestly entourage. Even master-level warriors could not contend with an entire army, especially with an adult green dragon lurking ominously. Timely retreat to mitigate losses was thus a prudent choice. While Basha had divine assistance for her escape, the ordinary boarmen were not so fortunate. The monstrous army, emboldened by their success, pursued relentlessly, seeking to expand their gains and diminish the enemy's war potential. Among the pursuing forces, the wolf-riding werewolves reaped bountiful rewards, effortlessly dispatching foes with their backs turned. This was nothing short of a massacre. Not long after, Urgal, stationed at the rear, felt the ground tremble slightly, accompanied by the distant sound of thundering hoofs. Reminiscent of 1,000 galloping horses. Sound the horn. Assemble. Form ranks. The mournful retreat horn echoed, prompting the monster soldiers, who were in pursuit of the remnants of the boarmen, to fall back immediately. Damn it! How can there still be enemies? Urgal muttered under his breath, soon realizing that this was a trial bestowed upon him by his lord. A surge of determination coursed through him, and he redoubled his efforts in commanding the troops, hastily preparing for battle. Before long, the cavalry of the barbarian horde appeared within the sight of the monster army, yet they halted in the distance. Damn it! We have arrived too late. Chief Yeoman Frostax of the Frostax barbarians wore a grim expression as he paused atop his steed on the high ground, gazing at the distant battlefield. An area of the battlefield stood out strikingly, shrouded in the black smoke that rose from extinguished flames. Littered with a multitude of corpses concentrated in one spot, that was the main theater of combat. Scattered beyond the main battlefield lay numerous bodies, most of which were sprawled on the ground, their backs turned skyward. Yeoman Frostax realized that a massacre of the vanquished had taken place here. Observing the well-organized monster army, which seemed to have suffered minimal losses and still had time to arrange their formations for combat, he felt a surge of frustration. Had they disintegrated upon first contact? Useless brown-skinned boarmen. No. As one of the few colossal indigenous tribes on the prairie, the brown-skinned boarmen, even if weak, should not crumble so easily. Yet they had fallen apart at the first clash. Were these monsters truly that formidable? Yeoman Frostax was gripped by a chilling apprehension. Chief, shall we advance? Inquired a fellow barbarian. Advance? Have you not seen that the green dragon has yet to appear? Yeoman Frostax turned his horse around. Retreat. Upon witnessing the collective about-face of the barbarians, Urgal revealed a scornful smile. This horde of barbarians had come in fierce pursuit, likely intending to take advantage of the clash between the two armies, yet they merely cast a glance before departing, leaving an impression of a thunderous beginning that fizzled out. Clear the battlefield. As the monster army began to tidy up the battlefield, in a distant underground cavern, Jose severed his visual connection and lay flat in contemplation. He found it perplexing why the Frostax clan would target him. The barbarians were quintessential nomads, and the grazing grounds to the west of the vast prairie were ample. As one of the 8 major clans of barbarians, the Frostax clan had no shortage of lush pastures. Moreover, the triangular plains did not intersect with the barbarian pastures, and there was no historical animosity between the two factions. It made no sense. Could it be that this individual aspired to become a dragon-slaying hero? Absurd. Those who yearn to become dragon-slaying heroes are often merely adventurers seeking fame or reckless young nobles who act without considering the consequences. The dragons they wish to slay are typically mere juveniles. In the absence of necessity, no one would willingly provoke an adult dragon. Adult dragons are inclined to flee, and legendary warriors lack the absolute assurance to detain them. Should a dragon escape, the repercussions could be dire. In the lexicon of the malevolent 5-colored dragons, the term forgiveness is utterly absent. Even if legendary warriors were unable to vanquish them during their lifetimes, one must not forget that dragons can endure for over 2 millennia. After the demise of a certain legendary warrior, there are numerous instances where the 5-colored dragons, having been wronged, sought vengeance, annihilating entire families and reducing their remains to ashes. As the chieftain of one of the 8 great clans, does Yeoman Frostax not fear retribution? Joss found this perplexing and chose to dismiss it altogether. The Frostax barbarian clan is his adversary, and that knowledge suffices. Only the enemies that lie dead are truly worthy of being considered foes. Chapter 81. Night raid on the barbarians. The Knoll, a servant of the dog-headed people, bowed deeply to the green dragon transformed into elven form and said, "Lady Olivia, my master has instructed me to summon you." Without a moment's hesitation, Olivia cheerfully accepted the request. In high spirits, she hummed a tune as she made her way to the underground lair where Jose resided, only to find the red dragon deep in contemplation, sprawled on the ground. "Jose, you called for me." Despite having matured and significantly increased her power, Olivia displayed no arrogance in front of Jose. not merely due to the constraints of her oath, but because of the equal importance of strength. Moreover, there was another significant reason that compelled Olivia to submit willingly. Shielding her face below the eyes with a paper fan, she gazed at the robust muscles of the red dragon and the fierce, imposing horns that adorned his head, her eyes filled with admiration. He was extraordinarily handsome. Jose was already a striking figure in the draconic realm, and with the added allure of the hero's aura, his charm was magnified to an extraordinary degree, though he seemed blissfully unaware of it. "Ah, you've arrived," Jose said, lifting his gaze towards the green dragon at the tunnel's entrance. "Olivia." The Frost Axe barbarian's arrival is rather suspicious. I have pondered for quite some time, but cannot deduce their specific intent in coming to the triangular plains to confront us. I plan to take the initiative and eliminate them. As he spoke, Jose noticed his companion staring blankly at him, seemingly lost in thought. With an arched brow, he inquired, "Hey, Olivia, are you listening to me?" Oh. The green dragon suddenly snapped back to attention. "Indeed, the barbarians deserve their fate." "Absolutely." Jose nodded in agreement. "They intend to exploit our conflict with the Boar men for their own gain. We cannot allow them to succeed." Luna Bloodfeather had been monitoring them for several days, gathering intelligence on the Frost Axe tribe's distribution. "Tonight, we will eliminate this threat. To be cautious, we shall go together. Moreover, we must not underestimate the 8 tribes of the barbarians. We need to formulate a detailed offensive plan." As night fell, within the concealed cavern number 7 on the western side of the triangular plains, not everyone was resting. Jose, Olivia, Urgal Bloodtooth, Mosa Mossy-Eyed, and several other high-ranking members gathered within a soundproof barrier, listening to Luna Bloodfeather as she presented intelligence on the Frost Axe barbarians, ensuring they understood both themselves and their enemy. "According to my reconnaissance, there are just over 10,000 members in this Frost Axe barbarian encampment, with no sight of the elderly or young children. The majority are young adults ready for battle. The ratio of women to men is approximately 1 to 5. The Frost Axe barbarians were clearly seeking trouble, leaving behind the old and young, and bringing only a few female relatives to prepare meals. This was a common occurrence, and the group continued to absorb Luna's insights. Most of the barbarian elite are concentrated on the eastern side facing us, while the western side is occupied by cattle and sheep. The chieftain's tent is situated at the very center. Furthermore, this group of barbarians is highly vigilant, deploying 4 patrol teams every night, each consisting of 8 members, to guard the perimeter of their camp. That concludes the basic information regarding the enemy." Luna Bloodfeather took her seat, and Jose tapped his claw to capture everyone's attention. "At present, our greatest advantage lies in the fact that our enemies are aware of our presence. While we remain concealed in the shadows, they are oblivious to our impending nocturnal assault. Have you prepared the strips of cloth you were tasked with?" "Rest assured, my lord. All is ready." "Excellent. Shortly distribute them, so that the ogres can wrap a layer around their feet. You shall lead the fire lizards and ogres, commanding them." Joss then turned to the leader of the wolf-riding cavalry, Hog Riverclaw, instructing him that this mission is a surprise attack, and to ensure that the wolf riders keep their mounts in check and refrain from unnecessary howling. "Understood. The pups will keep their mouths shut until they can sink their teeth into the enemy." Olivia, after a prolonged moment, with the mission relayed. The group awaited silently in the subterranean space, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike, to maximize our chances of victory while minimizing our own losses. Josh chose to initiate the operation during the latter half of the night when the barbarians would be deeply asleep. The moon concealed and the stars dimmed. The land was engulfed in darkness. On the shadowy prairie, a patch of grass began to stir, as if propelled by an unseen force from below, revealing a deep tunnel beneath. The wolfmen, ogres, and other creatures surged forth from the passage like a spring gushing forth from the earth. In a short span of time, an army of 8,000 monstrous beings emerged onto the prairie. This time, the goblins, mere cannon fodder, were not deemed worthy to partake. The creatures assembled were all well-trained elites. To ensure triumph, Joss even brought forth the fire lizards, which had never set foot outside their burrows. Joss affectionately stroked the head of a fire lizard that nuzzled against him and glanced toward the tunnel's exit not far away, to enhance the concealment of the tunnel's entrance. Joss had cleverly planted grass squares on the wooden boards serving as the exit, without prior knowledge of its location. One would struggle to discern the tunnel's mouth amidst the vast expanse of the prairie, in addition to the camouflaged exit and the large hidden chambers. The ventilation shafts of the underground passage were crafted with scientific precision, most disguised as rabbit holes, leading maintenance workers to frequently discover fallen rabbits. Joss exchanged a glance with Olivia, unfurling their wings to ascend into the sky, flying toward the Frostax barbarian encampment. As their wings beat against the air, the rushing currents whistled past their ears, and soon they spotted the torches illuminating the ground below, signifying the presence of the Frostax barbarians. Dragons inherently possess dark vision, rendering the night inconsequential to them as Joss surveyed the enemy stronghold. Just as the Harpy's kin would observe, the camp was circled by 4 patrols, each bearing torches as they kept watch. Having provoked us during the day, they remain undeterred. Are these barbarians foolish or merely overconfident? Chapter 82. The sudden emergence of the spellcaster after thoroughly observing the barbarian camp. Jose and Olivia deliberated on their respective areas of assault and then glanced towards their point of origin. On the dark expanse of the prairie, an army of 6,000 wolf-like humanoids advanced swiftly. Unlike the cumbersome ogres weighing 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, these wolfmen possessed a lithe physique, their feet endowed with pads akin to those of canine creatures, allowing them to traverse the night in utter silence. Consequently, Jose appointed the wolfmen as the vanguard for this incursion, led by Hog Riverclaw. According to their strategy, all that was required was for the wolfmen to position themselves, after which the 2 dragons would descend from the heavens, unleashing their breath to sow chaos, while the wolfmen would seize the opportunity to slay their foes. At that moment, the more boisterous ogres, fire lizards, and other creatures would arrive from afar, joining the fray within 20 minutes, uniting to massacre the disoriented barbarians. Everything unfolded according to the Red Dragon's meticulous plan, yet plans are often outpaced by unforeseen events. As the wolfmen traversed 3/4 of the distance, the wind shifted. A pang of dread gripped Jose's heart as he realized the peril. The barbarians, being a prairie folk, were adept at discerning the scent molecules carried by the breeze, and many among them were skilled hunters. His muscles tensed as he called out, "Olivia, prepare to launch the attack at a moment's notice." The green dragon, equally cautious, acknowledged. Understood. Both dragons fixed their gaze upon the slumbering barbarian camp below, silently hoping that the sentinels among them were not hunters, incapable of detecting the approaching wolfmen. Seconds ticked by, each one laden with the potential for conflict, and Jose's heartbeat quickened, racing beyond its usual tempo. The barbarian encampment remained tranquil, seemingly oblivious to the impending doom. Suddenly, a sheep bleated, and Jose's mood soured immensely. Attack. It is well known that sheep are peculiar creatures. When one bleats, the others inevitably follow suit. Bah, bah, bah. The cacophony of bleating roused the barbarians from their slumber, and like the sheep, they sensed the presence of the wolf pack. With no time to ponder, they seized their nearby weapons and rushed out of their tents, only to hear the thunderous sound of massive wings slicing through the air. Dragons! Dragons! A voice cried out in panic. Almost instantaneously, a conical breath of flame descended upon him, engulfing the barbarian in a blaze that incinerated flesh and bone at an observable pace, leaving nothing but charred remains scattered across the ground. The dragon's assault was far from over. Ignited by the frightened cry, the conical flame traced a deadly path through the dense cluster of barbarian tents. Along its route, tents, barbarians, and livestock alike succumbed to the fire, reduced to ashes. Furthermore, the flame spread, the heat released generating scorching winds that carried embers to neighboring tents, igniting even more areas. Amidst the chaos, barbarians fled in terror, their shadows intertwining upon the earth, while the tents became a tableau of disorder. After drawing a deathly line of 150 meters, Jose took a moment to catch his breath before pivoting in the air to target another section, striving to ignite additional barbarian tents. Malicious dragon, perish! The Frostax barbarian chief, Yalman Frostax, roared defiantly, his muscular arms bulging, the veins beneath his skin pulsating like worms. With every ounce of strength, he hurled his hand axe. Empowered by the might of a master-level warrior, the axe whirled through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, aimed at the flame-spewing red dragon. Joss harbored no illusions about his scales being able to withstand such a blow, yet he was already aware of the chief's tent and had activated his data visualization. Thus, he was not unprepared for the chief's assault. He sidestepped, allowing the axe to spin past him, dissipating its force into the night sky. After evading the hand axe, he turned away from the barbarian chief and continued to unleash his dragon fire. Witnessing the red dragon wreaking havoc and igniting tents at will, Yalman Frostax felt a mix of shock and fury. The Lord of the Triangular Plane was an adult green dragon, and he had never anticipated an attack from the red dragon upon his tribe, hence he had not taken precautions against fire. The tents were positioned so closely that a single touch from the red dragon could engulf a vast area in flames. Amidst the futile roars of the enraged barbarian warrior and the chaos of retaliation, Joss ignited numerous tints and took to the skies with a powerful flap of his wings. From his lofty vantage point, Joss beheld the barbarian camp, a tenth of it ablaze, the flames continuing to spread, while the barbarians scurried about like headless flies. In the distance, the wolf-riding wargen cavalry revealed themselves, galloping towards the barbarian encampment, their blood-curdling howls amplifying the barbarians' panic. "Warriors, rally to me!" The commanding shout pierced through the tumult, a brilliant hue of energy slicing through the sky. The barbarian warriors, as if finding their backbone, began to converge towards their chief. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Joss glanced towards another direction, where the green dragon, Olivia, was executing the plan in the east. Using magic and draconic majesty to drive the cattle. "I shall lend you a hand." Joss selected his target and dove down, this time aiming directly for the wretched sheep. It was not out of vindictiveness. Rather, the livestock was an integral part of his strategy. The distribution of the barbarian tribe's forces revealed that a significant number were concentrated in the east near the triangular plain, while the west housed the sheep, cattle, and other livestock. Joss intended to assault the livestock, driving them towards the center of the barbarian camp, thereby creating chaos and preventing the barbarians from consolidating. If the barbarians could not gather to form a cohesive unit under unified command, they would merely be a disorganized mass, facing annihilation against the concentrated might of the wargen army. Could a master-level warrior slay 100 or 200 wargen? Could he defeat 1,000 or 2,000? It would exhaust him to his limits. With dragonfire brewing in his throat, he unleashed a torrent of searing light that illuminated the darkness. A conical flame descending upon the panicked sheep, incinerating the lead sheep into charred remains. The dragon fire blocked their path, coupled with a slight pressure from the dragon's breath, causing the flock to turn back towards the barbarian camp. Through the combined efforts of the two dragons, the cattle, sheep, and horses surged into the chaotic barbarian camp, their cries merging with the terrified screams of the barbarians and the crackling sound of burning wood. To make matters worse, the wargen had also arrived, unleashing a massacre upon the fringes of the barbarians. Suddenly, Joss sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from the center of the barbarian camp. His brow furrowed as he abandoned his efforts to herd the sheep and ascended into the sky. There, in the heart of the camp, he beheld a cloaked figure, shrouded in black, reciting incantations while wielding a crystal orb, surrounded by numerous barbarians, including their chieftain, Yalman Frostax. Dark clouds materialized seemingly out of nowhere, and a torrential downpour commenced, the deluge confined solely to the barbarian camp and its immediate vicinity. A rainstorm spell. Damn it, how could there possibly be a high-level spellcaster among these magic-despising barbarians? Chapter 83, Northern Witch. Just as the barbarians were unprepared for the assault of the Red Dragon, Joss found himself equally astonished to encounter a spellcaster. The genetic makeup, culture, and overarching environment of the northern barbarians dictated that they were ill-suited to the role of a sorcerer. Genetically, these barbarians were robust yet intellectually simple, prone to impulsiveness and rage. Thus, the intellectually demanding profession of a spellcaster was incompatible with their nature. Culturally, they revered brute strength and scorned magic, believing that a fist could resolve 95% of internal tribal disputes, including matters of marital rights. In terms of their environment, merely being able to inscribe their names afforded them the title of a cultured individual, and opportunities for their children to learn written language were scarce, let alone the intricate knowledge required for the arcane arts. Where had this spellcaster emerged from? Joss felt the situation becoming increasingly convoluted as he fixated on the sorcerer. Shielded by a throng of barbarians, clad in a black robe that obscured her features, the only visible part of her person was a delicate hand clutching a crystal orb. He scrutinized that hand, slender and elegantly long-fingered, suggesting that she might be a woman. A crystal orb, a woman, a northern witch. Joss was startled by his own thoughts. It was inconceivable. How could a northern witch possibly align with the barbarians? The barbarian tribe, with its emphasis on martial prowess, indulgence in potent spirits, and a predilection for resolving issues through might, stood in stark contrast to the northern witches, who prized wisdom and wielded formidable magical power. Once endowed with such power, myriad phenomena could arise, such as feminist movements. These two factions were not merely incompatible, they were fundamentally opposed. Yet, the crystal orb was indeed a customary tool of the Northern Witch Council, leaving Joss uncertain and inclined to probe further. He soared into the sky above the witch, maintaining a safe distance, and harshly demanded, "What boldness from the Northern Witch Council? Dare you to breach the pact? Do you seek to incite war once more?" The spellcaster raised her gaze in response, revealing a pointed chin. This is a personal matter, unrelated to the council. Indeed, she was a member of the Northern Witch Council. But was it truly a private affair? Joss could not ascertain, and delving deeper into such matters seemed futile at this juncture. If it was a personal matter, then facing death here would pose no issue, as a cold menace laced his voice. The torrential downpour extinguished the raging flames, yet the advantage of the monstrous army remained, albeit diminished. Within the barbarian encampment below, livestock fled in panic, scattering those who attempted to gather around the chieftain, resulting in numerous tragic stampedes. On the periphery of the camp, countless pairs of glistening green eyes haunted the barbarians, while the slaughter by the wolf-riding gnolls continued unabated. Deprived of the illumination from the fires, the barbarians' vision was severely compromised, whereas the gnolls were unimpeded, thus enhancing their efficiency in the carnage. Battling in the darkness, the monstrous army, endowed with nocturnal vision, held a significant advantage. The anguished cries of the barbarians echoed all around, and the witch became aware of this predicament. Illuminate. The spell of illumination, scarcely more than a rudimentary trick, produced a glowing orb to provide light. If cast by an apprentice mage, the light spell might be sufficient to illuminate a single room. However, in the hands of a high-level sorceress, it acts like a colossal beacon, dispelling darkness and illuminating an area of 100 meters. The sudden brilliance momentarily dazzled the eyes of the surrounding works, slightly alleviating the chaotic situation among the barbarians. Fireball, draconic amplification. A fireball the size of a large truck tire manifested in the dragon's claw, dwarfing the ordinary fireballs conjured by human mages, being at least 20 times greater in size. This was the effect of the specialized magic known as draconic amplification. The draconic spells employed by dragons are not purely draconic. They are infused with ancient elven language, which accelerates the casting speed but diminishes the spell's potency. Now, with Joss soaring safely through the sky, unconcerned with the speed of his casting, he opted for the more power-intensive and time-consuming pure draconic magic, even more recklessly employing the draconic amplification specialization. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. Gazing at the enormous fireball in the red dragon's claw, the mysterious sorceress and the barbarians wore expressions of sheer horror, particularly the sorceress, who, as a professional, was profoundly alarmed. The fireball in the red dragon's grasp was the largest she had ever witnessed. It is crucial to understand that conjuring a fireball is not akin to rolling meatballs. For a fireball to take shape, the internal magical energy must be balanced. And the larger the fireball, the more challenging it becomes to maintain that equilibrium. However, if successfully sustained, the fireball's potency would increase exponentially. Quick! Scatter! The mysterious sorceress commanded, attempting to flee, but the crowd encircled her, leaving no avenue for escape. Cursed be this fate. Faced with the terrifying fireball descending from the sky, she could have opted to escape via teleportation, yet after a moment's contemplation, she dismissed the thought, realizing the teleportation distance might not suffice to evade the explosion. She rapidly recited an incantation, Ice Arrow. The ordinary ice arrow, while incomparable in size to the colossal fireball, was sufficient to trigger an early detonation. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud towering 10 stories high erupted 50 meters above the ground, the shockwave scattering tents and sending the clustered barbarians tumbling in disarray. Moreover, the flames unleashed by the explosion cascaded downwards, burning the barbarians and eliciting their anguished cries. Those who cried out were fortunate. Some unfortunate souls were struck on the head by falling debris, silencing them instantly. The temporary barrier conjured by the sorceress shielded a few individuals nearby, and compared to directly enduring the explosion, this outcome was indeed a considerable blessing. Scatter! Everyone disperse! Upon hearing the bellowing command of Yeoman Frostax, the assembled barbarians hastily spread out to avoid further magical assaults. Hearing the wails of their kin from the periphery, Yeoman's heart ached. Caught between a rock and a hard place, staying clustered together would invite aerial attacks, while dispersing would leave them vulnerable to the Wurg's onslaught. To make matters worse, there was not just one dragon. Not far from the red dragon, the green dragon Olivia, having completed her task of driving off cattle, arrived on the scene. Olivia, let us cast together. We only have one spellcaster. Understood. Hearing the distinct tones of 2 different dragon languages in the sky, Yeoman Frostax roared in fury, yet felt utterly helpless. He had once possessed a ferocious giant eagle capable of carrying him, but it had been incinerated by the fiery breath of a red dragon that had acquired intelligence of his plans, leaving him without a means to ascend into the heavens. How infuriating! The incantations of a witch echoed in his ears as a dense, white mist materialized out of nowhere, within which emerged a griffin the size of a small automobile. The summoning duration was a mere 10 minutes. There was no time for further words. Yalman leaped into the air, mounted the griffin, and steered it towards the dragon soaring above. You seek your doom. Upon witnessing this, Jose hurled a standard fireball towards the densely populated area of the barbarians, directing a wing towards the barbarian chieftain. Chapter 84. Confrontation with the Frostaxe chieftain. He soared through the skies on his majestic griffin, undaunted. Yalman Frostaxe was a master-level peak warrior, had they battled on solid ground. He would never have recklessly engaged. However, in the aerial realm, the flying mount utterly supplanted the master warrior's exceptional evasion skills, and the force exerted in flight was far less convenient than on land. How much of his prowess could a master-level peak warrior truly wield in such conditions? Incantations flew from his lips, and a blazing fireball shot forth with a whoosh towards the griffin. Yet, the master warrior was not to be trifled with. Yalman Frostaxe raised his axe and unleashed a crescent-shaped, translucent energy slash, which traveled faster than the fireball. The two forces collided midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that scattered the amassed energy, rendering both attacks null. In that fleeting moment, Jose comprehended the barbarian chieftain's strategy, leveraging his own formidable energy reserves. He intended to utilize long-range energy slashes and aerial tactics against A, with the energy reserves of a master-level warrior. Releasing 70 or 80 energy slashes to buy his kin ample time was well within reach. Some spells could not be countered by energy slashes. Weaken. Slow. Two debilitating spells were cast upon the griffin, drastically reducing its state and significantly hampering its flight speed, rendering it a mere target for the dragon's whims. While these elementary spells might not have inflicted substantial damage upon the barbarian himself, their impact on the flying mount struck a decisive blow to Yalman's pride. The sensation of being rendered powerless, constantly on the defensive, was utterly infuriating. Wretched dragon! If you possess true prowess, fight me honorably. Yalman Frostaxe roared from atop the griffin, his ire towards magic palpable. Fool! Jose paid him no heed, hastily reciting another incantation as fire elements coalesced within his dragon claws. This time he intended to prepare something grand. On the ground, the enigmatic sorceress sensed the dire turn of events, dismissing the need to counter the green dragon's magic. She raised her crystal orb. A beam of white light shot forth from the orb, penetrating the griffin's form, instantly dispelling the effects of the two negative spells and restoring the griffin to its prime condition. The dispelling of negative states? Jose felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he hurled the fully formed explosive spell at the sorceress. Simultaneously, Olivia, incensed by the sorceress's audacity to divide her focus during their battle, unleashed a toxic ray that surged ahead of the explosive spell, striking the sorceress, who vanished in an instant. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted from the ground, accompanied by the anguished cries of several barbarians. Jose, undistracted by the chaos below, focused intently on Yalman Frostaxe, who was approaching on his griffin. If I activate the heart of the phoenix while airborne, I could take him down, he mused, only to dismiss the tantalizing thought. There was a knowledgeable, high-ranking sorceress on the ground. Any aberration in his own state would not elude her perception. If such information were to be purposefully disseminated, it could attract the attention of formidable entities, an outcome he dared not risk. Even if he could not slay Yalman, he would teach him a lesson, demonstrating that the skies belonged to dragons. With this resolve, Jose altered his strategy. Moreover, the griffin beneath the barbarian chieftain was summoned. Once vanquished, it would dissolve into nothingness, leading to the chieftain's inevitable descent from the skies. Are you mentally prepared for such a fall? Joss unleashed his full draconic might, exerting pressure on the griffin below the barbarian chieftain. In terms of individual strength, the griffin was slightly inferior to the petrified lizard. It possessed no magical abilities. Merely being a robust and ferocious beast capable of flight, such a creature could hardly withstand the might of a dragon. The griffin screeched in the air, flapping its wings in defiance of its rider's commands. Below, an energy surged into the griffin, and under the soothing influence of magic, it gradually regained its composure. Oh, the inspiring spell! You wretched woman! Joss felt an overwhelming displeasure towards the sorceress, but a glance at the ground restored his equilibrium. The sorceress's intervention in the aerial battlefield came at the cost of a green toxic mist rapidly spreading among the barbarian ranks, causing dozens to succumb, foaming at the mouth and collapsing, their bodies twitching slightly. In the distance, 800 ogres appeared on the plains, a colossal throng of over 800 individuals, each weighing 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, charging forth with a thunderous presence that shook the very earth. Witnessing this scene from above, Yalman Frostax felt a chill run down his spine. Behold, barbarians. This is the price you pay for daring to offend a dragon. Upon seeing the ogres and fire lizards approaching from afar, Joss remained unperturbed, sowing discord in the barbarian chieftain's mind. Your kin are being slaughtered by my minions. Once the ogre horde joins, your victory is utterly impossible. Tonight, you and your people shall meet your doom here. On the battlefield below, the barbarians, true to their fierce nature, rallied under the call of a few strong warriors, with some riding horses seized amidst the chaos, launching an attack against the wolfmen, yet achieving little success. Lacking unified command, and with their numbers insufficient, compounded by the obscured vision of the night, the barbarian warriors were soon outmaneuvered, encircled, and mercilessly cut down by the elite wolf cavalry dispatched by the wolfman commander. Yalman Frostax was consumed by rage and fear, trembling all over. He feared not death itself, but the thought of burying the elite of the Frostax clan here, leading to the tribe's decline, leaving him unable to face his ancestors in the afterlife. Yet, as the Red Dragon had proclaimed, once the ogre army joined the fray, defeat for the barbarians was an undeniable certainty. With the horse herd deliberately scattered by the two dragons' might, the barbarians were rendered with little hope of escape. No, there remains a chance. Grasping the ancestral battle axe in his hand, Yalman felt the chilling energy within, gradually calming himself, his gaze sharpening. This Frost Fang was the exclusive weapon of the chieftains of the Frostax clan, having been passed down for over 1,000 years, aiding the clan through numerous crises. Ancestors of the Frostax clan, bless me. Yalman activated the frost energy within the axe, and the matte surface of the weapon swiftly crystallized with a layer of frost. Joss sensed the barbarian atop the griffin suddenly becoming perilously dangerous. Chapter 85, A Moment of Peril Drink. With a thunderous roar, Yalman Frostax leapt from the griffin, landing fiercely upon its back, his tremendous weight causing the creature to dissipate into a cloud of smoke. Has this man gone mad? A chill ran down Jose's spine. Yalman Frostax had just slain the griffin, severing his own escape route. If he was not merely reckless, then it implied he possessed considerable confidence in his impending assault, or perhaps this was his desperate counterattack, a last stand. Would a master-level warrior act foolishly? The answer was undoubtedly negative. The upcoming attack would be formidable. Jose dared not underestimate the situation. Activating both his data visualization and intelligent mind abilities at full capacity, his mental energy rapidly depleted, but the reward was a world rendered exceptionally clear, as if time itself had slowed. Every detail of Yalman Frostax's taut, furious visage, his wind-tousled hair, and the frost particles clinging to his axe became vividly apparent. Under Jose's composed gaze, Yalman Frostax ascended slowly, his eyes wide with rage. Every muscle in his body taut and veins bulging. At the apex of his parabolic ascent, he raised his frost-encrusted axe high above his head, his form bending in the air like a taut spring. One could easily imagine that at the moment the axe descended, all the strength of this master-level warrior would converge unreservedly upon that seemingly diminutive weapon. In reality, the barbarian chieftain lifted the axe like a cannonball, hurtling towards the red dragon with an awe-inspiring momentum that was utterly captivating. Jose swiftly flapped his wings, soaring upwards to evade the strike. According to his calculations, the moment the barbarian chief descended to his level, they would narrowly miss each other, allowing the dragon breath he had been gathering to engulf the descending chieftain, thereby extinguishing a formidable foe. This was the price of a desperate gamble gone awry. The wind howled by his ears as he ascended rapidly, events unfolding precisely as he had envisioned. Yalman Frostax was doomed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, causing his heartbeat to falter. The temperature around him plummeted, moisture in the air swiftly crystallizing into ice. Even the abundant fire element surrounding the red dragon could not stave off the encroaching frost. His vision blurred as frost obscured his eyes, not just his eyes, but the entire body of the red dragon became encased in the suddenly manifesting ice, soul-locking ice prison. Witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, the green dragon Olivia and the enigmatic sorceress momentarily forgot their battle, their emotions polar opposites, the sorceress exultant while the green dragon was horrified, frantically flapping her wings in an attempt to assist. Yet she was far too distant to reach him in time. The axe was now less than 3 meters from the red dragon's head, and in less than a breath, it would descend. A smug, icy smile crept onto Yalman Frostax's face. He envisioned the scene of the red dragon's head cleaved in two, dragon blood splattering through the air, the dragon's corpse crashing to the ground, the morale of the monster army plummeting, and himself leading his kin through the breach. Perhaps he could turn the tide in his favor. Wait, why has the ice turned red? The illusion shattered, and in the terrified gaze of Yaman Frostax, the ice enveloping the red dragon rapidly melted away under the onslaught of golden-red flames that surged forth from within the frost, transforming into liquid and then swiftly evaporating into steam amidst the intense heat. Yet, the devastation did not cease there as the ice melted. The flames continued to spread in all directions, engulfing the fallen barbarian chieftain nearby. His hair and eyebrows turned to ash in the inferno, and Yaman Frostax felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. At this moment, his body was already scorched by the sudden emergence of the searing flames, his skin charred and vivid flesh exposed to the blaze. With no other recourse, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and swung his axe towards the sun-like red dragon. Bolstered by two extraordinary abilities, Jose could discern the trajectory of the axe's descent, yet his body struggled to keep pace. He barely managed to evade the full brunt of the axe's assault, tilting his head to minimize his injuries. The axe grazed his head and neck before striking his shoulder, causing frost to spread around the wound. However, before it could extend far, the icy energy was suppressed by the searing heat emanating from within him, and the frost quickly dissipated. Simultaneously, the swinging tail of the dragon struck the descending barbarian chieftain with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth as if he were a cannonball hitting the earth. This sudden turn of events left the witch in shock, prompting the flying green dragon, Olivia, to halt abruptly to avoid being scorched by the indiscriminate flames. She felt a surge of joy. It had manifested. This ability, ablaze with fire. The axe had embedded deeply into Jose's flesh, causing him pain. Turning his head, he realized the axe was fully buried in his muscle, leaving only the handle protruding. Such an injury would be fatal to a human, but for a dragon of such immense stature, it was hardly severe. "You think you are the only one with treasures?" he exclaimed, activating the Staff of Lurence. A massive, flaming fireball materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the barbarian chieftain, who struggled in the pit, unable to rise. Fire explosion. The witch's scalp tingled. Yaman Frostax was her target, and she could not allow him to perish. An ice arrow shot into the sky, intercepting the fireball with precision. Amidst the thunderous explosion and scattering embers, the witch braced herself with a shield and magically accelerated towards the barbarian chieftain. As the flames subsided and visibility returned, Jose and the green dragon discovered that the two had vanished without a trace. The green dragon gazed into the pit created by the barbarian chieftain, where a scattered scroll lay. "Jose, they had escaped using a magical scroll. Search for them. They cannot have gone far." Enhanced by the data visualization ability, Jose detected something amiss. Not far from the pit, the grassy area lay barren, yet the grass that reached knee-height was stirring. They had become invisible. "Found you." A fireball hurtled forward, accompanied by a resounding explosion, revealing the witch carrying the robust barbarian chieftain amidst the splattered mud. Despite bearing such a formidable warrior, the witch maintained an astonishing speed. This was not unusual. Physical strength was certainly not the forte of spellcasters, but relative to melee fighters, a mage's physique was still somewhat robust. Nevertheless, no matter how strong or swift, she could not outrun a dragon. This was a significant miscalculation. The enigmatic witch, overwhelmed with despair, steadied the barbarian chieftain with one hand while retrieving her most treasured life-saving scroll from the satchel at her waist with the other. As she unfurled the scroll, a fireball erupted, only to collide with the descending parchment. Observing the scattered remnants of paper drifting through the air, Jose raised an eyebrow. This time, she had truly escaped. Chapter 86. Victory. In that critical moment, he had no choice but to activate the Heart of the Phoenix. However, after a brief interval, the peril subsided, prompting him to deactivate it immediately. Subsequently, he deliberately uttered a phrase to mislead the witch, causing her to believe that the flames emanating from his body were a result of a treasure. And he employed the instantaneous magic from the Staff of Lurin to substantiate his claim of possessing such an artifact. As for the wound on his shoulder, the witch was unable to see it due to her angle, rendering his ruse flawless. Jose silently commended his own cleverness as he surveyed the battlefield below. Despite the loss of both the witch and the chieftain, the barbarians had not completely collapsed, not out of bravery, but rather because darkness obscured their vision. Only a small faction was aware of the chieftain's defeat, leaving the outer ranks oblivious as they continued to clash with the Wurg Riders. At that moment, ogres joined the fray. One ogre charged forth, colliding with a mounted barbarian and sending both rider and steed tumbling. Wielding a fearsome spiked club, the ogre smashed the fallen foes into a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, another ogre, having lost his weapon, resorted to seizing a horse's leg and wielding it wildly as an improvised weapon. "Jose, are you not joining the fray?" inquired the green dragon beside him. "The enemy is destined to lose. Let the remaining forces serve as practice for our troops. We shall merely observe." "Very well." In less than 3 minutes, the barbarians were utterly routed, either slain or surrendering, with only a fortunate few managing to seize horses and escape the relentless pursuit of the word riders. When the last defiant barbarian had his throat slit, silence enveloped the world, broken only by the whispering night winds and the stifled sobs of the female captives. In the sky, Jose proclaimed, "Escort the captives to the western clearing for concentrated supervision. Make them all lie down." The others began gathering spoils and consolidating the fallen. One command after another was issued, and the post-battle tasks proceeded in an orderly manner. As time passed, the eastern sky began to lighten, heralding dawn. "Master, the battle results have been compiled." Ergal, responsible for the tallying, bowed to the resting red dragon. "We have lost 1,481 men. Eliminated 7,412 enemies, captured 3,523 barbarians, and seized a total of 10,548 livestock, including cattle, sheep, and horses, along with the remains of deceased animals. Prepare the carcasses for cooking as breakfast. If insufficient, slaughter more." After ensuring the soldiers enjoyed a hearty meal, Jose ordered the pyres to be lit, incinerating the amassed bodies to prevent the spread of disease, and then the army triumphantly returned. The remainder escorted the captives and carried the spoils towards Thorn Town, as Jose had anticipated. The presence of barbarian captives and a multitude of livestock astonished the townsfolk of Thorn, instilling fear in those harboring treacherous intentions. Jose and Olivia refrained from making their appearances unless absolutely necessary. Maintaining an air of mystery and distance served as a form of intimidation, a notion Jose firmly believed. While Olivia perhaps simply looked down upon the lower races, the halfling chef presented exquisite dishes one after another on the table of the two dragons, who engaged in conversation as they dined. Olivia gracefully sliced a piece of reindeer meat with her dining knife and savored it thoughtfully. "Jose, do you believe the words of that witch?" she inquired. "From what I understand, the northern witches are generally a proud lot, disinclined to utter falsehoods." The mage's hand held an entire reindeer suspended in the air as Jose took a bite and continued, "I tend to lean towards believing her, though I cannot place my full trust in her. Even if she were to take on private work, she would not dare proceed without the Witch Council's approval. What shall we do? Report to the dragon cult and demand the fulfillment of the contract? That would be futile. We lack sufficient evidence." We approached them this time, and the Frost Axe barbarians are not located in the Triangle Plains. The witch could merely claim she was visiting the barbarian tribe, leaving us powerless against her. "I concur with your assessment, but I still believe it worthwhile to report to the dragon cult," Olivia said, wiping her mouth, "even if it bears no fruit. Exerting some pressure on the Witch Council can only be beneficial." Jose nodded in agreement. "You were correct. I had not considered that." After Olivia departed, Jose retrieved his most significant acquisition from this journey, the weapon of Yalman Frost Axe, the very axe that had struck him. He had long heard tales of certain large barbarian clans possessing heirloom weapons, yet he had not expected to obtain one today. He held the axe in his hands, admiring it. It appeared to be an unremarkable single-edged battle axe, its black blade uneven and pockmarked, the edge matte yet remarkably sharp. The end of the grip curved slightly downward, allowing for a more comfortable hold. Jose ran his fingers over the blade's surface, feeling its icy, biting cold. Within the axe lay a frosty power, entirely contrary to that of the red dragon. He extended his mental energy into the axe's interior and discovered a complex magical array, the origins of which he could not identify despite his knowledge. "This must be the very magic that ensnared me," he mused. "A devious enchantment that suddenly encases enemies in ice before delivering a crushing blow with the axe. Were it not for the other dragons, they might have indeed fallen victim to it. Yet, this magic possesses its limits. Based on the energy response at the time, it could likely only target juvenile dragons. Nevertheless, for warriors of legendary stature and below, this axe truly serves as a formidable weapon for single combat. Until a suitable wielder is found, it must remain as mere ornamentation." 3 days passed, and during this time, Jose received a succession of favorable tidings. Reports of devastating defeats suffered by the brown-skinned boarmen and Frost Axe barbarians continued to circulate, and the larger tribes surrounding the Triangle Plains had lost their desire to evict the dragons. Some tribes even began to send envoys to the boarmen of Thorntown to inquire about the preferences of the Green Dragon Lord. Furthermore, The dragon cult agreed to apply pressure on the Northern Witch Council, demanding to know why a witch was aiding the barbarians against the Green Dragon. Based on the intelligence gathered thus far, Jose estimated that, barring any unforeseen events, the three dragons had firmly established their presence in the Triangle Plains. Chapter 87. The Barbarian Envoy. On this day, Jos reclined leisurely upon the Golden Mountain, indulging in the assimilation of the dragon's legacy. With the aid of the wisdom brain, his rate of comprehension surpassed that of an ordinary dragon, akin to the disparity in efficiency between a prodigy and an average learner attending the same online course. Previously, Jos had been a paragon among dragons, and now, bolstered by the wisdom brain, he had ascended to a realm of unparalleled intellect. In the midst of tranquility, the goblin envoy, Urgu, descended from the nine-ring spiral steps, traversing past the guardianship of the fire lizards to stand before the Golden Mountain, awaiting silently. He was aware that even in slumber, his master could sense his presence, yet Jos remained immersed in the digestion of knowledge, reluctant to awaken immediately. As the number of dependents grew, the Red Dragon wished to minimize disturbances, establishing a decree that unless matters of extreme significance arose, telepathic communication should not intrude upon his rest. Consequently, any urgent communications were relayed through Urgu, which was the very purpose of his visit. Before long, the Red Dragon atop the Golden Mountain and opened his eyes. "What is it?" Urgu bowed respectfully. "Great Master, news has arrived from Hulk of Thorntown. 13 barbarians have come, proclaiming themselves as envoys of the Holy City, and they request an audience with the Dragon Lord of this realm." A flicker of perplexity crossed Jos's gaze. He was concealed in the shadows, and the overt Lord of the Moto Peaks was none other than Olivia. "Why do they seek me? They should be taken to Olivia." "Very well, let them approach," Jos replied nonchalantly. The acts bore little significance to him. Should the barbarians present something of value in exchange, he would not mind parting with it. As for the group of barbarian captives laboring voluntarily, selling them would be of no consequence. "Your will shall be done." Urgu bowed again and withdrew. The Holy City envoys. Andohar, situated at the northeastern corner of the vast prairie, near the Great Glacier, stood as the only permanent settlement of the nomadic barbarian tribes. Its origins were extraordinary. Thousands of years ago, the god of barbarians, Belino, had bestowed a divine miracle upon this land. Since then, the barbarians of Tadanor had become his faithful followers, establishing the sacred city of Andohar at the site of the divine manifestation. Andohar is derived from a barbarian term meaning the sanctuary granted by the deity, and it rightfully deserves its name. Since the city's inception, the barbarians have flourished, now boasting 3 legendary champions, thus becoming the most formidable indigenous race of the vast prairie. For indigenous peoples devoid of a systematic knowledge framework, the presence of 3 legendary champions was nothing short of miraculous. It is noteworthy that even the northern human kingdoms, which possess a plethora of knowledge repositories such as adventurer academies and magical towers, typically have only 1 or 2 legendary guardians, occasionally facing the awkwardness of a generational gap among their legendary strongholds. After a considerable time, Urgu returned to the Heart of Fire. "Master, the barbarian envoys await in the hall. Inform him that I am still resting and tell him to wait," Jos replied with indifference. On one hand, due to the ongoing conflict with the Frost Axe barbarian clan, he harbored little fondness for the barbarians, deeming it unnecessary to extend courtesies to these so-called envoys of the Holy City. On the contrary, despite the presence of 3 legendary warriors among the barbarian clan, Jose felt no trepidation. These 3 champions would not easily depart from Andohar, as they remained ever vigilant against the looming threat from the Great Glacier, where a dragon resided, an ancient legendary white dragon known as Kermalina, who styled herself the Mother of Cold Tides. In her youth, this white dragon narrowly escaped death at the hands of the legendary warriors of the barbarian clan, thus forging a bitter enmity. Upon attaining legendary status, Kermalina vowed to unearth and obliterate the remains of her foes interred within the sacred tomb, the hallowed resting place of past barbarian heroes, located in the backyard of the temple dedicated to the barbarian deity. It was inconceivable for the barbarians to permit a white dragon to defile their sanctum. Over the centuries, countless confrontations ensued, escalating the animosity to an irreconcilable degree, where survival became a matter of life and death. Even though the white dragon was a disgrace among the chromatic dragons, her prowess after entering the legendary realm surpassed that of ordinary legends. She could easily take on 2 typical legendary warriors alone. Thus, to safeguard the Holy City, the 3 formidable champions of the barbarians would not dare to abandon their post. After leaving the barbarian emissaries waiting for over half an hour, Jose yawned and leisurely descended from the Golden Mountain, stepping onto the spiraling 9-ring staircase that led him to an audience hall meticulously carved for receiving foreign guests. This subterranean chamber was approximately the size of 4 or 5 standard football fields, adorned with stone tiles upon its floor. The internal space was designed in a standard low cylindrical shape, featuring 64 robust stone columns that flanked either side, forming a long corridor within the low-ceilinged area. At the end of this corridor stood the throne, a grand design conceived by Jose himself. This throne measured 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width, its back resembling the interlaced wings of dragons, with armrests crafted in the likeness of Jose's own visage, exuding an air of solemn majesty. Beneath the throne lay 9 tiers of steps, designed according to the ancient Chinese numerical principles. If one were to gaze carefully down the steps, they would be astonished to discover that the staircase seamlessly connected to the ground, as this very space was hewn from a colossal rock formation, including the throne and columns, all sculpted from the surrounding stone. This underground space was nothing short of a masterpiece, certainly not the brainchild of a civilization as primitive as that of the dog-headed folk. It was Jose who personally designed and oversaw its construction. The audience hall stood as a testament to his dignity and a manifestation of his strength, demanding nothing less than meticulous attention. Emerging from a side door of the throne, Jose ascended the steps and reclined beneath the throne, surveying the barbarian delegation below. Within the expansive and solemn stone-columned hall, the barbarian envoy had been waiting for an extended period, their patience wearing thin, their expressions darkening, feeling a sense of indignation. Yet, this sentiment was not merely their illusion. Upon encountering the Red Dragon, a figure who appeared to be their leader quickly composed himself and stepped forward. His demeanor grave as he struck his fist against his heart with a resounding thud, a customary greeting among the barbarian clan. "Why do you not greet me with the customary phrase?" Jose mused internally, maintaining a stoic expression as he spoke in a deep voice. "I am aware of your intentions. Speak. What are you willing to offer in exchange for the release of the 3,523 voluntary laborers?" "Ah, indeed. I almost overlooked it. The Red Dragon seems to have recalled something. Yesterday, 5 individuals attempted to escape and were discovered. They have since been executed, leaving only 3,518. Moo Da's expression shifted, realizing that the Red Dragon was deliberately provoking him. Was the intention to test my sentiments towards my kin, or was it merely a reflection of his malicious nature, seeking to incite my ire? He leaned towards the latter, for the Red Dragon was notorious for its malevolent disposition. Jose raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the sincerity of the proposition. In the vast grasslands, the worth of a cow exceeded that of a barbarian male slave by 1/5, while the value of a barbarian female slave equated to that of a horse. Moreover, the monstrous army provided ample labor. Jose's intention in retaining the barbarians was to profit from their eventual arrival. Failing to do so would compel him to sell the barbarians as slaves through the Yongfan port route. Yet, such actions would undoubtedly offend the barbarian clan, and the extensive trade of slaves could very well land him on the blacklist of benevolent factions, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. You may have forgotten that I have also captured some professionals. It was an oversight on my part. Jose gently raised his finger and tapped the throne. Contemplating for a moment, "I shall not impose too greatly upon you. For ordinary barbarians, we shall adhere to your proposed price, while professionals shall be negotiated separately, 10 gold coins for a novice and 50 gold coins for an intermediate professional." Moo nodded in agreement. The price offered by the Red Dragon reflected the market rate for professional slaves in the central continent, albeit slightly elevated, yet not excessively so. Most importantly, it would ultimately be the Frost Axe barbarian clan that would bear the cost, with him merely serving as the intermediary in negotiations. Jose continued, asking, "Furthermore, as a prerequisite for this transaction, you must answer one query for me. Pray tell, why do the Frost Axe barbarians oppose us?" Mumuda appeared somewhat troubled, lowering his gaze into silence. "What? Are you unwilling to disclose this?" Jose observed him quietly. Mumuda's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment, he sighed. "Very well, since you, esteemed dragon, have inquired, I shall speak candidly. This pertains to the barbarian's internal stance towards humanity. That fellow, Yalman, has recently forged closer ties with the humans of the Dana Kingdom." Mumuda alluded vaguely. Jose's understanding deepened, as many prior questions suddenly became clear. The triangular plain, situated in the southern center of the vast grasslands, served as a nexus for the commercial powers of the Dana Kingdom and Yongfen Port. His presence disrupted the equilibrium between these factions. Due to the Sea Conch and Blackwater trading companies, the Triangular Plain and Yongfan Port maintained a close commercial partnership while effectively excluding the northern realms represented by the Dana Kingdom, thus upsetting regional balance, and consequently, the Green Dragon Lord found himself on the kingdom's hunting list. However, the Dana Kingdom faced challenges in acting upon this, as the relationship between the kingdom and the barbarians was exceedingly delicate. On one hand, the kingdom exploited the rich goods of human civilization to extract wealth from the barbarians. On the other hand, during the winter months when food is scarce, many undernourished and feeble barbarian tribes seized the opportunity to traverse the narrow paths through the valleys into the realm of the Dana Kingdom to plunder. However, the army of the Dana Kingdom is not to be trifled with, and through repeated encounters, animosities have accumulated on both sides. Due to historical grievances, the human forces face significant challenges in traversing the vast grasslands, prompting the human leadership to contemplate proxy wars. It is likely that the Northern Witch Council has played a disreputable role in this affair. As for what promises captivated the Frostax barbarian clan, that remains unknown. Casting a glance at the barbarian envoy, Joss speculated on the sentiments of the barbarian holy city regarding this matter. Clearly, the higher echelons of the barbarians harbored some dissatisfaction towards the Frostax clan, as evidenced by their lack of immediate support following the clan's troubles. Nevertheless, as one of the 8 great barbarian clans, the Frostax clan, led by Yalman Frostax, could not be ignored by the Holy City, resulting in this envoy's arrival. Undoubtedly, Yalman Frostax had to pay a certain price for this intervention. With this thought in mind, Joss inquired, "Is Yalman Frostax well?" "Yes," came the reply. "The High Priest of the Barbarians is a legendary figure, and as long as Yalman Frostax draws breath, healing is possible." Joss raised an eyebrow. "Then what price do the Frostax barbarians intend to pay for the ancestral axe?" 10,000 gold coins. Mumuda replied without hesitation. "Moreover, the Frostax clan vows never to seek revenge." "Humph," Joss scoffed disdainfully. "He certainly harbors grand illusions. It would be remarkable if we refrained from retaliation." The Red Dragon's words held truth, and Mumuda remained silent, fixated on the Red Dragon, for the subsequent words would determine the success or failure of his mission. Should old grievances be laid to rest, all would be well. However, if the 2 Dragon Alliance clung to this issue, seeking vengeance against the Frostax clan, it could very well embroil the entire barbarian race in war, and the consequences would be dire. Not only had they emerged victorious without incurring losses, but they also amassed a wealth of spoils. The enemies came begging for mercy, and since Joss had no desire to sever ties with the barbaric tribes, he was inclined to let the matter rest. "Add another 10,000 gold coins, and I shall generously forgive him." Mumuda breathed a sigh of relief. If money could resolve the issue, it was indeed splendid. He marveled at the acumen of the Red Dragon. This sum was considerable, and he was unable to make a decision, but he would convey the esteemed dragon's request to the Frostax chief. By the way, Joss recalled that while he lacked gold, he was in need of materials to craft explosive barrels, convert all reparations into rubies. "I trust that with the millennia of heritage of Andohar, this request should not pose a challenge. I shall communicate your request to the chief, and I believe it should not be a problem." "Very well. I shall await your good news." Joss gestured with his claw, signaling the barbarian envoy that he could take his leave. Chapter 88. The ransom turmoil following the departure of the barbarian envoy from the Misty Peak Forest, various spies stationed in Thorntown immediately sprang into action, eager to engage with the barbarian delegation and approach the upper echelons of the Stone Toothbore clan, seeking to glean details of the discussions between the barbarians and the Dragon Lord. However, Joss intended to disseminate this information not to flaunt a victory, but to convey a critical message to external powers. The Dragon Lord possesses the capability to control the situation. That very evening, under Joss's directive, the inebriated chieftain of the Stone Toothbore clan, Goody Stone Tooth, inadvertently let slip fragments of the conversation, which quickly spread like wildfire. The information Joss deliberately leaked, combined with speculative conjectures, was circulated amongst the spies and transmitted to the leaders of various factions. As a result, the number of visitors to Thorntown seeking an audience with the Green Dragon Lord steadily increased. Among them were emissaries from native tribes and heads of merchant guilds. Without exception, they arrived with amicable intentions, signaling that the surrounding indigenous tribes and commercial entities had accepted the Green Dragon Lord's dominion over the Triangular Plain, an outcome that Joss had ardently hoped for. All seemed to be progressing favorably until a week later, when dire news arrived. What? The barbarian envoy had been ambushed beyond the triangular plain. Joss abruptly rose from his golden mountain, precious metals and gemstones cascading to the ground. Who could have perpetrated such a deed? Beneath the golden mountain, Egel's expression turned grave. My esteemed master, we have only just received the news, and the specifics remain unclear. We only know that the assailants included gnolls and works. Gnolls and works. Joss's countenance fluctuated between light and shadow as he sensed the whiff of a conspiracy. Someone intends to frame the three dragons, to incite discord between the three dragons and the barbarians. At such a critical juncture, Joss remained composed, retrieving a map of the north. Who was leading the barbarian envoy? What was their strength? Where were they ambushed? What were the casualty figures? Where is the remaining delegation now? From where did our intelligence originate? My lord, I suspect someone intends to implicate us, Egel remarked. Joss nodded in agreement. Where is that harpy now? She is in the square above, waiting for further instructions after relaying the message. You have done well, Joss declared, rising from his golden perch, resolved to personally accompany the eyewitness to the scene of the incident. To attack the Frost Axe barbarian clan is one matter, but to assault the envoys of the Holy City represents an affront to the barbarian Holy City of Andohar. Such an attack would be a direct insult to the barbarians, and if mishandled, would inevitably lead to a rift with the barbarian tribe, potentially igniting a full-scale war, an outcome he sought to avoid at all costs. Joss seized the harpy in his dragon claws, soaring toward the site of the incident. Guided by the harpy, he approached within 1,000 meters of the battlefield, where he encountered the gravely injured barbarian she had previously seen. Alas, the red dragon had arrived too late. The wounded barbarian had succumbed to blood loss, now a warm corpse. Naturally, the lifeless bodies could not impart any information. Joss then flew to the grim battlefield. Nearly 100 corpses of barbarians, dog-headed beings, and wolfmen lay scattered across the grasslands, some entangled with one another even in death, narrating the ferocity of the conflict. The red dragon descended, and there was no need to drive away the wild wolves that scurried away with their tails between their legs. He scoured the battlefield, finding not a single survivor. Joss's expression darkened. The absence of any living soul to interrogate significantly elevated the difficulty of his reconnaissance mission. Among the remnants of war, the most striking sight was undoubtedly an overturned cart, which was still adorned with numerous arrows. Approaching the cart, he noticed a horse not far from it, its sides riddled with arrows. The assault had originated from both sides of the road, a surprise attack by archers. Judging by the number of arrows, it was evident that the barbarians faced an enemy of at least 100 strong. Observing the horse that had pulled the cart, he noted the cleanly severed reins, and connecting this with the overturned cart filled with ransom and the surrounding barbarian corpses, he deduced that the barbarians, realizing they were under attack, had attempted to use the cart as a shield but were ultimately overpowered. He examined the deep wheel ruts left by the cart on the ground, his displeasure mounting. If all had gone as expected, the cart would have contained the ransom owed to him, which had now been spirited away by the assailants. Through his observations of the battlefield, Joss concluded that the leader of the barbarians was a master-level warrior, accompanied by 50 to 60 followers, who had transported the ransom-laden cart here only to be besieged by over 100 monsters. Due to the heavy casualties inflicted during the initial volley of arrows, the remaining barbarians, outnumbered, were unable to retreat and fled eastward across the vast plains. The assailants, however, did not pursue but instead escaped towards the direction of the Horhair Mountains with the ransom in tow. Joss activated his data visualization to track the bold thieves who dared to snatch food from the jaws of danger. The barbarian Holy City placed considerable importance on this transaction. Not only was the leader a master-level powerhouse, but the remaining followers were also professionals. To successfully ambush such a convoy indicated that these monsters were no mere rabble. The Horhair Mountains, could they be survivors that had escaped from the Red Nest? Joss naturally linked the robbers to the survivors of the Red Nest. In the Horhair Mountains, only the monstrous army under the command of the Red Nest's matron possessed the audacity and strength to rob the barbarians, as the indigenous tribes of the grasslands dared not provoke these lords of the plains. Did they covet the ransom? Or were they seeking to incite discord between the Modafink Forest and Andohar, or perhaps both? Joss was uncertain of the answers, but he knew that locating the robbers would clarify everything. Under the scrutiny of data visualization, even if the bandits were aware of counter-surveillance and had erased their tracks, they could not escape Joss's keen gaze. Fresh imprints near the riverbank indicated that the enemy had departed by boat, and he had lost their trail. This presented a quandary. Even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse the situation. Joss felt a headache coming on. He understood that this attack was not orchestrated by him, but rather a setup by mysterious forces, yet the barbarians would not share this perspective. The incident occurred in close proximity to the triangular plane, with the assailants being members of the malevolent dragon kin, such as the dog-headed and wolf-headed creatures. Given their formidable strength, the only faction in this vicinity capable of deploying such powerful forces is the Madwa Peak Forest. Moreover, there exists a profound mistrust between the dragons and the barbarians, providing ample reason for the latter to suspect that this assault was orchestrated by the Dragon Lord to abscond with the ransom. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, the barbarians are likely to dispatch envoys to seek retribution shortly. As anticipated, on the third day, the barbarian envoy Mumuda arrived at the doorstep, accompanied by 2 master-level barbarian warriors and 200 elite barbarians, all bearing expressions of fury, evidently seeking trouble. Jose voluntarily took it upon himself to receive the barbarian delegation in place of Olivia, for he dared not allow the Green Dragon to handle this matter. Such an approach would likely incite conflict. In the subterranean hall dominated by towering stone pillars, Jose reclined on the throne, while the barbarian delegation regarded him with icy indifference. Mumuda, visibly displeased, declared, "My Lord Red Dragon, I believe you owe our barbarian tribe an explanation." "Not at all. Madwa Peak Forest owes the barbarian tribe nothing," asserted Jose, his tone initially firm, yet softening slightly thereafter. "However, to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings and complications, I believe it prudent to inform you of certain matters. That incident has no connection to us. The day before yesterday, I visited the site of the occurrence." As he spoke, the red dragon cast forth a bloodied weapon, which comprised arrows, a large blade, and a sharp sword. Scattering them before Mumuda continued to scrutinize the red dragon, who then clapped his hands, prompting a dog-headed creature to emerge from a side chamber, bearing a large iron tray laden with additional weapons. These, however, were devoid of blood. The dog-headed creature placed the weapons before the barbarians and withdrew. "These weapons are produced by us at Madwa Peak Forest," Jose continued. "Among your many skilled warriors, I invite you to compare the 2 sets of weapons." A master-level warrior stepped forward, taking 2 arrows for a meticulous examination. The methods of their manufacture were markedly different. The craftsmanship of Madwa Peak's arrows was evidently more refined in terms of both the arrowheads and shafts. He set down the arrows and picked up 2 swords, noting, "The styles of the weapons are also dissimilar." After a brief discussion among the barbarians, Jose clapped his hands to regain their attention. "I trust you have discerned that the weapons employed by our Madwa Peak Forest are entirely unlike those of the assailants." Mumuda furrowed his brow, recognizing that weapon craftsmanship could be forged or premeditated, yet he could not entirely dismiss the red dragon's assertions, lacking evidence to the contrary. "But, my lord, who exactly were those assailants?" "I cannot say for certain, only that I have a suspicion. They may be survivors of the Red Nest, to be candid. I am one of those who escaped from the Red Nest. The weapon styles employed by the assailants bear a close resemblance to those of the Red Nest, and given their direction of retreat towards the Jogul Mountains, I find myself inclined to suspect that they are indeed survivors of the Red Nest." Mumuda's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his gaze flickered with uncertainty. "My lord, considering this incident occurred within your territory, regardless of your involvement, you bear a degree of responsibility." Jose's lips curled into a smirk. This barbarian was audaciously attempting to evade accountability, hoping to lessen the ransom due to the ambush on the envoy. He understood Mumuda's perspective. For the previously agreed ransom was to be funded by the Frost Axe barbarian clan, and now, after this incident, Andohar would inevitably have to shoulder some responsibility and contribute to the ransom. As the instigator, it was only natural for Mumuda to strive for advantageous terms for his side. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance. "Absolutely not." Jose interrupted Mumuda's discourse, asserting, "Firstly, your men did not encounter trouble on my territory. Secondly, the misfortune that befell your entourage was due to your own barbarian guard's negligence. And the ransom shall not be diminished by a single coin." Regardless of Mumuda's persuasive arguments, Jose remained unmoved. The Red Dragon held dominion over the barbarians' lives and the situation, requiring no concessions from them. The quarrel yielded no resolution, and both parties departed in discontent. Though the transaction was completed, the robbery of the envoy and the dispute over the ransom cast a shadow over the relationship between Madafinglan and Andohar, like a thorn lodged in the throat. Nevertheless, the matter concerning the Frost Axe barbarian clan was ultimately brushed aside. As for the culprit behind the robbery of the barbarian envoy, both the Red Dragon and the barbarians were conducting investigations, yet progress remained elusive. On another front, two robust boarmen heaved a large chest, grunting as they placed it before the red dragon. This chest contained the ransom paid by the barbarians. Jose lifted the lid of one chest and beheld the dazzling rubies within. He eagerly grasped a handful, his heart swelling with delight, even surpassing his expectations. Had Jose been an ordinary red dragon, the barbarian's actions might have repulsed him. However, he was no ordinary dragon. At this moment, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Mumuda, for he understood him all too well. Jose's intent in acquiring the rubies was to craft explosive barrels, for which high-quality gems were unnecessary. Indeed, the more inferior quality rubies, the better. Bring them all down and grind them into powder for the explosive barrels. In battles against the brown-skinned boarmen, explosive barrels had proven immensely effective, affirming their practical value, and Jose naturally wished to produce more, preparing for potential formidable foes. Chapter 89. Jose's magical experiment. Beside the heart of molten fire, Jose floated above a lake of lava, his body enveloped by the searing magma. With only his head and ample belly exposed, the high density of the lava allowed him to remain buoyant without effort, and he dozed with his eyes half closed. To encapsulate his current mood in 2 words, utterly relaxed. With the ruby gifted by the barbarians as his material, the creation of explosive barrels progressed smoothly. The indigenous tribes surrounding the Triangle Plains posed no disturbances, and the commerce in Thorntown operated without a hitch. Everything seemed utterly perfect. However, these were not the reasons for his slumber atop the lava lake. He immersed himself in the magma to absorb fire elements and restore his magical energy, feeling somewhat fatigued. With the situation stabilizing around him, he felt no apprehension and initiated the practice of the magic recorded in the Dragon's legacy through the heart of the Phoenix, delving into corresponding research to enhance his mastery over magic, thereby augmenting his combat prowess, albeit at the cost of significant consumption of magical and mental energy. Napping atop the lava allowed him to rest and rejuvenate his spirit, while simultaneously replenishing the fire elemental energy for the heart of the Phoenix, achieving a dual purpose. Silence. 2 hours later, the floating red dragon straightened and swam towards the shore, its claws, as hard as steel, gripping the crimson rocks. With a forceful push, the entire dragon ascended the bank. Jose shook himself, dislodging the remaining crimson lava clinging to his form. The splattered magma resembled droplets of water as they fell to the ground, cooling and turning black. Time to continue the experiment. Jose stretched his limbs and activated the heart of the Phoenix. Fiery flames erupted between his scales, and in an instant, the entire dragon became engulfed in flames, the terrifying heat warping the air around him into a mirage. Fortunately, the rocks of the lava pool had long been infused with fire elements, granting them formidable flame resistance. Otherwise, the result would not have been merely a reddening. With focused intent, Jose entered a heightened state of concentration, quickly reciting incantations. In almost a heartbeat, the fire elements began to gather systematically within his claws. Explosive flame. A fireball, nearly 1/3 larger than a typical explosive flame, materialized in his grasp. A testament to the enhancement provided by the heart of the Phoenix, Jose directed the explosive fireball towards the lava pool, resulting in a thunderous eruption that sent a towering column of lava skyward. The power was commendable. He decided to test the purity of the dragon language for casting spells. Continuing his incantation, this time entirely in dragon tongue, after 3 seconds, a fireball twice the size of the previous explosive flame appeared in his claws, which he then hurled into the lava lake. Amidst the resounding explosion, Jose compared the potency of both spells, weighing their respective merits and drawbacks. The explosive flame spell, a blend of ancient elven and dragon languages, was cast more swiftly but at the expense of power, while the pure dragon language incantation wielded considerable strength, albeit with a longer casting time due to his current proficiency. With a furrowed brow, Jose's mind raced as he sought to discover a balance between the 2 distinct languages of spell casting and to refine his technique. The necessity for improvement arises from the gradual degeneration of the dragon bloodline, rendering newborns incapable of mastering the original tongue of draconic magic. If one were to liken dragons to firearms, with draconic magic as the ammunition, then the ancient dragons would correspond to a caliber of 7.62, while the current dragons would be akin to 5.56. Though the latter possesses diminished power, it also entails reduced recoil, thus making it more manageable. Joss's hypothesis is that since his ancestors were capable of refining magic and inherited the corresponding theories, he, aided by an extraordinary intellect, should be able to achieve similar feats. Consequently, he embarked on a series of experiments aimed at reconfiguring the interplay, syntax, in combinations of ancient Elvish and Draconic languages, seeking the perfect equilibrium between casting speed and magical potency. This endeavor is a protracted journey of exploration, yielding no immediate results. Furthermore, the process of refining spells necessitates extensive calculations, proving to be a highly taxing mental exercise. Whenever Joss feels fatigued yet possesses residual magical energy, he engages in another physically demanding task. Accompanied by the resonant and ancient incantations, a fiery portal begins to take shape, adorned with sparks at its edges. This is the high-level magic of summoning fire elements. Who dares summon the Great Oakley? A gruff, deep voice booms, somewhat lethargic yet powerful. A 3-meter-tall fire element emerges from the portal, seemingly standing not upon the molten rock, but upon solid ground, turning to ascertain the identity of its summoner. Another ordinary conjurer, it remarks, the disappointment in its draconic tone unmistakable. How infuriating. This marks the 101st time. When shall I possess a reliable summon beast? Joss persists in his incantation, once again invoking the fire element. The repeated casting of the same spell is why Joss refers to this as a physically demanding task. To understand why, one must delve into the fundamental operational mechanism of summoning fire elements. As the name suggests, this spell enables the summoner to call forth a fire element to fight on their behalf, with the summoned entity hailing from the fire elemental plane, one of the 4 elemental realms. The core mechanism involves utilizing magical power to transmit one's voice into the elemental realm, randomly reaching the ears of a high-ranking fire element. Should it consent, it will respond to the summons. If not, the process continues until a willing fire element is found. This querying process is remarkably swift, as the fire element's agreement requires merely a fleeting thought. Much like a computer performing calculations, it can complete thousands of inquiries within a second, ensuring that, amidst the multitude, one will inevitably succeed. Thus, the spell is devoid of failure and exhibits no significant delay. However, a notable issue arises. The responding fire elements vary in strength. Much like human practitioners, even fire elements of the same rank can exhibit disparities in power. Thus, it is entirely possible for 2 mages of equal caliber to summon fire elements, with one being significantly more formidable than the other. This outcome is contingent upon luck, characterized by randomness and unpredictability. To enhance the reliability of the summoned fire element, some have proposed a method of incessantly summoning until a powerful fire element is encountered. Kidnapping, threats, inducements, confinement. Regardless of the methods employed, the objective remains to forge a contract with the desired fire element, thereby enabling the targeted summoning of said fire elemental. However, powerful fire elements are not so easily encountered. After all, in the realm of fire elements, their numbers are in the billions, trillions, or even more, with the majority being ordinary fire elements. Moreover, potent fire elements typically possess higher intellect and are reluctant to accept summons. In essence, success in this endeavor also hinges on one's fortune. 102 attempts. 106 attempts. 107 attempts. Once again, the unfortunate Jose found his summoned fire element dispelled. A wave of irritation washing over him as he exhaled 2 plumes of thick white vapor. Is my countenance truly so dark? I am undeniably adorned in glorious red and purple. Why, then, do no powerful fire elements respond to my summons? Remain calm. Stay composed. The 108th attempt approaches, a number deemed auspicious. May the luck of the celestial sovereign bless me. He envisioned a powerful fire element beckoning to him, centering himself as he recited the incantation anew. Who dares summon the Great Oakley? Upon hearing the familiar name, a shadow crossed Jose's face with a snap of his fingers. The Oakley who had just emerged from the portal vanished. Indeed, it was a fortuitous occurrence to summon the same fire element again. The odds of such an event are surely slimmer than winning the lottery on the blue planet. Yet it bore no fruit. He intoned the incantation for the 109th time. By the 200th attempt, a number of significance. He assured himself that this time success was inevitable. Filled with hope, Jose once more recited the incantation. Surely, my casting posture must be amiss. It must not exceed 300 attempts. The 400th attempt concluded in failure once more. Today is not a propitious day for summoning. Yes, that must be it. The red dragon shed tears of misfortune as he made his way towards the golden mountain. Only the lustrous gold could soothe his wounded spirit. Once I attain legendary status, I shall personally venture into the realm of fire elements, contracting one after another. Laying upon the golden mountain, Jose succumbed to slumber, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. After such intense spell casting in a short span, he was utterly exhausted. While the presence of the lava pool allowed for a swift recovery of magical energy, the depletion of his mental fortitude was not so easily restored. Chapter 90. The turmoil surrounding the triangular plains. On an island encircled by molten lava, a colossal red dragon reclined upon a golden mountain, its massive head resting upon its forelimbs. Its expansive wings, large enough to envelop an entire badminton court, lay languidly at its sides, nearly engulfing the entire mount. This relaxed posture was a manifestation of profound security, in contrast to a time long past, when Joss would curl up tightly while sleeping, his relatively soft abdomen shielded within, and his back against the wall to minimize vulnerability. Now, he was safeguarded by the vast army of monsters from the underground kingdom, with patrols of elite guards securing the vicinity near the dragon's lair. These dragon guards, composed entirely of well-equipped and highly trained professionals, would pose a formidable challenge even to the most powerful adventurers. Should they breach the guards' defenses and approach the heart of fire, they would still have to contend with a multitude of fire lizards, and even a master-level warrior would likely succumb under such concentrated assault. As he gradually opened his eyes, Joss beheld the nearby gold and the familiar elongated passageway in the distance. The dragon-esque biological clock informed him that he had slumbered for 5 days. What a delightful sleep! He yawned and shook his head to rouse himself from the drowsiness. I shall continue to summon. I refuse to be daunted. Wait a moment. Dragons possess the ability to sense the approach of others even in dreams due to their half-asleep, half-awake state while digesting the legacy of dragons. However, this time, Joss had entered a true state of slumber due to the significant depletion of his mental energy from extensive spellcasting, thus failing to perceive the arrival of Urgu. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Urgu, being akin of the red dragon, was recognized as one of their own, posing no threat. Had a hostile stranger approached, the dragon's acute sense of danger would have awakened him instantly. Urgu, what brings you to me? Master, you have finally awakened. Urgu's voice resonated through their mental connection with palpable excitement. Here is the matter. For days ago, our spies embedded within the indigenous tribes reported that unfamiliar human merchants arrived in the tribe and spent an extended time in the chieftain's tent. Initially, we did not regard this with much concern, but over the following 2 days, the tribes on the periphery of the triangular plains, which had once been amicable towards us, gradually grew distant, nearly all of them, not just a few. Sensing something amiss, I instructed spies in other tribes to verify the situation. Discovering that human merchants had indeed been active in those areas, although this had gone unreported. Upon investigating these merchants, I realized they were all unfamiliar faces. It is almost certain that these individuals are here for us. Good, you have not acted rashly but have instead diligently gathered intelligence. Additionally, you commanded the spies to reduce their communication frequency to avoid exposure. You handled this matter admirably. After expressing his approval for Urgu's efforts, Joss severed the mental link. Sunshade Port is the stronghold of the Blackwater Trading Company, under the watchful eye of Buck Bruce. Any significant events there would surely not escape his notice. If not from Sunshade Port, then they must be from the Kingdom of Dana. Initially, Joss had believed that following the defeat of the Frostax barbarians, the Kingdom of Dana might come to terms with the reality of the Red Dragon's dominion over the Triangular Plains. However, that was not the case. Why did they persist in their relentless pursuit? Joss retrieved the northern map gifted by the Black Dragon, a cartographic representation from the Red Nest that surpassed any map he could currently acquire in precision. Gazing intently at the triangular plain in the southern center of the vast grassland, he also scrutinized the Dulong Pass to the east and Yongfan Port to the west, his brow furrowing as he descended into contemplation. Gradually, he lifted his dragon claw, tracing an imaginary line from the triangular plain upwards. This line served as a demarcation, one side representing the sphere of influence of Yongfan Port, while the other denoted that of Dulong Pass. These two formidable factions divided the bounty of the northern territories. The adage that truth lies within the range of cannon fire holds universally across any realm. The true control exerted by these two powers was limited to the vicinity of their respective strongholds, with their grasp over remote areas considerably weaker. The triangular plain, positioned at the midpoint, lay precisely within the region of their weakest control and the most intense competition. To what extent was this competition fierce? Even a prestigious merchant guild like the Blackwater Merchant Association required the backing of the Great Ale Centaur natives to occasionally dare to trade in the triangular plain. The rise of the Three Dragons, along with the close commercial exchanges between the triangular plain and Yongfan Port, altered this dynamic. The Yongfan Port Guild capitalized on this momentum, gaining the upper hand in the territorial dispute and advancing towards the eastern side of the grassland, an encroachment intolerable to the Dana Kingdom. prompting the onslaught of the Frost Axe barbarian clan. This reflection was Joss's analysis of the previous incident. He also pondered the subsequent actions of the Dana kingdom, concluding that they had reached an impasse, with the Frost Axe clan serving as a cautionary tale in the war of proxies. No barbarian tribe would foolishly sacrifice themselves for the Dana kingdom. The prospect of deploying their own troops was even more unlikely, as the long-standing enmity between the Dana and the barbarians meant that only a scant few barbarian tribes bore no hostility towards them. Should the Dana kingdom send regular troops into the grassland, the likely outcome would be a mere progression of short advances punctuated by bouts of skirmishing. Joss contemplated the legendary combatants of the Dana kingdom. They possessed two legends, one stationed at the border to guard against the neighboring Odyssey kingdom, the other safeguarding the king within the royal palace, both of whom were not to be disturbed lightly. Ultimately, the crux of the matter remained that the triangular plain did not pose a significant threat to the Dana kingdom's homeland, thus not necessitating the deployment of legendary forces. As for the Dana kingdom's ally, the Northern Witch Council, there existed a mutual agreement with the Baelong sect, each wary of the other, which would prevent them from readily dispatching legendary forces against the members of the Baelong sect. Nevertheless, the Dana kingdom commenced its actions, sending individuals disguised as merchants to persuade the indigenous tribes surrounding the triangular plain. Crucially, these tribes were indeed swayed, as evidenced by their recent aloof demeanor. Though the grassland natives might lack foresight and fail to grasp the prevailing tides of change, they were not devoid of wit. The Dana could not rely solely on rhetoric to sway them, and must have offered tangible incentives. After a moment of reflection, Joss clarified his thoughts. Now, two pressing questions required resolution. First, what means did the Dana kingdom employ to convince the indigenous tribes? Second, to what extent were the tribes around the triangular plain persuaded? Were they merely spectators in a looming conflict, or were they complicit in the machinations? In truth, Joss held little regard for the indigenous tribes surrounding the triangular plain, even those large clans boasting over 5,000 individuals. Years of espionage and intelligence gathering had rendered these tribes devoid of any secrets in his eyes. Once conflict erupted, with the advantage of intelligence coupled with superior military quality and equipment, losing would be a formidable challenge for him. Thus, the crux of the matter lay in what the Kingdom of Dana had employed to persuade the indigenous tribes. To uncover this crucial information, two avenues presented themselves. One could either interrogate the chief of a visited indigenous tribe or capture a diplomat from the Kingdom of Dana and subject him to severe torture. The former option allowed Joss to personally venture out, which was straightforward but would inevitably leave a negative impression on the neighboring tribes, potentially becoming a bargaining chip for the Dana people to rally the tribes against the dragon. The latter option, however, required time to ascertain the location of the Dana diplomat before sending operatives to apprehend him. After contemplation, Joss opted for the second method, not out of concern for the prairie indigenous people's sentiments, but rather because it was pragmatically superior. Hulk, direct your gaze to uncover the whereabouts of the Dana diplomat, and report back to me at the first opportunity. At your command, Master. While surveillance was manageable, a forceful capture necessitated different personnel. Joss then established a connection with another of his loyal subjects, a Harpy chieftain. Master, how may I serve you? Your will shall guide Bloodfeather. Breaking the mental link, Joss felt assured regarding Luna Bloodfeather, as her strength and capabilities were commendable. Most importantly, she possessed the ability to fly, ensuring reliable long-distance travel or escape. In less than half a day, intelligence arrived from the spies regarding the Dana scout, and Joss promptly relayed the information to his Harpy subordinate. Resting upon the Golden Hill, Joss refrained from engaging in magical experiments, wary of potential unforeseen circumstances. 2 hours later, a communication request from Luna Bloodfeather arrived. Master, we have captured the target. The tone of the Harpy revealed no hint of joy, prompting a sense of foreboding within Joss. However, upon capture, the target committed suicide, concealing poison in his mouth. Death warriors. This term surfaced unbidden in Joss's mind. Unlike the Boormen who had been frightened into near self-destruction during their last encounter, the diplomats sent by the Kingdom of Dana were true death warriors, professionally trained and willing to sacrifice their lives to safeguard their secrets. Given the target's status as a death warrior, the capture efforts were rendered unnecessary. Rising from the Golden Hill, Joss resolved to personally confront an indigenous chieftain for interrogation. As for instilling trepidation among the tribes, this could serve as leverage for the Dana diplomats' arguments and simultaneously intimidate those ambivalent tribes, reminding them that opposing the dragon was no trivial matter. The red dragon traversed the dark, profound subterranean passages, musing in a hushed tone. Whom shall I select? Author's note: initially, I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but the result has been estrangement. No longer shall I feign. I lay my cards on the table. I am in need of money. Otherwise, who in their right mind would toil away in the midday sun, crafting this mental drudgery? Chapter 91. The unexpected arrival of kin beneath the luminous full moon. The cool night breeze flowed beneath the wings as the landscape of the grasslands swiftly receded. Jose, resolute in his purpose, soared towards the medium-sized indigenous tribe known as the gray-maned Boer people. This tribe, numbering around 700 to 800, was led by a mid-tier warrior chief. 2 days prior, they had received a visit from the Dana people, and it was noteworthy that the gray-maned Boer people were vassals of the brown-skinned Boer people. Within the confines of the gray-maned Boer tribe, Chief Dolph was entertaining guests, serving traditional delicacies from the plains, such as milk wine and roasted meat. Today, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both of you. Without your assistance, our tribe would have faced dire losses. I propose a toast to you, Dolph declared, raising a horn cup filled with milk wine towards a man and a woman seated at one side of the grand tent. This man and woman were Albert and Eli, who had recently departed from Thorntown, following the failures of the brown-skinned Boer people and the Frost-Axe barbarians. The Wind Whisperer Alliance had deemed the expulsion of the evil dragon futile and thus abandoned their efforts. As they journeyed northwest, intending to witness the splendor of the barbarian holy city in the Great Glacier, they encountered a hunting party of the gray-maned Boer people besieged by a pack of wolves. Leading to the current scene, Albert, with grease smudged across his face, lifted his gaze upon hearing the chief's toast and began to respond, "Justice." However, his words were abruptly interrupted by the distant roar of a dragon. The expressions of those within the tent shifted in unison as they hastily seized their weapons and rushed outside. Upon emerging, they beheld a crimson figure against the backdrop of the full moon. A red dragon. In mere moments, the red dragon approached, bringing with it a searing, arid wind that parched their throats. Dragon! Dragon! The cries of alarm mingled chaotically as the ordinary gray-maned Boer people fled in panic, throwing the entire tribe into disarray. Jose surveyed the tumult below. Like all Boer tribes, the gray-maned Boer tribe was surrounded by magically cultivated thorns, which could deter enemies and beasts alike, but were ineffective against a descending behemoth such as a dragon. His gaze swept across the tribe, ultimately settling on a particularly imposing Boer man standing in the clearing before the largest tent. He towered over his kin by a head or two. Yet what drew attention were the two humans standing beside him. In the depths of night, two humans appeared within an indigenous tribe. They did not resemble merchants. They seemed formidable. Were they innocent adventurers caught in the fray, or disguised spies from the Dana kingdom? Regardless, it was prudent to probe further. It appears I have not erred in my search, Jose remarked, his sharp gaze piercing like twin swords directed at the pair. He spoke with a low, commanding tone. Reptiles. What schemes are you concocting in the shadows? A sudden chill gripped Albert and Eli as realization dawned upon them. The red dragon was evidently targeting them. Had the Wind Whisperer Alliance's plans to expel the dragon been unveiled? Was the dragon seeking retribution? Yet, they had already abandoned that endeavor. Confusion clouded Albert's thoughts as he clenched his teeth, communicating with his companion through a mental link. A red dragon of our age group? We must join forces for a chance at victory. Victory. In the triangular plane, there exists an adult green dragon. She can arrive here in just a few minutes. Are you still contemplating victory? Seize the opportunity to flee. You too. Am I invisible? Joss detected the surging magical energy fluctuations around the two, and without needing to guess, he understood their clandestine activities. He swiftly recited ancient elvish incantations, heightening his vigilance. Both individuals surprisingly wielded elemental powers, which he could not underestimate. To act preemptively was essential. High-level magic, explosive fireball. A colossal fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, hurtled towards the two below. Goodness, how could his casting speed be so astonishing? Fool, run. The two, initially planning to counter with spells, hastily abandoned their incantations and dashed to the sides. Albert, glancing at the panicked Boer men around them, realized that given their fleeing speed, escape from the explosion's range was impossible. How frustrating. If he lacked the ability to save them, that would be one thing, but he was convinced he had the capacity. He could not bear to witness friends, with whom he had just shared drinks and meals, perish before his eyes, especially since the malevolent dragon had been lured by him. A resounding roar echoed. In Joss's astonished gaze, the man's form warped and expanded, transforming into a colossal beast covered in silvery scales. It was a silver dragon. Although the Dana kingdom was a powerful northern nation, It would never permit a potentially boundless metallic dragon to engage in subverting the native tribes of the plains. The proud nature of metallic dragons precluded such actions. Could it be a misunderstanding? Meanwhile, having reverted to his original form, Albert felt the constrictive sensation of his attire dissipate. His powers fully unleashed as he countered the explosive fireball with a frosty breath. Boom! The explosive fireball collided with the frost breath in midair, resulting in an explosion. The mingling of frigid and scalding energies created a chaotic tempest, causing discomfort among the surrounding boar men. Alternating between the heat that made them wish to shed their garments and the chill that sent shivers down their spines. Now, the red dragon was on guard. A sneak attack was no longer feasible, and he saw no need to remain hidden. Roar! As anticipated, another mighty roar resonated. Joss turned to the other side, where the young woman was also contorting and transforming, becoming a a sapphire dragon. Joss couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Yet it felt strangely fitting. The sapphire dragon belonged to the neutral faction of the gem dragon lineage, most of whom resided in the astral plane and elemental realms, though a few favored the material plane. Due to their neutral alignment, gem dragons were generally well regarded, able to converse with metallic dragons and not immediately engage in hostilities with chromatic ones. Vile dragon, your targets are us. Spare these innocents. The silver dragon cried out to the crimson dragon above. Racial discrimination is truly vexing. Joss had never intended to harm the innocent. He merely sought to capture the chieftain of the gray-maned boarmen tribe to interrogate him for information. Of course, if the boarmen were to attack the red dragon, they could hardly be deemed innocent. It would be best to first educate him on how to behave like a dragon, and then release them. With such thoughts in mind, Joss was poised to confront the silver dragon when suddenly, he recalled the dragon's earlier words, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. He calmed his mind and began to analyze the situation meticulously. Why did he presume that I was targeting him? The certainty in his tone was perplexing. A typical response to such a misunderstanding would be to question, rather than to assert one's moral high ground. Unless he had previously engaged in acts of enmity against me, leading him to believe that I was pursuing him. Joss narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards the two dragons tinged with a subtle menace. The distinction between a fight arising from a misunderstanding and one stemming from hostility was significant. He was now intent on capturing both dragons for interrogation. The sapphire dragon, Eliza, detected the shift in the red dragon's emotions. Enough talk. Let us act. This is his domain. This assertion was indeed correct. Joss had already summoned the nearby harpy kin and notified the green dragon to ensure a foolproof capture. The sapphire dragon soared into the sky, her translucent blue scales shimmering in the moonlight, with the silver dragon following suit, seemingly eager for close combat with the red dragon. Very well, I shall indulge you for now, Joss mused, observing the approaching dragons with a somewhat relaxed tone. If these two were to separate in their flight, it would pose a genuine challenge for him. However, their audacious challenge against him only indicated a reckless path to their demise. From the perspective of the two dragons, both the silver and sapphire breeds were formidable, and in a 2-against-1 scenario, the prospect of failure seemed remote. Thus, they planned to exert their utmost effort to injure the red dragon's wings in close quarters, allowing for a leisurely escape. Failing to do so would leave them vulnerable to the relentless pursuit of the red dragon until the adult green dragon arrived, which would spell trouble. Had their opponent been an ordinary red dragon, their strategy might have been sound. Joss chanted incantations with remarkable speed in battles between dragons. Magic was often exchanged as a precaution. To swiftly conclude the conflict, one must deploy their full strength, which for dragons entailed maximizing their own enhancement spells before engaging in close combat and unleashing breath attacks and instantaneous magical strikes upon their adversary. Elegance of the cat. A peculiar magical field enveloped the red dragon, rendering his form lighter, requiring less lift to hover, and conserving energy as he flapped his wings. Stone skin. The once vibrant red scales dulled, significantly bolstering his defenses. Might. Meanwhile, the two dragons sensed an ominous turn. The red dragon's casting speed was alarmingly swift. By the time he had augmented himself with 4 enhancement spells, the two dragons had managed only 3, indicating that the red dragon's magical prowess far surpassed theirs. While the numerical difference between 3 and 4 may appear minor, in the heat of battle, the disparity was vast. Should the dragons engage in a magical exchange, the first collision might not reveal much, but by the second clash, the balance would visibly shift against the weaker side, and by the third, the disadvantage would become stark. In the fourth exchange, the disadvantaged side might not even have the opportunity to cast their spells before being struck by the opponent. Be cautious. This red dragon possesses exceptional magical abilities. I shall confront him head-on. You find an opportunity." As she spoke, the sapphire dragon, Ailey, imbued with a plethora of defensive magic, charged forward with unwavering resolve. Defense was the forte of the gemstone dragons, and with half of her magic dedicated to fortification, she maximized this specialty, opting to initiate a frontal assault. In contrast, the silver dragon's strength lay in speed. Albert was endowed with magic that heightened his velocity, making him the swiftest in the arena. With a swift motion, he leapt over his companion, attempting a graceful arc to flank the red dragon, aiming for a two-pronged attack. Meanwhile, Jose approached the confrontation with a playful demeanor, opting not to activate his data vision. He sought to test the limits of his abilities in a normal state. Seizing the fleeting moment, he recited an incantation with rapid precision, and a swirling portal framed by sparks began to materialize before him. High-level magic summoned a fire elemental, who has summoned the magnificent Oakley. Hearing the familiar name and catching sight of a well-known silhouette, Jose's expression darkened. "You again." Although he had never seen the summoner in the previous encounters, Oakley recognized Jose's essence this time. Without a moment's hesitation, it prepared to launch an attack. However, the energy that sustained Oakley and Titanor was derived from Jose himself. Reacting swiftly, Jose siphoned away the magical energy, causing Oakley's elemental form to collapse in a fit of defiant rage before vanishing. "Ah, fate. The next time I summon you, I shall bind you," Jose murmured to the rapidly dissipating fire elemental, glancing up at the approaching dragons. At that moment, both dragons were puzzled, unable to comprehend why the fire elemental summoned by the red dragon would turn against its summoner, yet this did not hinder their offensive. The sapphire dragon soared close, spreading her wings upright, forming a right angle with the ground, her speed plummeting as she resembled a hawk hunting midair, targeting Jose's neck with her sharp claws. However, this was merely a feint to draw the red dragon's attention, while the true strike was poised to the side. The silver dragon, silent yet swift, surged forward, aiming for Jose's wings. Though the dragoness wings were resilient, they lacked muscular protection, presenting a vulnerability. Jose, quick-witted and agile, seized the sapphire dragon's approaching ankle with his foreclaw. Despite strength being the red dragon's specialty, their comparable sizes suggested that the disparity in power should not be so vast. Little did she know the trials Jose had endured over the years. His innate strength, augmented by golden fertilizer and an abundance of nourishing sustenance, had propelled his physical development to rival that of a typical young red dragon. Though he had grasped his opponent's ankle and held a position of strength, Jose had no intention of relying solely on brute force. He tilted his head, then followed the direction of the sapphire dragon's exertion, spinning around to strike the oncoming silver dragon. Albert, the silver dragon, reacted swiftly, deftly evading, while the sapphire dragon, unable to control her body, plummeted toward the ground. With no time to worry for her companion, a torrent of fiery breath surged forth, prompting the silver dragon to hastily dodge. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not match Jose's quick reflexes. In a moment of desperation, Albert confronted the fiery onslaught of the red dragon with the chilling breath of his frost dragon lineage. The collision of the two elemental forces, one frigid, the other searing, created a stark line of contrast, where flames and ice clashed, neutralizing and annihilating each other, radiating a dazzling brilliance that left the watching boarmen in awe. From their perspective, the silver dragon appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage in this breath attack struggle, as the relentless flames encroached upon its very being, serving as the most poignant evidence of its plight. Feeling the scorching heat approaching, Albert was gripped by fear. Fortunately, he had a companion. The sapphire dragon, having just regained its balance, swiftly cast an energy orb towards the red dragon's eyes upon sensing Albert's dire predicament. Joss, tilting his head to evade the attack, lost the suppression he had exerted on the silver dragon. With a cold sweat breaking out, Albert quickly flapped his wings to evade, while the sapphire dragon charged at the red dragon. "Ailey, this situation is dire. This red dragon is far too formidable. It can suppress both of us simultaneously." Upon receiving this message through telepathy, Ailey, the sapphire dragon, felt a weight in her heart, yet she had no choice but to engage. The sapphire dragon's defense stemmed from its robust scales, which, conversely, rendered it heavier and slower than its kin. Should she attempt to flee now? And the red dragon pursued relentlessly. The silver dragon might escape due to its speed, but she would never be able to evade capture. One more attempt. If it fails, "You must flee. Do not worry about me. Seek out the chief to rescue me." Ailey prepared herself for the possibility of capture and humiliation. gathering all her strength and charging towards the red dragon. Recognizing the determination in Ailey's stance, Joss understood that she was prepared to fight to the end. Since she was going all out, he resolved to stop playing around. Time to end this. Joss activated data visualization, and a cascade of green data refreshed before his eyes, allowing him to perceive the sapphire dragon's movements with precision. Instantly feeling a chill, Ailey sensed that the red dragon before her had become unusually formidable. Though she could not discern the reason and pressed on regardless. She first dodged the gaping maw and outstretched claws, but as she executed a sweeping tail attack, Joss advanced, delivering a swift kick to her rear. This precise strike targeted a crucial point in Ailey's momentum, rendering her assault ineffective. This exemplified the gap between Joss, empowered by data visualization, and an ordinary dragon, showcasing his superior combat skills. With his already commendable fighting prowess augmented by data visualization, he ascended to the level of a top-tier martial artist, easily overpowering an ordinary dragon as a black belt would a novice in Taekwondo. As he neutralized his opponent's attack, Joss seized the sapphire dragon's wing, wrenching it forcefully. With a sharp crack, the wing bone dislocated. The sapphire dragon could no longer maintain flight, plummeting to the ground with a mournful cry. Moments later, Albert, scorched and transformed into a dark dragon, fell from the sky, landing beside the struggling sapphire dragon. Chapter 92. Preparations before confrontation. Beneath the cold moon, resembling a round table, the red dragon slowly flapped its wings, descending in height. The gusts generated by its mighty wings sent shivers through Albert and Ollie, causing them to involuntarily tremble. As contemporaries, facing a duo with such overwhelming strength, they found themselves utterly defeated, with no opportunity for retaliation. They could hardly fathom such an outcome. Albert mused to himself that perhaps only a legendary figure like the formidable elder sister could rival this power. The thud of the red dragon landing jolted the faux black dragon from his scattered thoughts, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Having long received intelligence that someone harbored ill intentions toward him, he surmised it must be them. This is slander. Our aim is merely to expel you, Ollie retorted, unwilling to allow the red dragon to misconstrue their intentions as lethal. If that were the case, their predicament would worsen significantly. Oh, so it is merely expulsion, Joss remarked, surprised by how easily he had extracted the truth, and continued, you do not seem like emissaries from the kingdom of Dana. Who are you? Which organization seeks to expel me? Ollie realized she had been deceived. The red dragon was oblivious to their identities and the plans of the Whisperers Alliance. She chose to remain silent to avoid revealing further information. Meanwhile, she glanced at her singed companion. In terms of combat awareness, she was far superior to him. Yet when it came to dealing with others, the silver dragon Albert excelled. With a crack, a whip of concentrated flame struck the grass beside the sapphire dragon, leaving a charred mark on the emerald blades, wisps of acrid smoke rising. I am Albert, and she is Ollie. We hail from the southern Pompeii Empire. Our purpose in the north is to travel and witness the diverse landscapes, making our way along the Black Coast. Fearing that any hint of deceit might lead to peril, Albert spoke only the truth, albeit with great detail. We lingered at Golden Pearl Port for 3 days. You cannot imagine how exquisite the skewers there are. Joss quickly sensed something amiss. This cunning individual was merely stalling for time while contemplating a strategy. So he refrained from idle chatter and advanced decisively. Today, let me impart a lesson. In the face of absolute power, playing tricks is the height of folly. What are you doing? Don't make a move. The silver dragon exclaimed in terror, retreating. Meanwhile, the sapphire dragon, in a moment of rashness, charged forward, only to be sent sprawling by a swift kick from Joss. When she rose again, she found her companion under the formidable foot of the overpowering red dragon. Now, you will answer my questions. If you do not respond, I shall strike him, for I harbor a deep-seated disdain for black dragons. As he spoke, Joss pressed down with force, causing the singed silver dragon to collapse. The silver dragon gasped in pain, acutely aware that the red dragon had indeed shown restraint. Yet the severity of his burns rendered even the slightest pressure excruciating. First question, to which organization do you belong? Do not attempt to deceive me, or else. He fixed his gaze upon the nearby sapphire dragon, his foot tapping lightly upon the captive beneath him, the unspoken threat palpable. Did he observe the expression of his companion? Teeth clenched in an effort to endure the pain? Eiley dared not utter a falsehood. The Wind Whisperer Alliance. Ah, that self-righteous organization once more. Joss furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort. It was indeed a hornet's nest. The Wind Whisperer Alliance, established in the latter period of the Third Era of the Elven Dynasty, was founded by an elven ranger bearing the surname Wind Whisperer. The organization's purpose was to mitigate the impacts of war upon the continent and uphold justice. Boasting a history of over 4 millennia. The second inquiry, what is the plan of the Wind Whisperer Alliance? If someone leads, we shall cooperate with them to expel the malevolence. You understand. In confronting the lordly powers, allowing other factions to take the lead is indeed the style of the Wind Whisperer Alliance, as they themselves lack a standing army. The structure of the Wind Whisperer Alliance is rather loose, comprising members from various races, elves, humans, metallic dragons, and even orcs. Essentially, anyone who aligns with the organization's ideals and possesses the strength to uphold justice, professionals, may join. Members typically do not maintain contact, convening only when summoned by a call to action, participating voluntarily. Who is the leader? The leader is Billy. How do you know about the leader? The Sapphire Dragon suddenly realized that his communication with Albert was conducted via a spell of telepathy, and how could a red dragon possibly overhear? Using the message spell in my presence twice in succession, what do you take me for? Josh chuckled softly. The spell of telepathy is merely a rudimentary trick. With his level of magic, deciphering it would pose little challenge. You are a mage? The Silver and Sapphire Dragons felt a surge of astonishment. While telepathy is a simple trick, to decipher and eavesdrop without the caster's awareness requires at least the level of an intermediate mage. The magical abilities of the Dragonkin are inherited through bloodlines, lacking the capacity to unravel spells. The principle is akin to firearms. While a dragon may inherit the weaponry of their predecessors, their combat prowess may not necessarily rival that of the original mage. Yet they certainly do not possess the profound understanding of magic that a true mage does. You both seem quite confident in that leader. Could you enlighten me as to why? Is she a young dragon or an adult? The two dragons gritted their teeth and remained silent. If you choose not to speak, so be it. I have ample time to interrogate you at my leisure. Joss turned his gaze toward the distant sky, where a swarm of dark figures appeared, harpies approaching. Shortly after, on the horizon, the silhouette of the green dragon Olivia came into view. Although she arrived later than the harpies, Olivia was swifter, reaching the red dragon first. They are members of the Wind Whisperer Alliance, conspiring to overthrow the tyranny of the evil dragons. Keep an eye on them. They may harbor ulterior motives. With that, Joss flapped his wings and flew towards the nearby tribe of gray-maned wild boars. At this moment, the wild boar men of the gray-maned tribe were either fleeing to the vast prairie or trembling in their tents. Chief Doff of the gray-maned wild boar men was also hiding in his tent, under the impression that the red dragon's target was Albert, the two-headed dragon, and thus harbored a glimmer of hope that once the red dragon captured the silver dragon, it would depart. Unfortunately, Joss had come specifically for him. Everything proceeded smoothly, and soon Joss found the pale-faced Chief Doff, who, under the pressure of dragon might, divulged everything he knew. Regrettably, his knowledge was rather limited. Faced with such a disappointing outcome, Joss felt a tinge of frustration and subsequently released the innocent wild boar chief. Upon seeing the net brought forth by the harpy, the Sapphire Dragon Ellie widened her eyes in disbelief. You actually expect these lowly natives to carry us? This is an affront to the Sapphire Dragon lineage. I shall never accept such indignities. What outrageous demands! Captives must be prepared for their status. Olivia, feeling irked, cast a dangerous glance at the Sapphire Dragon. Can you accept being carried by these inferior creatures? The Sapphire Dragon retorted. It was hard to deny the validity of the Sapphire Dragon's argument. Given the proud nature of the Dragonkin, being carried by a harpy would be akin to esteemed individuals being transported in a dog cage by swine. A notion utterly unacceptable. However, Olivia was unconcerned with such matters. What does your acceptance have to do with me? The Dragonkin are all descendants of Aedo. To insult us is to insult yourselves. Albert cut to the core of the issue. Very well, in light of our shared bloodline, I shall grant you dignity. Joss concluded the matter, and Olivia ceased her protests. Shortly thereafter, in the sky, the transformed Ellie and Albert rode upon the fierce raven summoned by the green dragon, moving alongside the group. Due to his injuries, Joss was unperturbed by the possibility of their escape. Joss, why not leave these two fellows to me for some education? What do you think? Olivia said, her excitement evident as she licked her lips. As a green dragon, her greatest delight lay in corrupting those of the noble alignment. The more virtuous and esteemed the individual, the greater her interest, and the success brought her immense satisfaction. Watching the hesitant red dragon, both Ellie and Albert felt a sense of trepidation. Throughout their journey, they had observed many unusual dynamics from the conversations between the red and green dragons. Firstly, There was an implicit hierarchy among the five-colored dragons, with the red dragon seemingly at the helm, which was astonishing, akin to an adult recognizing a teenager as a leader, yet the reality was undeniable. Secondly, the green dragon bore no distinction from the traditional green dragon, embodying the standard lawful evil alignment, while the exceptionally powerful red dragon displayed a curious deviation from its conventional chaotic evil alignment, seemingly aligning more closely with lawful evil or lawful neutral. Regardless, the red dragon adhered to rules more strictly than the green dragon, and if given a choice between the two, they would prefer to align with the red dragon. Unfortunately, that is not an option. I find them useful. After considerable contemplation, Jose declined his ally's request and continued, "Moreover, before you depart, I wish to convene everyone to discuss the forthcoming situation. The threat posed by the Daemons cannot be underestimated." Very well. In the assembly square, the three dragons gathered. "This is the situation," Jose concluded after recounting the passage of the Daemon spies. The Daemons remain undeterred, dispatching assassins to maneuver among the indigenous tribes surrounding the triangular plains, persuading them to distance themselves from us. Their aim is to alienate the indigenous tribes from the Modo Peaks, so that they do not witness the prairie natives aligning with us, thereby augmenting our power and making us increasingly formidable. I suspect they will launch an offensive against us soon. Otherwise, the words they speak to the prairie natives will be deemed lies, rendering all their efforts futile. However, the pressing question is, I cannot fathom how they might attack us. As he posed the question, the three dragons gazed intently at the map of the northern lands. Lost in thought, "Let us reverse engineer their actions," suggested the green dragon, Olivia, breaking the silence. "The dispatch of assassins to persuade the prairie tribes indicates their desire to prevent an alliance between the prairie natives and us. The notion of sending legendary warriors can be dismissed." Jose nodded in agreement. If legendary warriors were to strike, they would come directly, without the need to expend such effort persuading the prairie tribes. If they do not send legendary warriors, they must resort to deploying troops. Otherwise, sending small squads merely amounts to delivering food, and persuading the prairie tribes may well be a prelude to the arrival of their army. "I've had a thought," the white dragon, Cassie, interjected, picking up on Olivia's train of thought. Jose only interrogated the medium-sized gray mane boar tribe, which is insufficient. The Daemons may differentiate their approach. Just as we favor the kin of professionals, they might focus their efforts on the more powerful indigenous tribes to recruit them against us. "Well, Cassie, you are progressing rapidly," Olivia remarked, somewhat surprised by the white dragon's insight. Meanwhile, Jose felt a sense of gratification for his younger brother's growth and began to ponder Cassie's words carefully. He realized that this could indeed be the case. The Daemon Kingdom's enmity toward the three dragons was aimed at suppressing the westward expansion of the Sunsail Harbor Trading Company, safeguarding their commercial interests. Large indigenous tribes, such as the brown-skinned boar tribe, faced conflicts with the three dragons due to issues of territorial survival. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." The two are highly likely to unite. Should they succeed, the major indigenous tribes of the Triangular Plains would be branded with the Daemon Kingdom's insignia, effectively displacing the influence of the Sunsail Harbor Trading Company. Tribes of medium or smaller size, like the gray mane boars, play the role of fence-sitters, wielding little impact on the grand scheme. Thus their exclusion from the Daemons' recruitment efforts is understandable. "Oh no," the green dragon suddenly exclaimed, raising her head. "What is it?" "This is dire. Jose, we have captured those two individuals. We have also provoked the Whisperers' Alliance. They are certain to unite against us." Jose lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it to speak. "The issue is not insurmountable. Even if we do not capture those two kin, the Wind Whisperer Alliance will remain our adversary. If we do seize them, we could leverage their capture as a bargaining chip to deter the Alliance from rash actions. The members of the Wind Whisperer Alliance are dispersed and lack a standing army. Thus, a few powerful individuals pose little threat to us. Furthermore, without a sufficient force to act as vanguard, it is unlikely that they would initiate an assault against us. Therefore, the primary concern remains the military of the Daemon Kingdom. By what means will they dispatch their troops?" Gazing at the map of the northern territories, the three dragons fell into deep thought once more. "Jose, I recall that during my last slumber, there was an incident involving a barbarian envoy being ambushed by a horde of monsters. Could those creatures be affiliated with the Daemon Kingdom?" Olivia quickly dismissed her own thoughts. "Unlikely. Even if those monsters sought allegiance, they should be inclined to align with our five-colored dragon clan. Regardless, we must heighten our vigilance and await any signs of the enemy," Jose concluded, unable to devise a solid plan. He shifted his focus toward enhancing their own capacity to address potential troubles. If they can rally large indigenous tribes, we too can entice some tribes to serve our interests. Tomorrow, let us spread the word, granting nearby tribes the opportunity to join us. Jose turned to the green dragon, Olivia, as the ostensible leader. I entrust this task to you. Certainly, she replied. Kasai, disperse your fishfolk minions to monitor the major water bodies. Report any sightings of the Dana people immediately. Understood, Kasai affirmed. Jose nodded, recognizing the advantage of having Kasai's undetected fishfolk amidst formidable foes, not due to his combat prowess, but rather because the fishfolk, inhabiting rivers, lakes, and coastal waters, were ideally suited for surveillance. After all, no one could stray far from a water source. Moreover, Jose had no intention of remaining idle himself. He intended to communicate with Sunsail Port. The ostensible purpose of the Dana Kingdom's expedition against the three dragons was to vanquish the evil dragon, yet in truth, it was a bid to monopolize trade with the Sunsail Guild. With this understanding, Jose felt confident in persuading Sunsail Port to ally with the Moto Peak Forest. While immediate joint action was improbable, they could certainly negotiate the purchase of certain controlled goods. After concluding their discussion, the three dragons parted ways. Jose did not immediately prepare to engage with Sunsail Port. Instead, he made his way to the heart of Molten Fire, venturing deep into its core. Descending the 9 circles spiral staircase, Jose walked along the edge of the lava lake, heading in the opposite direction of the Golden Mountain, traversing the lakeside path until he reached its end. At the conclusion of the path lay a stone cavern, where 8 dog-headed practitioners stood guard at the entrance, flanked by 2 exceptionally large and robust ogres. Nearby, 10 petrified lizards lay sprawled on the ground, serving as the wardens of this place. Contained within, escape was impossible unless the 3 dragons' dominion were to crumble and the enemy breached the heart of Molten Fire. Open the door, commanded Jose. Yes, the 2 ogres complied, working in unison to turn the winch position near the entrance. Amidst the rhythmic clattering of gears, a dark crimson iron gate ascended, vanishing into the void above. To forge this prison door, Jose had deliberately incorporated iron extracted from molten lava, augmenting its thickness to an impressive meter. Even he would require several days to dismantle this formidable barrier, should a prisoner contemplate escape by attempting to breach the iron gate or the walls. It would be tantamount to courting death, for such actions would trigger magical traps, unleashing the magma from the lake into the prison, engulfing the escapee. Under the influence of a frost enchantment, the molten rock would rapidly solidify, rendering the fate of the prisoner all too evident. Shrinking his form, Jose entered the prison and encountered the 2 dragons, confined separately. Have you pondered my conditions? Chapter 93, Action within the 2 adjacent cells. The sapphire dragon and the silver dragon, now assuming human form, rose from their stone beds, casting their gaze through the iron bars towards the entrance where the red dragon stood, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Their current predicament diverged significantly from their initial imaginings. Aside from the constraints on their freedom, they had not endured any further maltreatment. The cells bore little resemblance to the filthy and chaotic monster prisons they had anticipated, instead presenting a remarkably clean environment. Have you made your decision after 2 hours? Do you speak with sincerity? Albert fixed his eyes on Jose, searching for any hint of deception within his gaze. Jose met his stare unflinchingly. Indeed, I speak the truth. By the name of Tiamat. I have a question, Ali asked, her curiosity piqued. What purpose do you have for our dragon heritage? Do you not possess it yourself? That is my concern alone, unrelated to you. Choose, agree to my terms and exchange your dragon heritage for freedom, or refuse and remain imprisoned for eternity. Moreover, Jose continued, you must have sensed that this prison lies deep underground, connected to a lake of lava. Should anyone attempt a violent escape or rescue, magma would flood in. Thus, agreeing to my terms is your only opportunity to leave this place. This rather peculiar red dragon, he added, do not fault me for not forewarning you. Each dragon lineage's heritage is a compilation of ancestral wisdom, suited solely to their respective races. Albert shrugged. Even if you acquire our dragon heritage, it would serve you no purpose. I stand by my demands. You need only convey your choice to me. Very well, I do not wish to be confined here. I accept your terms. A wise choice. Jose turned to the sapphire dragon. What is your decision? My dragon heritage contains numerous defensive spells that require the scales of the gemstone dragon clan to wield. Do you wish for those as well? Certainly. I desire all of it. Then it is settled. I agree to the exchange. Jose produced a contract, and with a mage's hand gripping a quill, he deftly inscribed the terms upon the parchment. Before long, two identical contracts were completed, encapsulating the following agreements. The Silver Dragon and the Sapphire Dragon would document their entire dragon heritage in writing, to be surrendered to the Red Dragon in exchange for their freedom. The moment of submission would mark the instant of their liberation, and any subsequently awakened dragon heritage must be delivered to the Red Dragon in written form within 3 years of its awakening, with signatures affixed. The contract spontaneously ignited without flame, signifying the endorsement and guarantee of the deity of justice upon the transaction. The contract is established shortly. I will dispatch a servant to deliver paper and ink to you. Should you have any requests regarding your sustenance, feel free to relay them, if they are reasonable. I shall do my utmost to accommodate. By the way, my head chef is a halfling. Having concluded the transaction, Jose felt a surge of delight. Now, is there anything else? Albert and Allie exchanged glances. The promise of food in the presence of a halfling chef already a delightful surprise. They shook their heads in negation. With a lightness in his step, Jose departed the prison. If anyone were to inquire of him which part of the dragon is the most precious, is it the dragon horn, which serves as the primary material for exquisite staves, or perhaps the valuable alchemical substance known as the dragon heart? However, Joss would undoubtedly eliminate the questioner and assert that the most treasured aspect is the legacy of the dragon. This legacy encompasses a wealth of knowledge, including magical incantations, ancient secrets, and various intriguing tales, the value of which is immeasurable, even if Joss himself cannot utilize the legacy of the silver or gem dragons. It could serve as a valuable reference for experimentation or be imparted to his capable subordinates, or at the very least, enhance the essence of the Heart of Lava. As for releasing the 2 dragons after the transaction, this would not negatively impact the 3 dragons. Firstly, the dragon legacy is vast. Even if the 2 dragons tirelessly transcribe magic, it would take at least half a year, which would not hinder the 3 dragons from using it as leverage to compel the Wind Whisperer Alliance to concede. Secondly, Joss cannot indefinitely imprison the 2 dragons, as it would bring him no benefit and require sustenance. Directly slaying them is out of the question, both because there is no deep-seated animosity between the parties and because the consequences of killing a metallic dragon are dire. Metallic dragons are not orphans like the chromatic dragons. Even when independent, they maintain a good relationship with their kin, unless one is confident in executing plans without detection or is prepared to abandon a long-established power. It is best not to resort to murder. If killing is not an option and long-term imprisonment is also impractical, the only recourse is to extract some benefits before releasing them. Alas, how I envy those with powerful elders to rely upon. Lacking familial connections, Joss must rely solely on his own efforts. He summoned the boar merchant Hulk to visit the Moto Peak forest. In the throne hall, Joss received the approaching boar subordinate. "Good day, great master," Hulk bowed, his plump face contorting into a smile. Joss observed his subordinate with a raised brow. He had gained more weight. Each time Joss encountered Hulk over the years, he seemed to grow a bit larger, subtly aligning himself with the chubby high priest of the brown-skinned boars. This was due to the significant expansion of the Red Dragon's influence, which elevated the status of his subordinates, ensuring an ample food supply. Furthermore, among the boars, corpulence is considered beautiful. However, this increase in girth had not dulled Hulk's intellect. His long-term control over intelligence and trade had sharpened his acumen. This individual consistently procured various novelties from the southern continent to present to the 3 dragons, and it could be said that none were more favored by the green and white dragons than the boars. "Hulk, I have summoned you for a matter of utmost importance." When a red dragon declares something significant, it is indeed of great consequence, and the boar immediately became alert. "We need to establish contact with Sunsail Port to persuade them to join us in confronting the Kingdom of Dana and to provide tangible support. I would like to hear your thoughts." Hulk lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before looking up at the red dragon upon the throne. "Master, it has always been Sunsail Port's stance to refrain from intervening in the disputes of the prairie natives. Convincing them to mobilize against the Dana people will likely prove challenging. We might instead attempt to garner the support of those trading guilds that control numerous native tribes, much like the Blackwater Guild and the Greytail Centaurs." Jose's eyes brightened. The 3 dragons had overlooked this aspect during their discussions. Furthermore, the boar man continued, "While those merchant guilds may be reluctant to deploy troops, we can take matters into our own hands. We shall inform these guilds that their contributions on the battlefield will be duly noted, and ultimately, the commercial shares of the Triangle Plains will be allocated based on their achievements. Our share of provisions holds immense allure for those factions. They cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Over the years, due to Hulk's influence, the Conch Guild has secured the majority of the food shares in the Triangle Plains, amassing considerable wealth, much to the envy of other guilds. The Boar Man strategy is indeed viable. Additionally, we can implement a contingency plan by subtly spreading the word that the Triangle Plains does not welcome those who seek to reap benefits without contributing. Upon hearing this, Jose understood immediately. By discreetly disseminating this information, the three dragons would expel guilds that do not contribute to the fight, restricting their commercial activities in the Triangle Plains. Owing to the strong ruling powers, the Triangle Plains is the most peaceful and stable region in the heart of the grasslands. And Thorntown has thus become a pivotal stronghold for nearly all merchant guilds. Failing to gain access to the Triangle Plains would not only result in a loss of food shares but would also place them at a disadvantage in other commercial competitions, effectively severing the lifeline of these guilds. Hulk, you have surprised me. We shall proceed as you suggest. Moreover, Jose continued, it is not only about winning over the merchant factions, we must also seize the opportunity to request the official release of regulations from Yongfan Port, allowing the purchase of controlled items such as crossbows, alchemical bombs, and the like. More is better. Understood? Understood. Rest assured, my master. By the way, besides this, you must also bring me a letter. Outside the Greymane Boar Man tribe, a man and a woman were searching by the pit created by the descent of the Silver Dragon and the Sapphire Dragon, attempting to glean information from the remnants of battle. What a futile effort. The barbarian Holy City and the Evil Dragon have reached an accord, and they wish to avoid this quagmire. The Frost Axe Barbarian clan has been constrained. Reflecting on this matter, Shanana couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. According to the original plan, when the monstrous army clashed with the Brownskin Boar men, the fully mounted Frost Axe Barbarians were to surge into the battlefield, flanking the Brownskin Boar men against the monstrous horde. After securing victory, the chieftain of the Frost Axe Barbarians would rally the oppressed indigenous peoples of the grasslands to launch an assault on the Triangle Plains, with the covert assistance of the Dana Kingdom, ultimately achieving the goal of expelling the Evil Dragon. What a splendid plan. Yet they never anticipated the Brownskin Boar men would collapse so swiftly. By the time the Frost Axe Barbarians arrived, the battle had concluded, and the Green Dragon had not even entered the fray. Furthermore, they could not have foreseen that, after a fierce daytime confrontation, the forces of the Evil Dragon would still possess the strength to launch a night raid on the Frost Axe Barbarians, circumventing the spies scattered around the Moto Peak Forest and the watchful eyes of Thorntown. The Frost Axe Barbarians, caught unawares, were decimated. Thus, the plan to expel, or even slay, the Evil Dragon, with the Frost Axe Barbarians as the backbone, was stillborn, leading to the current predicament. Pinnock, should you fail, do not expect my assistance. The teleportation scroll has been lost. The warrior named Pinnock dismissed the warning with a smirk. Rest assured, we are thoroughly prepared this time, deploying the kingdom's most elite forces, all seasoned veterans of battle. I suggest you first ascertain how the dragon managed to elude our scouts and transport an army of 10,000 to the edge of the Triangle Plain. Otherwise, a shadow flickered 10 meters away, and Shanana immediately activated the magic ring on her hand. A protective magical shield enveloped the witch, while she raised her hand to unleash a dazzling purple arcane missile. The mysterious figure in the black cloak raised a hand, and at the moment the arcane missile was about to strike, the air before the cloaked figure rippled like water, causing the missile to vanish into the ether. At this moment, Shanana discerned the identity of the newcomer, who was shrouded in black, revealing only the silhouette of a woman from the shape of her bosom. Pinnock also reacted, drawing his sword and assuming a defensive posture in front of the staff-wielding witch. However, they refrained from attacking immediately, for the cloaked figure remained motionless, seemingly devoid of hostility. Fortunately, there was no animosity. Recalling the earlier scene of the arcane missile dissipating, a cold sweat trickled down Shanana's back. As a high-ranking witch and a member of the esteemed Northern Witch Council, she understood the implications of the mysterious figure's display of power. It signified that the opponent's magical prowess far surpassed her own, at that distance of 10 meters, should the enigmatic figure have chosen to ambush them. Survival would have been improbable for either of them. Who are you? Why have you eavesdropped on our conversation? I am Bellies of the Wind Whisperer Alliance. I did not intend to overhear your discussion. To demonstrate her lack of hostility, Bellies lowered her hood, revealing flowing golden locks. Pinnock and Shanana exchanged glances, each reflecting the joy mirrored in the other's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, A common boar man from the gray-maned boar tribe observed everything unfold. The following day, the red dragon received news. A crystal ball witch, an unfamiliar warrior, and a mysterious figure had convened on the grasslands, conversing for nearly half an hour. Due to the distance, their scouts could not decipher the content of the dialogue. Nonetheless, Jose was able to glean much information from the situation. The crystal ball witch, the stranger warrior, and the nearly confrontational mysterious figure have joined forces, he murmured to himself atop Golden Mountain. The indigenous tribes surrounding the Triangle Plain had, to varying degrees, spies purchased by the Red Dragon, and the gray-maned boar tribe was no exception. Anticipating that someone would come to examine the remnants of the battle after his departure, Jose had employed a communication spell to alert the spy within the gray-maned boar tribe to keep a watchful eye, offering a reward for diligence. He instructed Udi, the chief of the stone-tooth boar tribe, send someone to the gray-maned boar tribe to bring our people over discreetly. Arrange for an artist to sketch the man's likeness, and then secure him a position in your tribe as a reward.